Table of Contents. Multidisciplinary nature of environmental studies. Human interaction with the environment. In today's world, phrases like environment, being green, live green, go green, and sustainability have become ubiquitous in public discourse. These terms, while trendy, embody concepts that are far from novel. Interestingly, many communities, particularly in rural areas, innately grasp the complex interplay between humans and their environments. Approximately 70% of India's population resides in rural spaces, where individuals live in close harmony with the land. For those living in poverty, also about 70% of India's demography, there exists a profound respect for nature and a deep-seated awareness of the necessity to conserve natural resources. These communities tend to leave a smaller ecological footprint, embodying a lifestyle that is attuned to the natural world. Thus, while urban discussions surrounding environmental awareness may seem contemporary, the reality of human dependence on the environment and the critical necessity to coexist with it are age-old understandings. The environment encompasses our surroundings at various levels. It includes vital natural resources such as air, water, and soil, along with all living organisms, which encompass animals, plants, and humans. The world's ecosystems are diverse, ranging from fertile soils and grasslands to expansive deserts, lush forests, frigid tundras, and rich freshwater and marine ecosystems. Humans, unique among organisms, have the capacity to interact with and manipulate ecosystems in profound ways. We are endowed with the ability to alter natural processes and disrupt energy flows within these ecosystems, resulting in significant transformations. From the very beginning of our existence, humans have relied on their environment for sustenance and, in doing so, have continuously reshaped it. The early ancestors of Homo sapiens, who roamed the earth approximately 4 million years ago, left a minimal environmental footprint. As hunter-gatherers, they lived sustainably, utilizing the resources available in nature without depleting them excessively. When natural local resources became scarce due to overfishing or overhunting, these small, nomadic groups would relocate, allowing abandoned ecosystems the time needed to recover. The advent of agriculture marked a pivotal shift in human interaction with the environment. About 8,000 years ago, in areas like the Tigris and Euphrates River Valley and parts of China, humans began to alter their surroundings more significantly. Agricultural practices required substantial modifications to the landscape, including the diversion of water from rivers and the domestication of plants and animals. This newfound reliance on agriculture facilitated permanent settlements and the rise of towns. As food production surged, populations expanded, leading to the specialization of labor. No longer was every individual occupied solely with hunting and gathering. This specialization paved the way for urbanization and the development of complex civilizations that, over centuries, evolved into the highly technological and industrialized societies we inhabit today. Never before has humanity demonstrated such creativity in the harnessing of natural resources to produce an astonishing array of inventions and consumer goods. Paradoxically, this relentless pursuit of progress has led to significant ecological degradation. The extraction and consumption of resources have resulted in deforestation, contamination of water and soil, and air pollution, with greenhouse gases, GHGs, emitted during the manufacturing, transportation, and distribution of goods. Compounding this crisis is the challenge of waste management, as discarded products accumulate with alarming speed. Rapid technological advancements have allowed us to support an ever-growing human population. In fact, of the nearly 8 billion people on Earth, India alone is home to over 1 billion residents. This begs a critical examination of our contemporary way of life. What are the repercussions on our environment and the fragile ecosystems that sustain us? To what degree can nature adapt to the myriad of changes instigated by human actions? Are there limits to the number of people that our environment can adequately support? It is essential to recognize that natural resources, such as water and forests, are renewable, and their replenishment can occur relatively swiftly through natural ecological processes or through responsible agricultural practices. In stark contrast, resources like fossil fuels and minerals, such as gold and iron, are non-renewable, necessitating millennia for their formation. Importantly, even renewable resources face depletion if they are squandered or polluted at rates that surpass the ecosystem's natural replenishment capacity. The evidence of these unsustainable practices is not only apparent but increasingly alarming, signaling an urgent need for re-evaluation and reform in how we engage with our environment. From local to global, the scope of environmental issues. Human activities have a profound impact on the environment, encompassing a broad spectrum of effects that manifest at various levels. Major concerns include climate change, acid rain, ozone layer depletion, overgrazing, overfishing, genetic modification, species extinction, desertification, mining, and rising sea levels. These environmental issues not only threaten the natural world but also pose immediate risks to our homes and communities. It is at this local level that individual actions and collective awareness can yield tangible results, making community engagement and behavior change crucial. Understanding the link between individual behavior and environmental health is essential. A pivotal concept is that individuals hold considerable power to effect change through their daily habits. Simple adjustments in consumer choices, transportation methods, dietary preferences, and strategies for energy and water conservation can collectively lead to significant environmental benefits on a global scale. For instance, opting for reusable products, using public transportation, embracing a plant-based diet, and minimizing water use not only reduce personal ecological footprints but can inspire broader societal shifts in values and practices. Moreover, the design and implementation of eco-friendly infrastructure in towns and cities can create environments that promote sustainability and support community resilience. On a national level, we must take a comprehensive view that integrates issues ranging from urban versus rural living conditions to the conservation of natural resources. Evaluating how effectively a nation preserves its natural habitats and actively engages in species protection is critical for understanding its overall ecological health. The consequences of neglecting these responsibilities become evident through manifestations such as overcrowding, urban sprawl, habitat loss, endangered species, polluted water systems, ineffective waste management, and escalating public health crises. Each of these challenges underscores the interconnectedness of human activities and environmental integrity. When we expand our perspective to a global context, the cumulative effects of human actions gain even greater complexity. Addressing environmental issues on this scale requires careful examination of how every nation and its citizenry contribute to collective challenges. Climate change epitomizes these global concerns as it disrupts weather patterns, accelerates glacial melting, and drives species toward extinction. The intricacies of such large-scale changes complicate our ability to predict future outcomes, even though scientists vigorously document and analyze many irreversible trends. It is important to recognize that countries with higher levels of industrialization, such as the United States, nations in Western Europe, and China, tend to be among the largest contributors to climate change. However, the ramifications of these environmental shifts disproportionately impact those who are already vulnerable, highlighting a critical intersection of social justice and environmental stewardship. The most marginalized communities often suffer the brunt of environmental degradation, regardless of their geographic location, reminding us that our global responsibilities extend beyond mere environmental considerations to encompass equity and justice. In conclusion, addressing environmental issues necessitates a holistic approach that encompasses the local, national, and global dimensions of human impact. By fostering a sense of awareness and accountability at every level of society, we can create meaningful pathways for change that not only heal our planet but also promote a sustainable and equitable future for all. Definition, scope, and significance of environmental studies. Understanding and addressing the adverse impacts of human activities on the environment can be a daunting task. However, it is essential that awareness regarding these pressing environmental issues is communicated effectively, from local communities to the global arena, with a robust sense of urgency. The ethical framework of sustainable living must be embraced universally. This means cultivating lifestyles that do not exploit or degrade the natural environment to a point of irreparable harm while simultaneously maintaining the resilience and richness of human life, culture, and economic systems. This commitment to sustainability must be instilled at every societal level, from individuals and families to governments and corporations. To grapple with the complexity of environmental issues, a multidisciplinary approach that amalgamates various fields of both natural and social sciences is imperative. Environmental studies are designed to achieve this understanding. Disciplines within the natural sciences, including but not limited to biology, botany, chemistry, geology, hydrology, physics, and zoology, provide crucial insights into the mechanisms of the natural world and the resulting consequences of human interventions. Simultaneously, fields in the social sciences and historical analysis such as anthropology, archaeology, civics, economics, geography, political science, and psychology offer perspectives on how human interactions with the environment have evolved through time and across different cultures. Through these lenses, we can explore not only the adverse impacts but also potential pathways to foster meaningful change across individual, local, national, and global contexts. Together, these diverse academic perspectives form the holistic discipline known as environmental studies. Prominent in this discourse is the precautionary principle, which embodies the conscientiousness advocated by courses in environmental studies that harmonize both natural and social science. This principle, embraced by UNESCO in 2005, serves as a fundamental guide for understanding and addressing environmental challenges on a global scale. With recognition of the severe environmental threats we face, the principle urges society to exercise caution and implement prudent measures in both environmental decision-making and resource production and consumption. Importantly, this principle insists that the needs of all humans, not solely those from industrialized and affluent nations, must be met, emphasizing the protection of workers' rights, local communities, and the public at large, all while minimizing damage to the environment. This principle stands as a rallying cry, beckoning individuals and communities to respond thoughtfully to pressing ecological challenges. The breadth and intent of environmental studies are expansive and directed toward cultivating a populace that is conscious of its environmental footprint. By fostering an understanding of how individual and collective actions impact natural resources, environmental studies empower citizens to confront and mitigate the scale of today's environmental crisis. Given that these challenges evolve and are passionately debated within society, environmental studies hold the potential to generate practical solutions that prioritize the sustainability of life on Earth. At its core, environmental studies delve into the intricate relationship between humans and their natural surroundings. In a world currently besieged with environmental dilemmas, the significance of such studies cannot be overstated. Issues like global warming, driven by the greenhouse effect and the rising temperatures across the planet, have provoked urgent discussions about the ramifications of climate change for diverse populations. Without reducing carbon dioxide emissions and other greenhouse gases, the consequences could be catastrophic, particularly for vulnerable groups and low-lying coastal communities facing the threat of submersion. This book provides a thorough examination of the current state of climate change, alongside a discussion of the effective mitigation measures that can be implemented to reduce its detrimental impacts. Within these pages, the book encapsulates critical themes in environmental and ecosystem sustainability, featuring various projects that students can undertake both in academic settings and in real-world applications, thereby gaining hands-on experience with contemporary environmental issues. The text deeply explores the role of environmental issues in societal contexts, illustrated through numerous examples drawn from India. Furthermore, two dedicated chapters emphasize the necessity of environmental education and the active involvement of the public in fostering sustainable practices. Notably, this work also presents a wealth of international case studies showcasing how a lack of environmental consideration has led to significant adverse effects on communities worldwide, underscoring the urgent need for informed and concerted action across borders. Sustainable ecosystems. Overview. An ecosystem can be understood as a dynamic network formed by the interaction of living organisms, such as plants, animals, and microorganisms, with their physical environment, which includes elements like soil, water, and air. This intricate interplay creates a habitat where life thrives and evolves, showcasing the remarkable diversity of our planet. Ecosystems vary significantly in scale and complexity. A vast ecosystem, such as a forest, may encompass numerous smaller ecosystems like streams, ponds, or patches of grassland, each contributing uniquely to the overall ecological tapestry. The distinct characteristics of ecosystems are shaped by various factors, including climate, geography, and the organisms residing within them. For instance, compare the resilient flora and fauna adapted to the harsh conditions of a high mountain range, often characterized by extreme temperatures and reduced oxygen levels, with the lush, biodiverse community found in a tropical rainforest, where humidity and warmth create optimal growth conditions. This variation extends to ecosystems like oceans and deserts, each hosting unique organisms that have evolved specialized traits to survive and thrive within their particular environmental niches. Central to the functioning of any ecosystem are crucial processes such as food webs, nutrient cycling, and energy flow. These processes illustrate the interconnectedness of all life forms within an ecosystem. Every organism plays a specific role, whether as a producer, consumer, or decomposer. For example, plants harness solar energy through photosynthesis, forming the foundation of the food web, while consumers, such as herbivores and carnivores, depend on these plants and other animals for sustenance. Meanwhile, decomposers break down organic matter, returning essential nutrients to the soil and ensuring the continued productivity of the ecosystem. It is essential to recognize that every ecosystem has a defined carrying capacity, the maximum population size of a species that its environment can sustain without degrading the ecosystem. Factors such as the overpopulation of a particular species, natural resource depletion, or the introduction of invasive species can disrupt this balance, leading to ecosystem destabilization. Additionally, the pollution of air, water, and land significantly compromises environmental health, adversely affecting not just individual species but the entire ecosystem and its ability to maintain biodiversity. The impacts of climate change, largely driven by human activities and greenhouse gas emissions, represent one of the most pressing challenges facing ecosystems today. Variations in climate patterns disrupt seasonal behaviors and migration routes, leading to shifts in species distributions and overall ecosystem functionality. In response to these challenges, governments around the globe are increasingly aware of the necessity to mitigate climate change by decreasing reliance on fossil fuels. They are investing in and promoting renewable energy sources such as solar and wind power, as well as exploring sustainable practices like bioenergy, aiming to support both the health of our ecosystems and the well-being of future generations. In essence, ecosystems are intricate systems of interdependent life, perpetually shaped by natural processes and human impacts. Understanding and nurturing these relationships, while taking proactive measures to protect and restore ecosystems, is vital for achieving sustainability and preserving the planet's invaluable biodiversity. Comprehending ecosystems. Every element that constitutes an ecosystem, whether it is a living organism or an inert ingredient, plays a vital role in maintaining the balance and functionality of that ecosystem. For instance, forested slopes are crucial in preventing soil erosion, while trees continually contribute to oxygen production and help enhance moisture levels both in the air and within the soil. Birds play their part by dispersing seeds across various locations, thus enabling the growth of new plant life. Moreover, insects residing on tree branches perform a vital duty by feeding on fungus and other decaying matter. Meanwhile, the microorganisms inhabiting the forest floor recycle leaf litter and other organic debris into essential nutrients, promoting healthy tree growth and a thriving ecosystem. Ecosystems can be classified into diverse types. Terrestrial ecosystems encompass deserts, forests, grasslands, tundras, mountains, islands, and savannas, while aquatic ecosystems include oceans, lakes, ponds, and rivers. Additionally, there exist ecosystems where land and water converge, such as shores and swamps. Human influence is evident in modified ecosystems like agricultural fields and urban areas. Interestingly, even places such as garbage dumps, city parks, and sewage systems develop unique ecosystems with specific communities that adapt to those environments. An ecosystem is fundamentally composed of both biotic, living, and abiotic, non-living, components. The complex interactions between these biotic and abiotic factors are integral to the overall equilibrium and survival of the ecosystem. A change affecting any single component often leads to far-reaching consequences for the entire system. Remarkably, ecosystems maintain feedback loops that contribute to their stability and resilience, allowing them to adapt to certain changes. Biotic components of an ecosystem consist of a vast array of life forms, including bacteria, fungi, plants, insects, and animals, along with their waste products, such as fallen leaves, branches, and organic remnants that enrich the nutrient cycle. On the other hand, the abiotic components include vital elements like sunlight, water, and key nutrients, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur, as well as climate factors such as rainfall, temperature, humidity, seasonal weather patterns, water salinity, and wind dynamics. These abiotic factors profoundly influence the evolution, behaviors, and population dynamics of the various living organisms within the ecosystem. They play an essential role in dictating interactions among ecosystem members. Each organism, from the tiniest fly to the majestic tiger, occupies a specific ecological niche that contributes to the intricate organization of the system. At the heart of an ecosystem lies the sun, which serves as the primary source of energy. Regardless of whether it exists in tropical regions or colder climates, summer consistently emerges as the most productive season due to the abundance of sunlight available during this time. Alterations in climate patterns induced by human activities can result in unusually prolonged summers or cooler temperatures, disturbing the energy balance within the ecosystem and subsequently leading to adverse consequences, including the extinction of certain species. Ecosystems are not static. They undergo constant changes through a natural process known as ecological succession. Through this process, the dominant species within an ecosystem may evolve over time in response to gradual shifts in energy availability, resource distribution, or as a reaction to sudden disturbances, such as natural disasters or human interventions. For instance, a grassy meadow that is regularly maintained by grazing animals may eventually transition into a woodland habitat if those grazers are removed. In certain forest ecosystems, the thick canopy formed by mature trees may inhibit undergrowth due to insufficient light reaching the forest floor, restricting the ability of other plants to flourish. However, when trees succumb to age or are toppled by hurricanes, wildfires, or logging activities, sunlight streams down to the ground, allowing new grasses and shrubs to take root and thrive, heralding the renewal of life and the dynamic play of ecological succession. Functions of ecosystems. Ecosystem functions, often referred to as ecological processes, encompass a wide array of biological, geochemical, and physical activities occurring within a particular ecosystem. These intricate interactions among various components, such as vegetation, water, soil, atmosphere, and the diverse array of life, or biota, are fundamental for sustaining living organisms within the community. They orchestrate the flow of energy and nutrients that forms the backbone of life itself. Take, for example, the vital role of plants in this network. Through the remarkable process of photosynthesis, plants harness sunlight, converting solar energy into chemical energy that fuels their growth. This energy is stored in the form of biomass, which becomes the primary nutrition source for various herbivores, insects, and other animals. The sun serves as the original source of energy, transferred through a complex food web that connects plants, herbivores, and predators, each playing a crucial role in maintaining ecological balance. As these herbivores and insects continue to interact within their food chains, larger animals, predators, come into play, preying on them and further extending the energy transfer pathway. Following the natural life cycle, when these animals and insects pass away, they do not simply vanish, rather, they contribute to the ongoing cycle of life as microorganisms, including fungi and bacteria, decompose their remains. This decomposition process is pivotal, as it breaks down leaf litter and animal organic matter into fundamental nutrients, enriching the soil and replenishing the essential components that plants depend on for their growth. Beyond their intrinsic ecological roles, ecosystem functions hold immense significance for humanity, often termed ecosystem services. These services represent various natural processes that directly benefit human life. For instance, our natural ecosystems play an indispensable role in filtering pollutants from water, enhancing its quality for consumption. Pollination, primarily facilitated by bees, is another critical service provided by nature, ensuring the reproduction of many crops that feed the global population. Marshlands serve as natural barriers, protecting shorelines from the ravages of flooding, while urban green spaces not only produce oxygen, vital for human and animal life, but also sequester excess carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, thereby combating climate change. Trees, often taken for granted, are multifunctional resources in our environment. Beyond supplying timber for various human needs, such as constructing houses and producing furniture, they provide essential habitats for countless birds and other wildlife. They also contribute significantly to air quality by absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen, playing a crucial part in mitigating the effects of global warming. As the urgency of climate change becomes ever more pronounced, international efforts like the Kyoto Protocol and subsequent agreements have focused on providing funding for reforestation and conservation initiatives aimed at protecting these vital natural resources. The array of ecosystem services provided by natural environments is not merely beneficial but essential for human survival. This is one of the compelling reasons that underscores the importance of preserving our natural surroundings. Should humanity be tasked with recreating all the diverse services that ecosystems provide, the costs would be astronomical, if not utterly unattainable. Therefore, sustaining the health and integrity of our ecosystems is not just an environmental concern, it is a necessity for our continued existence on this planet. Producers and consumers in India's ecology. In every ecosystem, each organism plays a vital role, contributing to the balance and vitality of the environment. The primary functions of organisms within an ecosystem can be categorized into three key groups: producers, consumers, and decomposers. These groups form the backbone of ecological interactions and energy flow. \TBF, producers, are organisms capable of harnessing energy from sunlight through a process known as photosynthesis. This energy is transformed into carbon-based molecules, such as carbohydrates, which serve as essential food sources for organisms at higher trophic levels. Producers, often referred to as autotrophs, are the foundational elements of any ecosystem. They form the basis of the food web by generating their own food from sunlight, thus supplying energy to other organisms in the ecosystem. This group includes all types of plants, as well as algae and photosynthesizing phytoplankton found in aquatic environments. These primary producers not only provide energy but also play a crucial role in carbon dioxide absorption and oxygen production, pivotal processes for sustaining life on Earth. \TBF, consumers, on the other hand, are those organisms that lack the ability to create their own energy and must rely on ingesting other organisms for sustenance. The classification of consumers is hierarchical and includes various levels. \TBF, primary consumers, are herbivores, or plant-eaters, that directly consume producers. This group includes a wide range of organisms, from small insects that feed on plant leaves to larger animals, such as deer and grazers. Interestingly, even certain fish species that consume algae are categorized as primary consumers. \TBF, secondary consumers, are carnivores that feast on primary consumers. This level encompasses a variety of organisms, from birds that prey on insects to humans who consume herbivorous animals like goats and fish. \TBF, tertiary consumers, further up the food chain exclusively consume secondary consumers. They include animals such as predatory fish that hunt and eat other fish, as well as larger mammals and birds of prey. These consumer classifications are reflective of the different \TBF trophic levels within an ecosystem, indicating the roles organisms play based on their feeding relationships. However, as organisms move up through trophic levels, an important phenomenon occurs known as \TBF, bioaccumulation. Certain toxic substances, like mercury and other heavy metals, can accumulate in the bodies of organisms over time. These toxins might be present in the environment at non-harmful levels, but as predators consume prey that have ingested these substances, the toxins become concentrated. This is particularly concerning for high-level consumers, including humans, who may suffer from serious health effects due to the consumption of contaminated fish or animals. Historical instances, such as the decline of hawks and eagles due to high concentrations of the pesticide DDT, highlight the critical need for regulating industrial pollutants to protect ecosystems and health. It is also noteworthy that only about \TBF, 10% of the energy, is transferred from one trophic level to the next. This energy loss underpins the structure of food webs, explaining why there are significantly more producers, like grasses, than herbivores, such as deer. Similarly, there are fewer carnivores, like lions or falcons, at the top of the food chain. These predators require extensive hunting territories to find sufficient prey, illustrating the inefficiency of energy transfer between trophic levels. This concept provides valuable insight into the environmental impact of dietary choices, suggesting that adopting a vegetarian lifestyle is often more energy efficient and eco-friendly compared to a meat-based diet. Lastly, \TBF, decomposers, or detritivores, occupy an essential slot within ecological systems by breaking down organic matter from dead organisms, fallen leaves, and waste products. These organisms, primarily bacteria and fungi, do not consume living organisms but instead recycle nutrients by decomposing dead matter. For example, the breakdown of a rotting fruit or the decomposition of dead trees by fungi not only clears the ecosystem of organic waste but also redistributes crucial nutrients such as carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus back into the soil. In doing so, decomposers play a paramount role in facilitating new growth and sustaining ecosystem health by ensuring the continuous availability of essential abiotic ingredients for future generations. In conclusion, the interplay between producers, consumers, and decomposers forms a complex web of relationships that sustains ecological balance. Understanding these roles is essential for appreciating the intricacies of Indian ecology and informing sustainable practices that protect our environment for generations to come. Ecosystem dynamics. At the heart of every ecosystem lie three fundamental processes: the energy cycle, the water cycle, and the nutrient cycle. These interdependent cycles play a crucial role in sustaining life and maintaining ecological balance. The energy cycle represents the flow of energy through an ecosystem, beginning with the sun, which emits radiant energy captured by primary producers such as plants and phytoplankton through the process of photosynthesis. This energy is then transferred through various trophic levels, from herbivores that consume plants to carnivores that prey on these herbivores. As energy moves through the food web, it is transformed and dissipated, but crucially, it catalyzes the growth and reproduction of organisms, contributing to biodiversity and ecosystem resilience. Similarly, the water cycle is an essential process that governs the movement of water within the ecosystem. It encompasses stages such as evaporation, condensation, precipitation, and infiltration. Water is not just a vital component for the survival of all living organisms, it also facilitates various ecological processes, including nutrient transport and temperature regulation. Through continuous cycling, water ensures that habitats remain viable, supporting both terrestrial and aquatic life forms. The nutrient cycle ties directly into both the energy and water cycles by recycling essential elements like carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus. Decomposers, such as fungi and bacteria, play a pivotal role in breaking down organic matter, returning nutrients back to the soil, and making them available for uptake by plants. This cyclical flow of nutrients is critical for sustaining growth and ensuring that ecosystems remain productive and healthy over time. Overall, the intricate connections among these cycles serve to transfer vital building blocks throughout the ecosystem, allowing it to function cohesively. When one of these processes is disrupted, it can have cascading effects on the entire system, leading to imbalances that can threaten the survival of species and the resilience of habitats. Understanding these processes is essential for implementing effective conservation strategies and promoting sustainable practices to protect our planet's ecosystems. Energy flow. The sun stands as the primary and ultimate source of energy that fuels ecosystems across our planet. As a fundamental abiotic component, sunlight infuses life into the biosphere, entering the system in the form of radiant light. Through the remarkable process of photosynthesis, plants capture this solar energy and convert it into chemical energy, transforming nutrient-rich soil into sugars, carbohydrates, proteins, fats, and numerous other essential organic molecules. These molecules serve as the building blocks of life, forming the basis of the food chain and providing energy not only for plants but also for animals and humans who rely on this biological food for their energy needs. According to the first law of thermodynamics, often encapsulated in the saying that energy cannot be created or destroyed, this principle underscores the transformation of energy as it circulates within ecosystems. While energy seamlessly shifts from one form to another during biological processes, it is important to note that some of it invariably dissipates as heat. This phenomenon occurs continually, particularly during energy transfer between organisms, such as when one organism consumes another for sustenance. The dynamic flow of energy within an ecosystem reveals its open system nature. Solar energy enters the ecosystem readily, but it can also exit in various forms, most notably as heat. For example, when an animal exhales or undergoes metabolic activities such as movement, it loses energy as heat. This continuous inflow and outflow of energy highlight the intricacies of ecological interactions, forging a complex web of relationships that sustain life. Energy transfer becomes most apparent in the predator-prey dynamics that characterize ecosystems. These relationships are fundamental to energy flow, with predators deriving their energy by consuming prey, thus advancing the cycle of life. Each interaction represents a vital link in the intricate chain of energy that nurtures and sustains various life forms. Moreover, organic molecules produced through the harnessing of solar energy are not solely reliant on consumption. They also cycle back into the ecosystem through decomposition, further enriching the system. Microorganisms, including bacteria and fungi, play a critical role in this process by breaking down dead organic matter, whether it be the remnants of plants and animals or the waste excreted by living organisms. Through this decomposition, these decomposers convert organic material back into their inorganic constituents, effectively returning vital nutrients and carbon to the ecosystem. This recycling process ensures that energy and nutrients remain available to sustain and support the diverse array of life forms within the ecosystem. Thus, the energy cycle within ecosystems is a remarkable interplay between the sun, living organisms, and the intricate processes that govern life on Earth. By understanding these cycles, we gain valuable insight into the resilience and sustainability of the natural world, emphasizing the necessity of preserving these essential interactions for future generations. Hydrological cycle. Water is a fundamental component of any ecosystem, traversing through a dynamic system that connects clouds, rainfall, and rivers in a continuous flow known as the water cycle. This essential cycle operates through three primary processes: evaporation, condensation, and transpiration, each playing a crucial role in maintaining ecological balance. Evaporation marks the first step in the water cycle, wherein water transitions from a liquid state to vapor. This process occurs when the sun heats water on the Earth's surface, causing it to rise into the atmosphere as a gas. It is important to note that warmer temperatures accelerate evaporation rates, as warm air has a greater capacity to hold moisture than cooler air. This process is not merely a transition, it also absorbs energy. Consequently, the surroundings may experience a cooling effect, making evaporation a natural air conditioner of sorts. To put this into perspective, around 90% of the atmospheric water vapor originates from evaporation, highlighting its significance in the broader context of our climate system. Once in the atmosphere, water vapor undergoes condensation. This process is responsible for the transformation of water vapor back into liquid, creating clouds, dew, rain, and snow. Condensation occurs when water vapor cools and combines to form droplets, usually on surfaces that are significantly cooler in temperature. While evaporation cools the surrounding area through energy absorption, condensation releases energy into the environment, thereby warming it. This balance of heat exchange plays a pivotal role in weather patterns and atmospheric stability. An often overlooked component of the water cycle is transpiration, wherein plants release water vapor into the atmosphere through their leaves. This process accounts for approximately 10% of the moisture found in the air and is influenced by various factors, including temperature, humidity, wind speed, and the availability of soil moisture. Transpiration not only contributes to the water cycle but also plays a vital role in the plant's own nutrient transport and temperature regulation. Water is a powerful agent influencing our climate system, acting on both large and small scales. As it evaporates from the Earth's surface, it absorbs heat, redistributing thermal energy across the globe. The reflective white surface of ice aids in sending sunlight back into outer space, helping to moderate temperatures. However, in an era of climate change, the melting of Arctic ice due to rising temperatures poses serious concerns. The dark ocean water that appears as ice melts absorbs more heat instead of reflecting it, thus accelerating the warming effect known as global warming. This situation not only intensifies the water cycle, leading to increased evaporation and, consequently, heavier rainfall, but it can also alter precipitation patterns, ultimately challenging agricultural practices and food security. Once rainfall occurs, water moves through the land as runoff, enriching the soil with essential minerals, nourishing natural ecosystems, and supporting agricultural activities. This movement is integral as it assists in filtering pollutants and maintaining water quality. The preservation of forests, wetlands, and other verdant areas plays a critical role in regulating runoff, allowing ecosystems to maintain their moisture levels effectively. However, the health of these ecosystems is threatened by desertification, a process where arid lands become barren due to overgrazing by livestock, deforestation for firewood, and unsustainable land management practices. To safeguard our ecosystems and maximize the benefits of the water cycle, improved land management techniques are essential. By promoting practices that enhance soil health and moisture retention, we can cultivate a robust environment that sustains not only human life but also supports a diverse range of flora and fauna on Earth. Ensuring that our ecosystems thrive is not merely an environmental concern, it is fundamental to the survival and well-being of all living organisms. Through a collective effort to enhance our understanding and respect for the intricate water cycle, we can contribute to a sustainable and flourishing planet. Nutrient cycling. The nutrient cycle represents a fundamental process within ecosystems, illustrating how essential abiotic elements, including carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, sulfur, and potassium, are transferred from the physical environment to living organisms and then cycled back into mineral forms that can be utilized by other life forms. This intricate web of interactions is pivotal for sustaining life on Earth. In nature, nutrients are often unevenly dispersed due to variations in geology, climate, and land use. Ecosystems play a critical role in the transport and transformation of these vital nutrients, cycling them through complex food webs. Plants, as primary producers, absorb these nutrients from the soil and the air to create biomass through the process of photosynthesis. This biomass serves as the foundation for diverse forms of life, providing both energy and essential building blocks for herbivores, which in turn support carnivores and other trophic levels. Moreover, decomposers, such as fungi and bacteria, are crucial in the nutrient cycle. They break down dead organic matter, deconstructing it into simpler compounds, and thereby recycling nutrients back into the soil. This process ensures the continuous availability of essential elements for plant growth and overall ecosystem health. Some species are particularly adept at enhancing nutrient cycling. For instance, legumes, such as lentils and peas, poses a unique symbiotic relationship with nitrogen-fixing bacteria, which allows them to enrich the nitrogen content of the soil. This natural process not only promotes soil fertility but also reduces the need for synthetic fertilizers. Additionally, traditional agricultural practices, such as the application of manure, contribute to nutrient recycling. By returning organic matter and carbon back to the soil, farmers can enhance soil quality and promote healthier crop yields. However, the modern reliance on artificial inputs, particularly chemical fertilizers, has transformed agricultural practices and significantly boosted crop production. Yet, this approach comes with unintended consequences. Excessive nitrogen runoff from agricultural fields can lead to nutrient pollution in lakes and oceans, resulting in harmful algal blooms and subsequent dead zones where aquatic life cannot survive. Thus, balancing agricultural productivity with environmental sustainability is paramount. To mitigate these impacts, individuals and communities can adopt practices that foster the recycling of nutrients into renewable resources. For example, composting food waste not only diverts organic matter from toxic landfills but also creates a nutrient-rich amendment that can replenish soil health. Sustainable management of nutrient cycles is essential for preserving the integrity of ecosystems and ensuring their resilience in the face of environmental challenges. In conclusion, a deep understanding of nutrient cycling is vital for promoting sustainable ecosystems. By recognizing the interconnectedness of abiotic elements and living organisms, we can design agricultural and waste management systems that support both human needs and the health of our planet. Through thoughtful stewardship of nutrient cycles, we can work toward a more sustainable and harmonious relationship between agriculture and the environment. Trophic interactions. The food web is a complex and intricate model that illustrates how the myriad of organisms within an ecosystem sustain themselves, spanning from the tiniest microorganisms to the largest mammals. It provides a comprehensive picture of the interactions that occur in natural environments, demonstrating the transfer of energy that occurs when one organism feeds on another. In any ecosystem, various organisms operate at different trophic levels, starting with primary producers, typically plants and phytoplankton, leading up to apex consumers, which are at the top of the food hierarchy. To grasp the dynamics of these feeding relationships, we can look at the concept of a food chain, a simplistic, linear depiction of energy flow, such as the sequence wherein larger fish consume smaller fish, which in turn eat tiny fish that graze on plankton and algae. However, this linear approach only provides a narrow view of the intricate interdependencies that exist within an ecosystem. In contrast, the food web offers a more multidimensional perspective. Here, we recognize that the interactions among organisms are not strictly hierarchical. For instance, not only do larger fish prey on smaller ones, but various species, including birds, bears, and humans, take advantage of fishes as a food source. Additionally, many creatures, such as snakes, monkeys, and humans, can predate on birds or their eggs, showcasing the complexity of these interconnected relationships. A critical aspect of the food web is its structural composition. Generally, there are significantly more individuals at the base of the food chain compared to those at the top. These foundational organisms rely on sheer numbers to enhance their survival, as opposed to the survival strategies of higher trophic levels, which may depend on individual strength or hunting prowess. The availability of food at various levels can dramatically influence population dynamics. For instance, when grasses flourish due to favorable conditions, this may lead to an explosive increase in herbivore populations. In turn, this can enhance the reproductive success of carnivores that feed on these grass eaters, resulting in a robust generation capable of overcoming challenges in their environment. Furthermore, the food web operates as a system of checks and balances within ecosystems. A surge in prey populations due to abundant food sources can lead to an increase in predator numbers. However, if the population of predators grows too large, the prey populations may become overhunted, resulting in a decline that will ultimately affect the predators due to their reliance on these prey for sustenance. The interdependence within these populations highlights how the disruption or removal of key species, particularly apex predators like tigers, can upset the delicate equilibrium and lead to unexpected consequences, such as uncontrolled population growth in prey species. A poignant example of this phenomenon can be observed in the United States, where the hunting of apex predators like coyotes, foxes, and wolves has led to a significant ecological imbalance. With these predators absent, populations of deer and rabbits surged, ultimately overwhelming the forest ecosystem and leading to overgrazing and habitat degradation. Moreover, the health of food webs is intricately linked to biodiversity. A diverse ecosystem is more resilient, able to withstand challenges from diseases, shifting populations of predators or prey, and fluctuating weather patterns. However, human activities can severely disrupt these webs. The conversion of diverse ecosystems into monoculture agricultural fields eliminates many plant and animal species, diminishing the ecological richness needed for a robust food web. Yet, when numerous species occupy similar niches, ecosystems display a remarkable capacity for adaptation and resilience. Ultimately, the intricate food webs that sustain life on Earth serve not only as indicators of how organisms are interlinked but also as reminders of our responsibility to protect and preserve the diverse ecosystems that support all forms of life. As we deepen our understanding of these connections, we can better appreciate our role within the environment and work towards harmonious coexistence with the natural world. Human impact on ecosystems. Humans exert a profound and multifaceted influence on ecosystems around the world. This influence manifests in various direct and indirect ways, fundamentally altering habitats and the organisms that depend on them. For example, when a vibrant meadow is transformed into a wheat field, the delicate balance of life that once thrived there may collapse, leading to the extinction of species that relied on that habitat. Similarly, the diverse flora and fauna of ancient forests can face dire consequences when their wooded homes are replaced by urban sprawl, agricultural fields, or industrial developments. The conversion of these crucial ecosystems not only threatens biodiversity but also disrupts ecological networks that have taken millions of years to evolve. Ecosystems are inherently dynamic, characterized by intricate relationships and checks and balances that have adapted over time. However, when they experience disruptions, whether from resource depletion, extreme weather events, overpopulation of certain species, or stressors like climate change, organisms must either adapt or risk extinction. Although humans represent just one of the countless species sharing this planet, our impact on global ecosystems is disproportionately profound. The growth of the human population presents a stark example of this impact. Just a millennium ago, the Earth's population was less than 400 million, now it exceeds 7 billion. Notably, India, while encompassing merely 2.4% of the Earth's surface, harbors over 17% of its population, making it one of the most densely populated regions globally. In earlier times, with fewer people utilizing Earth's resources, the strain on ecosystems was manageable. Today, however, burgeoning populations contribute to escalating demands for resources, drastically affecting the sustainability of ecosystems. Throughout millennia, ecosystems have developed intricate systems of balance. For instance, when insect populations grow unchecked and consume excessive plant life, a subsequent decline in their population often occurs due to a lack of sufficient food sources. Similarly, water scarcity can lead to diminished plant growth, which in turn reduces overall water demand. In contrast, humans possess a unique ability to adapt to various environments and modify those habitats dramatically to fulfill our needs. The extensive conversion of forests into residential areas, agricultural lands, and industrial sites has resulted in the loss of pristine forest ecosystems, which are crucial for maintaining biodiversity and ecological stability. Certain species have adapted to thrive only in specific ecosystems, whether on soaring mountain peaks or within pristine river deltas. As a result, human activities, including mining, pollution, and habitat destruction, can endanger both individual species and entire ecosystems. Conservation experts warn that as many as one-third of all species on Earth face threats stemming from human development and environmental degradation. Moreover, our influence extends to the largest ecosystem of all, the global climate system. The excessive combustion of fossil fuels has led to rising carbon levels in the atmosphere, resulting in global warming and increasingly erratic weather patterns. These shifts in climate not only threaten the natural cycles of nutrients and food webs but also pose serious risks to human survival. The interconnected nature of ecosystems means that the consequences of human actions can resonate far beyond immediate effects. Poverty, famine, water scarcity, and health issues have become exacerbated by the pressures we place on our ecosystems. While natural systems function in cycles that promote renewal, human-engineered systems often follow a linear path characterized by extraction, consumption, and waste. Ultimately, the health of the Earth's ecosystems determines our own survival, as humans are merely one strand in the intricate web of life. The excesses of consumption, including wasteful behaviors and overexploitation of resources, have numerous detrimental effects on our ecosystems. Key consequences include /TBF, deforestation, the loss of forests through logging and urbanization diminishes biodiversity and disrupts habitats. /TBF, water pollution, the degradation of aquatic ecosystems due to industrial and municipal pollutants jeopardize the health of watersheds and aquatic life. /TBF, wetland destruction, filling wetlands for development disrupts natural water management systems, increasing susceptibility to flooding and altering local hydrology. /TBF, overfishing, unsustainable fishing practices deplete fish populations, destabilizing the intricate balance of marine ecosystems. /TBF, soil degradation, practices such as overgrazing and intensive farming lead to soil erosion, loss of fertility, and desertification of once productive lands. The stability and resilience of natural ecosystems depend on our commitment to conserving resources, curbing wasteful consumption, and managing our ecological footprints sustainably. By taking stewardship of our environment, we can foster a healthier planet for all species, including ourselves. Ecosystem types. Ecosystems, the intricate networks of living organisms interacting with their environment, can be classified into a diverse array of types. The classification is often based on various factors, including climate, soil type, altitude, and geographical characteristics. Within this vast array, 4 primary ecosystems stand out: forests, grasslands, deserts, and aquatic environments. Each of these ecosystems plays a vital role in sustaining life on Earth, providing essential resources that are crucial for human survival and the well-being of countless other species. /TBF, forests, for instance, are rich in biodiversity, supporting a wide variety of flora and fauna. They play a key role in regulating the Earth's climate by absorbing carbon dioxide, providing oxygen, and maintaining hydrological cycles. The canopy of trees not only offers habitat for numerous species but also contributes to soil formation and protects against erosion. /TBF, grasslands, often referred to as prairies or savannas depending on their location, serve as crucial grazing grounds for herbivores and are also home to diverse plant species. They are characterized by rich soils, which make them ideal for agriculture, while they also play a significant role in carbon storage and in supporting a range of wildlife that depends on open spaces for survival. /TBF, deserts, with their harsh climates and limited rainfall, might seem devoid of life, Yet they are home to specially adapted flora and fauna that thrive in extreme conditions. These ecosystems are critical for various species and also provide unique resources such as minerals and, in some cases, renewable energy opportunities. \TBF Aquatic ecosystems, encompassing both freshwater and marine environments, are vital for supporting life on Earth. Oceans and rivers not only provide habitat for countless aquatic species but also facilitate essential processes such as nutrient cycling and atmospheric regulation. They are key sources of food and other resources for human populations. These significant ecosystem types are distributed across diverse geographical regions worldwide, forming a mosaic of biomes that share similar characteristics despite existing in vastly different climates, from the dense tropical rainforests of the Amazon to the arid expanses of the Sahara Desert, and from the icy tundras of the Arctic to the vibrant coral reefs of the Great Barrier Reef. Over extended periods, ecosystems are not static, they are dynamic systems that undergo changes through a natural process known as succession. This process describes the evolutionary stages that ecosystems may experience, where, for example, a grassland may gradually transition into a forest, or a desert ecosystem may evolve as a response to shifting climatic conditions. Understanding these transitions and the factors driving them allows us to appreciate the complexity of ecosystems and emphasizes the importance of preserving these environments in the face of climate change and human activity. In summary, comprehending the types of ecosystems and their interconnectedness is essential not only for ecological studies but also for implementing conservation strategies that ensure the sustainability of our planet's vital biomes. These ecosystems collectively underpin life and provide resources essential for human society, making their conservation a pressing global priority. Forestry ecosystems in India. In the intricate web of a forest ecosystem, trees stand as the predominant community, foundational to the sustenance of countless living organisms. They serve as living monuments, orchestrating the vital processes of energy flow, water retention, and nutrient cycling within their surroundings. In regions where nature remains untouched by human interference, such as in the pristine realms of old-growth forests, trees can attain monumental sizes. Their vast canopies form a thick overhead barrier that effectively filters sunlight, resulting in limited undergrowth and creating a unique habitat beneath. Located within the tropics, India boasts a rich tapestry of forest ecosystems that have evolved over millennia. Each forest type is a reflection of the diverse climatic conditions and geological characteristics that define the Indian subcontinent. However, these ancient woodlands have undergone significant transformations due to human activities, including deforestation, urbanization, and industrialization, over the past several thousand years. Nowadays, the forests of India can be classified into 5 primary categories: moist tropical, dry tropical, montane subtropical, temperate, and alpine. The variation in forest plants is pronounced, deeply influenced by the local climate and soil types. India's moist tropical forests are vibrant havens brimming with a diversity of life, featuring wet evergreen flora, semi-evergreen species, and a multitude of moist deciduous plants, along with distinctive swamp ecosystems that thrive in waterlogged conditions. In contrast, the dry tropical forests present a different ecological landscape, home to deciduous trees that shed their leaves seasonally, along with thorny and dry evergreen varieties. As we ascend in elevation, the montane subtropical forests emerge, showcasing a rich assortment of broadleaf trees interspersed with robust pines and resilient dry evergreens. These forests transition into montane temperate forests, where a mixture of wet, moist, and dry tree species creates a lush and vibrant ecosystem, each component contributing to the overall health and diversity of the forest. The pinnacle of India's forest diversity is found in the alpine ranges of the Himalayas. Here, the environment undergoes a remarkable transformation with subalpine trees gracing the lower elevations. As one ascends, moist alpine forests offer a striking contrast to the dry alpine zones at higher altitudes. Eventually, the tree line is reached, where the conditions become too harsh for tree survival, giving way to tundra landscapes characterized by resilient grasses, mosses, and lichen. As we reflect on the importance of these various forest ecosystems, it becomes clear that they are not merely collections of trees, rather, they are dynamic communities that play an essential role in sustaining biodiversity, supporting livelihoods, and acting as crucial regulators of climate. Protecting and restoring these invaluable ecosystems is paramount for maintaining the equilibrium of nature and ensuring the survival of countless species, including our own. Grassland ecosystems in India. Grasslands are vital ecosystems that play a crucial role in the global environment, serving as habitats for a diverse range of flora and fauna. Across the globe, regions such as the savannas of Africa and the steppes of Mongolia host native grasslands that have thrived for millennia. In contrast, the grasslands of India have a different genesis. They are not primary ecosystems but rather have emerged as a result of anthropogenic activities. The transformation of natural forests into agricultural lands and pastures, primarily driven by the need for food and livestock, has played a significant role in the formation of these grasslands. In India, grasslands can be classified based on the moisture levels predominant in their environments. This classification helps in understanding the unique adaptations and ecological functions of these diverse habitats. 1/TBF, xerophilous grasslands. These grasslands are specially adapted to survive in arid and hot conditions. They are predominantly found in the semi-desert regions of northern and western India, where rainfall is scarce and the environment is characterized by intense heat. The flora in these areas is resilient, often featuring deep-rooted grasses that can withstand drought and extreme temperatures. Such ecosystems are crucial for maintaining soil quality and preventing erosion, even as they face pressures from overgrazing and land conversion. 2/TBF, mesophilous grasslands. These grasslands, commonly referred to as dry savannas, thrive in regions like Uttar Pradesh, where the climate is more temperate and moisture levels are moderate. Mesophilous grasslands support a rich variety of grasses and herbaceous plants, which flourish under favorable conditions. This ecosystem is vital for supporting biodiversity, including numerous species of birds, insects, and mammals, which rely on these grasslands for food and shelter. 3/TBF, hygrophilous grasslands, often called wet savannas. These grasslands are located in areas of India characterized by higher rainfall and significantly moist soils. The flora in these regions typically includes lush grasses, supplemented by a variety of shrubs and small trees, thriving in the wet conditions. These ecosystems are essential for maintaining hydrological cycles, filtering water, and providing critical habitats for wildlife, particularly during the monsoon season. Despite their importance, Indian grassland ecosystems face numerous challenges, including habitat loss, encroachment for agriculture, and the impacts of climate change. It is imperative to recognize the significance of these grasslands in sustaining biodiversity and supporting human livelihoods. Conservation efforts must be bolstered to protect these critical ecosystems, ensuring they continue to fulfill their ecological roles and provide resources for future generations. Desert ecosystems in India. Deserts account for approximately 1/5 of the Earth's terrestrial landscape, a testament to their vast and austere beauty. These regions are characterized not just by their strikingly extreme temperatures, where blistering heat by day gives way to chilling cold at night, but also by their remarkably low levels of precipitation, which often register as little as a few inches annually. To thrive in such challenging environments, organisms within desert ecosystems have developed a fascinating array of adaptations focused primarily on water management and storage. Plants, such as cacti and other types of succulents, are exemplary survivors in these arid landscapes. Their unique structures enable them to retain significant amounts of water, allowing them to endure prolonged periods without rainfall. For instance, the waxy coating on a cactus minimizes water loss through evaporation, while its deep root systems can tap into moisture reserves located deep underground. Similarly, camels, often referred to as the ships of the desert, possess remarkable physiological traits that allow them to store water in their distinctive humps. This adaptation enables them to traverse expansive stretches of arid land without requiring immediate access to water, making them essential companions for human travelers in the desert. In the animal kingdom, reptiles play a significant role in the desert ecosystem. As ectothermic, or cold-blooded, creatures, reptiles capitalize on the abundant warmth provided by the relentless desert sun to regulate their body temperatures and maintain their activity levels. While it may appear that deserts are largely devoid of life due to their harsh conditions, a closer look reveals a surprising variety of species that have adapted to the unique challenges of these environments. For example, while the endless sand dunes of the Sahara might seem barren, the Sonoran Desert of North America showcases a lush tapestry of plant and animal life, highlighting that not all deserts are created equal. An oasis, a rare and vital resource in the desert, serves as a critical hub for biodiversity. Surrounding these lush patches of vegetation, diverse ecosystems flourish, with abundant flora and fauna finding refuge in the presence of water. Deserts like the expansive Sahara in Africa, the sandy expanses of Australia's outback, and semi-arid regions like North America's sagebrush desert exemplify the vast range of desert types across the globe. Interestingly, desert classifications are not confined to merely hot conditions. Cold deserts exist in the frigid realms of Antarctica and Greenland, where low temperatures and scant precipitation define the landscape. Collectively, deserts occupy roughly 17% of the world's total landmass, presenting a paradox. Despite their low productivity and wildlife abundance, they boast a surprisingly high level of biodiversity. Remarkably, 1/4 of all global vertebrate species find a niche in these inhospitable terrains, showcasing nature's incredible capacity for adaptation and survival amid adversity. As we delve deeper into the intricate web of life in desert ecosystems, it becomes evident that these landscapes, while challenging, are vibrant cauldrons of life and resilience, offering lessons in adaptation, survival, and the interconnectedness of all living things. Freshwater and marine ecosystems in India. Aquatic ecosystems encompass a remarkable variety of water environments that are vital for the planet's biodiversity and ecological balance. These ecosystems include not only tranquil lakes and meandering rivers but also floodplain marshes and expansive oceans. Each of these aquatic habitats is teeming with a diverse array of life forms. Within them, microorganisms such as bacteria and fungi coexist with plankton, the tiny, drifting organisms that form the foundation of many aquatic food webs. Larger inhabitants include an impressive range of species, from vibrant fish to majestic marine mammals. The ecosystems thriving at the depths of oceanic trenches present stark contrasts to those found in shallower ponds and streams, yet all these environments fundamentally share the characteristic of being water-based. Aquatic ecosystems can be primarily classified into three main categories: freshwater, transitional communities, and marine or saltwater ecosystems. Freshwater ecosystems, while covering a mere 0.8% of the Earth's surface, are incredibly rich in biodiversity. These ecosystems can be categorized into two major types: standing water communities, identified as lentic systems, and moving water communities, referred to as lotic systems. Lentic systems vary widely in size, ranging from temporary puddles to vast lakes, each supporting unique biological communities. Conversely, lotic systems, including streams and rivers, exhibit dynamic characteristics, flowing through diverse terrains and conditions, sometimes extending for thousands of miles. Because of these variables, the life forms that have adapted to thrive in lentic versus lotic systems display notable differences. In the lentic ecosystems, life flourishes through a variety of organisms, including algae, rooted plants, and floating-leaved vegetation. Invertebrates such as worms alongside filter feeders, as well as crustaceans like crabs and shrimp, contribute to the biological tapestry. Amphibians, including frogs and salamanders, as well as reptiles such as turtles and water snakes, also inhabit these systems, not to mention the many species of fish that populate standing waters. Meanwhile, the variability inherent in lotic ecosystems depends significantly on factors such as the strength of the water flow and the penetration of light. In slow-moving river sections, where the water may run deep and still, the ecological dynamics can resemble those found in lentic systems. Primary producers, predominantly algae, are essential in these environments, serving as food sources for various community members, including fish, crayfish, aquatic insects, and mollusks. Additionally, bacteria play a critical role in these systems by breaking down organic materials, such as dead leaves, recycling nutrients back into the ecosystem and sustaining the intricate circle of life. Transitional communities represent an ecosystem type that lies at the interface of land and water. This category includes vital habitats such as estuaries, riverbanks, marshes, and wetlands. Estuaries, specifically, mark the fresh and saltwater boundary where rivers meet the ocean, resulting in a unique mixing of salinity levels that can fluctuate based on tidal patterns. This dynamic creates an environment that is often sheltered from the harsh conditions of ocean waves and the fast currents of rivers, ultimately fostering a rich diversity of aquatic life. However, these transitional areas face numerous threats from human activities and development. Within transitional communities, wetlands emerge as particularly crucial habitats. They encompass various types, including bogs, fens, swamps, and marshes, all of which perform essential functions beneficial to both nature and humanity. Wetlands act as natural filtration systems, removing pollutants from water while simultaneously serving as nurseries for fish and offering buffers against floods by absorbing excess water. The abundance of sunlight in wetlands further supports a rich biological diversity, with plant life including water lilies, mangroves, tamarack, and sedges. This flourishing environment also attracts numerous species of reptiles, amphibians, and shorebirds, making wetlands indispensable to local ecosystems. Oceans, covering approximately 71% of the Earth's surface, encompass vast marine ecosystems that can be categorized into areas such as shorelines, estuaries, bays, coral reefs, and the expansive open ocean. These ecosystems range from the brightly lit surface waters to the dark, cold depths of the sea. Shallow saltwater habitats near shore host a myriad of burrowing invertebrates, including clams, crabs, and various worm species. Marine life is tremendously diverse, from the microscopic plankton and krill to colossal creatures like whales and dolphins. Creatures inhabiting the deep ocean are often uniquely adapted to tolerate high pressures and limited light. In these regions, hydrothermal vents release hot gases into the ocean from the Earth's interior, supporting ecosystems that thrive in complete darkness, utilizing heat energy rather than sunlight. Among the most vibrant and biologically rich marine ecosystems are coral reefs, which are formed through the accumulation of calcium carbonate produced by marine organisms, including coral and shellfish. These clear, Warm waters provide an ideal habitat for an astonishing variety of fish and other marine species. Although coral reefs occupy only about 1% of the ocean's expanse, they harbor approximately 34% of all oceanic species, earning them the title of biodiversity hotspots. Unfortunately, coral reefs are sensitive to changes in temperature, and the ongoing impacts of climate change pose significant risks to their survival. Open oceans play a critical role in regulating the Earth's climate systems. These vast waters act as a heat sink, heavily influencing weather patterns and the biosphere at large. The oceans are not just passive reservoirs, they absorb a large portion of the heat that accumulates in the atmosphere due to global warming and are fundamental in the generation of rainfall over land areas. Thus, the health of our oceans is intrinsically linked to the well-being of the planet as a whole, underscoring the urgent need for conservation efforts to protect these invaluable aquatic ecosystems. Summary and insights. Sustainable ecosystems play a vital role in maintaining the intricate web of life on our planet, ensuring that the living world operates smoothly and predictably. These ecosystems are not merely a backdrop for human existence, they are dynamic communities that foster stability by efficiently cycling nutrients and energy. This natural cycling is essential for the growth and sustenance of diverse species, including humans, who have co-evolved with these biomes, adapting to the rhythms and resources they provide. The landscapes shaped by sustainable ecosystems offer a familiar and reliable environment where both flora and fauna can thrive in a balanced state of coexistence. These environments create a sense of predictability. Plants and animals flourish in a system that functions as an interdependent whole, supporting a rich tapestry of life. For instance, forests provide oxygen, purify air and water, and offer habitats for countless species, while wetlands act as natural water filters and buffers against flooding. However, human activities pose significant threats to this delicate equilibrium. Actions such as over-extraction of water resources, the introduction of harmful pollutants that disrupt food chains, and practices like clear-cut logging can profoundly derail ecological balance. Such disturbances not only jeopardize species survival but also compromise the essential services these ecosystems provide. The repercussions may manifest as reduced biodiversity, soil degradation, and compromised air and water quality, ultimately affecting human health and livelihoods. It is imperative that we cultivate a deep respect for sustainable ecosystems and recognize their irreplaceable value. By protecting and restoring these environments, we ensure that they can continue to service the myriad needs that underpin human well-being, from clean water and air to fertile soil and stable climate conditions. The commitment to sustainability is not just an ethical choice, it is crucial for the survival and prosperity of future generations. Only by fostering a harmonious relationship with our ecosystems can we hope to secure a stable, enduring future for all species sharing this planet. Natural resources. Overview. Planet Earth is a remarkable planet, richly endowed with a variety of natural resources that are vital for the survival and prosperity of all life forms. Among these invaluable resources are water, forests, minerals, and productive land, each playing a crucial role in sustaining the environment and supporting human civilization. Water, often considered the essence of life, is not only necessary for hydration but also serves as a fundamental component for agriculture, industry, and sanitation. Furthermore, forests are indispensable, functioning as the lungs of our planet by absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen, a process that is essential for maintaining a balanced atmosphere. They also act as natural stormwater sinks, effectively reducing the risk of flooding, particularly in urban settings, where impermeable surfaces prevent water absorption. As the global population surges towards unprecedented numbers, the demand for natural resources is escalating, making their use not just inevitable but critical for sustaining human development and well-being. However, to ensure that future generations inherit a healthy planet, it is imperative that we pursue effective and sustainable methods of utilizing these resources. An equitable approach to resource use not only elevates the living standards of individuals worldwide but also fosters a sustainable environment that can continue to support life on Earth for generations to come. Nevertheless, human activities pose severe threats to the preservation of these natural resources. The relentless conversion of forests into agricultural land in pursuit of food security, coupled with rampant urbanization, is leading to significant deforestation. This loss of greenery has dire consequences as it contributes to climate change and disrupts the ecosystems that are vital for maintaining biodiversity. Additionally, the unregulated mining of mineral resources, if not conducted with stringent environmental safeguards, can inflict irreparable damage on the health and well-being of communities adjacent to mining operations, leading to social and economic challenges. Given these pressing concerns, the question arises, how can India effectively manage and preserve its rich natural resources for the benefit of both current and future generations? In this chapter, we will explore the various laws and regulations that India has implemented to combat the depletion of its natural resources. A focus will be placed on the management of water resources, emphasizing strategies that promote public health and safety while addressing the needs of agriculture, industry, and ecosystems. We will delve into the financial implications associated with water management and examine integrated water management systems that offer a holistic approach to balancing water supply and wastewater treatment. Moreover, this chapter will highlight sustainable practices for managing forest and mineral resources, underscoring the importance of stewardship and conservation in achieving balance between development and ecological health. Through this discussion, we aim to foster an understanding of the need for thoughtful and informed actions that prioritize the health of our planet alongside human advancement. Water resources in India. Water is one of our planet's most precious resources, constituting approximately 70% of the Earth's surface. However, despite this abundance, not all the water found on Earth is suitable for human consumption and other essential activities. In fact, a mere 3% of the total water available is fresh water, with the rest being salt water found in oceans and seas, which is unsuitable for drinking or agricultural use. The limited supply of fresh water is crucial for a multitude of purposes. It is indispensable for sustaining human life through drinking, plays a key role in various industrial processes, and is vital for agricultural practices that ensure food security. Furthermore, water is not just a resource to be consumed, it is a fundamental element of the ecosystems that support our planet's biodiversity. Healthy aquatic ecosystems provide a habitat for countless species of flora and fauna, support nutrient cycling, and help regulate the climate. They contribute to various environmental services such as water purification, flood regulation, and soil fertility, all of which are essential for maintaining the delicate balance of our natural world. To manage these invaluable water resources effectively, it is imperative that we cultivate a comprehensive understanding of the intricate relationship between water, humans, and the natural environment. This understanding extends to recognizing how human activities can impact water quality and availability, often leading to pollution, over-extraction, and habitat destruction. Without proactive measures and an informed approach, we risk depleting these vital resources beyond recovery. Sustainable management of water resources is not merely a necessity, it is a responsibility that falls on each one of us. By fostering an appreciation for the critical role of water in our lives and in the health of ecosystems, we can work collectively towards strategies that ensure equitable access, conservation, and protection of this vital resource for future generations. Only by embracing a holistic view of water management can we safeguard the well-being of both human populations and the planet as a whole. Hydrological, nutrient, and carbon cycles in water utilization. The hydrologic cycle, a fundamental component of Earth's systems, begins with the vital process of precipitation. Rainfall contributes to the replenishment of our freshwater resources, filling rivers, lakes, and underground aquifers that serve as reservoirs for both human use and ecological habitats. As water flows from these sources into the oceans, it plays a critical role in maintaining the balance of our planet's water systems. The sun's energy fuels the evaporation of water from these bodies, creating vapor that condenses into storm clouds, ultimately leading to the cycle's completion with another bout of rain. However, the hydrologic cycle is not without its challenges. It can yield extremes. Heavy rain can cause devastating floods, while the absence of precipitation can lead to prolonged droughts. These water-related crises necessitate effective management strategies to safeguard human lives, preserve biodiversity, and protect property from the adverse impacts of these phenomena. In addition to water dynamics, the cycling of essential nutrients plays a vital role in sustaining ecosystems and agricultural productivity. Wastewater generated from both animal and human activities is often rich in key nutrients such as potassium, nitrogen, and phosphorus, elements that are pivotal for plant growth. These nutrients originate from the food consumed by living organisms, which, in turn, is sourced from our agricultural lands. To complete the nutrient cycle effectively, it is crucial to return these valuable nutrients back to the soil. By doing so, we can enhance plant growth and elevate agricultural yields, ultimately promoting food security and environmental health. Detailed methods for recycling nutrients found in wastewater, as well as strategies for completing the nutrient cycle, are discussed in section 3.2.3 of this chapter. Moreover, another critical factor influencing our environment is the increase in greenhouse gases, GHGs, such as carbon dioxide, methane, and others in the atmosphere. The rising levels of these gases are directly associated with global warming, an issue that has far-reaching consequences for ecosystems, weather patterns, and human health. One effective strategy for mitigating these emissions is to actively engage in completing the carbon cycle. We can sequester carbon through the growth of plants that are nourished by the recycled nutrients from wastewater. Plants naturally absorb carbon dioxide, acting as a carbon sink and helping to reduce the overall concentration of GHGs in the atmosphere. By enhancing agricultural practices to incorporate recycled wastewater, we not only support plant growth but also contribute to climate change mitigation efforts. In conclusion, understanding and managing the hydrologic, nutrient, and carbon cycles is essential for sustainable environmental practices. Each of these cycles is interconnected, and addressing the challenges they present can lead to healthier ecosystems and a more resilient future for both humanity and the natural world. Water management for public health. A fundamental requirement for safeguarding public health is the provision of clean drinking water to both urban and rural populations. In India, the importance of this issue has been recognized at the governmental level, leading to the enactment of several crucial laws that align with the standards set forth by the United States Environmental Protection Agency, USEPA, and the World Health Organization, WHO. The enforcement of these legislative measures is overseen by the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, MoE-FCC, in conjunction with central and state pollution control boards, which work collaboratively to maintain and enhance water quality standards. In a similar vein, the United States pioneered legislative efforts to ensure safe drinking water with the enactment of the Safe Drinking Water Act, SDWA, in 1974. This landmark legislation was designed explicitly to safeguard public health by regulating public drinking water supplies. The SDWA has undergone significant amendments, notably in 1986 and 1996, prompting a robust framework aimed at preserving the quality of drinking water sourced from various environments, including rivers, lakes, reservoirs, springs, and groundwater wells. Under this Act, the USEPA is empowered to establish and enforce regulations, also mandating that all public water system owners and operators adhere to stringent primary drinking water standards that specifically address health-related concerns. The amendments introduced in 1996 placed a further emphasis on the necessity for the USEPA to conduct thorough risk assessments and cost analysis, alongside employing the best available peer-reviewed scientific evidence to inform the development of these primary drinking water standards. State governments are responsible for implementing regulations in accordance with USEPA guidelines while also fostering the achievement of secondary drinking water standards, which primarily address nuisance-related issues. Delving deeper into the framework of water quality standards, we will discuss both primary and secondary drinking water standards in subsequent sections. Additionally, the USEPA sets forth minimum standards for state programs aimed at protecting underground sources of drinking water from contaminants that may arise from surface pollution or the underground injection of harmful substances. On a global scale, the WHO has established comprehensive international drinking water quality standards, which are crucial for safeguarding public health across diverse populations worldwide. Nevertheless, the degree of enforcement of these standards can differ significantly from one country to another, leading to inequalities in public health protections. Alarmingly, nearly 3 billion individuals across the globe lack access to water that meets these essential quality standards, leaving them vulnerable to waterborne diseases such as diarrhea and other serious health issues. The United Nations Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, call for all nations to strive towards achieving WHO standards by the year 2015. In response to this urgent challenge, the United Nations has initiated various programs aimed at strengthening the capacities of developing countries to fulfill these goals. The collective effort underscores the critical nature of clean drinking water as a cornerstone of public health and well-being, highlighting the need for sustained global collaboration to ensure that every individual, regardless of their geographical location, has access to safe and potable water. Water utilization for public safety and recreational purposes. The availability of water for fire protection is crucial to community safety and must be ensured at all times. Recognizing this necessity, the United States Environmental Protection Agency, USEPA, has put forth specific guidelines detailing both the quantity and quality of water designated for public safety requirements. However, the utility of water extends beyond safety. It also plays a significant role in recreational activities. Our water bodies should naturally support a vibrant ecosystem that allows for fishing and swimming, emphasizing the importance of preserving their health. In response to the increasing concerns over water quality, the Federal Water Pollution Control Act was enacted in 1948. This pivotal legislation was the first major attempt by the U.S. government to tackle the pollution crisis facing our waterways. As public awareness and demand for cleaner water intensified, it became evident that stronger measures were needed, leading to the passage of the Clean Water Act, CWA, in 1972. The CWA laid down the foundational framework for regulating pollutant discharges into U.S. waters and established quality standards for surface water. In 1977, subsequent amendments further refined these standards, ensuring that they were met through the regulation of point source discharges, essentially wastewater released from specific, identifiable sources such as factories and municipal facilities. These point source discharges are governed by permits issued under the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, NPDES, which requires compliance with established water quality standards. In response to the understanding that pollution is not only a product of point sources but also stems from broader, diffuse origins, the UPSC has developed guidelines to address non-point sources of pollution. These encompass runoff from agricultural lands, construction activities, and various other land use practices. Through diligent enforcement of regulations pertaining to both point and non-point sources, American rivers and water bodies have benefited from substantial cleanup efforts, restoring many to a condition that allows for safe fishing and swimming, while reinforcing public safety and recreational opportunities. In contrast, India's experience with water pollution control has been marked by significant challenges despite the legal frameworks in place. Numerous laws have been enacted to combat water pollution, yet the enforcement of these regulations has often been insufficient. A glaring example of this is the Yamuna River in Delhi, where inaction from government authorities has led to a rapid decline in water quality. Alarmingly, a mere fraction of the municipal wastewater generated is treated before it enters the Yamuna, leading to the river's degradation. Additionally, the influence of industrial discharges, particularly those from numerous small and medium-scale industries, has rendered large swathes of the Yamuna unfit for drinking, fishing, or swimming. Research indicates that the river's water is relatively clean until it reaches the regions of Haryana and Delhi, shedding light on the detrimental effects of pollution. Not only the Yamuna but many other water bodies across India are grappling with severe pollution issues that threaten public health and safety. Unless citizens actively advocate for robust protection of water quality, pushing for the cleanup of municipal waste and the strict enforcement of existing laws, vulnerable populations, who rely on these contaminated water sources for their daily drinking needs, will continue to bear the brunt of this environmental negligence. It is imperative for communities to unite in demanding government action to safeguard these essential resources for all. Agricultural and industrial water utilization. India, a predominantly agricultural nation, relies heavily on its water resources, utilizing approximately 80% of available water for irrigation purposes. This significant allocation has led to notable tensions between states, particularly regarding the distribution of river water for agricultural use. In several instances, the Supreme Court has had to step in to address and mediate these conflicts. As the Indian economy continues to grow alongside a burgeoning population, the demand for water does not only originate from the agricultural sector. Industries, including the power sector, are also emerging as major consumers of this vital resource. Unfortunately, the escalating water requirements for both agriculture and industry have resulted in a situation where municipalities are increasingly unable to meet domestic water needs. This has led to acute water shortages, particularly in metropolitan areas, where the convergence of population density and economic development exacerbates the problem. A case in point is Chennai, where a power plant was compelled to innovate by recycling municipal wastewater. After treating it to meet stringent water quality standards, the plant successfully generates 200 megawatts of power, demonstrating the potential of wastewater as a valuable resource. To strike a balance between the competing demands of agriculture, industry, and household needs, the comprehensive recycling of wastewater from municipalities and industries emerges as a pivotal solution. This practice not only provides a sustainable water source but also returns essential nutrients to the soil, thereby enhancing agricultural productivity. Additionally, integrating rainwater harvesting with wastewater recycling and reuse can furnish society with sufficient water resources to meet its diverse demands sustainably. The United States provides a pertinent example of effective wastewater treatment and recycling initiatives. In the early 1970s, following the launch of a federal program by the United States Environmental Protection Agency, UPSC, numerous communities began to enhance their wastewater management systems. One notable project is the Deep Tunnel Project in Chicago, Illinois, which comprises a network of tunnels extending 109 miles and includes two substantial reservoirs designed to prevent untreated wastewater from contaminating Lake Michigan, the city's primary drinking water source, during heavy rainfall. In many older cities like Chicago, combined sewer systems handle both rainwater and sewage, but these systems, along with the existing wastewater treatment plants, often lack the capacity to manage the influx of wastewater during storms. This situation exposes local water bodies to pollution, underscoring the critical need for investment in robust water infrastructure to safeguard public health. In India, with over 630,000 villages housing nearly 700 million residents, many communities face substantial gaps in water supply and wastewater treatment capabilities. While sophisticated irrigation systems are present in various regions of the country, countless villages remain reliant solely on monsoon rains for their water supply, which is neither reliable nor adequate to sustain their needs. Emerging solutions, such as low-cost wastewater treatment lagoons powered by renewable energy sources like solar or wind, can be introduced in these villages. Such systems could effectively recycle wastewater for agricultural purposes while simultaneously improving the quality of drinking water available to residents. Furthermore, common effluent treatment plants, CETPs, have been established across many industrial hubs in India to manage and recycle industrial wastewater, thus conserving fresh water resources. However, the successful operation and upkeep of these CETPs are paramount. Without efficient management, there is a significant risk that untreated wastewater could contaminate local water bodies or groundwater supplies. Hence, stringent monitoring and enforcement of regulations surrounding these facilities are essential to maintain water quality and protect the surrounding ecosystems from industrial pollution. In summary, the effective management of India's water resources necessitates a multifaceted approach that integrates irrigation practices, industrial needs, and domestic requirements, thereby fostering sustainability and protecting public health in an era of increasing scarcity. Integrated water management. Municipal agencies play a crucial role in ensuring the availability of adequate water supplies by strategically identifying water sources and devising effective distribution methods for residential, industrial, and agricultural users. However, the failure to coordinate their efforts with wastewater management agencies can lead to severe consequences, including the contamination of drinking water supplies. For instance, a scenario where a septic tank is situated uphill from a drinking water well can result in hazardous contamination, with waste from the tank infiltrating the well through natural water flow. To address these challenges, the World Health Organization, WHO, has championed the concept of integrated water management, IWM. This comprehensive approach involves meticulous planning of both water supply and wastewater infrastructure to minimize overall costs while preserving water quality. Furthermore, it emphasizes the importance of facilitating the efficient recycling of wastewater. In both urban and rural communities, IWM promotes the thoughtful placement of water and wastewater treatment plants, ensuring that treated wastewater can be recycled effectively and sustainably. Take Los Angeles as an illustrative example. With its scarce rainfall, the city relies heavily on water imported from neighboring states via an extensive and expensive network of pipes and pumping stations. To enhance efficiency, the city's planners strategically positioned the water treatment plant adjacent to the wastewater treatment plant, enabling the treated wastewater to flow by gravity into the filtration system. This innovative design not only conserves a significant amount of energy but also ensures that all recycled water is utilized effectively within the city's distribution infrastructure. In the context of India, where many urban and rural areas primarily depend on surface water sources, the challenge of inadequate wastewater treatment facilities is prevalent. Implementing integrated water management practices here could prove vital in safeguarding drinking water sources from potential contamination by untreated wastewater drains. Efforts to recycle wastewater from domestic sources such as sinks and showers can facilitate its use for gardening and irrigation, thus promoting sustainable practices. Additionally, sewage can be treated using primary and secondary treatment methods, providing a cleaner discharge that protects public health. Moreover, it is imperative to protect drinking water sources, both surface and groundwater, from contamination by restricting their usage strictly to potable water supply. Enhancing integrated practices, such as rainwater harvesting alongside wastewater management, can facilitate the most efficient utilization of water resources. This synergy is particularly beneficial in combating instances of water shortages and mitigating flooding during heavy rainfall or storm events, thereby achieving a balance that benefits both people and the environment. By understanding and implementing these principles of integrated water management, communities can achieve sustainable water usage, enhance public health, and protect vital ecosystems. This holistic approach not only addresses current water management challenges but also sets the foundation for resilient and thriving communities. Economic implications of water infrastructure. Water, as a vital natural resource, is indispensable for sustaining life and supporting ecosystems. However, its effective management poses significant challenges, particularly in preventing contamination and ensuring that communities have access to clean, safe water. Managing water resources is not only a matter of utilization, it demands careful planning, informed decision-making, and ongoing intervention, all of which can incur substantial costs. This multifaceted challenge necessitates the establishment of resilient water infrastructure, which can be segmented into several key categories. 1/TBF, rain or storm water management. This component of water infrastructure focuses on managing the runoff generated during rain events. Proper management is crucial to prevent flooding, reduce erosion, and protect water quality. Systems such as retention basins, green roofs, and permeable pavements are designed to capture and slowly release stormwater, mitigating its impact on urban landscapes and natural waterways. Innovative approaches, such as the creation of rain gardens and bioswales, further enhance the capacity to manage excess water while simultaneously improving local biodiversity. 2/TBF, water treatment and distribution system. Ensuring the delivery of safe drinking water involves a comprehensive treatment process that removes contaminants and adheres to health standards. The infrastructure for this process encompasses various stages, including filtration, disinfection, and the eventual distribution of purified water to households and businesses. Investments in advanced technologies, such as reverse osmosis and UV treatment, can enhance efficacy but often come at a higher financial expense. Furthermore, the distribution system itself must be maintained to prevent leakage and degradation, ensuring that clean water reaches consumers without compromise. 3/TBF, wastewater treatment and recycling system. Effective wastewater management is essential for protecting both public health and environmental integrity. These systems facilitate the treatment of sewage and other wastewater to remove pollutants before it is released back into the environment or reused for purposes such as irrigation and industrial processes. The challenge lies in developing efficient, sustainable treatment facilities that can adapt to varying levels of demand. Innovative solutions, such as anaerobic digestion and nutrient recovery processes, not only treat wastewater but can also generate energy, demonstrating a potential path toward resource recovery and sustainability. In conclusion, while water may be an abundant natural resource, the complexities of managing its flow, quality, and use require significant investment and strategic oversight. To ensure the sustainable availability of clean water for future generations, we must prioritize the development of robust water infrastructure that addresses stormwater management, safe delivery, and wastewater treatment comprehensively. By doing so, we not only protect our vital freshwater resources but also foster healthier communities and ecosystems. Rainwater and stormwater management. Rainwater harvesting is an essential practice that allows for the collection and storage of rainwater for immediate consumption or to recharge groundwater supplies. This practice can be effectively implemented by capturing rainwater from rooftops and channeling it into underground tanks or reservoirs. In Tamil Nadu, legislation mandates rainwater harvesting in all buildings, ensuring that the harvested water can be utilized for drinking or redirected into underground aquifers. This regulatory approach has led to significant improvements in the region's water table, as seen in Chennai, where the water levels have remarkably risen by 5 meters, alleviating water scarcity issues that typically arise during the scorching summer months. However, despite the potential benefits of rainwater harvesting, many urban areas in India, such as Mumbai and Delhi, face chronic flooding caused by inadequate stormwater management. When heavy rains occur, the rushing stormwater overwhelms the city's infrastructure, leading to substantial waterlogging and disruption. To mitigate these challenges, it is imperative to establish extensive drainage systems that can efficiently transport runoff from streets and other impermeable surfaces to designated reservoirs or open areas. These designated locations enable water to naturally percolate into the soil, replenishing groundwater supplies while simultaneously alleviating surface flooding. Effective stormwater management strategies exist across the globe, such as those practiced in the United States, where drainage systems are thoughtfully integrated with road infrastructure to minimize flood risks during heavy precipitation events. This level of planning and foresight, unfortunately, is often absent in Indian cities, which have recently experienced catastrophic floods, notably in Mumbai and Chennai. Natural drainage solutions such as tree canopies, detention basins filled with vegetation, planted sidewalks, and thoughtfully designed medians greatly enhance stormwater management. These greenery-laden features play a crucial role by absorbing rainwater, reducing runoff, and facilitating gradual infiltration into the groundwater system. Additionally, structural drainage systems, which include a network of pipes, collection basins, and earthen levees or embankments, are vital for effective stormwater management. However, as stormwater collects debris, oil, and other pollutants from urban surfaces, it necessitates thorough treatment before being discharged into rivers and other water bodies. To better address stormwater management within urban settings, the implementation of low-intensity development projects is recommended. This approach minimizes the extent of paved areas, allowing for more permeable surfaces that can effectively absorb rainwater. Many older cities worldwide face compounded challenges due to outdated infrastructure, wherein stormwater and wastewater share the same drainage systems. This dual use can lead to severe mismanagement issues, particularly during heavy rainfall, underscoring the need for modernized and specialized stormwater management practices. Ultimately, a multifaceted approach that includes both the promotion of rainwater harvesting and the enhancement of drainage infrastructure is essential for creating resilient urban environments capable of withstanding the impacts of climate change and extreme weather events. Water treatment and distribution systems. Water treatment processes play a vital role in ensuring the safety and quality of drinking water, utilizing methods such as sand and carbon filtration to eliminate particulates, as well as disinfection techniques to eradicate biological contaminants. This critical endeavor, however, comes at a significant financial burden. The overarching challenge lies in delivering water of the highest quality to the public, as water quality is paramount for safeguarding human health and well-being. With advancements in scientific understanding and measurement technologies, there is enormous potential for enhancing water quality, yet, such improvements often require substantial investment. The stringent regulations surrounding drinking water quality have evolved significantly over the years. For instance, the permissible arsenic level in drinking water was once set at 50 parts per million, ppm, but the threshold has now been drastically lowered to 10 ppm. This change reflects a growing awareness of the deleterious health effects associated with arsenic exposure. Similarly, while the benefits of fluoride in drinking water have been recognized and adopted by many municipalities in the United States to bolster dental health, certain regions in India face the adverse consequences of excessive fluoride concentrations in their water supplies. Such situations underscore the necessity for continuous monitoring of water quality and the ongoing enhancements required in treatment infrastructure. The complexity of water distribution systems adds yet another layer of challenges. Maintaining these systems is imperative to mitigate leaks and prevent the unnecessary loss of treated water. A striking illustration of this can be seen in Illinois, where access to the vast drinking water resources found in Lake Michigan is facilitated by extensive pumping stations and pipelines. The ongoing expenses associated with this infrastructure are considerable. In fact, local and state governments collectively expended over $400 million in the late 1990s to ensure that approximately 1 million consumers in the suburbs of Chicago received water from the lake. Countries like Israel exemplify effective management strategies as they implement comprehensive preventive maintenance plans aimed at monitoring and replacing leaking water and wastewater pipelines nationwide. These proactive measures conserve millions of gallons of water each year. However, they necessitate substantial budget allocations, which are often recouped through user fees. The reality is that for water infrastructure systems to be improved and sustained, equitable contributions from all users are essential. Governments must recognize that low-income populations may require subsidies to maintain access to this essential resource, given that water is fundamental to the right to life. The nexus between clean water availability and population productivity is undeniable. Governments, whether acting independently or in collaboration with private entities, are mandated to construct and maintain the necessary infrastructure for effective water delivery. Furthermore, it is crucial to achieve a sustainable balance between surface water and groundwater resources, as over-extraction of groundwater aquifers could yield dire long-term repercussions on ecosystem health and human livelihoods. Protecting these vital water sources from contamination represents another daunting challenge, requiring ongoing vigilance and investment. Unfortunately, awareness surrounding these pressing issues is alarmingly low among much of the Indian population. To better the status quo and ensure that clean water is widely available, public health agencies must spearhead focused efforts aimed at educating citizens about the vital importance of water quality and the systems in place to deliver it. By amplifying public understanding and fostering a shared sense of responsibility, we can encourage collective action towards improving water treatment, distribution systems, and overall public health outcomes. Wastewater treatment and recycling systems. Wastewater generation is a significant concern for both industrial and municipal sectors, reflecting our societal impact on the environment. In industrial contexts, wastewater contains a myriad of damaging contaminants, including heavy metals, toxic chemicals, and, in some instances, radioactive materials. These pollutants pose serious risks to aquatic life and human health if not adequately managed. Meanwhile, municipal wastewater primarily arises from human activities, such as toilet waste, shower runoff, and the discharge from domestic appliances. Fortunately, this type of wastewater can often be treated and recycled through relatively straightforward biological processes, offering a potential pathway for sustainable water management. In India, wastewater generated in industrial estates is typically addressed through common effluent treatment plants, CETPs. These facilities treat the industrial wastewater either for reuse within the estate or for discharge into local water bodies. However, it's important to note that CETPs are not universally available in all industrial zones, and many existing facilities unfortunately operate below optimal efficiency. This inadequacy contributes to alarming levels of pollution in surrounding water bodies, significantly exacerbating the country's water quality crisis. On the municipal side, the situation is troubling as well. A disconcertingly small fraction of municipal wastewater is collected and treated before recycling or discharge. The majority is directly released into rivers and water bodies, leading to further environmental degradation and public health concerns. In contrast, the United States has made considerable advancements in its wastewater management systems through the establishment of publicly owned treatment works, POTWs. These facilities process both municipal wastewater and industrial wastewater that has been pre-treated to some degree. Over the past 35 years, the US has invested in constructing thousands of POTWs, leading to marked improvements in the water quality of rivers and lakes across the nation. The financial commitment to these facilities can be substantial, ranging from a few $1,000,000 for smaller municipalities to several $1 billion for larger urban centers like Chicago. The primary components of a municipal POTW are essential for its functioning. 1/TBF collection system. This infrastructure consists of a network of sewer pipes, varying in diameter, which are responsible for transporting wastewater from individual homes to the treatment plant. Pumping stations are also integral to the system, as they help in moving the wastewater along. In larger cities with combined sewer systems, which manage both stormwater and wastewater, extensive tunnels may be necessary to effectively convey the flow. 2/TBF primary treatment system. The initial stage of treatment focuses on removing solid waste and large particles from the water. This process is crucial as it reduces the biological oxygen demand, BOD, of the wastewater, a vital metric indicating how much oxygen is available for aquatic organisms. High BOD levels can lead to oxygen depletion, resulting in fish kills and other ecological issues. In India, regulations from the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MoE FCC, specify that the BOD of effluent discharged into water bodies should not exceed 30 mg per liter. 3/TBF secondary treatment system. This stage aims to eliminate pathogenic contaminants, including harmful bacteria like fecal coliforms. Biological treatment, often facilitated by aeration, is a popular method in this phase. While this method produces significant amounts of sludge, an expensive byproduct that requires careful handling for land application, alternative solutions such as lagoon systems can be employed in smaller, decentralized wastewater treatment facilities to minimize sludge production. 4/TBF tertiary treatment system. This advanced level of treatment focuses on removing any remaining particulates and making the recycled wastewater suitable for various uses, including drinking and industrial applications. Filtration methods can range from basic sand and charcoal filters to state-of-the-art reverse osmosis systems, which utilize high-pressure membranes for filtration. Tertiary treatment represents a significant investment, particularly for facilities catering to power plants and industries like pharmaceuticals, both of which require exceptionally high water quality. As the global community increasingly recognizes the critical importance of effective wastewater management, understanding the complexities of treatment systems, both in India and abroad, becomes essential. Through improved processes and infrastructure, we can safeguard our precious water resources for future generations while promoting a sustainable environment. User fees and government subsidies. To ensure the sustainability of water resources and infrastructure, both the government and private entities must implement user fees to recoup the substantial costs associated with constructing, operating, and maintaining such facilities. However, a significant challenge arises from the economic limitations faced by the lower-income segments of society. In many cases, these vulnerable groups struggle to afford even minimal fees associated with water access. As a result, they often resort to using surface water sources for their everyday needs, which can lead to enduring public health challenges. To safeguard public health and ensure access to clean water, it is vital to maintain the purity of these surface water resources. The government must play a proactive role in managing water quality by regulating the discharges and runoff that enter these vital sources. Alarmingly, in both urban and rural settings across India, untreated sewage and industrial effluents frequently contaminate water bodies, giving rise to various waterborne diseases that disproportionately affect poor communities. These realities underscore the urgent need for comprehensive water management strategies. Municipalities face a formidable difficulty in securing the necessary funding to build, operate, and properly maintain water infrastructure. Although the Government of India has initiated numerous schemes aimed at developing essential water facilities, these efforts often fall short due to inadequate cost accounting and inefficient collection of user fees. Consequently, local governments struggle to maintain their existing infrastructure, which can lead to further deterioration of water services. By prioritizing the reduction of losses within water distribution systems and wastewater collection networks, municipalities can enhance water conservation and lower overall operational costs. The foundation for effective water services lies in the establishment of a structured and meticulously planned maintenance program for water infrastructure. This program must be supported by trained professionals who possess the expertise needed to manage these systems efficiently, alongside adequate funding sources. Collecting user fees, when effectively managed, can be an important tool in generating the necessary revenue to support these ongoing maintenance efforts. In addition to these administrative challenges, despite the existence of laws governing water cess, user fees, their effectiveness is often diminished due to a lack of adaptation to reflect the real costs of constructing and maintaining water infrastructure. For these laws to yield tangible benefits, they must be revised, and enforcement must be robust. Implementing progressive user rates, where charges correspond to the amount of water used and the capacity of consumers to pay, could create a fairer and more equitable pricing structure. Such a system could incentivize consumers to conserve and recycle water, offering lower fees as an encouragement for sustainable practices. In summary, a multifaceted approach is crucial to address the intertwined challenges of funding water infrastructure while ensuring equitable access to clean water for all citizens. Through effective policy implementation, responsible management of resources, and an emphasis on sustainability, India can work towards a future where safe drinking water is universally accessible. Energy resources in India. Energy is a fundamental requirement for enhancing the quality of life and fostering economic growth. It serves as the backbone of modern society, powering everything from homes to industries. In regions lacking access to conventional energy sources, particularly in rural settings, the practice of burning wood and other forms of biomass for cooking and heating remains widespread. In India, a significant portion of the population, especially those living in poverty, rely on firewood sourced from forests due to their limited access to electricity and liquefied petroleum gas, LPG. This dependency has led to alarming rates of deforestation, threatening biodiversity and disrupting local ecosystems in several areas across the nation. The predominant source of energy in India is derived from coal, thanks in part to the country's rich reserves of this fossil fuel. The reliance on coal not only contributes to energy security but also poses environmental challenges such as air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. As a result, coal combustion significantly impacts air quality and public health, drawing attention to the urgent need for cleaner energy alternatives. While nuclear power currently represents only about 5% of India's total energy supply, there are ambitious plans to expand this sector in the coming years. The government is exploring nuclear energy as a viable option to diversify its energy mix, reduce dependence on coal, and mitigate carbon emissions. Similarly, hydropower, generated predominantly in northern India, particularly within the Himalayan region and Punjab, plays a crucial role in the country's energy landscape. Large dam projects harness the flow of rivers, providing renewable energy while also raising concerns regarding ecological and social impacts. India has made commendable strides in pursuing renewable energy sources, such as solar and wind power. As one of the fastest-growing markets for renewable energy, the country is setting ambitious targets for capacity expansion and investment. However, it is important to note that the renewable energy sector is still in its infancy and faces challenges such as infrastructure development, financing, and technology transfer. The interplay between various energy production methods and their contributions to climate change is a pressing issue not just for India but for the global community as a whole. The continuous reliance on fossil fuels exacerbates climate change, threatening ecosystems and human livelihoods everywhere. As the world grapples with the consequences of energy production on climate, it becomes increasingly vital for nations to adopt sustainable practices and prioritize the transition towards more environmentally friendly energy solutions. Achieving a balance between meeting energy demands and protecting our planet is crucial for ensuring a sustainable future for generations to come. Energy consumption in contemporary society. In ancient times, human activities were intrinsically tied to the natural rhythms of day and night, dictated by the rising and setting of the sun. This harmonious relationship with nature is still evident in many parts of rural India, where communities observe traditional practices that rely minimally on artificial lighting sources like solar or kerosene lamps. In contrast, the rapid urbanization of modern cities has drastically transformed societal activity. Energy is now a constant presence, empowering us to work and socialize around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. From the dawn of day until dusk, energy flows through our homes and offices, illuminating our living spaces and enhancing our comfort against varied weather conditions. Yet, it is striking how many individuals in contemporary society take for granted the convenience of having electrical outlets right at their fingertips. Few pause to consider the intricate journey of how energy reaches their homes, the complex systems and infrastructures that facilitate this steady supply often remain unrecognized. Moreover, awareness of the environmental implications tied to our energy consumption remains alarmingly limited. While many people express frustration during blackouts or brownouts, the discussions rarely extend to personal accountability or the proactive measures that can be adopted to alleviate these issues. The industrial sector is another substantial energy consumer, vital to the production and transportation of goods. Historically, when energy sources were abundant and affordable, many industry owners overlooked the need for energy efficiency or conservation practices. However, the landscape has shifted. As the costs of energy increase and supply becomes more unpredictable, businesses are beginning to prioritize energy management. Conditions now compel companies to explore innovative strategies to minimize energy consumption, highlighting the pressing need for energy audits that can reveal how energy is utilized throughout operations. Transportation remains a particularly problematic sector. It heavily relies on fossil fuels, diesel and petrol, used in vehicles, trains, and airplanes, contributing significantly to the ongoing challenge of global warming. Agriculture, a cornerstone of employment and livelihood in rural India, is also heavily dependent on energy. The sector invests considerable energy resources in pumping water, operating tractors, transportation, and food processing activities. Although the potential for solar energy applications in agriculture is considerable, especially given India's abundance of sunny days throughout the year, such technologies are not yet widespread. Additionally, the vast biomass generated in these agricultural regions presents another opportunity. This organic matter, if properly harnessed, can be converted into energy, offering a sustainable alternative to fossil fuels in applications where other energy sources are not viable, such as powering tractors or transporting goods to markets. Biomass conversion techniques, including gasifiers and biomethanation, enable the transformation of agricultural and animal waste, like corn and maize, into gaseous and liquid fuels. With intelligent planning and effective waste management, agricultural regions can aspire to achieve energy self-sufficiency, significantly reducing their carbon footprints. In rural areas, homes, schools, and public institutions hold the potential to operate on alternative energy sources, but this will require coordinated work between government initiatives and industry partnerships. In numerous regions across India, efforts to harness solar energy have been mobilized, particularly benefiting those communities that remain disconnected from the electricity grid. By embracing these sustainable practices, India can take monumental strides towards a more resilient and energy-efficient future, bridging the gap between traditional practices and modern energy needs. Coal, our abundant source of energy. India boasts significant coal reserves, comprising several varieties, including bituminous, subbituminous, and lignite, spread across various regions of the nation. In fact, coal plays an indispensable role in meeting India's energy demands, with approximately 80% of the country's energy needs supplied through this fossil fuel. The most effective method of utilizing coal resides in generating electricity directly at the mine mouth. A prime example of this practice is the Neyveli lignite mine in southern India, which stands as one of the largest of its kind. Here, the excavated lignite is fed straight into the boilers, converting it into electricity for consumption across Tamil Nadu, optimizing both efficiency and resource use. However, one of the challenges associated with Indian coal deposits is their high ash content. To maximize efficiency and minimize waste, it is essential to wash the coal to remove this ash immediately at the mine site. The resultant ash can be repurposed for various construction projects, reducing waste and providing a useful resource. Conversely, transporting coal laden with ash to power plants necessitates costly pollution control measures to treat the ash, representing a resource-intensive and inefficient approach. Upon combustion in boilers, coal is transformed into steam, which powers turbines to generate electricity. This process, while effective, produces ash not only in the form of residual ash left in the boiler, known as boiler-grade ash, but also as fine particles known as fly ash, which escape through the exhaust stacks. A significant downside to coal burning is the substantial carbon dioxide emissions it generates, which contribute notably to the greenhouse effect, an influential factor driving global warming and climate change. In response to these environmental concerns, advancements in clean coal technologies have emerged, developed primarily in Europe and the United States. These technologies aim to optimize the efficiency of coal-fired power plants by ensuring that all carbon present in the coal is combusted. Innovative methods within these technologies allow coal to be converted into a gas before it generates electricity, which can potentially address some emissions challenges. Theoretically, it is also possible to sequester the carbon dioxide produced during this combustion process underground, thereby mitigating its impact on the climate. Nevertheless, the high costs associated with these state-of-the-art technologies, coupled with the challenge of securing adequate funding, remain significant barriers to their widespread implementation. In the past, Indian Railways heavily utilized coal-fueled locomotives for both freight and passenger transport. However, the resultant air pollution from burning coal in trains has prompted a transition towards diesel and electric locomotives, all in a bid to improve air quality. Moreover, coal continues to be a primary energy source for many impoverished households in India. Many of these families suffer from adverse health effects due to smoke and pollutants released from inefficient coal combustion within their homes. Transitioning to cleaner alternatives, such as biogas derived from organic waste, presents a viable solution to enhance air quality and health outcomes for these communities while simultaneously contributing to the reduction of global warming impacts. In summary, while coal serves as a crucial source of energy for India, its environmental implications necessitate a critical evaluation of its use. Transitioning to cleaner technologies and alternatives not only promises to protect the environment but also enhances the health and well-being of millions of people reliant on this abundant resource. Nuclear energy. India's reliance on nuclear fuel as a source of energy remains limited, with only 5% of the country's total energy output derived from nuclear power. In contrast, nuclear energy accounts for a substantial portion of energy generation in several advanced nations, providing as much as 80% of France's energy and approximately 20% for the United States. This disparity highlights both the potential and the challenges of nuclear technology on a global scale. One of the significant advantages of nuclear power is its contribution to reducing greenhouse gas (GHG) emissions, a crucial factor in combating climate change. However, despite its benefits, nuclear energy comes with considerable drawbacks that must be carefully managed. Firstly, health and safety concerns surrounding nuclear power are paramount. The potential for radiation exposure poses significant risks not only to workers within the facilities but also to the surrounding communities in the event of a radiation leak. Ensuring operational safety is critical, which necessitates stringent safety protocols and emergency response plans. Another major issue is the management of nuclear waste. The byproducts of nuclear energy generation, particularly high-level waste, remain hazardous for more than 10,000 years. Therefore, the long-term isolation of these materials from the environment is essential. The challenge of developing secure and effective waste management solutions illustrates the complexity of nuclear power as an energy source. In terms of financial implications, the capital costs associated with nuclear power plants are notably high when compared to traditional coal or gas-fired plants. Additionally, the construction process of nuclear facilities demands rigorous quality assurance measures to ensure safety and reliability, contributing further to the overall expenses. Another critical aspect to consider is the production of plutonium as a byproduct of reprocessing nuclear waste. Even minute quantities of plutonium can be repurposed for creating weapons of mass destruction, raising security concerns regarding nuclear proliferation. The production of nuclear fuel itself involves the processing of uranium ore, a resource that is not abundantly available worldwide. Only 45 nations belong to the Nuclear Suppliers Group, NSG, which regulates the international trade of nuclear materials. This limited membership means that India's access to consistent supplies of nuclear fuel relies heavily on approval from these nations. Historically, the country faced obstacles in expanding its nuclear capabilities due to insufficient uranium reserves and restrictions placed by NSG countries, which feared that the fuel could be diverted for military uses. A breakthrough came in 2008 when India and the United States reached a nuclear agreement with the endorsement of NSG members. This landmark deal allowed India's nuclear power industry to receive the necessary oversight from the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, ensuring a framework for safe and responsible nuclear development. When examining the waste generated by nuclear power, it is crucial to distinguish between low-level and high-level radioactive waste. Low-level waste, which remains radioactive for several months to a few years, can typically be managed in specialized landfills without significant complications. Conversely, high-level waste, which includes used fuel rods, requires substantial long-term storage solutions that ensure safety for millennia. In many countries, including France, underground repositories have been established to contain these wastes, with ongoing efforts in the United States and Europe to create similar facilities. These repositories utilize multiple engineered barriers designed to prevent nuclear waste from contaminating groundwater and other vital resources. In conclusion, while nuclear power presents an opportunity for cleaner energy production, it is accompanied by challenges that necessitate careful consideration and comprehensive management strategies. As India navigates its energy future, it must balance the potential benefits of nuclear power with the imperative of safeguarding human health and the environment. Hydropower generation in India. Hydropower has a rich history, harnessing the natural energy generated by falling water in waterfalls for generations. Once regarded as the most environmentally sustainable source of power, this perception began to shift as ecologists raised concerns regarding the negative effects of hydroelectric dams on aquatic ecosystems. Specifically, these dams can disrupt the natural habitats of fish populations and other organisms reliant on riverine environments. In India, a country endowed with vast river systems, large hydroelectric power plants have been established across various regions, harnessing the flow of significant rivers. Furthermore, numerous projects are presently underway, particularly along the Himalayan foothills, which serve as the origin for many of these vital waterways. However, while the potential of hydroelectric power is significant, there are noteworthy drawbacks that must be considered. One major concern is the construction of large dams, which can flood extensive areas of land, leading to the displacement of local communities and the destruction of arable land. A prime example of this issue is the Narmada Dam, highlighted in Chapter 12 of our text. Additionally, the placement of these power plants is contingent upon the geographical course of rivers, necessitating the installation of often costly transmission lines to transfer electricity to urban centers where it is most needed. Besides the socio-economic impacts, the ecological implications of hydroelectric projects cannot be overlooked. The alteration of river systems can have cascading effects on fish and other aquatic organisms that are integral to the local ecosystems. These changes can disrupt breeding patterns, migration routes, and food sources, ultimately jeopardizing biodiversity. Despite these challenges, hydroelectric power brings with it significant benefits that enhance its appeal as an energy source. One of the foremost advantages is that it produces minimal greenhouse gas emissions, making it a cleaner alternative when compared to traditional sources like coal or nuclear power. In addition, hydroelectric facilities play a critical role in flood control, helping to mitigate the destructive impacts of seasonal flooding, which can devastate agricultural lands and communities. The ability to provide a consistent and reliable power supply also supports overall regional development and agricultural productivity, bolstering local economies. Nevertheless, hydroelectric projects have faced substantial opposition throughout their development. This discontent arises primarily from the realization that the benefits of such projects often flow to distant population centers, leaving local communities, those who are most directly affected by the infrastructure, to contend with the adverse consequences of displacement and loss of livelihoods. If adequate compensation and support are not extended to these affected farmers and landowners, projects can experience significant delays and public opposition may become overwhelming. The adverse ecological impacts resulting from hydroelectric initiatives have even prompted governments, such as in the United States, to decommission several small, aging dams. In response to the complexities surrounding large hydroelectric projects, India has witnessed a burgeoning interest in small-scale hydroelectric initiatives. These smaller installations are strategically designed to cater to local energy needs while having minimal negative impacts on surrounding ecosystems. By promoting these localized solutions, communities can harness their own renewable energy resources, bolstering energy independence and minimizing the broader socio-environmental implications often associated with larger hydroelectric endeavors. Fossil fuel energy, gas and oil in India. Natural gas and petroleum, commonly referred to as crude oil, are vital yet rapidly depleting fossil fuels that significantly drive the transportation sector. Despite this increasing demand, a sizable number of power plants across India rely heavily on gas and oil, primarily because these fuels are the most economically feasible options available at their respective locations. It is essential to acknowledge, however, that similar to coal-fired power facilities, gas and oil-powered plants contribute to greenhouse gas (GHG) emissions, thereby exacerbating environmental concerns. Globally, the distribution of gas and oil reserves is uneven, with a substantial concentration found in specific regions, particularly the Middle East, which has been embroiled in conflict since 1948. This geopolitical instability raises alarm about the sustainability of depending on these fossil fuels for a considerable share of our energy needs. Given their significant role in elevating climate change concerns, relying on oil and gas for energy generation presents both a strategic and ethical dilemma. In the context of India, where natural gas and oil resources are relatively limited, there arises a pressing necessity for substantial investments in exploring and developing these resources. Nevertheless, it is clear that gas and oil power plants will continue to be part of the energy landscape in the foreseeable future. Therefore, the quest for alternative energy sources must be accelerated to mitigate the reliance on these fossil fuels. Moreover, the energy landscape in India faces stark challenges. In urban areas, the inconsistency of power supply disrupts daily life and economic activities, while in many rural regions, access to energy remains almost non-existent. To meet their energy needs, a significant number of households and businesses resort to using diesel engines, which not only contributes to worsening air quality but also leads to increased GHG emissions. To counteract these trends, the Government of India has prioritized the development of alternative energy sources, intending to reduce dependency on gas and oil for power generation. Encouragingly, there is a worldwide movement towards researching and developing sustainable energy alternatives. Such innovations hold the potential to economically replace the fossil fuels that have long dominated the energy sector. In light of this, the future looks promising, with a growing expectation that evolving policies and advanced technologies will enhance the role of energy sources such as nuclear power and renewable energies including solar power, wind energy, and biomass. This transition is not just essential for environmental sustainability but also for promoting energy security and economic resilience in the face of a changing global energy landscape. In summary, while gas and oil continue to play a role in India's energy portfolio, a concerted effort towards embracing alternative energy solutions is crucial for both immediate energy needs and the long-term health of our planet. The path forward lies in innovation, investment, and a commitment to sustainable practices that will pave the way for a cleaner, more reliable energy future. Harnessing solar power in India. India has firmly positioned itself as a frontrunner in the realm of solar energy, harnessing its potential especially in rural areas where solar power is often the sole source of electricity. The journey towards this renewable future began with a bold initiative announced in 2009, which aimed to generate an impressive 20,000 megawatt of solar power by the year 2020. This ambitious target was not just a reflection of India's commitment to renewable energy but also a strategic move to secure energy independence and promote sustainable development. Globally, significant research efforts are underway in nations such as Japan, China, Europe, and the United States, focusing on the reliable and efficient production of solar energy on a large scale. India is exceptionally fortunate, endowed with abundant sunlight throughout most of the year across various regions. This natural advantage presents a substantial opportunity for the country to capitalize on solar energy by enacting robust legislation that encourages both domestic and foreign investments in solar technologies. Since the launch of the Solar Initiative in 2009, the Indian government has rolled out an array of incentives aimed at the private sector. These measures are designed to enhance the adoption of solar power across both rural and urban landscapes while simultaneously addressing the critical issues of global warming and reducing the nation's reliance on imported oil and gas. This strategic approach underscores India's dedication to fostering a sustainable energy future. At the household and business levels, photovoltaic (PV) panels have emerged as a practical solution for meeting energy demands. To bolster their adoption, it is essential to drive down the costs associated with these solar panels. Implementing tax credits and other financial incentives could significantly accelerate their integration into everyday life. For instance, California's successful utilization of tax policies and financial incentives has propelled the uptake of solar technologies among individuals and companies alike, showcasing a model that India can learn from. In recognition of the growing need for alternative energy sources, India established the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE. This governmental body plays a pivotal role in formulating policies that advance the use of renewable energy, including solar. The introduction of various financial and tax policies has further reinforced this initiative, encouraging widespread adoption of solar energy within the nation. Moreover, there remains immense potential for converting energy usage in commercial and government buildings to solar power, provided there is adequate support from the government. Countries like Germany have emerged as leaders in adopting solar technologies that replace fossil fuel sources, significantly reducing greenhouse gas emissions, GHGs, and contributing to environmental preservation. These successful models can be employed in India as well as other nations, emphasizing the urgent need for clean energy solutions. There are two primary technologies through which solar energy is harnessed. 1/TBF, photovoltaic cells. These cells are assembled into panels that directly convert sunlight into electricity, providing a versatile energy source suitable for various applications. 2/TBF, solar thermal systems. These systems utilize solar panels to heat water, which can be used directly for heating purposes or in steam turbines to generate significant amounts of electricity. In the rapidly evolving landscape of solar technology, countries such as China, Japan, and Korea are in fierce competition with Europe and the United States to emerge as world leaders in solar energy technologies. Their efforts are focused not only on enhancing technological advancements but also on expanding the accessibility and adoption of solar energy in both urban and rural regions. Overall, India's journey toward harnessing solar energy serves as a compelling example of how a nation can leverage its natural resources, implement strategic policies, and foster international collaborations to build a sustainable energy future that benefits both its people and the planet. Harnessing wind energy. Wind energy has been a focal point in India's pursuit of sustainable energy since the 1990s, leading to the establishment of numerous wind farms in regions identified for their high wind potential. This shift towards wind power has paralleled advancements in related technologies across various countries, with Germany standing out as a global leader in wind energy innovation. Just as with solar energy, the efficacy of wind energy in India hinges upon the development of robust storage and transmission technologies, which are essential for accommodating the variable nature of wind generation. Characterized as a green technology, wind energy brings with it several environmental advantages. It is a renewable energy source that produces no greenhouse gas emissions during operation. In India, while wind energy generation is still in its infancy, efforts are underway to foster the establishment of extensive wind farms. These farms are strategically planned in regions with high-velocity winds, such as coastal areas, to harness their full potential and effectively distribute the electricity generated to meet local and regional energy demands. To optimize the output from wind energy projects, it is vital to conduct thorough and systematic studies that pinpoint locations with reliably high wind velocities. Such research not only aids in maximizing electricity production but also forms the foundation for responsible wind farm development. During the planning phases, it is crucial to evaluate the environmental impact on wildlife, particularly avian species, as well as the potential effects on local ecosystems. Furthermore, one of the appealing aspects of wind farms is their capacity to coexist with agricultural land use, providing rural communities an opportunity to generate supplementary income through the leasing of their land for wind energy production. The trend of offshore and coastal wind farms has gained substantial traction globally, particularly in Europe and the United States. A noteworthy example is the Danish government, which has successfully implemented wind farms off the coastline of Copenhagen and has adopted supportive policies to bolster the expansion of wind energy. In the US, the state of Massachusetts is actively pursuing the development of a large-scale wind farm in the Atlantic Ocean situated off the coast of Nantucket Island, reflecting a broader national initiative aimed at increasing the contribution of renewable energy sources to 10%-20% of the overall energy mix. This growing interest has attracted private investors, who are increasingly eyeing opportunities to invest in both wind farms and solar energy projects, driving forward the transition to cleaner, more sustainable energy solutions. The cumulative efforts across these regions highlight the significant potential of wind energy, which, when thoughtfully implemented, can play a crucial role in transforming the energy landscape, promoting environmental sustainability, and enhancing energy security. Biomass energy and biofuels. The exploration of biofuels and biomass energy has garnered substantial attention over the past 2 decades, revealing considerable opportunities for increasing energy production from these renewable sources. The ongoing debate surrounding the utilization of food crops, such as corn, for biofuel production raises critical concerns, particularly regarding its impact on food supply and the availability of arable land needed to support the food requirements of an ever-growing global population. This dilemma underscores the importance of directing research efforts toward alternative sources of energy. Innovative studies focused on utilizing non-food biomass, such as grasses and agricultural byproducts, are being conducted across various countries. Agricultural waste stands out as a significant contributor to biomass energy, providing a viable pathway for gasification and subsequent decentralized energy production in rural areas. Expanding the use of these sustainable energy sources is imperative and can be bolstered through enhanced research and development initiatives, as well as the implementation of beneficial fiscal policies and tax incentives. By replacing fossil fuels, biofuels play a crucial role in mitigating greenhouse gas (GHG) emissions, moving society toward a more sustainable energy future. In India, the development of biomass gasifiers has progressed considerably over the last 2 decades, allowing numerous agricultural communities to fulfill their energy needs sustainably. These gasifiers not only help in reducing GHG emissions but also qualify for carbon credits awarded by the World Bank Carbon Prototype Fund, creating economic opportunities for local producers. The potential of biomass energy to uplift impoverished rural communities in India, as well as in other developing nations like those in Africa and China, is enormous. Continued investment in research and development, alongside the exploration of financial incentives, is vital for catalyzing biomass energy projects in rural regions. A noteworthy illustration of innovation in this sector can be found in Bihar, where a young entrepreneur has ingeniously developed small-scale gasifiers utilizing rice husk. This advancement empowers agricultural communities with the capability to achieve energy independence, thus reducing their reliance on conventional power grids. Moreover, the promotion of smaller biogas plants using animal waste is gaining traction in rural India, further amplifying the potential of biomass as a clean energy source. In 2000, the Indian Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MoEFCC, enacted the Municipal Solid Waste Management Act, establishing a legal framework that compels municipalities to convert organic waste into energy through the establishment of biomethanation plants. This legislative measure has led to the closure of many old landfills and facilitated the effective utilization of methane gas generated from the decomposition of waste. The resulting carbon credits from these initiatives not only enhance the financial viability of such projects but also contribute to a cleaner, greener environment. In conclusion, while the potential of biofuels and biomass energy is significant, careful consideration and continued efforts are necessary to ensure that these resources are harnessed sustainably. Prioritizing research, development, and the implementation of supportive policies will be essential in realizing the full benefits of biomass energy for rural communities and for addressing the pressing issue of climate change. Energy conservation and efficiency. The most economical source of energy is not found in the resources extracted from the earth, but rather in the energy we conserve through diligent practices of management and efficiency within electricity generation and distribution. By focusing our efforts on saving energy, we can significantly reduce costs, lower emissions, and lessen our environmental impact. There are multiple strategies that can enhance the efficiency of energy production and utilization. These include 1/TBF, minimizing heat losses. In traditional energy plants, a considerable amount of energy is lost as heat during the generation process. By employing advanced technologies and optimizing the combustion process, we can capture and utilize this wasted heat, converting it into usable energy. 2/TBF, cogeneration systems. This method involves generating electricity alongside useful thermal energy, capturing the excess heat produced in the power generation process. Cogeneration not only boosts the overall efficiency of power plants but also optimizes resource utilization by providing both electricity and heating. 3/TBF, optimal maintenance of power plants. Regular maintenance and upgrades of existing power plants are crucial for maintaining high efficiency levels. Implementing state-of-the-art technologies can greatly improve performance and extend the lifespan of aging facilities, ensuring they operate at maximum efficiency. Over the years, both governmental bodies and electricity providers have actively promoted energy conservation measures to encourage more sustainable energy practices. Initiatives have been put in place to enhance energy performance across residential, commercial, and governmental buildings. Additionally, the promotion of energy-efficient appliances, such as LED bulbs and Energy Star-rated products, plays a significant role in reducing energy consumption. Public awareness is vital for the success of these conservation measures. Increasing visibility and understanding around the significance of energy saving can drive community engagement and behavioral change. Financial incentives, such as rebates or tax credits for energy efficiency upgrades, can also stimulate participation among individuals and businesses. Furthermore, the education sector plays a key role in fostering a culture of energy awareness. Teachers are uniquely positioned to instill the values of energy conservation in their students. By incorporating discussions about energy efficiency into the curriculum and promoting energy-saving practices within school buildings, educators can inspire the next generation. When children learn the importance of responsible energy use, they can carry that knowledge home, encouraging their families to adopt similar practices in their households and workplaces, thus creating a ripple effect within the community. In conclusion, the path to energy efficiency and conservation holds the most potential for reducing costs and minimizing environmental impacts. By improving our approaches to energy generation and raising awareness among users, we can pave the way for a more sustainable future where energy is used wisely and responsibly. Climate change and energy solutions. The intricate relationship between global warming and energy consumption is becoming increasingly evident as humanity faces the challenges posed by climate change. Energy, which is essential for powering our daily lives, can be derived from a multitude of fuel sources, but it is crucial to recognize that not all of these sources are created equal. Many traditional energy sources, particularly fossil fuels like coal, oil, and natural gas, are significant contributors to greenhouse gas (GHG) emissions. These emissions trap heat in the atmosphere, leading to the phenomenon known as global warming. In recent years, there has been a surge of global awareness regarding the urgent need to mitigate climate change. This has catalyzed a concerted effort to reduce the reliance on fossil fuels and transition towards cleaner, renewable energy sources. Among the most promising alternatives are wind, solar, and biomass energy, which harness natural processes to produce power with minimal environmental impact. The significance of this shift cannot be overstated. Renewable energy not only helps to curb GHG emissions but also contributes to energy security and economic stability. Since the establishment of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, by the United Nations, nations around the world have engaged in a series of global accords aimed at addressing climate change. These agreements emphasize the importance of reducing GHG emissions from fossil fuel use and highlight the necessity of maintaining and enhancing forest cover. Forests play a crucial role in this equation, acting as natural carbon sinks that absorb CO2 from the atmosphere. The adoption of wind and solar energy technologies has witnessed remarkable growth across the globe, driven by advances in technology and decreasing costs. Governments, organizations, and researchers are increasingly investing in bioenergy, which involves using organic materials to produce energy, further diversifying the renewable energy landscape. In India, the shift towards sustainable energy is particularly noteworthy. The country is laying plans to significantly ramp up its nuclear energy production while simultaneously investing in various renewable sources. The Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, MNRE, is at the forefront of this initiative, conducting extensive research and promoting the development of alternative energy technologies. These efforts aim not only to satisfy the energy needs of India's burgeoning population but also to play a proactive role in combating global warming. Furthermore, alongside the push for renewable energy sources, energy efficiency has emerged as a focal point of attention across various sectors of the economy. By improving energy efficiency, businesses and individuals can reduce their energy consumption, leading to lower costs and diminished environmental impact. This holistic approach to energy use, where conservation, innovation, and sustainability converge, will be essential in our collective endeavor to confront the pressing challenge of climate change while ensuring a stable energy future. Together, these initiatives represent a formidable response to the threats posed by global warming, steering us towards a greener and more sustainable world. Mineral resources in India. India is richly endowed with a diverse array of mineral resources, which play a pivotal role in powering the nation's energy needs, facilitating the construction of vital infrastructure, and underpinning the fabric of modern society. These mineral resources are not only essential for economic growth but also for maintaining national security and technological advancement. To systematically track and manage these invaluable assets, mineral resources and reserves are meticulously catalogued in accordance with the United Nations Framework of Classification for Fossil Energy and Minerals Reserves and Resources, as established in 2009. The Indian Bureau of Mines, IBM, a key authority in this domain, is entrusted with the responsibility of compiling and maintaining these data. This organization offers a comprehensive overview of the mineral landscape in India, detailing various resource categories and providing an extensive inventory based on specific deposits. To ensure stakeholders have access to the most accurate and updated information, the mineral data is refreshed regularly. This updated information is disseminated annually through the publication of the Indian Minerals Yearbook. The yearbook serves as a crucial reference point that encompasses a wealth of information on mineral prospects, deposits, and active mines located in both freehold and leasehold areas. Among the wealth of information presented, the yearbook outlines the current status of mines, infrastructure development, geological assessments, and ongoing exploration activities. It also delves into the characteristics of ore, estimated reserves and resources, feasibility studies, details concerning the mining process, and production statistics. This exhaustive compilation of data is critical for making informed decisions, whether for academic research, policy formulation, or investment in the mining sector. The sources of this comprehensive data are varied, coming from a range of reputable exploration agencies including the Geological Survey of India, the State Directorate General of Mines, DGM, and both public and private sector mining organizations. This collaborative approach ensures the reliability and accuracy of the reported figures. As of the latest reports, the Indian Minerals Yearbook highlights a staggering total of 16,000 mineral deposits. Of these, 8,000 are situated in freehold areas, allowing unrestricted access, while 800 are classified under public sector leasehold, indicating government ownership and regulation. Additionally, 7,100 deposits are located in private leasehold areas, representing private sector interests in mineral extraction, and a smaller subset of 100 deposits exist in areas where ownership is partly leased. In conclusion, the mineral resources of India are a cornerstone for its developmental trajectory. Effective management and research into these resources facilitates sustainable usage, ensuring that these natural assets continue to benefit future generations while supporting the country's ambitions in energy production and infrastructure development. Mineral production in India. India boasts an extensive array of mineral resources, which include significant deposits of iron ore, bauxite, chromium, manganese ore, barite, rare earth elements, and various mineral salts. These resources play a vital role in various industries, contributing to the nation's economic growth and development. The rich mineral diversity in India underpins numerous sectors, from construction and manufacturing to technology and energy. In the classification of minerals, India distinguishes between minor and major minerals. This categorization is essential for regulatory and management purposes, as it helps streamline the extraction and processing of these natural resources. Currently, the country is home to over 3,700 operational major mines, which are pivotal not only for mineral extraction but also for employment, providing livelihoods for more than 500,000 individuals across various regions. This mining activity significantly impacts local economies, particularly in rural areas, where jobs may be limited. During the fiscal year 2012-13, India demonstrated its mining capacity by producing a total of 90 different minerals. This impressive figure encompassed a diverse array of resources, 4 types of fuel minerals, 11 metallic minerals that include essential metals like iron and lead, 52 non-metallic minerals vital for construction and manufacturing, and 23 minor minerals, which often cater to specialized markets and regional needs. The total value attributed to mineral production in that year reached an astonishing 285,761 yen crore, approximately $44.65 billion, accounting for roughly 2.4% of the nation's gross domestic product, GDP. Breaking down this production value, fuel minerals occupied the largest share, representing about 64% of the total, highlighting India's reliance on these resources for energy generation and industrial processes. On the other hand, metallic minerals followed with a share of 15%, supporting a wide variety of industries such as automotive, aerospace, and electronics. Non-metallic minerals contributed around 3%, while minor minerals rounded out the production landscape at 18%. This comprehensive approach to mineral extraction not only enhances local economies but also positions India as a significant player in the global mineral market. Overall, understanding the scope and importance of mineral production in India is crucial, as it intertwines with environmental management, economic development, and sustainable practices. The ongoing exploration and responsible management of these natural resources are essential to support future growth while addressing the environmental challenges posed by mining activities. Legislation on minerals and mining sector in India. /TextBF 3.4.2.1 Overview. The mineral and mining sector in India functions within a well-defined federal framework that delineates the authority of both national and state governments in legislative matters. At the central level, the Government of India is responsible for the creation of laws and regulations governing all minerals with the exception of minor minerals, which fall under the jurisdiction of state governments. This collaborative approach allows for tailored regulations that cater to local conditions while adhering to a nationally consistent framework. Notably, the Indian government encourages foreign investment in its mineral sector by permitting 100% foreign direct investment (FDI) in activities such as exploration, mining, mineral processing, and metallurgy. This investment can occur automatically via equity participation in Indian-acquired companies for all minerals that are neither fuel-related nor atomic in nature. The legal architecture that underpins India's mineral sector consists of well-established laws, policies, and constitutional guidelines aimed at managing resources efficiently and sustainably. The National Mineral Policy is the guiding document that articulates the strategic vision for the sector, outlining goals, priorities, and frameworks essential for the sector's sustainable development. The management of the mining industry is shared between central and state governments, with states retaining ownership and authority over minerals found onshore. Conversely, offshore mineral resources are exclusively owned by the central government, signifying the importance of maritime mining activities. The Constitution of India empowers Parliament to enact laws regarding mining activities, establishing a top-down legislative approach that all states must adhere to. /TextBF 3.4.2.2 Legislations. Central to the regulatory environment of India's mining operations is the Mines and Mineral Development and Regulation (MMDR) Act of 1957. This pivotal legislation establishes the guidelines by which state governments may exercise their powers, ensuring that operations are harmonized across the country while allowing states to manage their mineral resources effectively. As onshore mineral owners, state governments are tasked with granting mineral concessions and collecting royalties, dead rent, and fees according to the provisions outlined in the MMDR Act. In conjunction with the MMDR Act, the Mineral Concession Rules, MCR, of 1960 articulate the comprehensive mechanisms for granting mineral concessions as mandated by Section 13 of the MMDR Act. These rules specify procedures, timelines, and processes for concession applications while detailing how to handle refusals, thus fostering transparency and accountability. The Mineral Conservation and Development Rules, MCDR, of 1988 further enhanced the legal framework by establishing guidelines for the conservation and sustainable development of mineral resources as dictated by Section 18 of the MMDR Act. These rules set out essential procedures for executing prospecting and mining operations while addressing environmental protection, thus ensuring a balance between resource extraction and ecological considerations. The Mines Act of 1952 is critical in establishing regulations that uphold the safety and well-being of laborers in the mining sector, addressing health and safety issues and governing working conditions within mining sites. It further stipulates the necessity for inspections and reporting mechanisms to ensure compliance with safety standards. Accompanying this act, the Mines Rules of 1955 lay out requirements for medical examinations for workers, basic health and sanitation provisions, and welfare amenities aimed at supporting miners and their families. For minerals classified as minor minerals under the MMDR Act, individual state governments develop their state minor mineral concession rules to manage concessions appropriately. The Offshore Areas Mineral Development and Regulation Act of 2002 caters specifically to the unique challenges posed by mining in offshore environments. This legislation governs the developmental and regulatory aspects of mineral resources found in territorial waters, continental shelves, exclusive economic zones, and other maritime regions. The Act empowers the central government to issue mineral concessions related to offshore operations and mandates the collection of royalties, with the Indian Bureau of Mines designated as the administrative authority. Complementing this Act, the Offshore Areas Mineral Concession Rules, enacted in 2006, outline the procedural framework for granting and renewing reconnaissance permits, exploration licenses, and production leases. These rules prioritize environmental safety measures and stipulate operational guidelines for activities conducted in leased areas, ensuring responsible resource management even in challenging offshore environments. /TextBF 3.4.2.3 Recent developments. In a bid to enhance transparency and efficiency within the mining sector, the MMDR Act of 1957 was revised through the MMDR Amendment Act of 2015, which became effective on 12 January 2015. This amendment introduces significant reforms characterized by a clear, transparent, and non-discretionary approach to mineral concession grants. Some of the key features of this updated framework include increasing the term of mining leases to a duration of 50 years, promoting long-term investment in the sector. Transitioning the process of granting mineral concessions to a competitive auction system, eliminating renewal options post-expiration. Empowering the central government to stipulate the conditions for mineral concession grants through competitive bidding, ensuring a fair and market-driven approach. Establishing non-exclusive reconnaissance permits to allow broader exploration opportunities without confinement. Allowing the central government the discretionary power to reserve certain mines for specific uses to optimize resource allocation. Furthermore, the establishment of district mineral foundations in every mineral-rich district aims to promote local area development, ensuring that communities benefit directly from resource extraction activities. The National Mineral Exploration Trust has also been proposed to facilitate regional and comprehensive exploration efforts across the nation, enhancing understanding and management of mineral resources. Recognizing the need for an updated legislative structure, the Government of India is actively engaged in revising and simplifying subordinate legislations related to the mineral and mining sector. This effort includes necessary amendments to the MCR of 1960 and the MCDR of 1988 and unfolds with the introduction of new rules to enact the MMDR Amendment Act of 2015, which includes the Minerals, Evidence of Mineral Contents, Rules, 2015, which set forth procedures for exploration aimed at validating mineral content prior to auctioning mineral blocks. The Mineral Auction Rules, 2015, which prescribe the steps to be followed in the auction process for granting mineral concessions. The Mineral Non-Exclusive Reconnaissance Permits, Rules, 2015, detailing procedures for issuing non-exclusive reconnaissance permits. The National Mineral Exploration Trust Rules, 2015, elucidating the objectives, functions, and operations of the newly formed National Mineral Exploration Trust. These initiatives reflect a crucial step toward modernizing India's mineral sector, promoting responsible mining practices, and ensuring that the benefits of mineral resources are equitably distributed among stakeholders. Forestry resources. A forest is not merely a collection of trees, it represents a highly sophisticated ecosystem characterized primarily by its diverse trees and shrubs, often forming a closed canopy. Within this lush expanse lies an intricate web of life that includes an impressive variety of species, from flowering plants and towering mammals to vibrant birds, industrious insects, and elusive reptiles. Beyond these visible inhabitants, forests are microbiomes bustling with abundant microorganisms and fungi, whose essential role involves decomposing dead organic matter. This process enriches the soil, nourishing the very foundations of the forest itself. Globally, forests cover an astonishing 4 billion hectares of the Earth's surface, accounting for approximately 30% of its total land area. The forest ecosystem comprises two fundamental components, the non-living, abiotic, factors and the living, biotic, components. The abiotic factors include elements such as climate and soil types, which significantly influence the health and diversity of the ecosystem. Conversely, the biotic component encompasses a myriad of living organisms, including diverse plants, animals, and other life forms. The plant life within forests is intricate and varied, comprising trees, shrubs, climbers, grasses, and herbs. The particular type of forest that develops is shaped by numerous factors including physical geography, climate, and ecological conditions. Among these diverse types are evergreen forests, characterized by species that retain their foliage throughout the year, and deciduous forests, which are home to species shedding their leaves during certain seasons. Each forest type creates its unique habitat, sheltering specific communities of animals adapted to thrive within its ecological niche. The term forest embodies the concept of natural vegetation that has flourished over millennia, providing a rich tapestry of biodiversity and fostering a complex ecosystem. It's crucial to understand that there is a distinction between a natural forest and a plantation. The latter is often comprised of single-species plantings that lack the rich diversity inherent in naturally occurring forests. 3.5.1 Forest cover in India. The India State of Forest Report, published in 2009, reveals that the nation's total forest cover, based on assessments conducted in 2007, spans an area of approximately 690,899 square kilometers, equating to around 21.02% of India's total geographic area. This forest area comprises several categories, 83,510 square kilometers, 12%, is classified as very dense forest, VDF, 297,087 square kilometers, 43%, is moderately dense forest, MDF, and 269,699 square kilometers, 39%, falls under open forest cover, OFF. Additionally, scrubland, which consists of degraded forest areas, accounts for 41,525 square kilometers, 6%. For classification purposes, forest cover includes all areas exhibiting a tree canopy density of 10% or more and spanning at least 1 hectare in area. The VDF category displays a tree canopy density of 70% or more, while the MDF category encompasses tree cover with densities ranging from 40% to 70%. Areas classified as open forest have tree canopy densities between 10% and 40%. Scrub forests are those with inadequate tree density below 10%. Areas that do not fall within these definitions are categorized as non-forest. Furthermore, it's essential to note that the reported areas under VDF, MDF, and OFF also include mangrove forests that share comparable density classifications. 3.5.2 Tree cover in India. Tree cover, on the other hand, encompasses all regions that exceed 1 hectare in extent and poses a canopy density of 10% or greater. Many smaller patches of trees, often less than 1 hectare, such as those found in small-scale plantations, woodlots, or even scattered throughout agricultural land, homesteads, urban settings, and along linear features like roads and canals, are often not captured by satellite imagery due to technological limitations. These smaller patches are accounted for under the category of tree cover. According to the India State of Forest Report from 2009, the tree cover in the country was documented at approximately 92,769 square kilometers in 2007, constituting about 2.82% of the entire geographical area. Maharashtra leads the states in tree cover, followed by Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh. 3.5.3 State of Forest Resources. The broader landscape of forests encompasses designated forestry land use areas along with various regions recognized as forests, even if they lack tree cover, such as rocky terrains, deserts, and mountain ranges. The total recorded forests, inclusive of these categories, extend across approximately 76.96 million hectares, which is equivalent to 23.41% of the geographic area of India. Meanwhile, the designated forest cover of the country is recorded at 67.70 million hectares, translating to 20.60% of its geographic area. To understand the ecological diversity within these forests, the areas have been classified into 5 primary categories and a total of 16 types based on biophysical criteria. This classification reveals that subtropical dry deciduous forests cover 38.20%, tropical moist deciduous forests 30.30%, subtropical thorn forests 6.7%, and tropical wet evergreen forests 5.8%. Additional categories include subtropical pine forests at 5%, tropical semi-evergreen forests at 2.5%, with smaller categories contributing to the overall diversity. Moreover, temperate and alpine regions account for about 10% of the forestry areas found across the Himalayan region. 3.5.4 Forestry and livelihoods. Forests, along with the myriad products they yield, have been recognized as critical multipurpose resources, providing livelihood opportunities to a substantial number of people. Local governance structures, particularly panchayats, are endowed with constitutional provisions that grant them rights to utilize non-wood forest products. A sustainable forest management strategy emphasizes the empowerment of community institutions to effectively manage the forest resources while enabling them to derive economic benefits from it. The Government of India has initiated legislation acknowledging the rights of forest dwellers, defining ownership rights and recognizing the community's entitlements to the sustainable use of forests for their livelihood practices. These legislative advancements are anticipated to enhance the engagement of forest dwellers and adjoining populations in the protection and development of these natural resources. The tangible outcomes of these new laws and policies will gradually unfold in the coming years. Additionally, there is an urgent recognition that existing forest areas cannot fulfill the entire range of livelihood requirements for the country's growing population. Therefore, it is essential to revive and regenerate significant stretches of non-forest lands that were previously utilized by rural communities as common property resources. The Constitution of India mandates local panchayats with the responsibility of overseeing social forestry initiatives. The restoration and management of communal village lands present a promising avenue for sustainable resource management, indicating a cooperative approach to ecological stewardship necessary for both economic and environmental resilience. Land resources in India. 3.6 Land resources. India, with its impressive expanse of approximately 1.3 million square miles, is strategically positioned between the Bay of Bengal to the east and the Arabian Sea to the west, extending into the vast Indian Ocean. This geographical diversity gives rise to a variety of landforms, with approximately 43% of the land classified as plains, about 30% characterized as mountainous regions, and 27% as plateaus. Each of these land types offers unique resources and challenges, contributing to India's rich ecological tapestry. Despite the substantial availability of land, the burgeoning population poses significant challenges, creating immense pressure on land resources. The dual demands for food production to sustain the population and the rising demands of the real estate market create a tense balance, often at the expense of agricultural land. In recent decades, rapid urbanization and industrialization have drastically altered land use patterns, pushing agriculture into a precarious position. In response to these mounting pressures, the Government of India is actively reorganizing its strategies for land management, aiming to optimize the use of available land resources sustainably. Agricultural land currently accounts for 56.8% of the total land area, yet approximately 70% of the Indian population resides in rural areas, where agriculture is a primary source of livelihood. This interdependence underscores the urgent need for effective land management practices. Furthermore, India's land resources are not uniformly distributed. The country is home to extensive barren lands, particularly in regions such as Rajasthan, parts of Leh, and Jammu. These underutilized areas present both potential opportunities and challenges for land reclamation and sustainable development initiatives. As the Indian middle class continues to expand, the demand for housing has surged dramatically. This growing demand has led to the encroachment of vast tracts of agricultural land, which are increasingly being transferred to the real estate sector. This transition often poses risks to food security and agricultural sustainability, prompting calls for more stringent regulations and innovative land use policies. Consequently, while India boasts diverse and extensive land resources, navigating the complexities of population growth, urbanization, and agricultural needs remains critical to ensuring a balanced and sustainable future. Careful planning and proactive land management are essential to harmonize the various demands placed upon India's land resources, fostering both economic growth and environmental health for generations to come. Biodiversity. Understanding biodiversity. Biodiversity, a term that encapsulates the astonishing variety of life forms on Earth, from majestic elephants to delicate frogs, from humble potatoes to vibrant butterflies, plays a crucial role in our planet's ecological health. The word was first introduced in 1985 by ecological scientists, but it gained widespread recognition a few years later in 1988, thanks to the groundbreaking work of renowned entomologist E.O. Wilson. According to Wilson's definition, biodiversity refers to the variation of life at all levels of biological organization, Gaston and Spicer 2004, and it embodies diversity within species, between species, and the variety of ecosystems themselves. This rich tapestry includes genetic variations within a single species, the different species in an ecosystem, and the numerous ecosystems found around the globe. In recent years, the preservation of biodiversity has emerged as a critical priority for environmental conservation, drawing substantial attention from the United Nations and various international organizations. The intricate web of life on Earth relies heavily on the interconnectedness of various ecosystems and species. This interconnectedness ensures the stability and resilience of ecological networks. When biodiversity is compromised, the stability of these networks falters, which can ultimately lead to the extinction of species and the disruption of the ecosystem services that are essential for human survival, ranging from the provision of clean water and air to pollination and the regulation of the climate. In recognition of the urgent need to halt biodiversity loss, the UN General Assembly proclaimed the year 2010 as the International Year of Biodiversity. This initiative coincided with the ambitious biodiversity target that the European Union adopted during the EU summit in 2001, aimed at reversing the downward trend in biodiversity by that same year. The following year, in a decisive move, the Conference of the Parties, responsible for overseeing the implementation of the Convention on Biological Diversity, a binding international treaty, selected a strategic plan in Decision 626. This ambitious plan underscored a collective commitment among nations to achieve a significant reduction of the current rate of biodiversity loss at the global, regional, and national levels by 2010, as a pathway to alleviating poverty and promoting sustainable development for all life on Earth. Thus, it is evident that biodiversity has quickly become a central focus of global environmental efforts. Recognizing its value not only for its intrinsic worth but also for the services it provides underscores our responsibility to protect and sustain it for future generations. The importance of maintaining biodiversity is not just an ecological concern, it reflects a commitment to preserving the delicate balance of life that sustains us all. India's biodiversity. As the seventh largest nation globally, India boasts a remarkable diversity of plant and animal species, intricately woven into its rich tapestry of ecosystems and varied geographical landscapes. The country is home to 4 biogeographically distinct zones or biomes: the majestic Himalayas in the north, the fertile plains of the Ganges stretching from east to west, the sprawling Deccan Plateau in the south, and the unique Andaman and Nicobar Islands, along with the Lakshadweep Islands. These diverse regions encompass 3 principal types of ecosystems: wetlands, forests, and marine habitats, each of which plays a crucial role in maintaining the overall biodiversity of the country. 4.2.1 Wetlands. Wetlands are defined as areas of land that are either permanently or seasonally saturated with water, creating a unique ecosystem characterized by its diverse flora and fauna. These critically important ecosystems serve numerous environmental functions, such as supporting a wide range of plant and animal species, controlling floods, purifying water, stabilizing shorelines, and acting as vital carbon sinks. Remarkably, wetlands cover approximately 20% of India's total geographical area, providing ecosystem services indispensable to both nature and human livelihoods. A significant portion of these wetlands is utilized for paddy cultivation, which serves as an essential economic resource for local communities. Among the numerous wetlands in India, two particularly noteworthy sites are recognized for their significance as habitats for waterfowl: Chilika Lake in Odisha and Kyoledeo National Park in Bharatpur. Throughout India, 9 major wetland categories can be identified: the reservoirs found in the Deccan Plateau, the lagoons dotting the southwestern coastline, saline expanses in Rajasthan and Gujarat, freshwater lakes and reservoirs in the same states, the biodiverse Chilika Lake, delta wetlands in the eastern region, the freshwater marshes of the Ganges Plain, the expansive floodplain of the Brahmaputra River, the marshes and swamps of the northeastern states, and the pristine mountain lakes and rivers of Kashmir and the Himalayas, culminating in the lush mangrove forests of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Scott, 1989. 4.2.2 Forests. Indian forests present a mesmerizing spectrum ranging from the lush tropical evergreen forests of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands to the arid alpine scrub that thrives in the lofty heights of the Himalayas. Nestled between these extremes are various forest types, including semi-evergreen forests, deciduous monsoon forests, thorn forests, subtropical pine forests located at the foothills of the Himalayas, and temperate forests in the higher altitude regions. Lal, 1989. Notably, certain forested areas, particularly the rich monsoon forests of the western Ghats, are home to commercially valuable timber species like Indian rosewood. However, alarming trends are emerging, as many evergreen forests are undergoing degradation, evolving into semi-evergreen forests due to anthropogenic activities, such as clear-cutting for agricultural expansion. This degradation poses a significant threat to biodiversity by altering the delicate balance of these ecosystems and pushing many species towards extinction. 4.2.3 Marine Habitats. The coastal waters enveloping the vast Indian subcontinent teem with vital fishing grounds that hold immense economic significance for local fishermen and communities. Prominent reef areas, such as the Gulf of Kutch and the Gulf of Mannar, are being heavily exploited for coral, ornamental shells, pearl oysters, and marine species like spiny lobsters. Meanwhile, mangrove forests act as natural protectors, shielding coastlines from erosion and flooding while providing essential habitats for fish nurseries and supporting prawn farming activities. Scott, 1989. Preserving these marine environments is paramount to averting the perils of overexploitation and maintaining biodiversity. Alarmingly, all 5 species of marine turtles that inhabit Indian coastal waters are currently experiencing population declines, primarily due to unchecked human predation and incidental capture during commercial fishing operations. If proactive measures are not adopted to safeguard marine biodiversity, countless other species of marine flora and fauna may face a similar descent into decline. Therefore, it is imperative to develop strategies that not only protect the biodiversity of these crucial marine areas but also empower local communities to sustain their livelihoods in harmony with nature. Unique biodiversity. India is a treasure trove of biodiversity, housing numerous plant and animal species that are endemic, meaning they are found exclusively within its borders. These unique species are intricately tied to specific geographic regions and cannot be located anywhere else in the world. The regions that stand out for their rich diversity of endemic species include northeastern India, the western Ghats, the northeastern and northwestern Himalayas, and the enchanting Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Each of these areas harbors a distinct array of life forms that have evolved uniquely over time. Endemic species hold significant importance within the conservation community. Their habitats are often limited in scope. As a result, these species face a heightened risk of extinction stemming from environmental threats posed by human development, habitat destruction, and climate change. The localized nature of these species means that their survival is particularly precarious, and their loss would represent not just a local tragedy but a blow to global biodiversity. India is home to 44 endemic vertebrate species that contribute to its remarkable ecological tapestry. Among these, the International Union for Conservation of Nature points out 4 species that are highlighted for their conservation significance: the lion-tailed macaque, a striking primate known for its long, flowing beard; the Nilgiri langur, whose unique coloration makes it easily identifiable; the elusive brown palm civet, which plays a crucial role in its ecosystem; and the Nilgiri teher, a mountain goat adapted to steep terrains. The country's avian fauna is especially vibrant, featuring 55 endemic bird species, predominantly clustered in regions characterized by high levels of rainfall. These areas provide the necessary conditions for a diverse range of avian life. Meanwhile, the diversity of reptiles and amphibians in India is even more staggering, with the nation recording a remarkable 187 endemic reptile species and 110 endemic amphibian species. This breadth of life forms underscores the country's critical role in the global ecological landscape. The preservation of endemic species, both flora and fauna, is of paramount importance for several reasons. First, the extinction of these unique species would lead to irrevocable changes in global biodiversity since they cannot be recreated or replaced. Furthermore, endemic species have evolved under specific environmental pressures, leading to adaptations that enable them to thrive in their respective habitats. Changes to their local environment, whether through urbanization, pollution, or climate shifts, can therefore have catastrophic effects on these species and, subsequently, on the health of the entire ecosystem. In conclusion, the protection of endemic species in India is not merely about preserving a single species, it is about safeguarding the intricate and interconnected web of life that supports a multitude of ecological processes. As stewards of this rich biodiversity, it is imperative for us to recognize the value of these unique life forms and work diligently towards their conservation for the benefit of future generations and for the sustainability of the planet's biodiversity as a whole. Endangered species in India. India is home to some of the most globally significant populations of rare and iconic wildlife, representing a cornerstone of Asia's ecological diversity. Among the most notable species are the Bengal fox, the Asiatic cheetah, the marbled cat, the Asiatic lion, the Indian elephant, the Asiatic wild ass, and the majestic Indian rhinoceros. Each of these creatures plays a vital role in the intricately woven fabric of India's natural heritage, contributing not only to biodiversity but also to the cultural identity of the nation. The Indian elephant, for instance, is not merely an animal but a profound symbol of Indian culture and spirituality, often associated with various deities and revered in traditional practices. However, these magnificent beings, alongside others like the Asiatic cheetah and the Indian rhinoceros, face dire challenges in their fight for survival. The relentless advance of human activity, characterized by urban expansion, deforestation, and agricultural encroachment, threatens their natural habitats, severely compromising their ability to thrive. Additionally, rampant poaching remains a perilous threat, as these animals are hunted for their valuable body parts, which are tragically sought after in illegal wildlife markets. The plight of these endangered species, whether it's the elusive marbled cat stealthily navigating dense forests or the regal Asiatic lion, once found roaming across the Indian landscape, underscores the urgent need for robust conservation measures. Safeguarding these species is not merely about protecting wildlife, it is a matter of preserving our planet's biological wealth and cultural heritage. Active conservation efforts, legislative protection, and the establishment of protected areas are crucial steps toward reversing the decline of these iconic animals. Furthermore, raising public awareness and fostering community involvement in conservation practices are essential to building a future where both humans and wildlife can coexist harmoniously. The survival of these rare species is intricately linked to the ecological balance of their environments, making their protection vital for sustaining the health of ecosystems and ensuring that future generations inherit a rich biological legacy. Indeed, the conservation of threatened species in India is not just a necessity, it's a responsibility that we all share in the stewardship of our planet's diverse life forms. National Policy for Biodiversity Conservation. In India, the responsibility for the protection of biodiversity and various species predominantly lies with individual states, which exercise considerable autonomy in their conservation efforts. This decentralized approach often results in minimal intervention from the central government. Recognizing the urgent need for wildlife conservation, India introduced the National Policy for Wildlife Conservation in 1970, which laid the groundwork for a more structured and effective approach to wildlife protection. This pioneering effort was soon complemented by the enactment of the Wildlife Protection Act in 1972, a significant legislative milestone that established frameworks for wildlife management across the nation. The Wildlife Protection Act not only instituted state wildlife advisory boards but also led to the appointment of wildlife wardens within state forestry departments. These measures resulted in the formation of a dedicated professional cohort focusing on the safeguarding of wildlife and biodiversity. As states are empowered to manage their own protected areas, the approach to wildlife protection varies considerably. For instance, in the picturesque Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve in Tamil Nadu, a strict policy forbids human intervention in protected areas, thereby ensuring a sanctuary for wildlife to thrive undisturbed. Conversely, in Kerala, a more balanced approach has been adopted, whereby conservation goals are harmonized with commercial interests aimed at sustainable development, proving that economic activities can coexist with environmental protection when managed judiciously. The impact of these legislative measures is evident in the proliferation of protected areas and national parks throughout the country. A prominent example is the Western Ghats, an ecologically rich region that has seen the establishment of 7 national parks to safeguard its diverse array of endemic species. These parks play a crucial role in preserving the unique ecological balance and preventing the extinction of numerous species that call this region home. Moreover, India has recognized the importance of targeted conservation efforts through species-specific initiatives. Among these is the Project Tiger, launched in 1973 in collaboration with the World Wildlife Fund, aimed explicitly at the protection of the Bengal tiger, a species that has faced considerable threats due to habitat loss and poaching. This ambitious project has fostered a deeper understanding of tiger ecology and has implemented various programs focused on habitat restoration and community engagement. In the same vein, the Crocodile Breeding and Management Project, initiated in 1975, was established to address the decline of native crocodile populations in India. This project underscores the need for species-specific interventions to counteract the impacts of environmental degradation and human activities on vulnerable wildlife populations. Together, these measures represent India's commitment to preserving its rich biodiversity and highlight the ongoing challenges and opportunities associated with wildlife conservation. By blending regulatory frameworks with strategic, species-focused programs, India is working towards a future where human activity and wildlife conservation can thrive in harmony. Global agreements facilitating India's biodiversity conservation. In a significant step towards conservation, India formally joined the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species, CITES, in 1976. This pivotal agreement among its signatory nations is aimed at ensuring the protection of wild flora and fauna by banning the trade of endangered species. By eliminating the commercial incentives for collecting and exploiting these vulnerable plants and animals, CITES works to conserve biodiversity and protect ecological integrity across the globe. Just a year later, in 1977, India further demonstrated its commitment to environmental preservation by ratifying the United Nations World Heritage Convention. As a result, 5 of India's national parks were internationally recognized as locations of outstanding universal value. These parks not only represent the lush biodiversity characteristic of India's diverse ecosystems but also serve as vital habitats for numerous endangered species, thereby reinforcing the nation's dedication to global conservation efforts. India continued this momentum by signing the Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, in 1992, which it officially adopted in 1994. The CBD provides a robust framework aimed at promoting sustainable management of biological resources while ensuring equitable sharing of benefits derived from genetic resources. This convention highlights the importance of maintaining biodiversity at both the local and global levels, balancing the needs of development and conservation. In 1982, India became a signatory to the Ramsar Convention, focused specifically on the protection and sustainable management of wetlands. This led to the establishment of 6 designated areas of protected wetlands throughout the country. These wetlands are critical for bird habitats, support diverse aquatic life, and play a significant role in water quality and flood management. Through these various international accords, India has demonstrated a strong commitment to preserving biodiversity, recognizing its intrinsic value to ecological health, cultural richness, and sustainable development. From grassroots initiatives to global treaties, India actively engages in efforts to safeguard its unique ecosystems and ensure that future generations inherit a vibrant and sustainable natural world. Invasive and alien species. Invasive species, often referred to as alien species, are non-native plants and animals that have made their way to India from distant countries and continents, significantly impacting the country's unique ecosystems. These invaders tend to spread rapidly, outcompeting and displacing the native flora and fauna. Whether by deliberate introduction for agricultural, ornamental, or other purposes, or through accidental arrival, invasive species have emerged as a major threat to biodiversity. In fact, they stand as the second most significant cause of biodiversity loss, following habitat destruction. Despite occupying a mere 2.4% of the Earth's land mass, India is home to around 8% of the world's biodiversity. This richness in biological variety is, unfortunately, being compromised by an escalating number of invasive species. A notable report, Invasive Alien Flora of India, identifies 173 species that pose a significant risk to the nation's native ecosystems. Among the most detrimental invasive plant species in India are siam weed, lantana, and water hyacinth. The siam weed, Cromolina odorata, is notorious for its ability to dominate vast areas of land, overtaking native plant communities and altering habitats drastically. Meanwhile, lantana camara, initially introduced to India as an ornamental plant in the early 19th century, has become a pervasive threat. Its rapid spread is attributed to its allelopathic properties, as it releases chemicals into the soil that inhibit the growth of other plants, effectively suffocating native species and disrupting local ecosystems. Water hyacinth, Iconia crassips, which was brought to India between 1914 and 1916, is another highly invasive species. This prolific plant thrives in stagnant freshwater bodies, particularly in the southern states of India, such as Kerala. The immense growth of water hyacinth blocks sunlight, reducing oxygen levels in the water and outcompeting local aquatic plants. This unstoppable invasive often leads to ecological imbalance where native aquatic species struggle to survive. While India and Southeast Asia grapple with invasive species, it is crucial to recognize that these regions are also sources of alien species introduced to other parts of the world. A pertinent example can be drawn from the introduction of the mongoose, which was brought to the Hawaiian Islands and the West Indies in an effort to control rat populations. However, this well-intentioned action led to unintended consequences. The mongoose not only hunted rats but also predated on native ground-nesting birds and their eggs, contributing to the decline and even extinction of some bird species native to those areas. Not all introduced species pose a threat to native biodiversity, however. Some have integrated well into Indian agriculture without negatively impacting native vegetation. The potato, originally from South America, is now a staple crop in India and coexists with local plants without suppressing their growth. Similarly, tea, Camellia sinensis, which was introduced from China, has become an integral part of India's economy and culture. The tea industry flourishes, enabling local farmers to earn their livelihoods while allowing the biodiversity of the region to remain intact, showcasing a perfect example of harmonious coexistence between introduced species and local flora. In summary, understanding the dynamics of invasive species and their interactions with native ecosystems is essential in addressing the ongoing challenges faced by India's rich biodiversity. Conservation efforts, education, and legislative measures are vital in curbing the spread and impact of harmful invasive species, ensuring that India continues to thrive as a beacon of biodiversity in the global landscape. Population and its impact. Global population dynamics. India's population is on the rise, a trend mirrored by the growth in China and the United States. These nations are among the most populous in the world, and their increasing numbers reflect complex socio-economic factors rather than mere geographical expansion. In this trio, India remains noteworthy for its high birth rate. On average, every couple in India welcomes approximately 2.59 children into the world, a figure that highlights the country's youthful demographic profile and cultural attitudes towards family size. Conversely, China's birth rate rests at a much lower figure of 1.58 children per couple. However, China faces its own unique demographic phenomenon, a substantial bulge in the population of women of childbearing age. This situation means that, despite the lower birth rate, a significant number of births are still occurring within a specific age group, which could lead to fluctuations in population trends over time. In the United States, immigration plays a pivotal role in population growth, offsetting the relatively low birth rate of 1.89 children per couple. The influx of immigrants brings not only diversity but also contributes vital energy to the workforce and fuels economic growth, thus sustaining the nation's demographic vitality. The global situation is equally alarming. The world's population has now surpassed 7 billion, a milestone reached on 31 October 2011, according to the United Nations. Remarkably, just a decade before this, the population was at 6 billion, which underscores how rapidly our numbers are swelling, with more than a billion people added since the turn of the millennium alone. In fact, the global population has essentially doubled since 1972, indicating significant changes in birth rates, longevity, and overall living conditions. Since that pivotal moment in 2011, the world population has continued to expand at a staggering pace, averaging an increase of around 7.7 million people each month. To visualize this impact, consider the city of Chennai. Adding a population equivalent to Chennai every month means that over the course of a year, we are witnessing growth akin to the addition of 12 such large cities. Daily, this translates into roughly 260,000 more individuals inhabiting our planet each day. More strikingly, the data reveals that worldwide, there are over 2 births occurring for every death every single second, a clear testament to the exponential growth we are experiencing. As we contemplate this relentless population growth, a pressing question emerges: can the Earth sustain such an increase? The challenges posed by burgeoning populations include resource depletion, environmental degradation, and the strain on infrastructure and social services, urging us to rethink our approaches towards sustainable development and responsible resource management. Each life added to this planet comes with its own set of needs and a demand for resources, thereby magnifying the importance of addressing these unavoidable challenges head-on. The population of India. India stands as the second most populous country on the planet, housing a staggering 17% of the global population, yet relying on just over 9% of the world's arable land for sustenance. If we were to exclude the 200 million inhabitants of Uttar Pradesh, India would still retain its position as the world's second most populous nation. To put this into context, were Uttar Pradesh a sovereign nation, it would rank as the fifth largest country in terms of population, surpassing both Pakistan and Bangladesh. This illustrates not only the immense population pressure but also the environmental challenges that densely populated regions face. The significant demographic shift in India became evident when the population crossed the 1 billion mark in May 2000. Certainly, Pakistan and Bangladesh have experienced similar growth trajectories, each tripling or quadrupling in population density since the partition. Bangladesh, in particular, stands out as the most densely populated country globally, with more than 950 individuals inhabiting every square kilometer of its land. The results of the 2001 census were telling. India's population had surged by 21% compared to the previous count a decade earlier and had nearly doubled since 1971. The subsequent census of 2011 revealed a total population of 1.21 billion. If the current trend persists, projections suggest that India's population may reach a staggering 2 billion by 2050. While the birth rate in India has indeed seen a reduction, it is essential to clarify that a decline in birth rates does not equate to a stabilization or decrease in overall population. With a consistent growth rate of approximately 1.5% annually, India's population is expected to double within an individual's lifetime. In fact, by as early as 2025, India may surpass China to become the world's most populous nation. For its part, China has implemented significant population control measures since 1979, introducing a one-child policy that, although phased out since 2015, reflects a markedly different approach to population management. It is crucial to recognize that India cannot simply adopt a similar one-child policy. Unlike China, India is a tapestry of diverse languages, religions, economies, and cultures, which inherently leads to varied perspectives on population dynamics. Moreover, India's democratic identity imposes a critical necessity for any governmental population policies to be supported by the populace, fostering a cooperative rather than coercive environment. Looking ahead, projections regarding India's population growth are fraught with uncertainty. Certain countries have successfully undergone what is termed demographic transition, shifting from large family norms and high growth rates to smaller families with lower growth rates or even stable populations. This transition is often facilitated by policies promoting education, offering economic incentives, and improving access to family planning services. Notably, India has witnessed some progress in recent years, as various initiatives aimed at enhancing healthcare and education have begun to stabilize life conditions for many citizens. With improved socio-economic security, families tend to opt for fewer children. The pivotal question remains, will India's growth rate continue its downward trajectory, influenced by careful planning or prevailing circumstances? Focusing solely on population totals, however, tends to obscure other vital trends, such as the significant internal migration from rural areas to urban centers. This migration is driven largely by job opportunities and better living conditions that cities often provide. Worldwide, more than half of the population now resides in urban areas, a threshold that India is still working towards, with only 28% of its people living in cities and towns, while the remaining majority primarily engage in agriculture. As the exodus from rural farms continues, the urban population will swell. In stark contrast to the past, when only 35 million people lived in cities in 1931, projections indicated that by 2020, Mumbai could host upwards of 35 million residents, with Kolkata and Delhi not far behind at approximately 30 million each. The 2001 census revealed that over a third of India's population was under the age of 14, while only 7.5% were over 60. This demographic reality means that even if families choose to remain smaller, the sheer number of individuals of childbearing age ensures continued population growth. The resultant strain on India's infrastructure, both natural and constructed, is already palpable. Water bodies are increasingly depleted or contaminated, wells are drying up, and transportation networks are becoming unbearably congested. Alarmingly, while India accommodates 17% of the world's population, it possesses only 4% of the world's freshwater resources. To realize its aspirations as a global leader, India must confront these demographic challenges head-on. The imperative to educate its vast youth population and ensure food security is paramount. In this complex landscape, accommodating a growing population presents formidable challenges, demanding innovative solutions and sustained efforts at various levels of governance and community engagement. Population management. The rapid increase in global population has emerged as a critical challenge for societies around the world, highlighting the urgent need for sustainable solutions. India, in particular, has faced the consequences of overpopulation since the early 20th century. Leaders recognized the issue as a pressing concern as early as the 1930s, where food shortages and even famines underscored the dire need for population management. In a pioneering move, the Maharaja of Mysore inaugurated a birth control clinic in 1930, marking the first government-sponsored facility of its kind in the world. This early awareness permeated through India's journey towards independence, with figures such as Jawaharlal Nehru addressing the paradox of rising food production alongside an increasing birth rate and advocating for smaller family sizes. By the 1950s, demographic changes were stark, with a marked surge in India's population driven by high birth rates and improved longevity. In response, India made history in 1950 by becoming the first country to implement a structured plan to curb population growth, setting the stage for other nations to follow suit. However, despite extensive media campaigns encouraging families to limit their size to 1 or 2 children, the birth rate unexpectedly climbed in the subsequent decade. The mid-1960s saw a shift as the Indira Gandhi administration intensified efforts to implement rigorous control measures, particularly after a series of droughts that highlighted the strain of a burgeoning population on food resources. By 1968, the government aimed to achieve a 45% reduction in the birth rate over the next decade. Amid these efforts, the campaign primarily focused on promoting voluntary sterilization, particularly targeting vasectomies for men, accompanied by financial incentives that were immensely appealing to economically disadvantaged families. The transformation was visible as India experienced a population increase of 100 million between 1961 and 1971. The government's response was a mixture of urgency and coercion, culminating in a declaration of emergency measures that included discussions around compulsory sterilization, supported by state-level enforcement. The approach adopted by the government led to significant backlash, especially as certain marginalized groups, including tribal populations, became involuntary targets of such policies. The opposition grew fierce as the government faced accusations of overreach, culminating in large-scale protests, particularly in September and October of 1976. Although initially framed as voluntary, the imposition of sterilization turned compulsory, igniting protests that resulted in violence, notably in Muzaffarnagar, Uttar Pradesh, where a clinic was set ablaze in the chaos. This incident became emblematic of the broader resistance against government policies, dubbed by historian Ramchandra Guha in his 2007 book, India After Gandhi, as the Turkmen Gate of family planning, evoking memories of turmoil from prior urban slum clearances. The opposition faced by these initiatives stemmed from the vast diversity within India, where urban and rural sentiments often clashed, compounded by regional, ethnic, educational, and economic disparities. Religious beliefs further complicated the discourse on population control, with some communities outright rejecting any form of family planning. Even among those who recognized the necessity for population limits, opinions diverged based on perceived uniqueness, as various groups argued for exemptions from general policies. Thus, initiating such programs proved futile without the essential backing of both individuals and the broader public. Despite historical challenges, India has made strides toward reinforcing its commitment to population management with the National Population Policy launched in 1976, which encompassed a holistic approach stressing overall well-being. Experts believed that a healthy and educated populace would intuitively lead to smaller family sizes. An updated vision was set in the year 2000, with a goal for population stabilization by 2045. Advocates for population control have increasingly turned to media to effectively disseminate their message. Doordarshan, the state-sponsored broadcaster, became instrumental in shaping public discourse on social issues. Shows such as Hum Log, We the People, which aired during the mid-1980s, tackled sensitive subjects within the realm of family planning under the guise of engaging narratives. They used relatable middle-class scenarios to communicate broader themes about women's status and reproductive health. A later program, Humrahi, Come Along With Me, followed a similar formula, demonstrating how entertainment intertwined with social commentary can influence public perception positively. As India grappled with the complexities of its population dynamics, neighboring China took a contrasting approach under the leadership of Mao Tse-tung, who believed that increasing the number of citizens would enhance national strength. This philosophy persisted even during disastrous periods like the Great Leap Forward, which led to significant famine. After Mao's death in 1976, birth control measures came to the forefront again, culminating in the implementation of the infamous one-child policy by the end of the decade. This policy aimed to manage the demographic pressures experienced by China, where almost a quarter of the world's populace was concentrated within just a fraction of arable land. Over 25 years, China claimed the one-child policy successfully averted the birth of approximately 400 million children. Yet, this strategy was not without dire consequences. Cultural preferences for sons skewed the natural birth ratio, resulting in grave social implications as the societal imbalance left many men without prospective brides. The ratio of female-to-male births plummeted, reinforcing a narrative that called into question gender equity within China. In November 2013, acknowledging the drawbacks of the one-child policy, Chinese authorities began introducing exceptions, particularly for couples where at least one partner hailed from a one-child family. However, for most of the population, regulations remain stringent, aiming to keep the birth rate substantially below replacement level. Unique among global practices, China's commitment to reducing its birth rate remained steadfast for decades. Ironically, despite a birth rate below the replacement threshold, China's overall population continued to grow due to the demographic legacy of previous high birth rates, which meant the larger cohort born during the baby boom years was now producing offspring of their own. In India, The preference for sons mirrors similar trends seen in China. Statistical evidence portrays an alarming rate of gender disparity. For every 1,000 males, only 940 females were recorded in 2011, a troubling rise from 933 in 2001. The resultant decline in female population not only poses a challenge for marriage markets but also threatens to disrupt social norms in a country built on deeply embedded cultural traditions. Globally, birth rates have been declining across many countries, yet population figures continue to rise, primarily driven by factors such as immigration and a birth rate exceeding the death rate. In addressing population matters beyond the contexts of India and China, the role of international forums like the United Nations becomes evident. Its Department of Economic and Social Affairs, DESA, has evolved strategies based on shifting paradigms. Early discussions focused on stabilizing growth rates, later encompassing broader concepts of education and advocating for women's rights as central tenets in the quest for sustainable population management. As we navigate the complexities of population dynamics, learning from both successes and failures of various national policies becomes imperative. Only through inclusive and multifaceted approaches can we foster a sustainable relationship between population growth, economic development, and environmental preservation. Malthusian population theory. To grasp the ongoing debates surrounding population dynamics and their implications, one must examine the groundbreaking work of Reverend Thomas Malthus, an English clergyman whose ideas have shaped much of the discourse on population growth. In his seminal work, /Textit, Essay on Population, published in 1798, Malthus made a grim prediction. He argued that the world's population would inevitably outstrip its food production capacity, resulting in widespread undernourishment followed by catastrophic famines. This theory gained credence in the wake of historical events, notably the devastating Irish potato famine that unfolded around half a century later, where 1 million lives were lost. Malthus's followers felt vindicated, believing they had found empirical evidence to support his theories. However, the world did not adhere to Malthus's bleak predictions. Today, the global population has escalated to a level that is tenfold the number when Malthus penned his essay. Despite recurring instances of regional famine and starvation, a majority of the world's population now enjoys a sufficient food supply. The agricultural landscape underwent significant transformation, particularly in the Americas, where fertile croplands were cultivated for the first time, enhancing food production. The introduction of improved agricultural techniques and the widespread use of synthetic fertilizers catalyzed remarkable increases in crop yields. Furthermore, the post-World War II era heralded the Green Revolution, during which new strains of vital crops such as wheat, maize, and rice dramatically enhanced food production, first initiated in Punjab, India, and emulated across other Indian states. Remarkably, 2 centuries after Malthus articulated his dire warnings, the anticipated disaster has not manifested. India's historical relationship with famine spans several eras, including the British colonial period and beyond, with rampant starvation often linked to monsoon failures. The chronicles of famines in India can be traced back to ancient texts, alluding to such crises as early as 269 BC. The Great Famine of 1876 to 1878 stands out as one of the most catastrophic, with death toll estimates ranging from 5 million to over 25 million. Subsequent famines afflicted Bengal between 1942 and 1945 and similarly impacted Bihar in 1966, although the latter was on a significantly lesser scale. In the aftermath of the Great Famine, authorities in India began to enhance their ability to detect warning signs of potential food shortages, laying a foundation for more responsive management of food supplies. Yet, even amidst the threat of famine, malnutrition looms large. the impact of polluted water and inadequate living conditions compromises the health of the populace, catalyzing diseases that disproportionately affect the already undernourished segments of the community before outright starvation occurs. At the heart of malnutrition lies the pervasive issue of food insecurity, an ever-present anxiety concerning the adequacy of one's next meal. To combat this, India has instituted initiatives like the Midday Meal Scheme, which aims to provide free lunches to students in schools across the nation, the largest effort of its kind globally. This scheme not only seeks to improve health outcomes but has also shown positive effects on school attendance rates, benefiting over 100 million children. However, this noble initiative faced a tragic setback in July 2013 when 23 students in a Bihar school lost their lives due to poisoning, likely caused by a pesticide contamination in the cooking oil. Even for those who manage to secure adequate caloric intake, the reality remains that many, especially children, may still lack essential dietary components such as vitamins, minerals, and proteins. The struggle against poverty exacerbates these nutritional deficiencies. The Population Reference Bureau indicates that approximately 76% of Indians live below the poverty line, defined as earning merely $2 a day, equating to around $120 monthly. In contrast, government estimates claim that only 26% live below this threshold, which, nonetheless, accounts for a staggering 300 million people, more individuals than in any country beyond the top 3. While many in poverty reside in rural areas, there is a growing rural-to-urban migration, with more poor individuals flocking to cities. Experts generally concur that the proportion of Indians living in poverty is on the decline, yet the total number of impoverished people remains high, primarily due to the burgeoning population. This brings us back to the increasingly relevant question, will India ultimately be the proof that Malthus was, in fact, correct? In his influential 1968 book, Text It, The Population Bomb, author Paul R. Ehrlich resurrected Malthusian ideas, forecasting widespread starvation in India throughout the 1980s. However, this predicted crisis never materialized during that decade, nor has it since. Nonetheless, contemporary neo-Malthusian thinkers persist in their grim forecasts, warning that a population disaster may still lie on the horizon, compelling global and local leaders to carefully consider and address the intertwining dynamics of population growth, agricultural productivity, and nutrition security. Impact of population growth on the environment. Every individual, regardless of wealth or status, leaves a mark on our environment. The fundamental needs, food, water, breathable air, and shelter, uniquely unite us all. Yet, as populations expand, the demand for a broader array of commodities and services intensifies. We require not only energy and transportation but also diverse goods, financial systems, waste management, retail outlets, industrial facilities, and healthcare services. Each of these necessities interacts with societal structures, thereby entwining ecological concerns with economic, social, and political realms. Determining how many people a country or continent can sustain poses an intricate challenge. Scholars are divided on the issue. Some posit that a sustainable global population might be less than half the current figures, while others assert that technological innovations will be able to address emerging needs. The complexity of assessing overall requirements, be it at the level of a state, nation, or the globe, can be daunting. However, a perspective grounded in basic pastoral knowledge, such as that held by a shepherd, often proves more accessible. A shepherd managing a flock knows that the land can only support a finite number of goats, a figure referred to as the carrying capacity. When this limit is surpassed, the land risks degradation through overgrazing. This scenario raises an urgent question for the shepherd. If his family expands and the need for more goats becomes pressing, can he afford to acquire additional pasture land? In much the same way, we must assess our local and global resources. The availability of land, water, and air limits our growth potential. Every region, regardless of size, possesses its own carrying capacity. Nevertheless, it is critical to understand that, unlike the goats in a pasture, responsible management practices can enhance this capacity, allowing for more sustainable growth. Land is a finite resource. While we cannot produce more of it, we can certainly degrade it through poor management, overuse, erosion, salinization, or flooding from reservoirs created by dams. Croplands in arid regions can degrade into barren deserts if mismanaged. However, by combining fertilizers with smart irrigation techniques and selecting resilient crops, we can significantly boost land productivity. Water too acts as a crucial determinant, with its abundance or scarcity dictating the pace of development. Although we cannot manufacture water, we can contaminate it through pollution or misuse. The failure of monsoons results in crop failures, while wells may dry up, leading to dependency on more expensive irrigation systems, which require substantial investment in infrastructure like dams and canals. The governance of water resources becomes particularly crucial when rivers traverse multiple political boundaries. A prime example of this is the river Kaveri, which originates in Karnataka and flows through Tamil Nadu toward the Bay of Bengal. This river has long been a source of contention between these two states, primarily over the allocation of water for irrigation purposes. Historical data reveals a stark shift. By 1928, Karnataka had only 7% of the irrigated land in both states, but this area tripled by 2000, while Karnataka's share surged to 45%. Disputes that began in the early 1970s persist, culminating in serious protests. According to the Kaveri Tribunal's ruling from 19 February 2013, the water distribution was determined. Karnataka would receive 37%, Tamil Nadu 58%, Kerala 4%, and Puducherry 1%. Conflicts over water are not limited to the relationship between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Similar tensions exist in India's interactions with its neighbors. The river Indus, flowing into Pakistan, and the river Ganga, which traverses into Bangladesh, are other focal points for potential disputes. As noted by Ramchandra Guha in his book /Textit, India After Gandhi, water is a critical resource, arguably more important than oil, for driving India's economic development. It is vital not only for agriculture but also for sustaining the ever-growing urban population. Air quality must also be taken into account as a limiting factor. Deteriorating air conditions have severe repercussions for health and well-being. In cities like Beijing in China, residents grapple with extreme levels of air pollution, leading to a rise in respiratory illnesses and a decrease in life expectancy. India too faces alarming air quality challenges, with pollution exacerbated by the burning of biomass in rural areas and emissions from outdated vehicles caught in urban traffic congestion. Delhi persistently ranks as the city with the most dismal air quality, with cumulative emissions surpassing individual per capita levels. This issue raises alarms globally, as atmospheric carbon dioxide levels rise beyond 400 parts per million, the highest they have been in 2.5 million years, contributing significantly to climate change. In rural areas, insufficient land and water availability compound the struggles faced by local populations, prompting a migration trend towards urban centers that are already saturated. Even in scenarios where the population remains stable, rising demand for energy and the ability for more people to afford vehicles will lead to higher emissions, including increases in carbon dioxide. Thus, population growth correlates directly to environmental impact. As the population swells, so too do the challenges. To understand the repercussions of these dynamics on India, one need only examine the environmental predicament in Bangladesh. Both nations share a history shaped by colonial legacies and geographical proximity, intertwined by monsoon rains. The Ganga River flows from North India into Bangladesh, emphasizing how interconnected their fates are. Since gaining independence in 1971, Bangladesh's population has more than doubled, still rising due to high birth rates. As Bangladesh finds itself bordered by West Bengal and Indian northeastern states, the environmental dilemmas faced by both countries are quite similar. Some challenges can be approached collaboratively, especially in managing the Sundarban, the world's largest mangrove forest, which straddles the border between India and Bangladesh. However, difficulties arise when India's actions, such as polluting shared water resources or constructing dams, adversely impact Bangladesh. With its high population density, Bangladesh is acutely vulnerable to environmental catastrophes. Most of the country lies low, at or fewer than 12 meters above sea level, which leads to heightened risks from flooding and storm surges during cyclones. Escalating sea levels, projected to rise by 1 meter this century, could inundate approximately 10% of Bangladesh, creating potential environmental refugees. Historically, there have been instances of displacement, like in the 1960s when around 60,000 people were forced out by dam construction in what was then East Pakistan. Many resettled in Arunachal Pradesh, where they remain marginalized. In his book /Texted Collapse, Jared Diamond chronicles various civilizations, examining their failures across different eras and geographies, from the North Atlantic to the South Pacific. The thread woven through these historical collapses is often the irresponsible usage of natural resources. The lesson remains urgent and clear: we inhabit this singular planet, Earth. If we continue to overextend our life support systems, be it land, water, or air, global civilization itself could face dire consequences. Pollution sources and effects. Air quality challenges in India. 6.1.1 Introduction. Air is an indispensable element for life, as it provides the oxygen necessary for respiration. Comprising approximately 99.9% nitrogen, oxygen, water vapor, and inert gases, the quality of the air we breathe is crucial for our health. Unfortunately, clean air is becoming increasingly scarce in urban environments due to both natural and anthropogenic sources of pollution. Human activities contribute significantly to the introduction of harmful substances into the atmosphere, which can adversely affect all living organisms. Air pollutants, defined as any substance in the air that can cause harm to living beings or the constructed environment, can arise from both natural and human-made sources. These pollutants can manifest as solid particles, liquid droplets, or gaseous substances. Broadly speaking, pollutants can be categorized as either primary or secondary. Each type carries significant implications for human health, well-being, and the integrity of the broader environment. 6.1.2 Primary pollutants. 6.1.2.1 Particulate matter. Particulate matter, PM, consists of microscopic solid or liquid particles that remain suspended in the air. These particles can either originate from natural phenomena, such as volcanic eruptions, dust storms, forest fires, and sea spray, or they can be the result of human activities, like the burning of fossil fuels in vehicles and industrial processes. The increasing concentration of fine particulate matter in the air has been closely associated with numerous health issues, including heart disease, diminished lung function, and various types of lung cancer. 6.1.2.2 Carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide, CO, is a colorless, odorless gas that poses serious health risks due to its toxic nature. It arises from the incomplete combustion of fuels such as natural gas, coal, and wood. The primary release of carbon monoxide into the atmosphere occurs through automobile exhaust, making it a significant concern for urban air quality. 6.1.2.3 Sulfur dioxide. Sulfur dioxide, SO2, is one of the most significant air pollutants and is primarily produced by the combustion of sulfur-bearing fossil fuels. Areas heavily reliant on coal for energy, such as coal-fired power plants, produce substantial amounts of sulfur dioxide. Additionally, various industries, including metal smelting, example copper, lead, and zinc, oil refining, and paper production, contribute to atmospheric SO2 levels. The environmental repercussions are extensive. Sulfur dioxide affects soil and vegetation health and contributes to the degradation of materials such as metals and paints. Moreover, it can form sulfuric acid when combined with atmospheric moisture, leading to the phenomenon known as acid rain, which has devastating impacts on ecosystems. 6.1.2.4 Nitrogen oxides. Nitrogen oxides, NOx, rank among the most prevalent air pollutants. The predominant source of these gases is vehicle emissions, particularly from automobiles. NOx is also generated in industrial processes, such as the manufacturing of nitric acid, and during high-temperature combustion events, including those occurring in power plants and during thunderstorms. Nitrogen dioxide, number 2, a key component of nitrogen oxides, is especially harmful to respiratory health, sometimes resulting in effects even more detrimental than those caused by carbon monoxide. 6.1.2.5 Hydrogen fluoride. Hydrogen fluoride, HF, and related volatile fluorides are recognized as severe air pollutants, even at extremely low concentrations, 0.001 parts per million. Major emissions of hydrogen fluoride originate from aluminum smelting operations, fertilizer production, and certain types of industrial foundries. These compounds are particularly toxic to plants, leading to conditions like fluorosis in animals that consume vegetation affected by HF. Its corrosive properties also allow it to damage glass, creating additional concerns for infrastructure and property in proximity to industrial activities. 6.1.2.6 Volatile organic compounds. Volatile organic compounds, VOCs, represent a significant category of outdoor air pollutants, categorized further into methane, CH, and non-methane VOCs. Notably, methane is a highly potent greenhouse gas that exacerbates global warming. Other hydrocarbons within the VOC family, such as benzene, toluene, and xylene, are regarded as potential carcinogens, posing significant health risks, including an increased risk of leukemia with extended exposure. Interactions between VOCs and other pollutants can lead to the formation of secondary pollutants, creating seasonal Hajj events that further threaten air quality. 6.1.2.7 Chlorofluorocarbons. Chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, are synthetic compounds that have been found to be harmful to the ozone layer. Though the production of CFCs has been internationally banned, their previous widespread use continues to pose a lingering threat. Encouragingly, monitoring shows that the size of the ozone hole has diminished since the ban, indicating progress. 6.1.2.8 Ammonia. Ammonia, NH, is a compound recognized for its distinctive pungent odor, present primarily as a gas. It is widely used in fertilizers and also plays a role in the synthesis of numerous pharmaceuticals. Despite its beneficial applications, ammonia can be volatile and potentially hazardous, leading to severe environmental and health ramifications if not carefully managed. 6.1.2.9 Aldehydes and organic acids. Aldehydes and organic acids are typically found at lower concentrations in the atmosphere but can have significant effects. They are generated by the incomplete combustion of fossil fuels and lubricants, making their presence a concern in urban environments. Additionally, They complicate air quality issues as they contribute to the formation of secondary pollutants. 6.1.3 Secondary pollutants. Secondary pollutants emerge from the ambient air as a result of chemical reactions between primary pollutants or through reactions with natural atmospheric components, such as sunlight and water vapor. Evidence strongly indicates that emissions from vehicles play a critical role in the development of secondary pollutants, which include smog and ground-level ozone. 6.1.3.1 Smog. Traditional smog, often associated with heavy coal use, consists of a mixture of smoke and sulfur dioxide. However, contemporary smog does not predominantly stem from coal combustion. Instead, it results from vehicular and industrial emissions that react with sunlight, resulting in photochemical smog, a combination of primary emissions and secondary pollutants exacerbated by warm temperatures. 6.1.3.2 Ground-level ozone. Ground-level ozone forms when nitrogen oxides from fossil fuel combustion react in the presence of sunlight. Unlike stratospheric ozone, which serves as a shield against harmful ultraviolet radiation, ground-level ozone poses health risks, acting as a pollutant. Ground-level ozone highlights the complexity of air quality, characterized by a process where primary pollutants undergo a transformation within the atmosphere. 6.1.4 Sources of air pollution. Air pollution sources can generally be divided into two categories: natural processes and anthropogenic, human-caused, activities. 6.1.4.1 Natural sources. Natural air pollution sources include various phenomena that occur without human intervention. Such sources encompass dust from vast, barren landscapes with minimal vegetation, toxic gases like sulfur dioxide and carbon monoxide released during volcanic eruptions, methane emissions resulting from the digestion processes of herbivorous animals such as cattle, smoke and carbon monoxide produced by wildfires, carbon dioxide and methane emissions from natural processes, including seed germination, wetland gases, and the decomposition of organic material, volatile organic compounds emitted by certain plant species, particularly on hotter days. 6.1.4.2 Human-made sources. Among the significant human-induced sources of air pollution are deforestation, the burning of fossil fuels, transportation systems, agricultural activities, and industrial development. Deforestation. Forests play a crucial role in regulating the balance of carbon dioxide and oxygen in the atmosphere. As trees are indiscriminately cut down, a process known as deforestation, the equilibrium is disrupted. Factors leading to deforestation include population explosions, agricultural expansion to meet food demands, increased timber requirements, and industrial growth. The implications of deforestation are dire. Elevated levels of atmospheric carbon dioxide contribute to greenhouse gas accumulation. Reduced availability of timber for construction. Declines in agricultural productivity due to soil erosion. Increased flooding, which can degrade landscapes. Erosion of oxygen levels in the atmosphere. To mitigate these negative impacts, preservation of forested land and reforestation efforts are critical. Combustion of fossil fuels. Fossil fuels, including coal, natural gas, and petroleum, generate energy through combustion but simultaneously produce pollutants. This process releases harmful byproducts, including carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and various particulate matter. The presence of sulfur in these fuels further exacerbates the CO2 and SO2 emissions. Transportation. The modern transportation infrastructure, comprising cars, trains, buses, trucks, and air travel, contributes significantly to air quality degradation through the release of carbon dioxide and nitrogen oxides from internal combustion engines. Notably, Vehicle emissions account for over 75% of total urban air pollution. Agricultural activities. In agriculture, the use of fertilizers and pesticides can lead to air pollution, particularly when they are airborne during application processes. Industrialization. Various manufacturing processes produce a range of toxic pollutants, including emissions from chemical plants, paper mills, and metal extraction facilities. One historical example of severe industrial air pollution is the Bhopal gas tragedy in India, in which a gas leak from a pesticide plant led to thousands of deaths and long-term health consequences for many survivors. 6.1.5 Indoor air pollution. It's crucial to recognize that air pollution extends beyond outdoor environments. It also poses serious health risks inside our homes, offices, and schools. Indoor activities, including cooking and smoking, can generate harmful pollutants. Given that people spend a substantial portion of their lives indoors, assessing and managing indoor air quality becomes essential. Common household products, such as cleaning agents, paints, disinfectants, and insecticides, can significantly compromise indoor air quality, contributing to various health issues. Awareness and effective management strategies are vital for ensuring that our indoor environments remain safe and healthy for all inhabitants. Aquatic contamination. 6.2.1 Introduction. Water is an irreplaceable resource essential for life on Earth, uniquely abundant in nature but not capable of being produced synthetically. The increasing population density, rapid industrial growth, urban sprawl, energy-intensive lifestyles, deforestation, and low levels of environmental awareness are all contributing to the alarming degradation of water quality. Additional factors include the inadequate enforcement of environmental regulations, lack of comprehensive improvement plans, and the unchecked discharge of untreated wastewater from both industrial and municipal sources. Furthermore, the reliance on non-biodegradable chemicals such as pesticides, herbicides, and synthetic fertilizers further exacerbates the pollution of freshwater systems. As human activities continue to expand, the strain on our limited drinking water sources intensifies, leading to the contamination of the precious few resources deemed safe for consumption. Despite the fact that approximately 75% of the Earth's surface is covered with water, a mere 3% of this is freshwater, out of which only about 1% is accessible for human needs, 2% of it is sequestered in ice caps. Water is fundamental for sustaining life, not only for human consumption and cooking but also for agricultural purposes and industrial processes. However, the availability of potable freshwater is dwindling due to progressive pollution in these vital resources. Lakes and rivers are repeatedly inundated with a smorgasbord of toxic waste, including untreated sewage, hazardous industrial discharges, harmful agricultural runoff, and various pollutants. This widespread contamination not only compromises water availability but also exposes millions to potential waterborne illnesses. In a significant report published in 1995, the Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, highlighted alarmingly polluted stretches along 18 major rivers in India, with the majority of these affected areas situated in or around densely populated urban centers. The elevated levels of contamination in these urban realms highlight that both industrial and domestic sectors contribute disproportionately to water pollution, far outweighing their relative size in India's economy. Agriculture also plays a crucial role in influencing water quality. While the depletion of groundwater resources is a pressing issue across various regions, another significant concern is groundwater contamination. Approximately 19 states, including the national capital, Delhi, are currently grappling with this challenge. Groundwater throughout more than 200 districts is afflicted with geogenic contaminants such as elevated levels of salinity, iron, fluoride, and arsenic. As an environmental resource, water possesses a regenerative capacity. It can absorb limited pollution loads without immediate adverse effects on its quality. Water pollution emerges when these loads surpass the natural absorption thresholds of any given water source. To effectively control water pollution, it becomes essential to restrict pollution levels from human activity to fall within the ecological limits of the affected water bodies. Protecting water quality yields numerous benefits. It not only leads to tangible economic advantages like reducing the prevalence of waterborne diseases, lowering the costs related to sourcing water for domestic, agricultural, and industrial uses, and mitigating land degradation through improved ecosystem functions, but also offers intangible benefits such as enhanced environmental aesthetics and increased biodiversity. The issue of water pollution is not confined to any one region. It is a global crisis that necessitates continuous evaluation and reform of water resource policies at every level, from international agreements to localized management of aquifers and individual wells. Studies suggest that water pollution is one of the leading global causes of morbidity and mortality, responsible for claiming over 14,000 lives daily. While developing nations face acute water pollution challenges, even industrialized countries continue to grapple with similar issues. Water is defined as polluted when it contains anthropogenic contaminants that render it unsuitable for human use or significantly impair the health of aquatic ecosystems. Natural events such as volcanic eruptions, algal blooms, excessive storms, and earthquakes can also disrupt the delicate balance of water quality, further complicating the challenges posed by anthropogenic pollutants. The majority of water pollutants are eventually transported by rivers into oceans, with studies revealing pollutant traces extending over 100 miles from river mouths in various regions worldwide. The contaminants found in water vary widely, encompassing harmful chemicals, pathogens, and physical disturbances such as elevated temperatures or unusual discolorations. Importantly, many regulated chemicals are naturally occurring, such as calcium and sodium. Nevertheless, the critical factor determining their status as harmful contaminants lies in their concentration levels. Elevated concentrations of natural substances may negatively impact aquatic ecosystems, resulting in disruptions within local food chains and harming fish and other wildlife. Toxicological impacts of chemical pollutants on water quality are profound. Pathogens introduced into water sources can lead to significant health issues for both human and animal populations. Changes in the physical-chemical characteristics of water, such as alterations in pH, electrical conductivity, temperature, and the process of eutrophication, further undermine water quality. Eutrophication refers to the excessive accumulation of nutrients in water bodies that can trigger algal blooms, deplete oxygen levels, and ultimately lead to the degradation of aquatic habitats, affecting fish and other animal population dynamics. In India, it is estimated that around 700 million people lack access to proper sanitation facilities, contributing to a staggering mortality rate of approximately 1,000 children per day due to diarrheal diseases. Similarly, 90% of urban Chinese regions experience varying degrees of water pollution, leaving nearly 500 million people without access to safe drinking water. While developing nations face urgent concerns over water quality, developed nations are not immune. A recent report indicated that 45% of assessed U.S. stream miles, 47% of lake acreage, and 32% of estuarine square miles are classified as polluted. When toxic substances enter various water bodies, they either dissolve, remain suspended, or settle to the bottom, continually threatening water quality. Pollutants can infiltrate groundwater resources, further complicating the situation. Among the most notorious sources of water pollution include city sewage and industrial waste dumped directly into rivers. Unfortunately, Wastewater treatment facilities across many Indian cities are inadequate. It is reported that only 10% of generated wastewater is treated, with the remainder being released into various water bodies. This results in significant levels of contamination in the very water that ends up in households, which often carries pathogens and disease-causing microbes. Agricultural runoff, laden with fertilizers and pesticides, is another significant contributor to water pollution, making the challenge of protecting our water resources even more complex. 6.2.2 Types of water pollutants. 6.2.2.1 Industrial pollutants. Industrial wastewater, arising from manufacturing processes, is a major contributor to water pollution, often containing specific, recognizable chemicals. Over the past 5 decades, the rapid expansion of industries in India has been noticeable. However, most pollution is associated with small and medium-scale industries that lack adequate wastewater treatment facilities. A significant portion of pollution can be traced back to the chemical processing and food manufacturing sectors. Indeed, several small and medium-sized businesses in areas subject to the Ganga Action Plan inadequately treat their effluents. 6.2.2.2 Biological pollutants. Biological pollutants, primarily pathogens, are indicative of water quality issues. Coliform bacteria serve as a widely used indicator of water pollution, albeit not a direct cause of disease. Other harmful microorganisms that can be present in surface water and pose health risks include Burkholderia pseudomallei, Cryptosporidium parvum, Giardia lamblia, Salmonella, norovirus and various viruses, parasitic worms, helminths. Elevated pathogen levels often result from poorly treated sewage discharges. In less developed nations, this might stem from plants employing minimal secondary treatment. In contrast, developed nations may grapple with leaky infrastructure, leading to sanitary sewer overflows, especially evident during heavy rainfall. The presence of combined sewage systems in some urban environments can further exacerbate the problem, resulting in untreated sewage discharges during storm events. 6.2.2.3 Chemical and other contaminants. Preventing water contamination involves identifying both organic and inorganic pollutants. Common organic water pollutants include detergents, disinfection byproducts such as chloroform, food processing waste, which can range from oxygen-demanding substances to oils and fats, insecticides and herbicides, petroleum hydrocarbons found in fuels and lubricants, debris from logging operations, volatile organic compounds like industrial solvents stemming from improper storage practices. Chlorinated solvents, a subgroup of organic pollutants, consist of dense non-aqueous phase liquids that do not readily mix with water, settling at the reservoir's bottom. Examples include polychlorinated biphenyl, trichloroethylene, perchlorate. Inorganic water pollutants encompass acidity from industrial discharges, notably sulfur dioxide from power plants, ammonia originating from food processing waste, chemical waste resulting from industrial goods, nutrient-laden fertilizers, nitrates and phosphates from agricultural and urban runoff, heavy metals introduced via urban stormwater and from acid mine drainage, silt drainage caused by construction, logging, and similar land clearing activities. 6.2.2.4 Thermal pollutants. Thermal pollution alters the temperature of water bodies, typically linked to human activities. Unlike chemical pollution, this phenomenon primarily changes the physical attributes of water. A prevalent source of thermal pollution is the use of water as a cooling agent in industrial operations, including power plants. Increased water temperatures diminish oxygen levels, leading to detrimental effects on fish populations and disrupting food chain dynamics, ultimately reducing ecological diversity and inviting invasive thermophilic species. Additionally, the release of cold water from the depths of reservoirs can lead to thermal discrepancies within warmer river systems. 6.2.3 Sources of water pollution. 6.2.3.1 Point sources. Point source pollution describes the discharge of contaminants into a waterway from a single, identifiable source, such as a pipe, chute, or drain. Examples encompass effluent releases from sewage treatment facilities, factories, or urban storm drains. The U.S. Clean Water Act delineates point sources for regulatory oversight and establishes the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System (NPDES) permits necessary for accountability. 6.2.3.2 Non-point sources. Conversely, non-point source (NPS) pollution is characterized by diffuse contamination lacking a single discernible origin. NPS pollution often results from cumulative small amounts of pollutants collected from extensive areas. For instance, nitrogen compounds leaching from fertilized agricultural fields or nutrient runoff from stormwater after rainfall are prevalent examples. Additionally, urban runoff from asphalted surfaces and roads may occasionally fit the NPS classification, although it is often funneled through storm drain systems, whereby it becomes a point source upon discharge into adjoining waterways. 6.2.4 Water pollution quantification. 6.2.4.1 Sampling. Water sampling for physical and chemical analysis can be conducted through multiple methodologies, tailored to the desired accuracy and the nature of contaminants involved. Many contamination events are temporally restricted, often coinciding with rainfall. Therefore, grab sampling may fall short of accurate representation. Researchers frequently use automatic sampler devices to extract water samples at predetermined intervals or discharge rates. For biological assessments, sampling involves collecting various aquatic organisms for study, which may either be returned post-identification or studied for toxicity through dissection. 6.2.4.2 Physical testing. Common physical water assessments include measuring temperature, total suspended solids, and turbidity levels. 6.2.4.3 Chemical testing. Assessment of water samples involves analytical chemical principles. Established methodologies are available for testing both organic and inorganic constituents, frequently employing methods such as pH testing, biochemical and chemical oxygen demand assessments, nutrient concentrations, nitrates and phosphates, heavy metal evaluation, including copper, zinc, cadmium, lead, and mercury, assessment of oil and grease content, hydrocarbon determinations, and pesticide concentrations. 6.2.4.4 Biological testing. Biological testing employs plant, animal, and microbial indicators to establish the overall health of an aquatic ecosystem. The accuracy of these evaluations continues to improve with advancements in measurement technologies. 6.2.5 Water pollution and health aspects. 6.2.5.1 Water pollution effects on animals. Human beings often encounter the adverse effects of water pollution through direct consumption, recreational activities, or the consumption of contaminated aquatic life. Conversely, animals are frequently more vulnerable to the toxic consequences of water pollution. Unlike humans, who can filter and purify contaminated water or choose to avoid polluted environments, animals lack the choice, leaving them exposed to toxicity from human-induced pollutants. Here are several key impacts of water contamination on animal life. /TextBF, chemical pollutants, from industrial waste inflict significant mortality on smaller aquatic organisms, such as frogs, fish, and tadpoles. The resulting decline in these species disrupts the local food chain, compelling larger predators to either consume poisoned prey or relocate in search of sustenance, often leading to severe health consequences or death. A surge in nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus leads to rampant algal blooms, which can be toxic and deadly to fish and other wildlife. Elevated levels of mercury in water result in detrimental transformations in aquatic life, including hormonal disruptions, glandular damage, and anomalies in behavior. Continuous exposure to high mercury levels poses serious risks to the reproductive health and development of affected species. /TBF, all spills release harmful substances into marine environments, resulting in widespread sickness among marine animals and often leading to mortality as well. The addition of solid waste, including plastics and metals, obstructs aquatic pathways, trapping smaller species that may suffocate. Contaminated irrigation water routes pollutants into the soil and food supply, causing health problems for herbivorous animals that consume contaminated crops. These pollutants can also dramatically alter the life cycles of various soil-dwelling organisms, potentially leading to ecosystem imbalances. Furthermore, atmospheric pollutants can contaminate water sources, leading to acid rain, which poses a significant threat to all forms of life that come into contact with it. Accountability for these consequences demands substantial action at individual, community, and institutional levels. By reducing littering and actively taking steps to keep aquatic environments clean, human beings can foster the survival of diverse species and maintain sustainable ecosystems. 6.2.5.2 Water pollution effects on humans. Water serves as a natural cleanser within the human body. Inadequate water intake hampers the body's ability to accurately eliminate toxins, allowing harmful substances to linger and be reabsorbed into the bloodstream. As a result, prolonged exposure to toxic waste can lead to system-wide poisoning and infection. Medical experts advocate that an individual needs a minimum of 2 liters of water daily for proper health. Access to safe drinking water is fundamental for the well-being of populations across the globe. The ever-expanding human population and accelerating technological developments increase the risk of water contamination. Key sources of contamination include improperly discarded animal and human waste, hazardous chemicals, and landfill runoff. Should drinking water remain untreated, it poses significant health risks. Waterborne diseases arise when water is polluted by pathogenic viruses or bacteria, typically through human or animal excrement, leading to illnesses that are easily transmitted during consumption or food preparation. Prominent examples include cholera, typhoid fever, and cryptosporidiosis. Water privation diseases are characterized by significant impairment related to insufficient water supply, spreading through interpersonal contact or infected items, often exacerbated by poor hygiene practices. Water-based illnesses involve intermediate organisms that rely on water habitats to complete part of their life cycles, facilitating transmission to humans in their infective larval forms. In terms of water-related diseases, water serves as breeding ground for insects that transmit illnesses, exemplified by malaria, dengue fever, and yellow fever. Water-dispersed infections refer to those pathogens that can thrive in freshwater environments, entering humans primarily through the respiratory system. 6.2.6 Pollution control measures. To mitigate the negative impacts of water pollution on human health, wildlife, and agriculture, comprehensive guidelines and standards have been established by various entities, including the Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, in India, the World Health Organization, WHO, the World Bank, and various national standards bodies. These regulations govern effluent discharge from industries and municipalities, assess drinking water quality, outline irrigation water requirements, and establish criteria to safeguard aquatic ecosystems. However, the implementation of these rules remains insufficient, leading to a continuous stream of inadequately treated or untreated industrial and municipal effluents contaminating both surface and groundwater sources. Alarmingly high levels of hazardous substances such as lead, PB, and arsenic, have been detected in multiple rivers, including the Damodar, Sabarmati, Ganga, and Ajai, throughout Jharkhand and West Bengal. 6.2.7 Techniques for water treatment. 6.2.7.1 Primary treatment. Modern wastewater treatment facilities typically employ primary treatment as the first step. During this phase, raw wastewater undergoes initial screening, where larger solids are removed or allowed to settle at the base of treatment tanks, forming what is known as primary sludge. 6.2.7.2 Secondary treatment. Secondary treatment gained popularity in the United States in the early 1970s. In this stage, wastewater transitions from primary treatment tanks to larger secondary treatment vessels, where several important processes occur. A significant influx of bacteria and microorganisms akin to those found in natural water systems are introduced, allowing them to feed on pollutants within the wastewater and reproduce rapidly. Following the breakdown of pollutants by microorganisms, the wastewater is held in settling tanks, permitting microorganisms to settle at the bottom. The clean water then flows from the top, proceeding through disinfection processes before being released into receiving water bodies such as streams, rivers, lakes, or oceans. 6.2.7.3 Biological treatment. Biological treatment approaches hinge on the biodegradability of the pollutants contained in sewage. Biodegradable pollutants are defined by the presence of naturally occurring organisms capable of utilizing those substances as their food source. 6.2.7.4 Phytoremediation. Phytoremediation entails the use of plants to extract or degrade toxic contaminants during the wastewater treatment process. 6.2.7.5 Bioremediation. Bioremediation utilizes microbial organisms to remove or transform toxic substances inherent in wastewater. 6.2.7.6 Other techniques. \TBF, flocculation. This process enhances the removal of debris and suspended particles from water by adding chemical agents like aluminum and iron salts, which form sticky flocks that bind to unwanted material for easier removal. \TBF, sedimentation. Following flocculation, these assembled particles settle at the bottom of treatment tanks, ready for removal. \TBF, filtration. Filtration effectively removes various particulates, including clays, organic matter, and precipitates, resulting in cleaner water suitable for consumption. \TBF, disinfection. As one of the hallmark advances in water treatment throughout the 20th century, disinfection is conducted prior to water entering distribution systems to guarantee the absence of toxins. Prominent disinfectants include chlorine, chloramines, and chlorine dioxide. 6.2.8 Conclusion. Water pollution remains a critical issue in India, with nearly 70% of surface water resources and an increasing percentage of groundwater supplies contaminated by biological, toxic, organic, and inorganic pollutants. As a result, these water sources often become unsustainable for human use as well as agricultural and industrial applications. The deteriorating quality poses a serious threat to water availability, thereby intensifying water scarcity concerns that collectively affect both human and ecological needs. Polluted water can manifest undesirable characteristics encompassing objectionable color, taste, odor, turbidity, organic content, hazardous chemicals, heavy metals, pesticides, industrial byproducts, radioactive substances, and various biological contaminants, including viruses and bacteria. The contamination of surface waters, such as rivers, lakes, and ponds, along with groundwater and marine environments, poses significant risks to both human and animal health. The pollution of drinking water sources feeds into the larger food chain, further endangering public health and environmental sustainability, making it one of the most pressing challenges of our time. Sound pollution. Noise pollution is a significant and often underappreciated aspect of environmental degradation. Defined as unwanted or disruptive sounds that cause annoyance and distract from regular activities, this form of pollution is also commonly referred to as sound pollution. Our hearing is intricately linked to the delicate structure of the human ear, which contains approximately 25,000 hair cells. These cells respond to sound waves, translating vibrations from the environment into auditory signals. Unfortunately, exposure to loud sounds can lead to the destruction of these cells, particularly those responsible for processing high-frequency sounds, thereby diminishing our ability to hear clearly. Sound intensity is typically measured in decibels, dB, a scale invented in honor of Alexander Graham Bell, the renowned inventor of the telephone. The decibel scale quantifies sound pressure levels, that is, the intensity of sound relative to a reference intensity. The mathematical relationship used to determine intensity levels is expressed as \text intensity level dB is equal to 10 log _ 10 left frac I _0 right . In this formula, I represents the intensity of the sound being measured and I signifies a reference intensity threshold. While loudness is a critical factor in assessing a sound's impact, the frequency or pitch also plays a substantial role in determining its potential harm. To account for this, the dBA scale has been developed, which adjusts decibel readings based on frequency sensitivity. The threshold of human tolerance to noise is set around 80 dBA. Sounds above this level are typically categorized as noise pollution. Alarmingly, many commonplace electronic devices and machinery exceed this limit, with amplified rock music reaching sound levels as high as 120 dBA. To combat this issue, the Ministry of Environment, Forests, and Climate Change has instituted regulations within the framework of the Environment Protection Act of 1986. These regulations stipulate permissible noise limits for various sectors. Industrial zones must remain below 75 decibels, commercial environments are capped at 65 decibels, and residential areas are limited to 55 decibels. Furthermore, public address systems are prohibited from operating during night hours, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., to minimize disruption, particularly in sensitive locations like schools, courts, and hospitals. Sources of noise pollution. Noise pollution arises from multiple sources, and understanding these can help target mitigation efforts. 1. \TBF, transportation. The sounds generated from railways, road traffic, and air travel contribute significantly to overall noise levels in both urban and rural environments. 2. \TBF, industrial activity. Several industrial processes, including thermal power generation, mineral extraction, and manufacturing, produce substantial noise, often requiring the implementation of sound reduction measures. 3. \TBF, public events. The use of loudspeakers during celebrations, functions, or festivals tends to amplify noise levels, contributing to local sound pollution. 4. \TBF, agricultural operations. Machinery such as tractors and harvester equipment generates considerable noise, especially during peak operational times like planting and harvest seasons. 5. \TBF, military operations. Defense activities involving shooting, explosions, and high-impact machinery contribute to noise pollution, particularly in regions near military training zones. 6/TBF Household equipment. Everyday household appliances like vacuum cleaners, lawn mowers, and food processors generate noise that can add to the overall soundscape of residential areas. Effects of noise pollution on health. Noise pollution poses a myriad of adverse health effects on individuals. /TBF Physical effects. This includes potentially serious damage to the eardrum, temporary hearing impairment, or even permanent deafness in extreme cases. /TBF Physiological effects. Exposure to elevated noise levels can lead to muscle strain, headaches, eye fatigue, diminished color perception, and in severe cases, can exacerbate heart-related issues and trigger nervous breakdowns. /TBF Psychological effects. The emotional toll of noise pollution is often evident. Individuals may experience increased levels of irritation, fatigue, frustration, and depression, which ultimately leads to a decline in overall efficiency and quality of life. Strategies for controlling noise pollution. Addressing noise pollution requires a multifaceted approach that combines source reduction, path modification, and protective measures for individuals exposed to excessive sound. 1/TBF Noise control at the source. The most effective means of combating noise is to implement changes at the point of origin. Techniques include optimizing machinery to reduce vibrations, employing sound damping materials, and re-engineering industrial designs to limit noise emissions. 2/TBF Path modification. When noise sources cannot be adequately silenced, adjustments can be made to the surrounding environment. For example, relocating noisy operations away from populated areas, using silencers on transports, and planting vegetation to create natural sound barriers can be effective strategies to mitigate noise transfer. 3/TBF Receiver protection. In scenarios where noise reduction at the source or along its transmission path is ineffective, focus can shift to safeguarding individuals. Utilizing personal protective equipment, such as earplugs or earmuffs, can significantly reduce the levels of harmful noise that reach the inner ear. Additionally, enclosing individuals in soundproof environments can provide a sanctuary from external noise sources. In summary, noise pollution is a pressing environmental issue that affects human health and well-being on multiple fronts. Awareness, regulation, and the implementation of effective control measures are fundamental in fostering quieter, healthier living environments. Soil contamination. 6.4.1 Causes of soil or land pollution. Soil pollution is a significant environmental issue stemming from both direct and indirect sources. Direct sources typically result in more severe harm to the soil than indirect sources do. For instance, direct causes include the inadequate management of solid and liquid waste generated from domestic, industrial, and agricultural activities, along with issues such as waterlogging, soil erosion, salinity, and the improper disposal of medical waste. On the other hand, indirect causes encompass broader environmental phenomena such as acid rain and the unauthorized disposal of radioactive materials. The primary contributors to soil pollution can be categorized as follows. /TBF I. Agriculture. Agriculture plays a pivotal role in soil pollution, particularly through the mismanagement of land drainage. Inadequate drainage often leads to waterlogging, a condition where excess water suffocates the soil by restricting air circulation. This stifles the growth of essential soil microorganisms and can render the soil barren over time, severely impacting agricultural productivity. /TBF 2. Deforestation and shifting cultivation. The clearing of forests for agricultural expansion, whether through burning or logging, has dire consequences for soil stability. Deforestation causes significant soil erosion, especially in hilly terrains where the loss of tree roots destabilizes the soil structure, leading to further degradation of the land. Text TBF 3. Injudicious use of chemical fertilizers. While fertilizers are crucial for enhancing crop yield, their excessive use often results in nutrient contamination of the soil. Microbial processes can convert nitrogen in these fertilizers into nitrite ions, which can be absorbed by animals through food and water. These nitrites can oxidize oxyhemoglobin, transforming it into methemoglobin, a form that cannot transport oxygen, leading to severe health consequences and even death in animals. Text TBF 4. Pesticides. Farmers commonly employ pesticides to protect crops from pests. However, the over-reliance on these chemicals can disrupt essential soil metabolic processes and adversely affect beneficial organisms, including earthworms that play a crucial role in maintaining soil health. For example, organochlorine pesticides like DDT are particularly harmful due to their non-biodegradable nature, allowing them to persist in the environment. These substances accumulate in the food chain, leading to critical imbalances in ecosystems, including the thinning of eggshells in birds, which can drastically impact bird populations. Text TBF Opencast mining. The process of opencast mining involves extensive deforestation, particularly in reserved forest areas. This not only obliterates greenery but also leads to significant ecological disturbances such as land degradation, drought, and desertification, particularly if there is no adequate land reclamation following mining activities. Text TBF 6. Solid wastes from homes and industries. The disposal of solid waste from various sectors, including chemical, petroleum, and metal industries, poses a significant threat to soil health. Hazardous materials, such as oils, heavy metals, and organic solvents, can leach into the soil, contaminating both the soil and nearby water resources. Text TBF 7. Acid rain. Generated from atmospheric pollutants, acid rain gradually alters the pH of soil, transforming neutral soils into acidic ones. Over time, this can lead to a cascading series of negative effects on soil health and productivity. 6.4.2 Effects of soil pollution. The impacts of soil pollution manifest in various harmful ways, which can ripple through ecosystems and human health alike. Notable effects include Text TBF Fluorosis. One serious health condition linked to soil pollution is fluorosis, which arises when crops like maize and jowar absorb fluoride from contaminated soils. These crops become vectors for fluoride accumulation, leading to detrimental health effects for those who consume them. Text TBF Toxic emissions. Soil pollution is not just a hidden problem, it also releases toxic gases from decomposing organic and municipal waste. These emissions can lead to serious health complications for nearby populations, compounded by unpleasant odors and the attraction of disease-carrying insects. Text TBF Ecosystem poisoning. The contamination of ecosystems occurs as pollutants spread through soil and water, which diminishes biodiversity and disrupts food webs. Text TBF Water contamination. Pollutants in the soil can seep into both underground aquifers and surface water bodies, jeopardizing the safety of drinking water sources for communities. Text TBF Fertility reduction. Over time, pollutants can lead to a stark decline in soil fertility, negatively impacting agricultural productivity and economic viability. 6.4.3 Control and treatment of soil pollution. While the treatment of polluted soils is essential, proactive control measures can be more economically feasible. A range of strategies can be deployed to mitigate soil pollution, including Text TBF Bioremediation. This method employs natural processes using microorganisms such as bacteria, fungi, and yeast to degrade hazardous substances into less harmful compounds like carbon dioxide and water. This approach not only detoxifies polluted soils but can also restore their fertility. /TextBF, the 3 Rs, reduce, reuse, recycle. By emphasizing these principles, we can significantly limit the generation of both solid and liquid wastes. Moreover, utilizing biofertilizers and natural pesticides diminishes reliance on harmful chemical inputs, fostering healthier soil ecosystems. /TextBF, proper waste disposal techniques. Adopting effective disposal methods such as composting organic waste and incinerating non-biodegradables prevents contaminating the soil with harmful substances. /TextBF, afforestation. Engaging in planned afforestation strategies can effectively curtail soil erosion, enhancing soil stability and health over time. /TextBF, legislative action. The formulation and diligent enforcement of rigorous pollution control laws are paramount in preventing soil pollution. It is essential that hazardous wastes undergo proper treatment before they are disposed of in landfills, ensuring that we safeguard our soils for future generations. By comprehensively addressing soil pollution through these methods, we can work towards restoring ecological balance and protecting human health. Waste management challenges in India. Solid waste generation is a daily challenge in India, with estimates indicating that approximately 60% of this waste comprises organic materials. The improper handling and management of this organic waste not only pose significant risks to human health, primarily through the contamination of water bodies and the proliferation of disease vectors like flies and insects, but also negatively affect urban infrastructure. Clogged drainage systems resulting from solid waste accumulation contribute to further urban flooding and sanitation issues. To address these multifaceted challenges, the /TextBF, Municipal Solid Waste, Management and Handling, Rules, 2000, have been established, advocating for the segregation of waste at its source and promoting the conversion of organic waste into valuable resources such as compost or biogas. Responding to the growing waste crisis, many municipalities are now partnering with private companies specializing in solid waste management, enabling the conversion of refuse into valuable products while minimizing reliance on landfills. A variety of advanced technologies exists to process and convert municipal solid waste, MSW, into economically and environmentally beneficial products. These technologies are designed to transform waste into wealth, creating sustainable avenues for resource recovery. This chapter presents an overview of the current technological landscape in India regarding solid waste processing, focusing primarily on two overarching categories, bioconversion and thermal conversion. /TextBF, bioconversion, refers to methods that utilize biological processes to decompose organic material. This approach is particularly suited to the organic fraction of MSW, allowing for the creation of compost and the generation of biogas, specifically methane, alongside residual sludge that can serve as nutrient-rich manure. The major techniques within this category include /TextBF, conventional biological conversion. This encompasses open dumping, sanitary landfilling, which may involve landfill gas recovery, traditional composting, and biomethanation processes aimed at producing biowaste-derived fuel. /TextBF, advanced thermal treatment, techniques such as incineration, combustion, pyrolysis, gasification, and plasma pyrolysis fall under this umbrella. Moreover, refuse-derived fuel, RDF, is produced through processes that pelletize residual waste into a more energy-dense form suitable for combustion. Each of these technologies carries its own set of advantages and challenges. /TextBF, incineration, is a prominent method used worldwide for the controlled combustion of municipal solid waste. This process reduces the physical volume of waste by converting it into ash and gases while generating energy in the form of electricity and steam. Incineration operates under high temperatures, typically 1000 degrees Celsius and above, and requires an ample supply of air, oxygen. The efficiency of incineration is tethered to various factors, including the moisture content of the waste, its chemical composition, and the design of the combustion system, either fixed bed or fluidized bed. In practice, incineration can recover about 65%, 80% of the energy content from organic materials, which can then be leveraged for direct thermal applications or electricity generation via steam turbine systems, with an efficiency rate around 30%. Traditional incineration systems tend to operate at temperatures around 760 degrees Celsius to 870 degrees Celsius, sufficient for effective combustion to prevent odors but not ideal for processing all materials, such as glass. Modern incinerators have sought to remedy these limitations by achieving significantly higher temperatures, sometimes reaching 1650 degrees Celsius when using supplementary fuels. This advanced approach diminishes waste volume by approximately 97%, turning metals and glass into ash. Despite its advantages, incineration does raise environmental concerns due to potential pollutants released during the process. However, with the installation of appropriate pollution control devices and meticulous management of combustion conditions, these discharges can be largely mitigated. Thermal waste-to-energy technologies are vital for effectively managing mixed waste streams. Regardless of treatment method, impurities in mixed waste can inevitably contaminate air, water, and land. Aerobic composting, while beneficial for waste reduction, risks leaching contaminants, including heavy metals, into the final compost product, further complicating its use. Incineration, on the other hand, offers a controllable solution through the capture of pollutants, allowing for the separate management of harmful components within the waste. The ash produced from incineration, specifically bottom ash, contains inert inorganic materials suitable for construction, while fly ash requires careful handling to avoid the risks posed by hazardous elements if pollution controls are ineffective. As of now, India is home to only 2 operational incinerator plants. The most recent facility is located at the Okhla landfill site in New Delhi, while the earlier plant in Timarpur has been decommissioned. Recent developments in waste management indicate that municipal solid waste can potentially be incinerated without the necessity for initial segregation, although post-processing mechanical segregation can yield refuse-derived fuel, RDF, which becomes a valuable energy source through biochemical or thermal conversion routes. The biochemical route has revolved primarily around commercial anaerobic digestion, while thermal methods, including pyrolysis and RDF combustion, have demonstrated commercial viability. The potential for generating electrical power from municipal solid waste in India is significant, with estimates suggesting an impressive capacity of approximately 1,500 megawatts. This potential is anticipated to grow as the economy develops, revealing the need for continuous improvement and investment in solid waste management technology to harness this opportunity effectively. Disaster mitigation and response. Disasters, whether they arise from the forces of nature or are the result of human activity, pose significant threats to communities across the globe. They can wreak havoc on infrastructure, devastate natural landscapes, and most tragically, lead to the loss of human and animal lives. These calamities can manifest in various forms, including but not limited to earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, cyclones, snowstorms, avalanches, landslides, land subsidence, sinkholes, and droughts. Effective disaster management is imperative, It revolves around the swift mobilization of resources and response strategies designed to mitigate damage to property and alleviate human suffering in the aftermath of such crises. In this section, we will delve into different types of disasters, with a particular focus on the multifaceted strategies employed by both governments and individuals to alleviate their impact. 6.6.1 Earthquakes. Earthquakes are phenomena resulting from the sudden release of energy in the Earth's crust, often occurring along geological fault lines, known as tectonic plates, either on land or beneath the ocean. While minor tremors are frequent in geologically active regions, they seldom attract attention unless they occur in densely populated areas or register a magnitude of 5 or 6 or more on the Richter scale, which is utilized to gauge earthquake intensity. It is critical to understand that when substantial earthquakes occur under the ocean, they can generate colossal waves known as tsunamis, leading to catastrophic consequences. A prime example of this devastation occurred during the 2004 tsunami, which impacted several coastal regions in Asia, particularly India's southern coast, resulting in damage valued in the billions of dollars and claiming thousands of lives. Countries like Japan have also faced recurrent tsunami threats due to their geographical predisposition. In India, seismic activities are predominantly observed along the Himalayan foothills, as well as in various other regions characterized by active fault lines. Such geological activity has, tragically, led to significant loss of life and extensive property damage over the years. To effectively minimize these detrimental effects, it is essential to implement a comprehensive set of precautions and preparedness measures. Here are some crucial strategies. 1. /TBF Early warning systems. The establishment of an early warning program equipped with field monitoring devices can significantly enhance disaster response. This system must be coupled with a robust and reliable communication network to ensure timely updates reach at-risk communities. 2. /TBF Earthquake-resistant infrastructure. Promoting construction practices that emphasize earthquake resilience is vital. Utilization of advanced materials and engineering techniques enables concrete structures to endure tremors without collapsing, thereby safeguarding lives. 3. /TBF Utility management. Careful planning regarding the distribution of essential utilities can reduce the risk of catastrophic failures during an earthquake. For instance, gas and water pipelines should be designed to minimize the likelihood of rupturing and, in case of failure, allow for rapid response to control any consequent fires or floods. 4. /TBF Emergency response protocols. Developing and maintaining rigorous emergency preparedness operations are paramount. These protocols should be capable of addressing structural collapses and other emergencies swiftly, undergirding community resilience during crisis. 5. /TBF Training and preparedness of response personnel. Having trained responders, including medical personnel and emergency management officials, is critical. This ensures that injured individuals receive prompt and efficient care and that disruptions to daily life are managed effectively. By adopting these comprehensive and proactive measures, communities can bolster their ability to withstand the devastation posed by earthquakes, thereby protecting lives and minimizing property damage. Disaster management is not merely a reactive practice but an essential strategy for sustainable living in a world where natural disasters are an inevitable occurrence. Disaster management, floods. Every year, India grapples with the recurring menace of floods as its major rivers spill over their banks due to heavy monsoonal rains. These intense downpours occur in a brief yet significant period, underscoring the urgency of effective flood management. Without timely preservation and protection of floodplains along crucial rivers such as the Brahmaputra, Ganges, Yamuna, and Kaveri, the loss of property and lives can be devastating. To alleviate these impacts, advancements in meteorological forecasting regarding the timing and intensity of monsoons are essential. Implementing scientifically informed flood management strategies can significantly mitigate the damage incurred by such natural disasters. To establish a robust framework for flood management, several key actions should be prioritized. /TextBF, Mapping and Prevention. It is pivotal to accurately map the floodplains of major rivers and enforce regulations that prevent any form of developmental activity in these vulnerable areas. Protecting these natural spaces not only preserves ecological balance but also minimizes risks during flooding events. /TextBF, Stormwater Control. Implementing better control measures for stormwater is critical. This can be achieved by maintaining green spaces, promoting rainwater harvesting through infiltration trenches and pits, and encouraging the storage and subsequently, responsible use of rainwater. These practices not only manage excess water during floods but also address potential water shortages in dry periods. /TextBF, Urban Drainage Maintenance. Urban areas should prioritize the upkeep and enhancement of their drainage structures to better accommodate the anticipated intensity of future storms, adapting infrastructure to withstand increasing climatic challenges. Understanding the flood situation in India requires a regional approach, as rivers can be divided into 4 main regions for focused studies: 1. The Brahmaputra region, 2. The Ganga region, 3. The Northwest region, and 4. The Central India and Deccan region. Each of these areas exhibits unique hydrological characteristics and flood patterns, necessitating tailored management strategies. To effectively monitor potential flooding, the Central Water Commission, CWC, has implemented a comprehensive flood forecasting system that spans 62 major rivers across 13 states. With 55 hydrometeorological stations established within these river basins, the CWC provides crucial real-time monitoring of river levels. Additionally, the organization actively oversees the water levels in 60 major reservoirs, producing weekly reports that compare current capacities with historical data from the previous year and the average levels recorded over the last decade. This meticulous stewardship is complemented by state irrigation departments, which manage smaller reservoirs and issue timely alerts for hydrological drought conditions that may lead to decreased stream flows, cessation of waterways, and declining soil moisture and groundwater levels. General flood management measures practiced in India. To curb flooding and protect vulnerable areas, a variety of flood management measures have been adopted. These can be broadly categorized into engineering structural and administrative non-structural methods. /TextBF, Engineering Structural Measures. These interventions aim to provide immediate relief to flood-prone regions by effectively controlling water flow and thus lowering flood levels. Key structural measures include the construction of artificial reservoirs behind dams that regulate river flow, enhancements to natural depressions, ensuring they can effectively capture excess water, diversion of peak flow to alternate river basins, provided such diversions do not cause significant harm, the establishment of parallel channels that bypass towns and vulnerable reaches of the river prone to flooding, enabling better water management. /TextBF, Administrative Non-Structural Measures. These strategies focus on mitigating flood damage through preemptive planning and community engagement. They entail timely evacuation protocols that assure the safe relocation of people and their belongings when a flood threat emerges, aided by reliable flood forecasting and warning systems. Discouraging the establishment of infrastructure and residences in flood-prone areas through the strict enforcement of floodplain zoning regulations, safeguarding valuable assets from the perennial threat of flooding. Together, these comprehensive strategies form a multifaceted approach to flood management in India, fostering resilience in the face of an inevitable climatic challenge. By prioritizing both structural and administrative measures, the country can improve its preparedness for floods, ensure the safety and security of its citizens, and protect vital ecosystems critical to its ecological health. Tropical cyclones, hurricanes and typhoons. Cyclones, hurricanes, and typhoons may appear to be distinct phenomena, but they are fundamentally different names for the same weather event, tropical cyclones. The terminology varies regionally. In the North Atlantic Ocean, the South Pacific Ocean, and the Northeast Pacific Ocean, these storms are referred to as hurricanes, while those that occur in the Northwest Pacific Ocean, specifically to the west of the international date line, are called typhoons. Regardless of their designation, these storms are characterized by wind speeds exceeding 74 miles per hour or 119 kilometers per hour, which can lead to catastrophic impacts. The severity of such storms is assessed using the Saffir-Simpson Hurricane Wind Scale, which classifies them into categories based on sustained wind speeds, thereby helping to convey the potential damage associated with each storm. In India, particularly along the eastern coastline, cyclones have historically resulted in devastating consequences, causing significant loss of life and substantial damage to property and infrastructure. The states of Odisha and Andhra Pradesh are particularly vulnerable, having faced numerous cyclonic events that have tested the resilience of their communities. One significant event in this context was Cyclone Phalin, which struck Odisha on 4 October 2013. This cyclone was recorded as the second most powerful tropical cyclone to land in Odisha since the catastrophic super cyclone of 1999. The meteorological phenomenon began as a tropical depression on the same day in the Gulf of Thailand, located just west of Phnom Penh, Cambodia. Over the next several days, it traversed towards the west while navigating through areas of low to moderate vertical wind shear, a condition conducive to its strengthening. By 6 October 2013, Phalin transitioned out of the western Pacific basin and continued its journey into the Andaman Sea. The following day, it progressed west-northwestward into an increasingly favorable environment for further development, and by 9 October 2013, it had intensified into a cyclonic storm and was officially named Phalin. As the storm advanced over the Andaman and Nicobar Islands and into the Bay of Bengal, it had already begun to affect approximately 12 million people. In terms of disaster preparedness and response, the India Meteorological Department, IMD, plays a crucial role in monitoring and tracking cyclonic activities. The IMD employs advanced technology for cyclone tracking, utilizing the Indian National Satellite (INSAT) system along with 10 sophisticated cyclone detection radars strategically placed to facilitate accurate and timely observations. When a cyclone is detected, the IMD issues warnings to various sectors, including maritime navigation, fisheries, and aviation, ensuring that those in the storm's path are alerted and can take necessary precautions. The warning system operates with a cyclone alert issued 48 hours in advance and a cyclone warning within 24 hours of the expected landfall, allowing communities to prepare and respond to the impending threat. Moreover, a specialized disaster warning system has been established to disseminate cyclone warnings in local languages, ensuring that even those in remote coastal areas have access to vital information that can help mitigate the risks associated with such powerful storms. Through a combination of advanced meteorological technology, community preparedness programs, and effective communication strategies, India continues to strive towards minimizing the impacts of cyclones, thereby enhancing the resilience of its coastal populations in the face of nature's formidable forces. Snowstorms and avalanches in India. Snowstorms pose significant challenges each year, resulting in not only economic disruptions but also tragic loss of life and extensive property damage throughout North America. These violent weather events can wreak havoc, particularly in mountainous regions where the threat of avalanches becomes imminent. An avalanche is a rapid descent of a substantial mass of snow down a mountain slope, often triggered by the weight of freshly fallen snow, shifts in temperature, or human activity. As science and technology progress, the ability to predict these powerful storms has markedly improved. Advanced meteorological data collection and analytical techniques have paved the way for more accurate forecasting models. These models enable meteorologists to issue timely warnings, equipping communities with essential information that can be leveraged to initiate safety protocols and prepare for impending snowfall, thereby mitigating the risks associated with both snowstorms and resultant avalanches. In the context of India, the regions of Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and the higher elevations of the northeastern states are particularly vulnerable to the impacts of snowstorms and avalanches. These areas, renowned for their stunning landscapes, also grapple with the dangers posed by severe weather events in winter months. It is imperative that local authorities integrate the risks associated with snowstorms and avalanches into comprehensive disaster management plans. By doing so, they can create effective response strategies that prioritize community safety, ensure prompt rescues, and facilitate recovery efforts in the aftermath of such disasters. Education and awareness campaigns can also play a crucial role in these regions, enlightening residents and visitors about avalanche safety and snowstorm preparedness. By fostering a culture of preparedness and resilience, communities can better safeguard lives and property against the unpredictable severity of winter weather events. Ultimately, understanding the dynamics of snowstorms and their potential to trigger avalanches is essential for enhancing safety measures and promoting sustainable living in these vulnerable, yet beautiful, mountainous areas of India. Landslide dynamics. Landslides, defined as the mass movement of soil and rock from elevated slopes, are intrinsic natural phenomena shaped by geological processes. Yet, human actions, particularly the construction of homes and infrastructure on precarious inclines, can induce instability within the soil, escalating the risk of these events, especially during periods of intense rainfall. The consequences can be dire, resulting in loss of life, destruction of property, and long-lasting environmental damage. The catastrophic events witnessed in Uttarakhand, particularly during the Char Dham pilgrimage season, stand as a grim testament to the dangers associated with environmental neglect and mismanagement. This disaster was not merely a fleeting calamity, it struck fear and uncertainty into the core of the entire state and nation. The Himalayan region, which has been shaped over millions of years by the collision of the Indian landmass with the Eurasian plate, is still undergoing tectonic shifts. These ongoing geological processes contribute to the existing vulnerabilities of the region, fragile landforms that are susceptible to earthquakes, rock fractures, and soil shearing, each exacerbating the risk for landslides and related hazards. The dynamics of this mountainous terrain lead to significant erosion of hillsides adjacent to river banks, rendering entire sections as landslide-prone. Notably, the Bhagirathi and Alkananda rivers flow through areas characterized by weak geological formations, making them particularly susceptible to flooding. Erosion, combined with the ever-changing water levels and rainfall runoff, weakens hillside structures, further complicating their stability. Seismic activity along the active fault lines in the Himalayas creates additional weaknesses in the geological framework, turning some areas into potential disaster zones. What was once a thriving ecological heaven, Uttarakhand has unfortunately shifted towards unsustainable practices. Deforestation driven by demands for residential spaces and agricultural expansion has led to the destruction of the very ecological balance that once flourished. The reckless construction of roads, three-decade plans for development, and the creation of dam facilities fueled by relentless ambition have contributed to environmental degradation. The influx of pilgrims, tourists, and adventure seekers has compounded the problem, resulting in massive quantities of waste introduced into sacred rivers, not only polluting these waters but also overwhelming the region's capacity to manage such debris. To restore ecological integrity and ensure sustainable development, it is critical that a comprehensive, scientific approach be adopted. The effects of climate change must be a foremost consideration, as warming trends can intensify the atmosphere's capacity for moisture, leading to anomalous weather patterns, including sudden cloudbursts that trigger flash flooding. To mitigate these risks, several important measures must be prioritized. 1. Ensuring proper alignment of roads to circumvent weak geological zones and areas filled with unstable debris. 2. Implementing efficient drainage systems along roads and infrastructure, as well as within local villages, to manage water flow effectively. 3. Employing scientific methods in mining operations to minimize flood risks, including designing mine plans that slow water velocity during monsoon season and reduce flash flood potential. 4. Protecting river banks through afforestation and careful management near micro-hydroelectric projects, mining activities, and waste management systems to safeguard against erosion. A crucial step toward disaster preparedness involves establishing a dedicated cell dedicated to disaster management planning, which would include the creation of an ecological atlas. This atlas would catalog information about vulnerable ecosystems and sensitive areas within the region. To formulate proactive strategies, collaboration among experts, drawn from the Geological Survey of India, Roorkee University, the Indian Space Research Organisation, the Gadwal Vikas Nigam, the Meteorological Department, and community members with relevant experience, is necessary. Research and empirical studies are vital to understand the ramifications of climate change, particularly regarding precipitation in Uttarakhand. Notably, an increase in temperature by just 1 degree Celsius could lead to fluctuations in rainfall patterns by as much as 50%, while a rise beyond 2 degrees Celsius threatens to exacerbate these issues to catastrophic proportions. The time to act is now. We must prioritize environmental stewardship to avert future calamities. Subsidence and sinkhole formation. Land subsidence is a geological phenomenon characterized by the abrupt collapse of the ground surface, resulting from a failure in the underlying soil or support structures. This unsettling occurrence can stem from a variety of factors, including excessive groundwater extraction, natural settling of the earth, or the degradation of underground voids. One of the most notable manifestations of land subsidence is the formation of sinkholes, which are depressions or holes in the ground caused by the dissolution of soluble rocks, particularly limestone, that lie beneath the Earth's surface. These sinkholes are prevalent in regions where the bedrock is shallow and composed of limestone. Here, groundwater interacts with the rock, gradually dissolving it over time. Eventually, the ground above can no longer bear the weight of the overlying materials and collapses suddenly, posing significant risks to life and property. In the context of India, land subsidence has become a pressing environmental concern, primarily driven by the consequences of abandoned shallow underground mines. These mining operations, when left unaddressed, create voids beneath the Earth's surface that are often not backfilled with appropriate materials, such as sand or other stabilizing substrates. As a result, the ground can become increasingly unstable over time. This instability not only increases the likelihood of subsidence but also poses severe risks to the safety of nearby residents and infrastructure. The implications of land subsidence are far-reaching, marking it as a disaster waiting to happen. Structures built atop unstable ground suddenly find themselves at risk. The collapse can cause substantial property damage, necessitating costly repairs or, in extreme cases, leading to the total loss of buildings. More tragically, Individuals who reside or work in these precariously placed structures may find themselves in life-threatening situations, leading to fatal incidents or serious injuries. Overall, the phenomenon of land subsidence and its associated sinkholes represent critical environmental hazards that demand urgent attention and proactive measures in their management and mitigation to ensure the safety and well-being of communities affected by these geological events. Aridity challenges. Droughts represent some of the most significant environmental catastrophes experienced worldwide, leading to severe food shortages and devastating famines. While these natural phenomena are often exacerbated by environmental factors, a considerable proportion of droughts can be traced back to human activities. In many regions, inadequate management and exploitation of water resources have led to conditions ripe for drought, showcasing a critical disconnect between the availability of water and its sustainable use. Moreover, the persistent threat of climate change has rendered predictable weather patterns increasingly erratic. The rise in global temperatures and the frequency of unpredictable storms have contributed to the emergence of droughts even in regions that have historically employed effective water management strategies. Consequently, the challenge of drought is not merely one of supply but also of balance, as the pressures on water systems increase. In India, the seriousness of this issue is met with proactive measures aimed at mitigating the impact of droughts and ensuring the sustainable management of water resources. Key initiatives include /TBF, rainwater harvesting, a vital strategy being implemented across major urban centers. Rainwater harvesting involves the collection and storage of rainwater for future use. This not only reduces dependence on traditional water supply systems but also contributes to groundwater recharge, enhancing overall water availability. /TBF, storage reservoir management. Effective oversight of water storage reservoirs is crucial for ensuring a reliable supply through changing climatic conditions. By optimizing the management practices of these reservoirs and implementing innovative water conservation techniques, India is working to maximize the efficiency of existing water supplies while minimizing wastage. /TBF, wastewater recycling and reuse. Another significant approach involves the recycling and repurposing of wastewater, particularly greywater sourced from households. In urban environments, this strategy can dramatically reduce the demand for fresh water, allowing communities to utilize water that would otherwise be wasted. Furthermore, industries are being encouraged to adopt practices that promote the recycling of their wastewater, leading to an overarching reduction in water consumption. In summary, while droughts pose a formidable challenge, especially in a rapidly changing climate, India's multifaceted approach to water management illustrates a commitment to sustainability. By harnessing innovative water conservation strategies and fostering a culture of responsible water use, the nation is not only addressing the immediate threats posed by droughts but also laying the groundwork for a more resilient environmental future. Thus, the fight against drought is not simply about weather prediction, it is about engaging with a complex web of ecological, economic, and social factors that define water resource management. Disaster management in India. In response to the increasing frequency and severity of various disasters, the Government of India recognized the urgent need for a comprehensive approach to disaster management. To address this challenge effectively, the government established the National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA, in 2005. This landmark initiative marked a significant step towards fostering a proactive and systematic framework designed to mitigate the adverse impacts of disasters across the nation. The NDMA operates with an array of essential functions that collectively aim to enhance disaster preparedness, response, and recovery efforts. Among its primary mandates is the formulation of national policies on disaster management. Crafting coherent policies ensures that strategies are well-defined, bringing clarity to roles and responsibilities at every level of government and society. Additionally, the NDMA plays a crucial role in approving the National Disaster Management Plan, which serves as a foundational blueprint for all disaster-related activities across the country. This exhaustive plan is not isolated. It integrates the strategies and operational frameworks developed by various ministries and departments of the Government of India, ensuring alignment with national priorities and objectives. Furthermore, the NDMA is tasked with formulating guidelines that state authorities must adhere to when developing their respective state disaster management plans. This is crucial as it empowers states to tailor their strategies to local contexts while maintaining adherence to overarching national standards. To promote a cohesive approach, the NDMA lays down guidelines for the various ministries and departments within the Government of India. These guidelines are essential for ensuring that measures of disaster prevention and mitigation are effectively embedded within their developmental projects and planning processes. In doing so, the NDMA encourages a culture of resilience and preparedness that resonates at all levels of governance. In terms of implementation, the NDMA coordinates the enforcement of disaster management policies and the execution of the national plan. This coordination facilitates unified action during disasters, enabling swift responses that can save lives and minimize economic losses. The NDMA also plays a pivotal role in recommending provisions of funds specifically earmarked for disaster mitigation activities. These financial resources are crucial for driving initiatives that bolster community resilience and enhance infrastructure robustness. Moreover, in an era of globalization, the NDMA recognizes its responsibility in providing support to other countries stricken by significant disasters. This commitment reflects India's solidarity and leadership in the global community, as determined by the central government. In addition to response and recovery efforts, the NDMA emphasizes the importance of disaster prevention, mitigation, and preparedness. Through capacity-building programs and awareness campaigns, the authority aims to equip communities, local governments, and other stakeholders with the tools and knowledge necessary to effectively deal with imminent disaster situations. Lastly, the NDMA also sets forth broad policies and guidelines to steer the operations of the National Institute of Disaster Management. This institute serves as a pivotal educational and research institution that enhances knowledge and develops skills related to disaster management, ensuring that India remains proactive in its approach to safeguarding lives and property against the threats posed by natural and man-made disasters. Through these multifaceted functions, the NDMA constitutes the backbone of India's disaster management strategy, illustrating the government's commitment to creating a resilient society capable of withstanding and effectively responding to disasters. Social issues and public participation to minimize impacts of development. Introduction to Sustainable Development for Social Change. The urgent necessity for development that tackles social issues is abundantly clear. In India, approximately 70% of the population subsists below the poverty line, struggling to survive on less than rupees 7,130 per day. This stark reality raises the pivotal question: what kind of economic development does the country truly require? Traditionally, economic growth and elevated living standards have been synonymous with industrialization. However, this relationship is increasingly scrutinized as industrialization often bears the brunt of blame for severe environmental degradation. As India forges ahead in its industrial journey, there is a strong sentiment that while social challenges like poverty, hunger, lack of clean water, inadequate sanitation, and widespread disease may diminish, the associated environmental challenges are likely to escalate. This paradox highlights the urgent need for a paradigm shift in how development is approached, ensuring that environmental integrity is not sacrificed for economic gain. Fortunately, The 21st century presents a unique landscape where industrial development can be pursued through a vastly different lens compared to the industrial revolutions of the 19th and 20th centuries. Contemporary nations are now presented with the opportunity to embrace a more conscientious and holistic form of development, one that respects and integrates traditional practices and lifestyles that are inherently aligned with environmental stewardship. This approach not only acknowledges the wisdom embedded in age-old methods of living but also integrates cutting-edge technologies that can furnish critical supports such as jobs, food security, sanitation, healthcare, efficient transportation, and sustainable energy solutions. In a diverse and rapidly evolving nation like India, the stark contrasts between traditional, environmentally sustainable practices and the often wasteful modern lifestyles are evident at every turn. Awareness and education are burgeoning, with a concerted effort to incorporate environmental education into school and college curricula. This increased emphasis on understanding environmental issues equips the younger generation with the knowledge to blend traditional ecological wisdom with modern practices. Moreover, a nexus of efforts from various stakeholders, government bodies, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and private corporations are pivotal in fostering a culture of sustainability. These entities are not only seeking to preserve traditional practices but are also keen to promote innovative and sustainable economic development models that fuse the best of both worlds. As we delve into the examples and case studies within this chapter, we aim to highlight successful and promising economic development initiatives that prioritize social advancement while also safeguarding the environment. Such insights will serve as a foundation for understanding the potential of development strategies that are in harmony with the principles of sustainability. The exploration of these initiatives paves the way for an informed dialogue on how India can achieve a balanced model of growth, one that uplifts its people while nurturing the planet for future generations. Environmental challenges and development, energy and water conservation, consumerism, and waste management. India stands at a pivotal crossroads in its struggle with environmentalism, grappling with the complexities of development while striving to maintain a harmony with nature that many industrialized nations have long since lost. In a global context, India exemplifies the challenges faced by developing societies, primarily those rooted in subsistence agriculture, where there exists an extraordinary interconnection with the natural world. This relationship is enriched by deep-seated spiritual beliefs across various religions, including Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, Islam, and Christianity, and the Gandhian philosophy of nonviolence, which advocate for sustainable living. Yet, in recent times, the emergence of consumerist lifestyles poses a significant threat to these foundational beliefs, creating a nuanced cultural landscape very much in tune with the ongoing issues of sustainability. A stark comparison becomes evident when contrasting the consumption patterns of an average American living in New York City with those of an Indian citizen. On average, an Indian uses only around 40 to 60 liters of water per day and enjoys a diet that is largely organic, thereby minimizing environmental impact. Recycling and reusing are deeply embedded practices. Day-to-day items ranging from plastic and glass to clothing are repurposed and sold to junk and scrap dealers, sustaining a circular economy. This not only diverts waste from landfills but also provides a source of income for many middle-class families who are incentivized to embrace these environmentally friendly practices. In India, the allure of street food and homemade meals often lies in the use of eco-friendly packaging, crafted from clay, paper, banana leaves, and metal, that can easily decompose, be recycled, or be reused. Some regions still promote the return of glass bottles used for sodas, enhancing the culture of reuse and reducing the waste burden. Similarly, transportation is frequently centered around non-polluting options such as bicycles, rickshaws, and motorcycles, while initiatives like rainwater harvesting are encouraged and excessive consumer goods are shunned. Most daily chores are performed manually, and meals are predominantly composed of unprocessed ingredients, fostering a spirit of resourcefulness that enables individuals to adapt and thrive with limited means. This sense of ingenuity may seem idyllic to advocates of sustainable living from more industrialized nations, evoking a vision of environmental harmony. Nonetheless, the very way of life that is often revered is under threat due to the tides of industrialization sweeping across the nation. The Green Revolution of the 1960s marked a significant turning point, introducing pesticides and fertilizers into agriculture and initiating a broader shift toward modernization that fundamentally altered traditional practices. The liberalization of India's economy in 1991 invited multinational corporations to enter its burgeoning market, drawn by the allure of cheap labor, a largely English-speaking populace, and minimal enforcement of environmental safeguards. As a consequence, a consumer-driven middle and upper class has emerged, endowed with more disposable income and appetites for luxury goods, ranging from larger automobiles to modern shopping malls. The pervasive influence of media further amplifies desires for a consumer-oriented lifestyle, further distancing society from traditional values tied to sustainability. While India is a young democracy navigating these changes, the strengthening of efforts to protect its environment remains crucial. Compounding these challenges is the voluntary nature of corporate adherence to international environmental standards coupled with an unorganized civil society struggling to advocate for the preservation of ecological traditions. Daily survival demands often overshadow environmental advocacy, hindering mobilization around pressing issues such as the contamination of groundwater from agricultural runoff, a significant concern exacerbated by industrial activities and a growing population. Investigations by the Center for Science and Environment revealed alarming levels of pesticides in popular bottled beverages, which, alongside their substantial water consumption in production, underscore the urgency for a robust regulatory response. Despite this, the Indian government has yet to implement stricter oversight, facing criticism from beverage companies resistant to such scrutiny. In addition to water quality, other pressing environmental issues are surfacing amidst the pressures of development and urbanization. Population growth, the unchecked demands of large industries in rural areas, and the struggles of small-scale farmers have led to a mass exodus of impoverished individuals towards urban centers, resulting in overcrowded slums characterized by poor sanitation, contaminated water supplies, and unmanageable waste heaps. Slum dwellers face unsanitary conditions, preparing food in environments that pose significant health risks, exacerbated further by issues like stray cattle. Despite a historical legacy of sustainable practices, current environmentalists now confront the dual challenge of mitigating both environmental and social dilemmas while promoting sustainability in the context of rapid economic development. Success in this endeavor requires an acknowledgement that no singular solution exists, prompting a deeper integration of environmental education into the national curriculum, from primary education to universities. This approach equips citizens with the knowledge needed to advocate sustainable economic practices that can pervade everyday life, influence career paths, and inform voting behavior. In parallel with educational initiatives, there is a growing movement towards environmental awareness transcending mainstream educational institutions. This shift is prompted by diverse stakeholders, including government agencies, non-governmental organizations, and corporations, championing sustainable economic development that respects environmental integrity and human rights. These efforts are an indication of a crucial turning point in India's trajectory, as sensitivities towards its environmental responsibilities begin to resonate across various sectors. By heeding the lessons learned from the mistakes of historical industrialization seen in Western nations, India is positioned to develop progressive models of sustainability that serve as precedents for the global community. The commitment of business and government leaders to mold an economy that honors India's ecological traditions, alongside fostering economic growth, is vital in laying the foundation for a future where environmental preservation coexists harmoniously with improvements in the living standards of its populace. Government initiatives for environmental protection. 7.3.1 Environmental legislations. A democratic government inherently seeks to safeguard the rights and welfare of its citizens, and one of the most significant methods of achieving this is through the enactment of laws and regulations. In India, a systematic and concerted effort to protect the environment through legislative means has been in place since the 1970s, marking a pivotal shift towards environmental consciousness within the governance framework. In a remarkable step in environmental history, India became the first country to incorporate environmental protection into its constitution, a monumental change following the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment in Stockholm in 1972. This global conference acted as a catalyst, inspiring numerous nations to prioritize environmental issues and develop regulatory frameworks to safeguard natural resources. India's legal approach establishes the foundation for governmental accountability, mandating that officials and agencies must consider environmental impacts when making decisions. Furthermore, the Constitution obliges every citizen to engage in the protection and enhancement of the natural environment, encompassing forests, rivers, lakes, and wildlife. To ensure the effective enforcement and adherence to environmental laws, the government has instituted various regulatory bodies, including the Ministry of Environment, Forests, and Climate Change, (MoI FCC), and the Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB. These organizations play pivotal roles in monitoring compliance with environmental regulations, setting standards, and imposing penalties for violations. The comprehensive legal framework enshrined in India's constitution, coupled with effective enforcement, can significantly bolster environmental protection efforts. Moreover, these laws provide a robust foundation for citizens and civil society to challenge detrimental actions by corporations or government entities and advocate for sustainable development principles. Below, we delve into foundational legislative acts pivotal to environmental protection in India. 7.3.1.1 Environmental Protection Act, 1986. The Environmental Protection Act serves as a cornerstone in India's environmental regulatory framework. It is designed to safeguard and enhance the quality of the environment while preventing potential hazards to life, health, and property. The Act encompasses critical regulations, including the hazardous wastes, management and handling, rules of 1989 and the protocols governing hazardous chemicals and genetically engineered organisms. These regulations collectively aim to ensure that hazardous materials are managed responsibly, thereby minimizing risks to both human health and the ecosystem. 7.3.1.2 Air, Prevention and Control of Pollution, Act, 1981. This significant legislation aims to combat air pollution by laying down provisions for the prevention, control, and abatement of air pollutants. It facilitates the establishment of regulatory boards equipped with the authority to monitor air quality and enforce compliance. The Act emphasizes the critical need for collaborative efforts to combat air pollution, which poses severe risks to public health and environmental quality. 7.3.1.3 Water, Prevention and Control of Pollution, Act, 1974. Recognizing the vital importance of water resources, this Act mandates the imposition of a cess on water usage by specific industries and local authorities, with the revenue generated channeling into pollution control efforts. This financial mechanism is aimed at supporting the initiatives of central and state pollution control boards, thus enhancing their capacity to tackle water pollution effectively. 7.3.1.4 Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. A comprehensive and protective measure, the Wildlife Protection Act focuses on preserving India's diverse flora and fauna, realizing the need for ecological balance. It aims to safeguard endangered species and their habitats, ensuring that both wildlife and ecological systems are maintained for future generations. 7.3.1.5 Forest Conservation Act, 1980. Established to halt the alarming rate of deforestation, this act seeks to conserve India's forests, recognizing their indispensable role in sustaining ecological integrity, biodiversity, and providing livelihoods for millions. The Act lays down strict controls over deforestation activities, thus promoting sustainable forest management practices. 7.3.2 Government Initiatives and Partnerships. In addition to legislative measures, the Indian government has actively initiated various programs and partnerships to bolster environmental efforts across the nation. These initiatives are crucial for understanding how public officials and state institutions are collaboratively working towards sustainable development while adhering to established regulatory frameworks. Despite facing criticisms regarding the stringent application of environmental regulations, the Government of India has continued to foster sustainability through various channels, including 5-year planning frameworks developed by the Planning Commission and initiatives from the Ministry of Industry aimed at promoting cleaner production practices. Furthermore, they support the EcoMark label initiative, launched in 1991, which is intended to classify products that meet environmental standards, thereby encouraging manufacturers to enhance their sustainability practices. International collaboration is another vital aspect of India's environmental initiatives. The Clean Technology Initiative, CTI, established in 1997 as a partnership between the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, and the Industrial Credit and Investment Corporation of India, ICICI, Bank, plays a crucial role in advancing climate-friendly technologies. CTI's efforts include projects like the Taj Trapezium Zone, which aims to reduce industrial pollution affecting the iconic Taj Mahal and other significant monuments while promoting cleaner production practices in various sectors. The AS-India Climate Change Partnership further exemplifies international cooperation focused on climate action, with projects like the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Prevention Project targeting reductions in greenhouse gas emissions from thermal power plants and supporting bioenergy initiatives in industries like sugar milling. These projects encompass a broad range of sustainable energy technologies, from solar, wind, and hydro, to innovative transportation solutions like India's first electric car, the Reva. Moreover, partnerships such as the US-Asia Environmental Partnership have facilitated essential know-how in environmental management, evidenced by the support provided to the New Delhi metro system, achieving the ISO 14001 certification, which sets the standard for effective environmental management. Such advancements signify the integration of sustainable practices within infrastructure development, setting a precedent for future projects. In conclusion, the Government of India plays a transformative role on the path to sustainable development, spearheading initiatives that emphasize legislative compliance while fostering collaborative efforts among various stakeholders. Through a combination of robust environmental legislation and innovative partnerships, India is making significant strides towards safeguarding its ecological heritage for generations to come. NGO and corporate engagement in environmental conservation. 7.4.1 Environmental ethics of corporate social responsibility and environmental responsibility. Corporate social responsibility, CSR, has emerged as a pivotal concept in shaping the ethical framework of modern business practices, transcending traditional profit motives to embrace wider social and environmental concerns. Although the term's definitions and interpretations vary significantly, CSR began to gain traction in the 1980s, propelled into public consciousness by the tireless efforts of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, such as Greenpeace. Their activism included advocating for boycotts, shareholder actions, ethical consumption, direct action, and media campaigns aimed at spotlighting severe environmental disasters, most notably Exxon's catastrophic oil spill in Valdez, Alaska, and Nike's exploitation of child labor. As a result of these advocacy efforts, a remarkable transformation has occurred in consumer behavior. Individuals have evolved into proactive citizen consumers. The rising power and globalization of multinational corporations prompted concerned citizens to assume the role of vigilant watchdogs, particularly in regions where environmental and labor laws are inadequately enforced. This shift has compelled companies to recognize their multifaceted responsibilities toward a diverse array of stakeholders, which includes consumers, community members, government entities, employees, the environment, future generations, and shareholders. In this landscape, it has become increasingly clear that consumers expect businesses to uphold ethical values and demonstrate a commitment to the welfare of individuals, communities, and the planet. To remain relevant and responsive to this heightened consumer demand, companies have discovered that authentic engagement in CSR not only fulfills moral obligations but also enhances their public image and potentially boosts profitability. Visionary business leaders see CSR as an opportunity to redefine capitalism, transforming it into a vehicle that facilitates a better quality of life while ensuring sustainable operations for future generations. Initiatives focused on environmental responsibility, including improving energy efficiency in production processes, stand to reduce costs and augment profits, thereby reinforcing the rationale for embracing CSR across various business sectors. In the last 15 years, the scope of CSR initiatives has expanded significantly and now encompasses a diverse range of practices, such as /TextBF, environmental responsibility in operations. This involves integrative practices like efficient water management, energy-saving technologies, and aims for zero waste disposal. /TextBF, community engagement. Companies are increasingly participating in community development efforts, such as tree planting and sanitation projects that align with local interests and needs. /TextBF, preemptive assessments, conducting environmental and social impact assessments prior to initiating new projects to ensure sustainability and community welfare. /TextBF, eco-friendly manufacturing, production and delivery of services that are cognizant of environmental impacts, contributing to cleaner and safer ecosystems. /TextBF, safe product development, innovating products that adhere strictly to safety standards for both consumers and the environment. /TextBF, life cycle considerations, creating products designed for recycling and safe disposal to mitigate environmental contamination. Moreover, larger corporations are encouraged to promote environmental and social responsibility throughout their supply chains, extending these expectations to contractors and smaller suppliers. Open communication about potential business hazards fosters trust and transparency among employees and consumers, aligning corporate practices with higher standards of labor and environmental performance than those mandated by local legislation. Initiatives also encompass vital issues such as labor rights, including fair wages, satisfactory working conditions, reasonable work hours, and encouragement of union activities, along with advancing women's rights in the workplace and fostering economic development to alleviate poverty in communities where businesses are situated. Ensuring that local communities are empowered in decision-making processes, supporting educational opportunities, improving infrastructure, addressing health concerns like HIV/AIDS, and respecting animal rights are further dimensions of a robust CSR framework. Financial contributions to NGOs that champion these causes are also a fundamental aspect of such corporate approaches. Globally, influential organizations like the World Business Organization, the International Standards Organization, and the United Nations advocate for the integration of sustainable economic development within CSR. They assert that elevating standards of living for disadvantaged populations while ensuring these do not negatively impact those in industrialized nations necessitates that both businesses and consumers adopt practices that honor life and safeguard natural resources. In India, major corporations such as ITC Group of Hotels, Tata Steel, Jubilant Organosis, Sahara India Parivar, Chemfab Alkalis, and the Murugappa Group are actively pursuing comprehensive CSR and sustainability models. They are focused on assessing their success in delivering on the triple bottom line of profitability, social equity, and environmental stewardship. Conversely, evaluating the sustainability and corporate responsibility of many small and medium enterprises, SMEs, which constitute a substantial 45% of India's economy, poses a challenge. While many of these entities engage in sustainable business practices, their efforts often lack formal certification. Notable initiatives include fair trade cooperatives that focus on women's craftsmanship and the proliferation of organic farms that adhere to ethical and environmentally sound principles. Organizations such as Tara Projects, Biotech, Sadhana, Fair Trade Forum India, and Fab India exemplify this commitment. Prominent corporations advocate for greening the supply chain, encouraging multinational firms to impart sustainability principles to SMEs and to recognize the innovative practices that these smaller entities may already be implementing. Constructive partnerships that bolster SMEs' capacities, financial viability, and market access may pave the way toward more comprehensive community development. Nevertheless, a rising concern looms over the authenticity of CSR efforts, with many observing that some companies engage in greenwashing, where initiatives are designed more to build a favorable image than to enact genuine change. For instance, while certain beverage companies contest findings of pesticide residues in their products, they simultaneously support environmental education in schools, creating a dissonance between professed values and actual practices. This situation suggests that CSR efforts should more adeptly address the needs of communities and move beyond philanthropic gestures to fundamentally challenge and reform corporate practices and structures. This challenge transcends geographical boundaries. The concern for authentic CSR initiatives is a global issue, not confined solely to India. However, despite the need for more profound integrity and depth in practice, CSR remains an essential philosophy for businesses worldwide to adopt. While the scars of industrialization and corporate actions often dominate narratives surrounding environmental degradation, monitoring and understanding how businesses enact CSR and sustainable practices holds critical insight for those advocating for a greener planet. Similar to the precautionary principle discussed in Chapter 1, CSR is emblematic of a journey toward establishing a harmonious relationship with nature as we navigate our future. Corporate initiatives focusing on energy and water conservation, recycling efforts, and reductions in pesticide use in agriculture serve as initial benchmarks illustrating the potential of meaningful CSR engagement. These steps represent not merely corporate goodwill but a necessary evolution in the business sector, a shift toward a more responsible, inclusive, and ecologically mindful approach to economic progress. Sustainable energy initiatives in India. As oil prices continue to escalate and traditional supplies diminish, India finds itself at a crossroads, acutely aware of the pressing need to explore and secure alternative sources of energy to meet its growing demand. Currently, Coal accounts for a staggering 50% of India's energy production. However, this reliance on coal is increasingly recognized as unsustainable, given that it generates between 100 to 120 million tons of fly ash annually, posing significant environmental challenges. In an effort to transition toward cleaner energy options, compressed natural gas, CNG, has gained traction as a substitute for diesel and unleaded fuels in numerous regions across the country. The adoption of CNG has resulted in a noteworthy reduction in particulate matter and other harmful toxins in the air. To promote energy efficiency, a plethora of energy-saving technologies are being advanced and integrated into industries. Key organizations like the Society for Research Initiative in Sustainable Technologies and Institutions, or ROVELE, and the Gujarat Grassroots Innovations Augmentation Network are pioneering efforts to support and nurture grassroots innovations in green technology. A particularly innovative example includes a water cooler powered by the heat generated from evaporating water, showcasing the creativity and ingenuity of local villagers in Gujarat. Despite India's abundant sunlight, with approximately 10 months of sunshine each year, solar power generation remains underutilized. However, the nation has a treasure trove of other renewable energy opportunities waiting to be harnessed, including biomass, wind, hydroelectric, geothermal energy, and hydrogen. In addition to expanding renewable sources, enhancing energy efficiency within industrial operations, transportation systems, and mass transit networks is crucial for addressing the energy challenges India faces. The Center for Science and Environment's Green Rating Project underscores the fact that India's automobile industry has significant room for improvement in corporate environmental policies and management systems. There is an urgent need for enhanced corporate leadership aligned with proactive environmental initiatives, better procurement policies, and efficient supply chain management. Emphasis on designing for engine efficiency and utilizing the cleanest fuels available will help propel the industry toward a more sustainable model. A promising step in this direction is represented by REVA, India's pioneering electric and battery-powered vehicle, co-developed by the Mani Group in Bengaluru and Amerigon from Monrovia, California, with the assistance of USAID. REVA has gained traction, both domestically and internationally, as a viable alternative to conventional vehicles. Another noteworthy example of sustainable innovation is showcased by the Murugappa Group's Perry Sugar Industries Limited, which employs sophisticated resource recovery techniques, cogeneration, and ethanol production to create a remarkably sustainable sugar manufacturing operation. With origins dating back to 1842 during British rule, this venerable company is undergoing a quiet transformation into a green business, increasingly integrating corporate social responsibility (CSR) initiatives into its operations. While many of these developments may go unrecognized under labels such as green, organic, or fair trade, the transformative efforts are indeed taking place. The Nellikuppam Sugar Factory, operated by Parry Industries in Tamil Nadu, stands as a robust model of collaboration, being fueled by a cooperative of 20,000 farmers. These farmers receive essential support services, encompassing training in integrated pest management, composting, mulching, and drip irrigation, methods that are significantly less chemically reliant and resource-intensive. Furthermore, the company extends its commitment to social welfare by offering social, medical, and educational resources, including computer training to local farming communities. An essential aspect of Parry's ethos is to ensure that its farmers receive fair wages, contributing to economic upliftment and the alleviation of poverty in the region. At Parry, energy efficiency and environmental stewardship are paramount. The sugar production process is inherently energy-intensive, yet the factory utilizes state-of-the-art cogeneration technology. Remarkably, the waste produced during sugarcane processing is incinerated on-site to generate energy, with a substantial portion being recaptured. This innovation enables Perry to contribute electricity back to India's national grid. Additionally, the distillery operates on liquefied waste molasses, transforming it into both spirit alcohol and ethanol for sale to other manufacturers. Highly organic potential from the wastewater effluent produced during distillation is treated using anaerobic and aerobic digesters to yield valuable organic manure. Biogas captured from this process is utilized to generate steam, powering the distillation operations. As part of its commitment to sustainability, rainwater is harvested at the facility, ensuring a zero-discharge policy. Co-products from sugar production, including bagasse, molasses, and press mud, are converted into liquid and solid fertilizers, which are provided at minimal cost to farmers. This model lowers farmers' expenses while promoting a decrease in chemical fertilizer reliance. Perry employs energy managers and auditors to consistently explore emerging technologies and develop innovative strategies for implementing energy-efficient and environmentally sustainable practices. Complementing these efforts is the Energy and Resources Institute, TERI, based in New Delhi. This prominent non-profit organization is dedicated to enhancing energy efficiency across Indian industries through rigorous research, consultancy, training, and information dissemination. TERI's mission aims to foster sustainable development on a global scale. Proudly, its own headquarters serves as a green building, exemplifying sustainable design, while its outreach initiatives, including educational programs for children and teachers, bring renewable energy solutions to underserved rural communities, reinforcing its commitment to a more sustainable and equitable future. Water conservation, rainwater harvesting, and watershed management. India is currently grappling with a severe water crisis that threatens its agricultural, domestic, and industrial sectors. It is alarming to note that of the total water usage in the country, domestic consumption accounts for only about 5%, while agriculture takes up a staggering 82%. Industry, on the other hand, utilizes approximately 8% to 10% of the water resources, with forecasts suggesting that this figure could potentially double within the next decade. This increase in industrial water use poses significant challenges, as it not only drains vital groundwater supplies but also generates large volumes of highly contaminated wastewater. Such industrial discharges further exacerbate the strain on already overburdened water systems, contributing to the pollution from pesticide and fertilizer-laden runoff from agricultural practices. In response to this dire situation, India has begun to rediscover and implement rainwater harvesting techniques that have been practiced since ancient times. Since 1998, there has been a concerted effort to revive this sustainable practice, which offers a proactive solution to the ongoing water shortages faced by many regions in the country. Rainwater harvesting involves collecting rainwater from rooftops and other surfaces, which is then directed into underground storage systems. This method allows the collected water to naturally filter through the soil, effectively replenishing the groundwater table over time. In urban settings, however, rainwater is often lost as it runs off through drainage systems, ultimately flowing into larger water bodies, which can lead to significant depletion of groundwater aquifers. To combat this, several regions in India have made rainwater harvesting a mandatory practice, ensuring that new construction projects incorporate this vital system. Furthermore, many municipalities, educational institutions, and businesses are taking the initiative to adopt rainwater harvesting methods independently, showcasing a growing recognition of the importance of sustainable water management. Through effective public awareness campaigns and participatory approaches, communities are increasingly engaging in these practices, helping to foster a culture of water conservation. By embracing rainwater harvesting, individuals and organizations are not only contributing to their immediate water needs but are also playing a crucial role in the long-term preservation of India's vital water resources, ensuring that future generations will continue to have access to this essential element of life. Waste management and recycling in India. What becomes of the garbage produced in India? Traditionally, many Indian households have adopted lifestyles that generate minimal waste. However, the increase in Western consumer habits featuring excessive packaging has significantly altered this landscape. A notable aspect of waste management in India is the informal recycling sector, predominantly operated by kabdiwalas, local scrap dealers who traverse neighborhoods to collect discarded items from residents and shops. Their collection is diverse, encompassing paper, plastic, glass, metal, electronic appliances, textiles, and more, essentially anything and everything that can be repurposed. Kabdiwalas play a crucial role in the recycling process. They may dismantle certain items to extract reusable components, which they then sell to larger buyers, thus contributing to a circular economy. In this setup, households receive monetary compensation for the items they relinquish, essentially functioning under a pay-as-you-throw incentive system. Simultaneously, organic waste is often discarded in large holding areas located along roadsides or near apartment complexes, from where municipal trucks collect it for further processing. Within these areas, rag pickers can often be seen sorting through the discarded materials, salvaging items that kabdiwalas may have overlooked. Recent estimates suggest that kabdiwalas manage to recycle approximately 40% of plastics collected. Unfortunately, this does not address the growing issue posed by polybags. These bags are hazardous, as they are not easily recyclable and pose significant environmental threats. Stray animals like cows and dogs often ingest them while scavenging for food remnants, resulting in further complications. Plastic bags persist in the environment, failing to decompose naturally, leading to clogged waterways and other ecological concerns. Furthermore, plastic water bottles have emerged as a significant source of waste. In response, many municipalities are taking action to prohibit the usage of plastic bags and bottles, encouraging a return to environmentally friendly alternatives such as newspaper, jute, and cloth bags. These measures align with the directives established under the Environment Protection Act of 1986, promoting sustainable waste practices. India is also home to substantial paper production, both from large-scale mills and artisanal handmade paper businesses. In a surprising twist, a large portion of this does not utilize recycled paper. Instead, wood and bamboo serve as the primary raw materials for paper manufacturing. Waste paper currently comprises a mere 9% of the resources used in generating new paper. This presents a significant opportunity for enhanced collaboration with kabdiwalas and thayavas, individuals who collect waste paper from offices during the day. At present, a considerable amount of the waste paper collected ends up on the international market, while domestic initiatives for repurposing waste paper need further development. Additionally, water pollution and unsustainable practices in the paper industry, especially regarding bleaching methods, highlight urgent environmental issues that must be addressed. Beyond these issues, three critical facets of waste management in India warrant attention: e-waste, organic matter, and fly ash. The surge in e-waste constitutes a pressing concern. Although informal recycling sectors exist, they are often inefficient. The nascent Indian information technology (IT) sector is beginning to confront this problem, which has worsened with developed nations utilizing India as a dumping ground for outdated computers while the country generates substantial amounts of its e-waste. There is increasing advocacy among IT companies for producer responsibility concerning the creation and disposal of e-waste. While a country of India's size certainly faces unique hurdles, it does offer an extended life cycle for many products. One promising solution lies in integrating informal and formal recycling frameworks to optimize waste management. In accordance with Indian law, all organic waste is mandated for composting or conversion into biogas, although implementation remains slow across various regions. Advocates of organic farming recognize this organic waste as a valuable resource for fertilizer production. For instance, the ITC hotel chain has effectively integrated composting practices in all its establishments, and several businesses and non-profit organizations are embarking on localized waste reduction efforts. However, a coherent national strategy for composting waste in all communities is still lacking. Fly ash also poses considerable challenges, with about 108 million tons of it currently deposited in ash ponds and landfills. To tackle this, the Government of India has mandated that companies located within 100 kilometers of coal or lignite-based thermal power plants incorporate at least 25% fly ash by weight into their clay bricks, tiles, and blocks. Enhanced efforts and regulations to elevate the reuse of fly ash in cement production could greatly diminish soil and water contamination, alongside reducing carbon dioxide emissions associated with cement manufacturing. Organizations like Chintan Environmental Research and Action Group play a pivotal role in advocating for the rights and dignity of rag pickers, those who reclaim valuable resources from waste. Chintan is dedicated to uniting waste workers, equipping them with government-issued identity cards to legitimize their efforts, and providing education on safety protocols, including the use of tools, gloves, and masks during their labor. Furthermore, the organization is committed to eradicating harassment faced by waste pickers from both residents and law enforcement while striving to ensure that these workers have access to medical care and education. The movement also seeks to curb the trend of privatizing waste collection services, which tends to favor large corporations and further marginalize the informal sector. In sum, the waste management landscape in India represents a complex interplay of cultural habits, economic informality, and legislative action. While there are notable strides towards sustainability, continued efforts are essential to address the myriad challenges posed by waste generation and disposal in this rapidly evolving nation. Organic farming, food and cotton. Organic farming, a time-honored practice deeply rooted in India's agricultural heritage, continues to thrive as a significant aspect of the country's farming community. Generations of farmers have diligently preserved and passed down ancient farming techniques that emphasize harmony with nature. However, the context of agriculture in India evolved dramatically with the advent of the Green Revolution in the mid-20th century, which, despite its initial promise of increased productivity, led to an alarming surge in the use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides. In response to the growing awareness of these adverse effects on health and the environment, India established the National Board for Organic Production in 2003, marking a significant step toward formally engaging with the burgeoning $37 billion global organic market. To streamline the transition toward organic practices, India has implemented various measures, including the introduction of the Ecomark, a certification that signifies environmentally friendly production processes, and the India Organic designation, which enables consumers to identify products and farms that adhere to strict organic standards. While progress in organic production is evident in certain commodities, the path remains fraught with challenges. Some of the most pressing issues faced by aspiring organic farmers include the exorbitant costs associated with certification. Despite many farmers employing organic methods, the inability to secure formal certification due to prohibitive expenses limits their market access. Additionally, the transition period during which farmers shift to organic practices can result in lower crop yields, a stark reality that many cannot bear, especially as the certification process requires chemical-free land for a specified duration before produce can be marketed as organic. A staggering barrier to organic farming is the prevalence of pesticides within India's agricultural system, which has infiltrated water supplies and pervaded the food chain. The historical legacy of pesticide use in India began in 1949 and has since burgeoned, with the first manufacturing plant producing toxic chemicals such as dichlorodiphenyl trichloroethane, DDT, and benzene hexachloride, BHC, opening in 1954. Today, India proudly ranks as the world's fourth-largest producer of pesticides. Although per capita pesticide consumption is relatively low, the nation predominantly utilizes highly toxic insecticides, which account for a daunting 80% of total pesticide consumption, with over half of these chemicals dedicated to cotton cultivation. This reliance on harmful chemicals has contributed to severe economic stress for farmers, leading to distressing rates of suicide linked to debt incurred through chemical farming. Organic farming surfaces as a beacon of hope, offering the potential for a more sustainable agricultural model, provided that governmental support extends beyond large agribusinesses to encompass small, struggling farmers. One noteworthy player in the organic landscape is Organic India Pvt. Ltd., a renowned international company that has received organic certification from prestigious entities such as the United States Department of Agriculture and the European Union. Operating since the 1990s, Organic India has played a pivotal role in promoting organic practices and sustainable development through its diverse range of products, including tea, spices, and herbs. Similarly committed to these ideals is Vandana Shiva, an internationally acclaimed activist, whose non-governmental organization, Navdanya, educates the public on pressing issues like genetic engineering, biopiracy, and the importance of preserving food sovereignty. Navdanya operates an educational center, facilitates lectures, and maintains a seed bank committed to safeguarding indigenous plants and seeds. By actively challenging the principles underlying the Green Revolution and globalization, Navdanya advocates for the rights of local communities to utilize their traditional knowledge and sustainable farming techniques. The organization's vision encompasses a world where interconnectedness with one another and the earth is cherished, promoting lifestyles that emphasize ecological responsibility and economic equity over rampant consumerism and competition. Aligned with the principles of corporate social responsibility, CSR, numerous businesses and NGOs are now adopting this sustainable worldview. Collectively, they represent a movement where ordinary individuals harness entrepreneurship alongside a profound sense of justice to foster environmental stewardship and chart a progressive course for India's socio-economic advancement. The subsequent case studies will delve into specific examples of how these organizations are making an impact, illustrating the transformative potential of organic farming and grassroots activism in reshaping India's agricultural landscape. Case studies in promoting sustainability efforts. 7.5.1 Non-governmental organizations. 7.5.1.1 Center for Science and Environment. The Center for Science and Environment, CSE, stands as a prominent environmental advocacy group in India, widely recognized for its impactful contributions to ecological discourse. At the heart of its activities lies its flagship publication, /Texted, Down to Earth, which serves as a platform for raising awareness and stimulating critical discussions on pressing environmental matters. Through its comprehensive analysis and well-researched articles, the CSE challenges both governmental authorities and the public to reflect on various environmental considerations and motivates them to initiate campaigns that inspire meaningful change. The organization's strategies are deeply rooted in scientific rationale, allowing its arguments to resonate with policymakers and the public alike. Among its numerous initiatives, the CSE has established the Green Rating Project, which critically evaluates industries such as paper, mining, automotive, and caustic chloride production. This project not only highlights areas needing improvement in both environmental stewardship and corporate accountability but also acts as a catalyst for change within these sectors. Furthermore, the CSE organizes a variety of training courses tailored to enhance environmental management practices among government officials and industry leaders. With its insightful research, strategic campaigns, and innovative rating systems, CSE has paved the way for companies to adopt more sustainable operational frameworks. In addition to its adult-focused programs, the CSE places significant emphasis on environmental education for the younger generation. Its dedicated education department collaborates with both children and educators, providing resources such as /Textit, Gobar Times, an educational supplement of /Textit, Down to Earth, designed specifically for students and teachers. In a landmark initiative launched in December 2004, the CSE introduced a green rating program aimed at evaluating and promoting sustainable practices within schools. This initiative not only encourages educators and students to work together towards local environmental sustainability but also creates an early awareness of ecological responsibilities among young minds. Moreover, the CSE has established the Anil Agrawal Environment Training Institute to impart crucial knowledge regarding environmental science, its inherent complexities, and the socio-political dynamics surrounding it. Through this institute, CSE hopes to cultivate a growing community of informed, skilled, and passionate environmental activists across India, South Asia, and beyond, thereby strengthening the global alliance for sustainability. 7.5.1.2 Confederation of Indian Industries. The Confederation of Indian Industries, CII, boasts the distinction of being the oldest and one of the most influential business organizations in India. Its core mission revolves around shaping policies that harmonize the interests of businesses while aligning with governmental regulations and national development goals. Within the CII, the Environmental Management Division plays a pivotal role in guiding companies toward adopting technical practices that comply with ISO operational and safety standards. Established following the 1992 United Nations Conference on the Environment in Rio de Janeiro, this division aims to assist firms enhance their environmental performance. There exists ample opportunity for many companies, particularly those linked with multinational corporations, including some major American firms, to adopt these standards. By facilitating training sessions tailored to help businesses achieve compliance with ISO 14001, Environmental Management, and ISO 18001, Health and Safety Management, CII supports organizations in elevating their operational efficiency while minimizing their ecological footprints. In addition to providing technical assistance, CII acts as a vital conduit of information, fostering communication between the government, businesses, and various stakeholders to amplify the competitiveness and sustainability of Indian enterprises. As a testament to its commitment to promoting green building practices, CII established a pioneering Green Building Center in Hyderabad. This state-of-the-art facility is notable for being the first leadership in energy and environmental design, LED, platinum-rated building outside the United States and stands as a beacon for other businesses aspiring to embrace environmentally friendly practices. The center offers technical support and serves as a hub for the latest developments in green technology, illustrating CII's dedication to the advancement of sustainable business practices. 7.5.2 Corporate Case Study. 7.5.2.1 ITC Welcome Group Hotels Comprehensive Environmental Initiative. In recent years, individual companies in India have started to take significant strides in fostering sustainability within their operations, guided by frameworks established by organizations such as CII. Many businesses have embraced training initiatives that focus on ISO 14001, 180001, and South Australia 8000 standards, with the assistance of international partners such as the Canadian government. These projects aim to elevate awareness of environmental issues and significantly reduce the ecological impact of Indian industries through the implementation of sound management systems. A prominent example of corporate responsibility and environmental consciousness can be observed in ITC's Welcome Group, a prestigious chain of five-star hotels. Headquartered in a platinum-rated green building in Gurgaon, Haryana, the facility exemplifies the potential for integrating sustainable practices within corporate architecture. This building incorporates numerous eco-friendly technologies, including a solar water heating system, rainwater harvesting capabilities, and an on-site sewage treatment plant that facilitates greywater reuse. Notably, energy consumption within this green edifice is 50% lower than that of a standard building, while water usage is reduced by 40%. Maximizing natural light for illumination further enhances its eco-friendly profile. ITC actively conducts open days where visitors can explore the building and discover its sustainable features through interactive touchscreen displays. Beyond residing in an environmentally friendly building, the Welcome Group is committed to establishing its hotels as leaders in sustainable hospitality practices across the nation. The organization aims to transcend basic compliance with environmental regulations by emphasizing the 4 Rs: reduce, reuse, recycle, and rethink. The management team consistently seeks opportunities to minimize waste throughout their operations. In an engaging effort to promote ecological awareness, they train their employees in these principles and encourage local suppliers within their supply chain to adopt similar environmentally responsible practices. The Welcome Group extends its commitment to sustainability by sharing its best practices with small and medium enterprises, SMEs, through comprehensive training sessions. These workshops provide valuable insights into practical sustainability measures, including site visits to ITC hotels to illustrate their green initiatives in action. The initiative also strives to educate hotel guests about critical environmental issues. Informative materials are placed in guest rooms and common areas to enhance awareness of the hotel's ecological efforts. Additionally, ITC partakes in local community projects such as environmental cleanups and tree planting campaigns. The company has developed educational programs aimed at teachers and students, actively fostering partnerships to create environmentally friendly schools. Throughout its chain of five-star hotels, the Welcome Group continues to weave sustainability into its core operations. Their practices encompass gardening, composting, rainwater harvesting, greywater reuse, waste reduction, recycling, and energy-efficient solutions, such as motion sensors for lighting and voluntary initiatives encouraging guests to minimize their use of linens. Furthermore, the chain prioritizes the use of non-toxic cleaning agents, underscoring its unwavering commitment to an environmentally sound hospitality industry. Community involvement in environmental conservation. /TextTBF, Public Participation in Environmental Sustainability. Public participation is critical for fostering environmental sustainability amidst the pressures of economic development. The principles of democracy, which empower citizen engagement, must be not only understood but actively implemented to uncover viable solutions to complex environmental challenges. Through diverse case studies, we can glean insights into the dynamics and realities of civic involvement surrounding environmental issues. 7.6.1 Democracy and Environmental Stewardship. Many individuals support democratic governance because it confers essential rights upon citizens, promoting life, liberty, equality, and the pursuit of happiness. However, Alongside these rights comes an equally important call to fulfill one's responsibilities as a citizen. These responsibilities may vary based on individual circumstances, such as time, education, and interest, but generally encompass obligations like paying taxes, obeying laws, staying informed, voting, participating in community decision-making, volunteering to address societal issues, and even seeking public office. The consequences of inadequate citizen engagement can be detrimental. In any democracy, the right to express opinions on community issues is foundational. Without diverse citizen perspectives, democracy's very essence is compromised. When citizens recognize their vital role, they often engage actively in the political process, particularly when it comes to electing officials responsible for making everyday decisions that impact their communities. While some individuals are deeply engaged, attending community meetings and serving on local boards, others struggle to find the time to participate due to competing commitments at work, home, and in their personal lives. Nonetheless, discovering means to engage in civic life is imperative. Global challenges such as poverty, overcrowding, rampant materialism, overconsumption, rising pollution levels, environmental degradation, and disconnection from the natural world pose serious threats to biodiversity and human existence. Western nations have largely driven these unsustainable practices through industrialized approaches and consumerism, which have now spread globally as nations undergo modernization. Effectively addressing these urgent issues requires collective input. All citizens' voices must be acknowledged when contemplating economic development projects. Such initiatives should prompt communities to reflect deeply and innovate creatively, potentially leading to projects that align with sustaining human life and protecting the environment. In the realm of development, most private projects, including industries, shopping centers, or housing developments, cannot secure full approval without first undergoing an environmental review process. Each locality has its unique protocol for these reviews. Nevertheless, all democratic governments permit public input during this crucial phase. By law, citizens often have the opportunity to submit written or verbal testimonials, especially at designated times throughout the review process. Such rights are enshrined in democracies, safeguarding citizens' abilities to express themselves and petition their governments regarding grievances. This sense of awareness, especially among educated and environmentally conscious citizens, underlines the obligation to participate actively in public affairs. The rapid pace of development makes it all too easy to overlook stringent environmental protections and regulations, particularly when promises of job creation, substantial profits, or government corruption influence decisions. When citizens and NGOs fail to raise their voices, development can occur unpredictably, often prioritizing profit over environmental integrity, resulting in significant ecological harm to communities. 7.6.2 Education. Education serves as the cornerstone of proactive citizenship. To be effective advocates in their communities, citizens must be informed across various domains. Local individuals often possess an instinctive grasp of the threats posed by specific projects. This grassroots knowledge is invaluable and can be harnessed to formulate compelling arguments, either supporting or opposing a project. That said, adequately formulating one's stance and gathering necessary context is crucial before engaging in public forums, which can often become charged with emotion. The deeper the understanding, the better equipped citizens will be to seek consensus and propose thoughtful alternatives or enhancements to a potentially harmful project. Key components for successful citizen education include 1. /TextBF, understanding the political process. Citizens need clarity on their local political mechanics. This entails knowledge about how and when projects are proposed, when input can be solicited, and the types of contributions, be they written, verbal, or creative protest methods, that hold the most weight with decision makers. 2/TXTBF Legal protections. It is essential for citizens to be aware of their rights and legal safeguards. An understanding of the legal framework that protects public concerns at various levels, local to international, can provide a basis for advocacy. 3/TXTBF Community needs assessment. Conducting a thorough assessment of the community's economic, social, infrastructure, health, and environmental needs is critical. Citizens should identify priorities, understand how these areas interconnect, and determine who stands to gain or lose from proposed developments. 4/TXTBF Environmental impact consideration. Understanding the environmental ramifications of a proposed project, including air and water quality, noise pollution, waste management, and effects on local wildlife, is vital. Questions about resource depletion and potential interference with local ecosystems should be central to community discussions. 5/TXTBF Exploring multiple viewpoints. Engaging with other groups that share or diverge from community perspectives can enrich the dialogue. Identifying their concerns and how collaboration can lead to shared benefits fosters a holistic approach, enhancing the sustainability of the development project. 7.6.3 Building consensus. When new development projects are proposed, proponents typically highlight a series of benefits: job creation, modernization, heightened tourism, improved quality of life, and increased convenience. While these advantages are significant, a sustainability perspective requires a more comprehensive evaluation of how such projects impact a community and the environment as a whole. Through deliberation, consideration of diverse viewpoints, expert insights, and a willingness to compromise, stakeholders can often discover genuinely sustainable and environmentally friendly solutions. In business vernacular, individuals affected by a project are referred to as stakeholders. The belief that all stakeholders, including company owners, workers, local residents, governmental bodies, and even silent stakeholders like ecosystems, should have a voice in operational decisions underpins the philosophy of consensus building. As our society becomes increasingly attuned to green issues, the sensitivity of these stakeholders to environmental implications will enhance the sustainability of projects, creating long-term benefits. The concept of the triple bottom line encapsulates this philosophy, positing that sustainable economic development should benefit people, profits, and the planet simultaneously. While some environmental advocates may downplay the necessity of profit, it remains essential for establishing economic stability, especially within impoverished communities. Equally important is the need for equitable economic benefits, ensuring that the advantages of development do not solely accrue to a privileged few while respect for workers' rights and safe working conditions prevails. Across India and globally, an increasing number of businesses are embracing the triple bottom line approach, demonstrating that prioritizing environmental health and the well-being of citizens can align with developmental goals. Discontent often arises when business leaders prioritize personal profit, neglecting wider social and environmental responsibilities. In such cases, effective consensus-building skills and conflict resolution strategies are vital to reshape the mindset of developers motivated primarily by financial gain. This is no easy endeavor, but as green business practices gain traction and sustainable development principles become more ingrained in society, the pathway towards a more balanced approach will likely become less arduous. Government initiatives, along with the support of organizations like the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, and various NGOs, advocate for sustainable practices, yet grassroots movements often play a pivotal role in ensuring that developers heed public concerns. 7.6.4 Public participation and litigation. instances of public participation and litigation shine a light on the processes involved in addressing sustainability concerns and highlight the need for active civic engagement. While the road to success can be fraught with challenges, unwavering advocacy and a commitment to incorporating environmental considerations into development can inspire meaningful change. One notable case comes from East Harlem, New York City, where the Blumenfeld Development Group acquired the Washburn Wire Factory, an abandoned site since 1982. Planned improvements were proposed, including a substantial retail shopping center. Despite its private ownership, the project required approval from the local community board and other governmental entities. A proactive task force was formed to assess the project, culminating in a report that recommended opposition to development due to its potential negative impacts. Nevertheless, the community board ultimately favored the project during a subsequent vote, and approvals were granted despite objections from local advocacy groups. Looking to India, strong legal precedents emerging from public interest litigations underscore the efficacy of citizen intervention. The Indian Constitution guarantees the right to life and commits the government to safeguarding its citizens' health and protecting the environment. M.C. Mehta, an environmental lawyer and activist, famously invoked these constitutional provisions in 1987 when filing a case on behalf of citizens and tannery workers concerned about industrial pollution in the river Ganga. The court mandated action against polluting industries, demonstrating the power of public interest litigation in advocating for environmental justice. Another landmark case involved the transition of New Delhi's public transit system from diesel to compressed natural gas, CNG. Mehta again played a key role, addressing severe air pollution linked to widespread health crisis in the city. Initially a victory for public interest, implementation was met with governmental resistance. As the deadline for compliance loomed, chaos ensued, illustrating the complexities and competing interests involved in enforcing environmental rulings. Although New Delhi ultimately adopted CNG, ongoing air quality challenges persist, emphasizing the necessity for continuous public engagement and oversights in environmental matters. Through these accounts, it's evident that the road to sustainable development is woven with both victories and setbacks. Ongoing public participation remains paramount in navigating complexities and ensuring the environment is preserved and revered for future generations. Achieving balance between development and ecological integrity requires unwavering commitment, informed citizen engagement, and collaborative efforts across all sectors of society. Climate change and its impact. Ecology and environment in India. A broad consensus exists among scientists and policymakers. Climate change is undeniably occurring. But how can we discern this reality? One clear indicator is the rise in average global temperatures, with 7 of the hottest years on record having occurred since the dawn of the 21st century. In tandem with this alarming trend, sea levels are on the rise, driven by the accelerated melting of ice sheets in regions like Antarctica and Greenland. These observations are not mere conjectures, they are based on meticulous scientific measurements and data analysis. Despite these clear indicators, many individuals may not experience these changes in a visible or immediate way. This phenomenon can be attributed to the nature of climate itself, which refers to long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns, a much broader and more gradual process than daily or seasonal changes that people typically encounter. The shifts in weather, the storms of the moment, the heat waves, and the cold snaps often confuse individuals, causing them to overlook the broader, long-term transformations in climate. Interestingly, the term global warming is conspicuously absent from this discussion. Why is this the case, especially when average global temperatures are on the rise? The answer lies in the term average. In certain regions, it is entirely possible for temperatures to dip below these averages from time to time. A prime example of this occurred in early 2015 in the United States, where the eastern states experienced unusually cold weather. In cities like Boston, record-setting cold temperatures and snowfalls led some residents to question the validity of the concept of global warming. Yet, this perspective is short-sighted. At the same time, the western US was basking in record-high temperatures and grappling with a severe drought. Such discrepancies in temperature can be misleading, but they highlight a crucial truth. Climate change is often characterized by increased variability and extreme weather patterns. Indeed, India has not been exempt from this phenomenon, experiencing severe drought conditions in various regions, further evidencing the widespread impact of climate change. International efforts to address climate change have been underway since the establishment of the Kyoto Protocol in 1997. Through global discussions and negotiations, countries are striving to mitigate the impacts of climate change on both human societies and natural ecosystems. A key goal of these discussions is to limit the increase in average global temperature to no more than 2 degrees Celsius. Exceeding this threshold could trigger dangerous consequences, including the catastrophic melting of polar ice caps and the inundation of coastal regions across the world. The rise of carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere has become alarmingly pronounced, especially since the last century, as industrial activity surged across numerous nations, particularly in the Western Hemisphere. With India's rapid industrial growth following its independence in 1947, along with China's emergence as a global industrial powerhouse in the 1980s, the ramifications of climate change have manifested more starkly than ever before. These developments underscore the urgent need for concerted global action to confront the perils of climate change and secure a sustainable future for our planet. IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. National and international scientific communities have actively engaged in evaluating the prevailing scientific consensus regarding global warming. One of the foremost organizations driving this critical assessment is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, established in 1988 through the collaboration of the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, and the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP. The IPCC was mandated to assess scientific, technical, and socio-economic information related to climate change, focusing on not only its potential impacts but also strategies for adaptation and mitigation. Since its inception, the IPCC's findings have largely imitated and reinforced those of various national and international assessments. The panel's first assessment report emerged in 1990, followed by the second, third, and fourth reports in 1995, 2001, and 2007, respectively. Among these, the fourth assessment report in 2007 provided compelling evidence that the warming of the climate system is undeniable, as supported by rising global average air and ocean temperatures, widespread melting of both snow and ice, and an increase in global average sea levels. It is extremely likely that most of the global warming observed since the mid-20th century can be attributed to human activities. The implications of climate change for human society will greatly differ by geographic location and context. While certain effects may prove advantageous in temperate and polar regions, others will likely be detrimental. Overall, the net consequences are expected to skew negatively, especially with more rapid or severe warming. The scope of evidence available indicates that the financial costs associated with the damages inflicted by climate change are projected to be significant and will likely escalate over time. The resilience of numerous ecosystems is anticipated to be overwhelmed this century by an unparalleled synthesis of climate-related disturbances. These include flooding, droughts, wildfires, insect outbreaks, and ocean acidification, concurrent with other global change factors like land use changes, pollution, fragmentation of natural habitats, and unsustainable resource exploitation. In 2014, the IPCC finalized its fifth assessment report, which drew upon an extensive body of research, specifically synthesizing insights from more than 9,200 peer-reviewed studies. This report underscored several key findings. The warming of both atmospheric and oceanic systems is clear and undeniable. Many associated impacts, including changes in sea level, have intensified since 1950 at rates that are unprecedented in recorded history. A pronounced human impact on climate is evident, and it is extremely likely that human activities have been the primary driver of the observed warming since 1950, with an increased level of confidence compared to earlier assessments. Additionally, the IPCC highlighted a crucial economic reality: the longer nations delay in taking action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, the greater the resultant financial burden will be. The report outlines some historical metrics of climate change, establishing that there is medium confidence that the period from 1983 to 2013 was the warmest 30-year interval in the past 1,400 years. It is virtually certain that the upper ocean experienced warming between 1971 and 2010, with this warming responsible for approximately 90% of the energy accumulation in the Earth's climate system. High confidence exists that both the Greenland and Antarctic ice sheets have been losing mass over the last 20 years, while reductions in the extent of Arctic ice sheets and Northern Hemisphere spring snow cover have also continued. The increase in sea levels since the mid-19th century surpasses the average rise experienced over the prior 2 millennia. Greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere have ascended to levels unprecedented in the past 800,000 years, primarily driven by carbon dioxide. Despite the wealth of historical evidence compiled in the fifth IPCC report, significant uncertainties remain regarding the precise magnitude of future impacts and their expected timelines. A noteworthy concern for India is the challenge posed to seasonal river flows, particularly that of the river Ganga. This river's seasonal flow is critically dependent on glaciers located in the high Himalayan region. Should these glaciers diminish to a mere fraction of their current volume, river flows are likely to experience dramatic fluctuations, peaking during monsoons and the initial melting phase of mountain snow. However, once the melt ceases each year, there would be insufficient glacial runoff to sustain the river's flow. As the glaciers continue to retreat, the duration for which they will persist remains uncertain. Will they last for decades or perhaps centuries? Understanding these dynamics is imperative for managing water resources and sustaining the livelihoods of millions who depend on the river Ganga. Impacts of climate change on human populations. Climate change has catalyzed a myriad of large-scale environmental hazards that pose significant risks to human health. These hazards encompass extreme weather events, ozone layer depletion, and increased susceptibility to wildfires, the alarming decline in biodiversity, stress on food production systems, and the relentless spread of infectious diseases across the globe. The World Health Organization, WHO, estimates that since 1950, a staggering 160,000 deaths have been directly linked to climate change. Various organizations worldwide are diligently working to quantify the extensive impacts of climate change, focusing on critical areas such as health, food security, economic viability, migration patterns, national security, societal transformations, and essential public resources like drinking water. Importantly, the data consistently reveals that the most severe consequences of climate change are disproportionately shouldered by impoverished and low-income communities. These groups often possess limited resilience to adapt or respond effectively to the adverse effects of environmental change. A report released by the Global Humanitarian Forum in Geneva in 2009 further highlights this troubling reality, estimating that over 300,000 lives are lost annually due to escalating floods and droughts in developing nations, resulting in economic losses totaling approximately $125 billion each year. What peculiar consequences of climate change might arise in India? The possibilities are concerning. Climate change could lead to a weakening or intensification of the monsoon or potentially disrupt it entirely. A failure of the monsoon would directly affect agricultural yields, leading to devastating crop failures and triggering episodes of starvation across the nation. Additionally, rising sea levels threaten not only coastal regions, such as the picturesque Odisha coast but also the vulnerable Sundarban at the mouth of the Ganges River, an ecosystem shared with neighboring Bangladesh. Flooding from storm surges and torrential rains has already wreaked havoc in large parts of Bangladesh, where much of the land lies precariously close to sea level. As sea levels continue to rise, encroaching oceans combined with surging storms could obliterate vast tracts of land. This displacement poses a grave concern for India, as the densely populated environment of Bangladesh could push its citizens to seek refuge in India, particularly in Kolkata and the surrounding areas of West Bengal. What underlies the broad scientific consensus that climate change is an immediate and pressing issue? The root cause can be distilled simply: the greenhouse effect, largely driven by carbon dioxide emissions. Carbon dioxide functions similarly to the glass roof of a greenhouse, allowing sunlight to penetrate but trapping the heat radiating from the Earth's surface. As a result, this process leads to a gradual warming of the planet. One of the primary contributors to carbon dioxide emissions stems from the burning of fossil fuels. When petroleum is combusted in vehicles, carbon dioxide is released. Electricity generation, predominantly reliant on coal combustion, represents another major source of these emissions, with the combustion process yielding thermal energy coupled with carbon dioxide as a byproduct. In terms of atmospheric concentration, carbon dioxide comprises a mere 0.004% of our atmosphere, contrasted starkly by oxygen, which comprises about 20%. Typically, this concentration is expressed in parts per million, ppm, with current levels hovering around 400 ppm. This crucial metric has been meticulously monitored for over half a century, beginning in 1958 when scientist Charles Keeling recorded a baseline of 315 ppm. The resulting graph, known as the Keeling curve, vividly illustrates the upward trajectory of carbon dioxide levels over the decades, indicating an alarming trend projected to continue spiraling upwards. As we contend with these mounting challenges, it is increasingly critical to galvanize collective action at both local and global levels to mitigate the worst effects of climate change and safeguard human health and livelihoods for future generations. Combating and alleviating climate change effects. As previously discussed, the profound effects of climate change are being felt by humans, wildlife, and our natural surroundings alike. The pressing question we face now is, what can be done to alleviate these impacts? One of the primary strategies is the necessity for international cooperation. The reality is that carbon dioxide emitted from any single country spreads globally, influencing atmospheric conditions worldwide. The journey towards tackling climate change took a significant turn at the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro in 1992, which marked the inception of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This pivotal conference laid the groundwork for collective efforts, later leading to the Kyoto Protocol in 1997. The protocol established specific guidelines for reducing greenhouse gas (GHG) emissions, signifying a commitment from nations that recognize the urgency of this global challenge. So, what are some viable solutions to combat climate change? Key strategies include reducing our reliance on fossil fuels and transitioning to cleaner energy sources such as solar, wind, and nuclear power. Promoting energy conservation on an individual basis plus enhancing public transportation systems are equally essential. Additionally, increasing the green cover by planting more trees and nurturing grasslands can help sequester carbon dioxide. While these suggestions are numerous, it is likely that a multifaceted approach will be necessary to effectively combat this crisis. Unfortunately, in the interim, carbon dioxide levels continue to climb unabated. One of the most promising paths being explored globally is the reduction of fossil fuel usage, which has garnered widespread attention. A notable surge in solar energy technology adoption is being observed, not just at the household level, but also in large-scale energy production. Governments across various nations have put forth subsidies, stimulating the growth of alternative energy solutions. In the western United States, for example, comprehensive solar collector systems are being utilized to generate power efficiently. Institutions like the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, NREL, in Boulder, Colorado, are actively working on innovative strategies to expand the reach of solar energy, which includes the emergence of shared solar projects benefiting entire communities. In Brewster, Massachusetts, residents have come together to establish a solar garden that provides sustainable energy directly to local households. Across the United States, several power utilities are leveraging hybrid technologies that combine solar energy with clean-burning natural gas, marking a progressive shift in how we generate power. Notably, as demand soars for solar panels, driven in part by advancements in manufacturing in countries like China and India, the costs of these systems have decreased, making solar solutions more accessible even to rural communities that traditionally lack connection to the electrical grid. Wind energy is seeing a similar upward trend, with countries around the world, such as those in Europe, China, the United States, and India, investing in wind power as a viable alternative energy source. Numerous coastal and land-based wind energy projects are generating substantial amounts of renewable energy, further contributing to the reduced dependency on fossil fuels. For instance, in China, innovatively combining wind and solar energy sources for street lighting exemplifies the efforts being made to conserve fossil fuel resources. Nuclear energy has also experienced a renaissance, with enhanced safety protocols leading to the establishment of smaller, more efficient power plants. India has taken significant strides in bolstering its nuclear energy infrastructure, aided by international partnerships. While nuclear energy holds promise for replacing conventional fossil fuel power plants, the pressing issue of nuclear waste management remains unresolved. Numerous nations, including France, are actively pursuing viable solutions to this ongoing challenge. Energy efficiency is gaining momentum globally, particularly in the United States, Europe, China, and India. Every watt that is conserved reduces the demand for energy generation from fossil fuels. For instance, the transition to LED lighting in both residential and commercial settings can lead to energy savings of nearly two-thirds, highlighting the potential for impactful change driven by efficient energy practices. Furthermore, advancements such as automated sensors that turn lights off in empty rooms and enhanced heating and cooling systems will contribute to overall energy conservation. Electric transportation is another critical domain where advancements are being made, with initiatives to improve fuel efficiency in diesel and gasoline vehicles gaining traction. By establishing rigorous fuel efficiency standards, governments worldwide are catalyzing a considerable reduction in fossil fuel consumption. Although electric vehicles currently represent a larger investment, advancements in battery technology and reductions in production costs signal a promising future where electric transportation could supplant traditional fuel-powered vehicles. An innovative strategy being explored is carbon sequestration, aimed at capturing the carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuel power plants. Despite the lofty promises of this technology, costs remain a hurdle, inhibiting widespread adoption. In addition, cap-and-trade systems are being implemented by many governments, allowing high-emission industries to compensate for their output by investing in cleaner technologies elsewhere. Nevertheless, these systems are contingent upon market dynamics, underscoring the challenges of balancing economic growth with environmental stewardship. Reforestation initiatives are key to combating climate change, as forests serve as vital carbon sinks. Under various global agreements, countries have been incentivized to engage in projects that promote reforestation and the use of biogas systems to reduce the reliance on wood for cooking fuels. Improved agricultural practices have further contributed to curbing deforestation, while innovative vertical farming methods are emerging within abandoned industrial spaces to supply local food, thereby minimizing long-distance transportation needs. These efforts collectively impact GHG reduction significantly. In December 2015, a global agreement was reached to aim for a 30% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2050, requiring nations to take all necessary measures, including the provision of economic incentives to promote alternative energy sources and improve energy efficiency. Notably, both China and the United States agreed to collaborate on reducing GHG emissions, while India has actively participated in these global negotiations. The collective effort among the world's largest GHG emitters to commit to reductions is a beacon of hope for the future. As rising sea levels pose a threat to several countries, extensive investments are being made in mitigation efforts. For instance, Italy has begun constructing a large barrier to protect Venice from the encroaching tides, while the Netherlands has been fortifying their cities with dikes to safeguard against flooding. Recent public interest litigations have compelled governments, such as that of the Netherlands, to adopt more proactive measures to tackle GHG emissions. In India, similar legal frameworks have been effectively utilized to address air and water quality issues. Heightened awareness of climate change's repercussions has triggered alarm among the citizenry, empowering them to demand governmental action against GHG emissions. Local and state governments across the US are setting ambitious targets for energy efficiency and GHG reduction, illustrating a significant collaboration between citizens and policymakers. However, it is crucial to recognize that poorer nations often lack the resources to counteract the severe impacts of climate-related changes. Hence, wealthier nations bear an obligation to share knowledge and financial support to aid developing countries in their GHG reduction efforts. Ultimately, every inhabitant of this planet plays an essential role in mitigating the rise of greenhouse gases, both as individuals and as cohesive communities. It is imperative that we come together, for the well-being of future generations hinges on our collective action. Active participation as global citizens is not just encouraged, it is vital for the preservation of our planet's habitability in the years to come. Environmental legislation and enforcement. Introduction. The Constitution of India, as the cornerstone of the nation's governance, lays a profound emphasis on the importance of ecological preservation and environmental stewardship through specific provisions. Notably, Article 48 articulates a commitment of the state, enjoining it to actively strive to safeguard and enhance the environment as well as to protect the diverse forests and wildlife that abound within its borders. This article reflects a recognition of the critical role that a healthy environment plays not only in sustaining life but also in ensuring the well-being of future generations. In tandem with this, Article 51A, G, establishes a fundamental duty for every Indian citizen to take responsibility for the protection and enhancement of the natural environment. This includes vital ecosystems such as forests, rivers, and lakes, alongside the rich tapestry of wildlife that inhabits these habitats. The article underscores the intrinsic connection between humans and nature, highlighting the necessity for compassion towards all forms of living beings. It serves as a reminder that environmental conservation is not only a governmental obligation but also a personal responsibility that requires collective action from citizens. This dual commitment within the Constitution fosters a culture of environmental awareness and activism, urging individuals and the state alike to prioritize ecological health. By embedding such principles into the fundamental legal framework, India underscores the critical importance of sustainable development and ecological balance, encouraging a holistic approach to both environmental protection and social responsibility. Through the synergy of governmental initiatives and civic engagement, India aspires to nurture and protect its natural heritage, ensuring that it thrives for generations to come. Environmental Management Regulations. In the vast and diverse landscape of India, the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, (MoE FCC), serves as a pivotal regulatory body aimed at ensuring environmental protection and conservation. Recognizing the intricate relationship between human activities and environmental degradation, the Government of India has enacted a series of groundbreaking environmental laws intended to safeguard and enhance the country's ecological balance. Below is a detailed exploration of the key legislative frameworks that form the backbone of India's environmental management efforts. 9.2.1 Water, Prevention and Control of Pollution, Act, 1974. In response to the alarming decline in water quality and its detrimental effects on human health, the government introduced the Water, Prevention and Control of Pollution Act in 1974 as the first legal instrument aimed at combating water pollution. This act seeks not only to prevent and control water pollution but also to maintain and restore the quality of water resources across the country. The Act requires individuals or organizations intending to establish industries or processes that could discharge sewage or trade effluents to obtain prior consent from the State Pollution Control Boards, SPCBs. It emphasizes that such establishments must not proceed without administrative approval, thereby placing a significant burden of accountability on industries to mitigate their adverse impacts on water bodies. 9.2.2 Water, Prevention and Control of Pollution, Cess Act, 1977. Supplementing the Primary Water Pollution Act, the Water, Prevention and Control of Pollution, Cess Act of 1977 imposes a cess on the water consumed by individuals and local authorities. The proceeds generated from this cess are crucially directed toward initiatives led by SPCBs aimed at managing and preventing water pollution, thus providing a vital financial resource for these regulatory efforts. 9.2.3 Water, Prevention and Control of Pollution, Cess, Amendment, Act, 2003. In 2003, amendments were introduced to adapt to evolving industrial practices. The revised definition of industry now includes various operations that consume water or generate sewage or trade effluents, extending regulatory reach. The amendment grants the central government the authority to exempt certain low water usage industries from the cess, thereby fostering a balanced approach between economic growth and environmental sustainability. 9.2.4 Air, Prevention and Control of Pollution, Act, 1981. Recognizing the urgent need to address air quality concerns, the Air, Prevention and Control of Pollution Act was enacted in 1981. This legislation aims to effectively prevent, control, and ameliorate air pollution, covering not only conventional air pollutants but also noise pollution. In alignment with this Act, no industrial establishment can operate in designated air pollution control areas without prior consent from the SPCBs. The Act establishes strict emission standards and mandates compliance to protect public health and the environment. 9.2.5 Environment Protection Act, 1986. Emerging as an umbrella legislation, the Environment Protection Act of 1986 consolidates various environmental laws to enhance the protection and improvement of the environment. The Act prohibits the discharge of environmental pollutants exceeding prescribed limits and outlines comprehensive rules for managing hazardous wastes and chemicals. It permits the central government to implement necessary measures to manage environmental challenges effectively, thereby empowering regulatory bodies to enforce stringent compliance mechanisms. 9.2.6 Hazardous Wastes, Management and Handling Rules, 1989. The Hazardous Wastes, Management and Handling Rules, 1989, play a critical role in regulating the management of hazardous wastes. Renamed in 2008 to include provisions for transboundary movement, this legislation outlines systematic procedures for documentation to ensure safe handling of hazardous materials, thus contributing to the safeguarding of public health and the environment. The rules stipulate the use of specific forms for different aspects of hazardous waste management, including authorization for treatment and transport. These forms ensure that all processes are compliant with the regulations and public safety remains a priority. 9.2.7 Manufacture, Storage, and Import of Hazardous Chemicals Rules, 1989 and 2000. Integral to the management of chemicals, the manufacture, storage, and import of hazardous chemicals rules of 1989 and amended in 2000 obligate project proponents in hazardous industries to identify potential hazards and take proactive safety measures. Ensuring that workers receive adequate training and that emergency plans are formulated form the crux of these regulations, prioritizing safety at hazardous sites. 9.2.8 Public Liability Insurance Act, 1991. Uniquely tailored to safeguard individuals affected by chemical accidents, the Public Liability Insurance Act of 1991 imposes on owners the liability to provide immediate compensation for harm or damage caused by accidents involving hazardous chemicals. The Act requires facility owners to maintain an insurance policy commensurate with their paid-up capital, thus ensuring that sufficient resources are available for immediate relief. 9.2.9 Prior Environmental Clearance, Notification dated 14 September 2006. Signifying a progressive step in environmental governance, the notification established a framework requiring prior environmental clearance for new projects and those undergoing expansion or modernization based on their potential ecological impacts. The process outlined in this notification mandates the assessment of potential environmental effects before the commencement of construction activities, thus integrating environmental considerations into project planning from the outset. 9th February 2010 National Green Tribunal Act, 2010. The National Green Tribunal Act empowers the establishment of a specialized tribunal to fast-track the resolution of environmental disputes. Its creation marks a significant milestone in facilitating access to justice concerning environmental issues, allowing individuals and communities to seek redress effectively. 9th February 2011 Chemical Accidents, Emergency Planning, Preparedness and Response, Rules, 1996. To ensure community safety in the event of chemical accidents, these rules call for the establishment of crisis management groups at various governmental levels. The framework devised under these rules has led to the formation of a robust response system aimed at minimizing risks associated with hazardous chemical handling, further enhancing public safety measures. In summary, the legislative framework established by the MoE FCC and other related bodies plays an integral role in advancing India's commitment to environmental sustainability. These regulations not only strive to minimize ecological degradation but also focus on enabling transparent and accountable industrial practices that recognize the importance of environmental health in fostering a sustainable future. With the framework in place, continuous oversight and enforcement are essential for maintaining compliance and advancing the goals of ecological protection. Biomedical Waste Management and Handling Rules, 1998. The Biomedical Waste Management and Handling Rules, instituted in 1998, serve a critical role in safeguarding public health and the environment by regulating the proper disposal of biomedical waste generated by various healthcare institutions. Biomedical waste encompasses a wide range of potentially hazardous materials, including human anatomical waste, blood, body fluids, expired medicines, glassware, and animal waste. Such waste typically originates from a variety of facilities, including hospitals, nursing homes, clinics, dispensaries, veterinary practices, animal houses, pathological laboratories, and blood banks. The regulations specifically apply to healthcare entities operating in urban areas with populations exceeding 3 million, 30 lakh, and to any hospital with a capacity surpassing 500 beds. To comply with these regulations, healthcare establishments were mandated to install essential waste treatment facilities, such as incinerators, autoclaves, and microwave sterilization systems, by 30th June 2000. This timetable was established to ensure that facilities were equipped to handle the safe disposal of biomedical waste efficiently. Furthermore, by 31st December 2002, all healthcare institutions were required to have a structured and functional biomedical waste disposal system in place. Those responsible for handling biomedical waste, encompassing a wide range of personnel including medical staff, waste management operatives, and administrators, are required to obtain appropriate permissions from designated authorities before undertaking any waste management activities. A key component of the rules is the mandating of waste segregation at the source, which is crucial for minimizing the potential risks associated with improper waste management. Institutions and organizations that generate biomedical waste are therefore held accountable, not only for segregating their waste but also for packaging, storing, transporting, treating, and disposing of it in a manner that is environmentally responsible and adheres to the established guidelines. The significance of these regulations was further emphasized by the issuance of a second amendment to the rules on 2 June 2000, reflecting a commitment to continuous improvement in the management of biomedical waste. To ensure effective implementation of the original 1998 rules and their subsequent amendment, a steering committee has been established. This committee plays a vital role in monitoring compliance, providing guidance, and facilitating communication among stakeholders involved in biomedical waste management, ultimately aiming to protect public health and the environment from the risks posed by improper disposal of biomedical waste. Through these initiatives, the government seeks not only to enhance the safety and efficiency of waste management practices but also to foster a culture of environmental responsibility among healthcare providers. Regulations and Practices for Recycled Plastics Manufacturers and Usage 199. The Recycled Plastics Manufacture and Usage Rules, established in 1999, underwent significant revisions and were rebranded as the Plastic Waste Management and Handling Rules on 4 February 2011. This transformation reflects a growing commitment to environmental sustainability and the management of plastic waste, recognizing the pressing challenges posed by plastic pollution in India. One of the core components of these regulations is the strict prohibition against using carry bags, sachets, or containers made from recycled plastic or compostable plastic for any purposes related to food storage, carrying, dispensing, or packaging. This critical measure is intended to ensure consumer safety and public health, as materials that may not meet hygiene standards can pose serious risks when in contact with food. For the production of carry bags and sachets made from plastic, manufacturers must adhere to strict conditions. Specifically, these products can only be made using virgin plastic in its natural, colorless state, free from any added pigments. Similarly, the use of recycled plastic is permitted only when it is utilized for applications that do not involve food storage or packaging. In such cases, the addition of pigments and colorants must comply with the prescribed standards as outlined in IS 9833/1981, which governs the specifications for plastic materials. It is crucial that plastic recycling processes adhere to the guidelines set forth by the Bureau of Indian Standards as defined in IS 14534/1998, titled The Guidelines for Recycling of Plastics. These specifications are designed to ensure safe and effective recycling practices that minimize environmental impact while supporting the circular economy. Furthermore, any carry bags produced from compostable plastics must meet the requirements of Indian Standard ISO 17088/2008, which specifies the necessary criteria for compostability. Manufacturers are also mandated to label their products clearly, indicating whether they are made from recycled material or virgin plastic, thus promoting transparency and enabling consumers to make informed choices about the products they purchase. In an additional effort to enhance the sustainability of plastic products, the regulations stipulate that the minimum thickness of carry bags should not be less than 40 microns, which aids in reducing the likelihood of these bags tearing or becoming unusable quickly, contributing to overall waste minimization. Finally, the responsibility for adhering to and enforcing these regulations lies with the respective state pollution control boards, SPCBs, and pollution control committees, PCCs, in union territories. In support of these efforts, the Plastic Industry Association, alongside its member units, is tasked with implementing self-regulatory measures to ensure compliance and foster greater accountability within the industry. In summary, the evolution of plastic waste management regulations in India underscores the critical balance between industry practices, consumer safety, and environmental stewardship, an essential endeavor in the ongoing fight against plastic pollution and its detrimental effects on ecosystems and public health. 1999 Fly Ash Notification. On 14 September 1999, a significant step towards ecological conservation was taken with the issuance of a comprehensive notification aimed at safeguarding topsoil and curbing the indiscriminate dumping of fly ash, a byproduct of coal and lignite combustion in thermal power plants. This directive, established by the Ministry of Environment and Forests, emphasizes the need to incorporate sustainability into construction practices and industry operations. To address the environmental concerns associated with fly ash, the notification mandates that all brick manufacturers operating within a 50-kilometer radius of coal or lignite-powered facilities must blend a minimum of 25% fly ash, whether it be fly ash, bottom ash, or pond ash, with soil. This mixture is to be used in the production of clay bricks, tiles, and blocks, which are essential materials in construction. By doing so, the initiative not only promotes the recycling of industrial waste but also enhances the physical properties of the building materials, making them more resilient. Furthermore, it stipulates that each coal or lignite-based thermal power plant is required to provide an uninterrupted supply of ash for a minimum of 10 years post-notification, at no cost to the brick manufacturers. This is designed to ensure a steady source of material for the production of ash-based products, thereby encouraging their incorporation into the construction sector. For plants commissioned under specific environmental conditions, adherence to this directive must be achieved within 9 years. For those not included in the environmental clearance, the timeline extends to 15 years. The directive also outlines the responsibilities of various stakeholders. Central and state government agencies, as well as state electricity boards and the National Thermal Power Corporation, are tasked with facilitating the effective utilization of fly ash. They are expected to incorporate ash and ash-based products into their design specifications and operational guidelines. Additionally, local authorities are required to reflect this emphasis on sustainable practices in their building bylaws and regulations, making it mandatory to acknowledge the use of ash-based products in construction projects. This notification marks a pivotal moment in India's journey towards sustainable development, showcasing an intentional effort to integrate waste management with ecological preservation. It signifies a commitment to not only reduce the detrimental environmental impacts associated with fly ash disposal but also to transform an industrial byproduct into a valuable resource, thereby contributing to the overall enhancement of environmental quality. Such legislative initiatives represent a vital step forward in promoting responsible industrial practices while fostering a culture of environmental stewardship. Municipal Solid Waste Management and Handling Rules, 2000. The Municipal Solid Wastes Management and Handling Rules, 2000 were officially promulgated on 3 October 2000 under the authority of the Environment Protection Act of 1986. MOEF 2000E. These rules established a comprehensive framework designed to regulate the management of municipal solid waste (MSW) across India. At the heart of this legislation lies the mandate that municipal authorities bear the primary responsibility for implementing its provisions. This includes overseeing the necessary infrastructural development required for the effective collection, storage, segregation, transportation, processing, and final disposal of municipal solid waste. To facilitate accountability and oversight, municipal authorities, or the operators of waste management facilities, are required to seek authorization for establishing waste processing and disposal operations, including landfills. This process commences with the submission of an application in Form I to the State Pollution Control Board, SPCB, ensuring adherence to the implementation programs delineated in Schedule I of the rules. In addition to initiating waste management programs, the municipal authority is also tasked with preparing and submitting an annual report, formatted as Form 2, to the district magistrate or deputy commissioner. These officials are empowered to enforce the compliance of these rules, ensuring that local waste management practices align with the set standards. The management of municipal solid waste must adhere to the guidelines specified in Schedule 2, which provides detailed protocols for the systematic handling and processing of such waste. Furthermore, the disposal of municipal solid waste is critically governed by the specifications and standards outlined in Schedules 3 and 4. These schedules include vital standards addressing key environmental concerns such as groundwater protection, ambient air quality, leachate management, and compost quality. It is imperative for municipal authorities to strictly follow these standards to mitigate potential environmental hazards. Authorization to operate waste management facilities, based on Form I submissions, is granted by the SPCBs or Pollution Control Committees, PCCs. This authorization specifies compliance criteria and standards as dictated by the rules in Schedules 2, 3, and 4, and is granted for a defined period. The Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, along with the SPCBs and PCCs, is tasked with reviewing the implementation of these standards and guidelines to ensure continuous compliance. Regular reporting is a critical aspect of this streamlined waste management process. To maintain transparency and accountability, the SPCBs and PCCs are required to submit reports in Form 4 to the CPCB by 15 September each year, detailing the local implementation of the waste management rules. Subsequently, the CPCB compiles these reports, preparing a comprehensive annual review of municipal solid waste management, which is submitted to the central government, complete with recommendations, before 15th December each year. In the event of an incident related to waste management, including accidents during the processes of collection, segregation, storage, processing, treatment, disposal, or transportation, municipal authorities are obligated to file an accident report using Form 6. This requirement ensures that all potential risks and adverse events are documented and addressed, reinforcing the commitment to safety and environmental protection in municipal solid waste management practices. Through these coordinated efforts, the Municipal Solid Wastes Management and Handling Rules 2000 aim to foster a sustainable approach to waste management, prioritizing environmental integrity while empowering local authorities to effectively manage their waste responsibilities. Batteries Management and Handling Rules 2001. In 2001, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MoEFCC, introduced the Batteries Management and Handling Rules to mitigate the significant health and environmental hazards stemming from the unauthorized smelting and improper handling of lead-acid batteries. These batteries are prevalent components in various applications, notably in inverters and a myriad of vehicles, including cars, trucks, buses, as well as two- and three-wheelers. Central to these regulations is the mandate that battery manufacturers, importers, assemblers, and reconditioners are obligated to implement a one-to-one collection system for old batteries when they sell new ones. This requirement necessitates that any used batteries collected must then be forwarded to registered recyclers who meet the environmental standards set forth by the MoEFCC, employing processes and technologies that adhere to eco-friendly practices. Manufacturers who possess their own recycling facilities are exempt from sending batteries to external recyclers, thereby allowing them to manage their waste on-site. The MoEFCC's registration process prioritizes establishments that utilize environmentally sound technology for lead-acid battery recycling, emphasizing the incorporation of effective pollution prevention measures and adequate waste disposal arrangements. This regulatory framework aims to significantly decrease hazardous practices, such as backyard smelting, which not only emits lead into the atmosphere but also contaminates soil and water resources through acid discharge. The current recovery rates, which hover between 30% and 40%, are expected to improve markedly as these regulations are enforced. To further facilitate compliance, battery manufacturers are tasked with establishing dedicated collection centers for used batteries, a requirement that can be met individually or through collaboration with other manufacturers. This collaborative approach is particularly beneficial for smaller manufacturers who may not have the resources to set up facilities on their own. However, it should be noted that the rules exempt certain bulk consumers, including various government departments and original equipment manufacturers, from the collection requirement. Instead, these bulk consumers and auctioneers are restricted to auctioning used batteries only to registered recyclers. This helps curtail the role of middlemen and backyard smelting operations that have historically exploited gaps in the regulations. Additionally, manufacturers are required to implement a buyback provision for bulk sales made to consumers, ensuring that there is a tangible incentive for responsible disposal and recycling practices. Dealers engaged in the sale of lead-acid batteries are also charged with the responsibility of collection, further tightening the regulatory framework surrounding battery disposal. The MoEFCC's provisions extend to importers and domestic manufacturers alike, placing both on equal footing concerning their responsibility to collect used batteries. This inclusivity is designed to foster a comprehensive approach to battery management across the industry. To maintain transparency and accountability, all parties involved, manufacturers, assemblers, reconditioners, importers, recyclers, auctioneers, users, and consumers, are mandated to submit half-yearly returns to the State Pollution Control Board, SPCB, designated as the enforcing authority. The reporting forms are structured to facilitate easy verification of compliance with the established responsibilities. The rules also stipulate a phased collection schedule, outlining a gradual increase in the required collection rate, with an ambitious target of achieving 90% collection by the third year of enforcement. To ensure that the collected batteries are consistent with those sold, the MoI has implemented categorization protocols. This clarity serves to align efforts and streamline recycling processes. Moreover, since the MoI already has an existing mechanism for the registration of preprocessors dealing with used lead-acid batteries, only those processors who have yet to apply for registration will need to do so to comply with the new regulations. In summary, the Batteries, Management and Handling Rules 2001 represent a significant step towards responsible battery management in India, aiming to create a safer environment by reducing hazardous waste and promoting recycling through strict regulatory oversight and collaborative efforts among stakeholders. Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, 1960. The Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, enacted in 1960, marks a significant milestone in India's legal framework aimed at safeguarding the rights and well-being of animals. This legislation was introduced with the primary objective of preventing unnecessary pain and suffering inflicted on animals, thereby representing a progressive step towards ethical treatment in a society that has historically relied on animals for various purposes. Prior to this legislation, the existing laws surrounding animal welfare were inadequate, lacking in both scope and enforcement mechanisms. The 1960 Act sought to address these gaps by not only delineating practices that constitute cruelty to animals but also by empowering authorities to take action against infringing parties. This was particularly important in a diverse nation like India, where cultural, economic, and social practices varied significantly and often involved the use of animals. Moreover, the establishment of the Animal Welfare Board of India following the enactment of this act was a pivotal development. The board was created to promote animal welfare awareness and ensure compliance with the regulations set forth in the act. By fostering a sense of responsibility towards animal care amongst the general public and encouraging various stakeholders, such as local communities, NGOs, and policymakers, to participate in welfare initiatives, the board plays a crucial role in advancing animal rights in the country. Today, the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act continues to be an important legal instrument that reflects India's commitment to promoting humane treatment of animals. As societal attitudes toward animal welfare evolve and as the need for concrete enforcement against neglect and abuse grows, this legislation serves as a foundation upon which further reforms and initiatives can be built. By enhancing public awareness and encouraging ethical practices, it aims to foster a more compassionate relationship between humans and animals in India. Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. In 1972, the Government of India instituted a landmark piece of legislation known as the Wildlife Protection Act. This pivotal act was designed with a definitive goal to safeguard the rich biodiversity of the nation by ensuring robust protections for its wildlife. Recognizing the increasing threats posed by poaching, wildlife smuggling, and the illicit trade of animal products and derivatives, the Act sought to establish clear legal frameworks that would deter such practices and promote conservation. The original legislation laid the groundwork for a comprehensive wildlife protection regime, addressing not only the immediate threats to endangered species but also the broader ecological balance essential for sustaining different ecosystems across the country. Over the years, however, the relentless challenges posed by illegal wildlife trade and environmental degradation necessitated updates to this foundational law. A significant amendment took place in January 2003, reinforcing the Act's original provisions by introducing harsher penalties and stricter enforcement measures for violations. This shift underscored the government's commitment to combating unlawful activities that jeopardize India's natural heritage, reflecting a growing recognition of the urgency required in wildlife conservation efforts. In response to ongoing challenges in the realm of wildlife protection, the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has proposed further amendments aimed at fortifying the Act even more. These proposed changes intend to incorporate more rigorous measures and innovative strategies for protecting not just endangered species but also their habitats and the ecological networks that support them. This progressive approach underscores an essential shift towards a more holistic form of conservation, recognizing that protecting wildlife involves safeguarding the ecosystems they inhabit. Central to the objectives of the Wildlife Protection Act is the preservation of both endangered flora and fauna, alongside the safeguarding of ecologically significant protected areas. By ensuring that the intricacies of biodiversity are upheld, the Act helps maintain the rich environmental tapestry that India is known for, ultimately serving the dual purpose of promoting ecological health and fostering sustainable development practices for future generations. Through these continued efforts and adaptations in legislation, India demonstrates its commitment not only to wildlife protection but also to the promotion of environmental stewardship, setting a precedent for other nations engaged in the equally vital mission of conserving the planet's irreplaceable natural resources. Biological Diversity Act of 2002. The Biological Diversity Act of 2002 represents a significant piece of federal legislation passed by the Parliament of India, dedicated to the vital purpose of preserving the nation's rich biological diversity. This act lays out a structured framework designed to ensure equitable sharing of benefits derived from the use of traditional biological resources and associated knowledge. It was instituted in response to international commitments, specifically to fulfill obligations outlined in the Convention on Biological Diversity, of which India is a celebrating signatory, reflecting the country's dedication to global environmental governance. 9.2.19.1 Understanding Biodiversity and Biological Resources. The term biodiversity is thoroughly defined within Section 2(b) of the Act. It characterizes biodiversity as the variability among living organisms from all sources, emphasizing the intricate ecological complexes that these organisms inhabit. This definition encompasses a broad spectrum, including genetic diversity within species, diversity among different species, and the variety of ecosystems that together sustain life on Earth. On the other hand, biological resources are described as encompassing plants, animals, microorganisms, along with their genetic material and byproducts, with actual or potential utility or value. Notably, human genetic material is expressly excluded from this definition, underscoring the Act's focus on biological diversity in the natural world rather than human biomedical resources. 9.2.19.2 Establishment of the National Biodiversity Authority and State Biodiversity Boards. To effectively realize the objectives of the Biological Diversity Act, the National Biodiversity Authority (NBA) was established in 2003 as a statutory autonomous entity, headquartered in Chennai, under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, (MoE FCC). The NBA plays a pivotal role in the implementation of the Act's provisions. In parallel, state biodiversity boards, SBBs, have been instituted in 28 states across India, along with the establishment of an expansive network of 31,574 biological management committees that operate at the local level. These structures are integral to promoting biodiversity conservation across various ecosystems and jurisdictions. Functions of the National Biodiversity Authority. The functions of the NBA are multifaceted and critical to the Act's enforcement. Firstly, it is responsible for regulating actions that are prohibited under the Act. Additionally, it provides counsel to the government regarding biodiversity conservation initiatives and assists in the selection of biological heritage sites that are crucial for sustaining ecological integrity. The NBA also actively engages in opposing the granting of intellectual property rights in foreign nations when such rights stem from the utilization of Indian biological resources or traditional knowledge. Regulatory framework. The Act establishes stringent regulations regarding the extraction and usage of biological resources. For foreign nationals or non-resident Indians, as per Clause 30 of Section 2 of the Income Tax Act of 1961, prior permission from the NBA is mandatory before engaging in any research, surveys, or commercial endeavors utilizing biological resources or associated traditional knowledge from India. Indian citizens and corporate entities are required to obtain permissions from the respective SBBs. Furthermore, the findings from research that involves biological resources obtained from India cannot be transferred to non-citizens or foreign companies without express authorization from the NBA. However, researchers are not required to seek permission for publishing results in academic journals or seminar presentations, provided they delineate their work as part of collaborative research with organizations recognized by the central government. When it comes to applying for patents or other forms of intellectual property protection that arise from research utilizing biological resources, prior approval from the NBA is obligatory. The NBA retains the discretion to require benefit-sharing agreements or royalties contingent upon the nature of the intellectual property rights granted. Mechanisms for benefit sharing. The Act promotes the concept of benefit sharing, advocating that any benefits derived from the utilization of biological resources should be equitably distributed. Such sharing can occur through various avenues, including joint ownership of intellectual property rights, transfers of technology to enhance local capacities, establishment of production facilities or research development units in areas where the biological resources originate, provision of both monetary and non-monetary compensation to local communities, creation of venture capital funds to support those claiming benefits from biological resources. Enforcement and penalties. To uphold the integrity of the Biological Diversity Act, strict penalties are imposed on those who contravene its provisions. Individuals found guilty of violating these regulations may face imprisonment for a term of up to 5 years or fines that can reach 10 lakh rupees. Additionally, if the damage caused exceeds this financial threshold, fines may be proportionate to the extent of the harm caused. Importantly, all offences under this Act are classified as non-bailable and cognizable, ensuring robust enforcement mechanisms are in place to deter violations. In summary, the Biological Diversity Act, 2002 stands as a crucial legislative measure aimed at safeguarding India's biological heritage while ensuring that the rights and benefits of indigenous communities and local stakeholders are respected and upheld. The Act not only provides a legal framework for conservation but also reinforces India's commitment to sustainable development and environmental stewardship on a global stage. E-Waste Management and Handling Rules, 2011. The E-Waste Management and Handling Rules, 2011 were officially enacted by the Government of India under the notification number SO number 1035E. On 12 May 2011, published in the Gazette of India. These rules were established in response to the growing concern over electronic waste, leveraging the authority granted by Sections 6, 8, and 25 of the Environment Protection Act of 1986. Following a transition period, the rules came into force on 1 May 2012, marking a significant step towards the structured management of e-waste in the country. These comprehensive rules are applicable to a wide range of stakeholders involved in the life cycle of electrical and electronic equipment. This encompasses not just producers and consumers, but also bulk consumers who are engaged in various stages, including manufacturing, selling, purchasing, and processing items explicitly listed in Schedule I of the regulations. The breadth of these rules reflects the understanding that effective e-waste management requires the participation of diverse entities across the supply chain. Bulk users of electronic products, including governmental bodies at both central and state levels, public sector enterprises, banking institutions, educational establishments, multinational corporations, international organizations, and private companies registered under the Factories Act of 1948 and the Companies Act of 1956 all fall within the jurisdiction of these rules. This broad inclusion ensures that major contributors to e-waste are held accountable for their impact on the environment and are compelled to adopt practices that mitigate this challenge. The e-waste management and handling rules also articulate specific roles and responsibilities for various participants in the e-waste management process. This includes bulk users, collection centers, consumers, dismantlers, recyclers, producers, and transporters. Each of these groups plays a vital role in the comprehensive handling of e-waste, encompassing aspects such as generation, collection, reception, storage, segregation, refurbishment, dismantling, recycling, treatment, and ultimately, disposal. The establishment of these responsibilities is crucial for creating a collaborative network capable of addressing the complexities associated with electronic waste. To facilitate compliance with the rules, authorities and stakeholders are required to adhere to several key obligations aimed at streamlining e-waste management. 1/TBF, collection, segregation, and channelization. It is imperative to ensure that e-waste is effectively collected, appropriately segregated, and channeled to authorized facilities for processing. This step minimizes the risk of environmental contamination and promotes the recovery of valuable materials. 2/TBF, authorization from the Pollution Control Board, PCB. Entities engaged in e-waste management must secure proper authorization from the PCB, aligning with the established protocols under Rule 9. This regulatory step ensures that all operations comply with environmental standards and promotes accountability. 3/TBF, record maintenance. Stakeholders are required to maintain detailed records and inventories of e-waste that has been generated, handled, or disposed of, as specified in Form 2. These records are crucial for transparency and must be readily available for inspection by the PCB to validate compliance with regulatory provisions. 4/TBF, filing annual returns. Furthermore, it is necessary for accountable parties to submit annual returns using Form 3 to the PCB by 30th June following the end of the financial year to which these reports pertain. This reporting mechanism ensures continuous monitoring and fosters a proactive approach to e-waste management. In conclusion, the implementation of the e-waste management and handling rules 2011 represents an essential legislative framework designed to tackle the growing problem of electronic waste in India. By establishing clear regulations and responsibilities, the rules aim to protect both the environment and public health while promoting sustainable practices in the management and handling of e-waste. The engagement of all stakeholders is central to the success of these efforts, embodying a collective commitment towards a cleaner and more responsible ecological future. Education for environmental awareness. Introduction. Students engaging in the field of environmental education must understand that deliberate and systematic efforts are essential to cultivate environmental awareness across all segments of society. As our world faces increasingly complex ecological challenges, the role of education in shaping eco-conscious citizens has never been more critical. This chapter embarks on a journey through the historical evolution of environmental education, illustrating how it has developed into a vital component of contemporary curricula and community initiatives, reflecting the growing recognition of environmental issues. we will explore the rationale behind integrating environmental education into various educational frameworks, highlighting its importance not only as an academic discipline but as a driving force for sustainable living and responsible citizenship. Moreover, this chapter offers a treasure trove of practical suggestions and engaging activities designed to seamlessly weave environmental awareness into the fabric of everyday life. Whether at home, in schools, or within community settings, these strategies encourage individuals to adopt eco-friendly practices, fostering a culture of sustainability. From simple actions like reducing waste and conserving water to participating in local environmental preservation projects, readers will find accessible ways to contribute to a healthier planet. Through these initiatives, we can empower individuals and communities to embrace an ongoing commitment to ecological stewardship, thereby instilling a sense of responsibility towards our shared environment. Together, through education and proactive engagement, we can inspire a collective shift towards a more sustainable future. Historical context and objectives of environmental education. When we reflect upon the pressing environmental issues that influence both local and global development, it becomes evident that fostering a profound respect for the natural world is imperative. This need resonates deeply across age groups, emphasizing the critical role of environmental education. Consequently, it has evolved into a fundamental aspect of educational curricula worldwide, recognized as not merely beneficial but essential for cultivating informed and responsible citizens. In the context of India, as highlighted by Sheth, 2003, the integration of environmental education into the national curriculum remains a significant challenge. A 2-year investigation identified critical gaps and discrepancies in how environmental topics are addressed in schools. In response, 800 schools were enriched with an updated syllabus aimed at enhancing students' comprehension of environmental issues. Notably, over 100 schools in Maharashtra and 700 institutions nationwide have developed curricula that specifically target improving youth knowledge about their environment. Children raised in agrarian communities often develop an innate understanding of the intricate connections between humanity and nature from an early age. This connection continues to be relevant for approximately 70% of the Indian population that still resides in rural areas. Historically, from the emergence of human society up until the onset of the Industrial Revolution, this relationship with nature was the norm for humankind. In those times, survival hinged on a deep, intuitive grasp of natural systems. While human actions have periodically disrupted ecological balance, the risks posed by current technological advancements and industrial activities are unprecedented. It is within this context of urban migration and ecological neglect that the modern environmental education movement found its roots, particularly in the United States during the Industrial Revolution. As urban centers expanded, many individuals lost their close ties to the natural world. People increasingly relied on commodities produced far away, with many of these products made possible through coal-burning processes. A pivotal moment occurred in 1896 when the Audubon Society emerged, focusing on the alarming extinction of bird species due to their use in fashionable women's hats. Organizing primarily through the initiatives of women, the Society successfully campaigned against the use of exotic birds, marking a turning point in the early conservation movement. Echoing this sentiment, John Muir, the founder of the Sierra Club, expressed grave concerns in 1892 about the ongoing habitat loss and the erosion of humanity's relationship with nature that stemmed from industrialization. His fears were echoed by President Theodore Roosevelt, widely recognized as the conservation president, who, during his term from 1902 to 1909, safeguarded an impressive 230 million acres as national forests. As the 20th century unfolded, the recognition of the need to instill a love for nature, particularly in an urbanized society, gathered momentum. The term environmental education began to surface in the 1950s and grew in significance following the publication of Rachel Carson's groundbreaking work, Silent Spring, in 1962, which is often seen as the catalyst for the modern environmental movement. Landmark moments followed, including the first Earth Day celebrated in 1970 and the implementation of pivotal legislation like the Clean Water Act, 1972, and the Endangered Species Act, 1973. The Environmental Education Act of 1990 further sought to formalize environmental literacy through a national commitment to education. The mission of environmental education consists of 5 key objectives. 1. To cultivate awareness and sensitivity toward environmental challenges. 2. To provide knowledge and understanding of the environment and its challenges. 3. To foster a sense of concern and motivation for the improvement and maintenance of environmental quality. 4. To develop skills necessary for identifying and resolving environmental challenges. 5. To engage in activities that facilitate the resolution of these challenges. As urbanization accelerates and societies increasingly detach from nature, coupled with a growing reliance on technology, the necessity for structured environmental education becomes ever clearer. Initiatives by prestigious organizations such as the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment in 1972 and the Tbilisi Declaration fostered foundational principles to guide environmental education. Moreover, the 1992 United Nations Conference on Environment and Development held in Rio de Janeiro emphasized education aimed at sustainable development. Richard Louve's work, Last Child in the Woods, highlights the critical need for children to engage with nature through experiential learning to safeguard their emotional and psychological well-being. Despite the recognized importance of environmental education, it faces a multitude of hurdles. There are concerns that it may morph into a vehicle for specific political agendas rather than encouraging autonomous, science-based thinking. Many educators report that competing educational demands limit the time allocated for environmental topics. The extent to which these subjects are integrated into the classroom often relies heavily on teachers' and administrators' personal interests, a situation made more complicated by the absence of a mandatory environmental education curriculum across various regions, including India. Moreover, teachers who have grown up in urban settings may lack confidence in teaching about nature, limiting their engagement with environmental education. A widespread misconception persists that environmental education should be the exclusive purview of science instructors, further impeding its integration into broader curricula. In many urban settings where the need for environmental education is most pressing, access to natural landscapes is often restricted, leading to concerns over safety, supervision, and resources for outdoor learning experiences. While these challenges are daunting, they give rise to compelling justifications for experiential environmental education. Engaging with nature has profound psychological, emotional, and spiritual benefits, promoting feelings of connectedness, tranquility, and curiosity about life. Research indicates that children who spend significant time outdoors develop a lifelong commitment to environmental stewardship. A study by Louise Chawla revealed that many environmentalists attribute their dedication to nature to hours spent in natural spaces and to the guidance of adults who instilled respect for the environment. Merely being informed about environmental problems often fails to inspire meaningful action. Rather, fostering a love for nature is crucial for cultivating future caretakers of the earth. Once individuals forge strong connections with the natural world, they are better equipped to study and understand it scientifically. Environmental education serves as an interdisciplinary approach, effectively incorporating subjects like math, reading, writing, social studies, and art within its framework. Moreover, once students are engaged with environmental projects or experiences, they frequently feel empowered and motivated, nurturing ethical frameworks that guide their life choices and potential career paths. Children living in poverty often lack access to natural settings, yet they frequently face the brunt of environmental degradation, such as limited access to clean water, polluted air, and toxic waste. Hence, it is essential for all children, especially those from urban and disadvantaged backgrounds, to have opportunities to connect with nature. This relationship, deepened through both experiential education and traditional studies, can empower individuals to take action at both community and systemic levels, advocating for sustainability for current and future generations. Educating for environmental awareness should not be confined to formal schooling. The urgency of environmental issues demands immediate action. Educational curriculums must evolve to keep pace. Environmental education can occur in diverse contexts, with families, community groups, and religious organizations playing crucial roles. The following sections will present practical ideas and suggestions for fostering awareness, knowledge, attitudes, and skills that empower individuals to engage effectively with environmental challenges. While the steps may be simple, their impact is profound, generating a society imbued with a sense of responsibility and ethical commitment to environmental preservation. Ultimately, such engagement can inspire active participation in community decision-making, leading to broader and more impactful environmental stewardship initiatives. Steps and strategies for home-based environmental sustainability. 10.3.1 Analyzing the environmental impact of home. The characteristics of your living space significantly influence both your lifestyle and the environment. A thorough analysis enables you to grasp the scope of your household's ecological footprint. The energy consumed for heating, cooling, operating appliances, and transportation directly contributes to local pollution and global climate change concerns. Additionally, the way water is utilized, from daily consumption to sewage management, affects aquatic ecosystems and the availability of freshwater. The household products we often take for granted, whether they are cleaning agents or personal care items, come from resource-intensive processes, including mining, industrial manufacturing, and transportation, and they can release harmful toxins into our air and soil. Thus, embracing sustainable practices, such as conserving water and electricity, reusing materials, and choosing natural, eco-friendly products, is crucial in mitigating these environmental impacts. To gain deeper insights into the environmental footprint of your home, consider conducting a comprehensive analysis based on the following aspects. 1/TXTBF, Home Structure and Ownership. Assess the size of your dwelling, whether it's a house or an apartment, including the scale of any surrounding land. Document the number of rooms and determine if you own or rent the property. 2/TXTBF, Physical Layout. Create a simple sketch of your property's floor plan. This will serve as a reference point for understanding resource distribution and usage patterns. 3/TXTBF, Household Demographics. Note how many people reside in your home and their respective ages. Different age groups may have varying consumption habits and energy usage. 4/TXTBF, Transportation Habits. Identify the modes of transportation your household regularly uses and how often. Consider walking, biking, public transport, bus, subway, train, taxis, cars, or planes, and reflect on the environmental implications of each mode. 5/TXTBF, Resource Consumption. What resources does your household rely on? Take note of both renewable and non-renewable resources you depend upon daily. 6/TXTBF, Electricity Usage. Analyze the electricity supply, including the number of circuits, their ratings, and monthly electricity consumption. Is the supply reliable, or do you have to depend on alternative sources of lighting if electricity isn't available? 7 backslash text TBF, heating and cooling. Determine whether your home requires heating or cooling in certain seasons and how much additional energy this process consumes. Identify the energy systems or sources you utilize for climate control. 8 backslash text TBF, water sourcing. Investigate your water sources and record the amount used each month. Examine the quality and reliability of your water supply. 9 backslash text TBF, food preparation. Evaluate how food is cooked and the energy sources involved in that process. Look into the origins of your food, where it was purchased, how it was grown, and if any produce is cultivated in your garden. 10 backslash text TBF, cleaning products usage. Take stock of the consumer and household products employed within your home. What chemicals do these products contain? Are you actively seeking out less toxic, environmentally conscious alternatives and using only what you truly need? 11 backslash text TBF, waste management. Reflect on your waste disposal practices for both sewage and trash. Are any of your wastes being recycled or donated? 12 backslash text TBF, utility costs. Calculate the average monthly costs for utilities, including water, electricity, transportation, and waste disposal. 13 backslash text TBF, green features. Identify any green technologies in your home, such as solar panels, energy-efficient appliances, or rainwater harvesting systems. 14 backslash text TBF, leisure activities. Consider how free time is spent. Does your family engage in activities that connect you with nature, or do you predominantly rely on energy-intensive electronics? Upon gathering this data, you can start brainstorming strategies to lessen your household's environmental impact and transition to a greener lifestyle. Additional actions for sustainable living. After thoroughly assessing your environmental impact, you may also implement several practices to foster sustainability within your home. Backslash text TBF, reducing energy use. Develop habits such as turning off lights and unplugging devices when they are not actively in use to curb phantom energy consumption. Switching to energy-efficient compact fluorescent lamps is another smart step. When shopping for new equipment, prioritize energy-efficient products, particularly those that boast sleep functions, to further reduce energy consumption. Opt for carpooling, biking, or walking whenever possible, and make time for outdoor activities that do not depend on technology to rejuvenate your mind and spirit. Backslash text TBF, water conservation techniques. Be proactive in addressing leaks, which can waste significant water. Installing low-flow showerheads and faucets can drastically reduce household consumption. Explore the option of implementing a rainwater harvesting system to supplement your water supply. Make a conscious effort to turn off the tap while brushing your teeth or doing the dishes. Backslash text TBF, enhancing air quality. Introduce indoor plants into your home to provide natural air filtration. Research shows certain species like Boston ferns and peace lilies can be particularly effective. Choose to avoid harsh chemical cleaners, paints, and plastics to maintain a healthier living environment and reduce gassing. Backslash text TBF, mindful consumption and waste management. Foster an eco-friendly ethos by purchasing products made from recycled materials or those with minimal packaging. Additionally, aim for fair trade options. Reuse scrap paper for note-taking or print on the unused sides of documents. Develop a composting system for food scraps and garden waste to nourish your plants while minimizing landfill contributions. Shift your mindset before acquiring new items, questioning whether they are truly necessary or if they can be borrowed, rented, or found second-hand. Backslash text TBF, mindful eating habits. Whenever possible, source organic and locally grown produce. Cultivating a home garden, even if small, can produce valuable fresh food. Limit the intake of processed and packaged foods which contribute to excess waste and choose healthier alternatives available from local markets or street vendors. /TextBF Engaging in sustainable leisure activities. Consider donating gently used items that you no longer need rather than discarding them. This action not only promotes reuse but also aids those in need. Gift eco-friendly items to family and friends, fostering a culture of environmental consciousness. Seek out non-digital pastimes. Nature walks, gardening, or reading can provide fulfillment without the burdens associated with technology. By executing these strategies, you'll not only minimize your own environmental footprint but also inspire those around you to adopt more sustainable practices in their daily lives. Engaging in regular home audits can help identify further opportunities for reducing water, energy, and waste, ultimately contributing to a healthier planet for future generations. Promoting environmental education in academic environments. Exploring avenues to support environmentally responsible practices can present an engaging and practical approach to fundraising within educational settings. One highly effective strategy is to organize sales of products made from sustainable materials. Consider offering items such as notebooks, pencils, binders, and pens that are manufactured from recycled paper. These products not only serve an educational purpose but also highlight the importance of sustainability. Moreover, T-shirts crafted from recycled or organic cotton can be an excellent addition, showcasing a commitment to eco-friendly fashion while also serving as a canvas for promoting environmental awareness. Beyond product sales, fostering a culture of responsibility through community engagement events can make a significant impact. Organize collections for old clothing, sneakers, or greeting cards, items that can be recycled or repurposed within your local community. This not only diverts waste from landfills but also encourages a mindset of reuse and sustainability. In addition, consider hosting gatherings or celebrations where participants are invited to bring along items that can be recycled or repurposed. This type of event not only fosters social interaction but also reinforces the importance of environmental stewardship among attendees. Simple actions, such as opting to make double-sided copies whenever possible, can further support a culture of sustainability in everyday routines. When reflecting on future career paths, it's essential to explore professions that are intertwined with nature and environmental protection. While direct involvement in science, law, political leadership, and education can significantly contribute to addressing ecological issues, it's important to recognize that many career opportunities across various sectors can also embody green values. Dive into the lives and innovations of leaders in fields such as sustainable business practices, green architecture, and organic farming. Study how they integrate environmental respect into their work and consider how you might follow suit in your chosen profession. By aligning your future career with principles that honor and safeguard our environment, you can take an active role in promoting sustainability and ecological mindfulness within your community and beyond. Environmental education in your community. As your awareness of how your daily choices affect both your home and academic environments evolves, it's crucial to extend this understanding toward a broader scope, your community and the nation at large. Cultivating environmental consciousness involves a collective effort and personal commitment. Here are several key strategies to foster this awareness. 1. /TextBF Deepen your knowledge of local ecology. Begin by enhancing your understanding of nature and the pressing environmental issues affecting your community. Many educational institutions, including community colleges and universities, offer courses focused on environmental science, ecology, and sustainability. Additionally, public libraries can serve as treasure troves of information, providing access to books, documentaries, and online resources that keep you informed about local flora, fauna, and conservation efforts. 2. TextTBF. Engage in volunteering. One of the most impactful ways to contribute is through volunteering. Participate in local initiatives such as wildlife monitoring programs to observe bird migrations and other animal behaviors, tree planting activities that rejuvenate local ecosystems, and litter cleanup days in parks or along streets. Moreover, consider leading educational tours or talks aimed at younger audiences, instilling a sense of environmental responsibility in the next generation. 3. TextTBF. Join local environmental groups, connect with local environmental organizations to track and tackle regional ecological issues. Aligning with such groups can provide practical insights into what is being done to protect your environment and how you can actively participate. This collaboration often brings together individuals who share a passion for sustainability and can amplify your impact. 4. TextTBF. Advocate for change. Identify pressing environmental concerns that affect your state, community, or the country as a whole. Engage in advocacy by spearheading letter-writing campaigns targeted at local or national leaders. Mobilizing support through petitions can amplify your voice and encourage policymakers to take action on matters like climate change, pollution control, or conservation efforts. 5. TextTBF. Stay informed through current events. Regularly read reliable newspapers and news sources to remain vigilant about developments in your community, especially new infrastructure projects or legislative changes impacting the environment. This awareness can help you critically assess how such developments might compromise local ecosystems. Use public awareness tools like posters or billboards to help disseminate vital information within your locality. 6. TextTBF. Practice responsible behavior outdoors. Simple actions in nature can have significant effects on the ecosystem, so it's important to be responsible. TextTBF. Use designated paths. Sticking to marked trails preserves soil integrity and minimizes erosion, protecting delicate plant life and habitats. TextTBF. Leave natural elements undisturbed. Removing plants, feathers, or even birds' nests is not only illegal for many species but also harmful to ecological balance. Respect the natural habitat. TextTBF. Prevent littering. Dispose of waste properly by using trash bins, recycling, or reusing materials whenever possible. Litter can pose severe threats to wildlife and degrade natural landscapes. 7. TextTBF. Conduct a community environmental assessment. The final step involves performing a thorough analysis of your community, best accomplished through collaborative efforts. The evaluation can be divided into two core components: diagnosing the current environmental landscape and identifying viable actions. TextTBF. Analyze the current situation. Begin by mapping the community layout, including buildings, open spaces, water sources, housing, industrial areas, and transportation systems like roads, rails, and airports. Reflect on existing public transport options and assess the community's water and energy supply sources. Examine waste management practices, both point and non-point sources, and evaluate recycling initiatives or other sustainable practices. A comparative analysis of energy consumption for travel, be it on foot, by bicycle, various vehicles, or public transport, can shed light on local sustainability. Calculate the community's carbon footprint, determining how much carbon dioxide is emitted from daily activities, and also evaluate the community's water usage, considering the so-called water footprint. TextTBF. Survey for environmental challenges, identify pollution sources, assess air quality, water contamination, and land degradation. Investigate potential public health threats such as vector-borne diseases like malaria. determine the reliability of community resources such as water and electricity, and evaluate the effectiveness of waste disposal systems to ensure they meet community needs, particularly in light of flooding risks or other environmental hazards. \TextTBF, formulate actionable solutions. Once you have identified the issues, consider how to initiate change. Discuss potential strategies to enhance the community's sustainability. Which environmental challenges are the most manageable to address? Conversely, which require significant financial resources or community engagement to resolve? By collaborating with others and pooling resources, you can create a roadmap toward a greener, healthier community. Through these steps, not only will you cultivate your understanding of environmental issues, but you'll also inspire others in your community to take meaningful action toward a more sustainable future. Collective awareness and responsibility form the foundation of lasting environmental change. Your initiatives, however small, play a pivotal role in fostering a culture of sustainability that can echo through generations. Projects and activities. Introduction. Academic and field projects related to environmental education can address a broad array of ecological issues impacting our planet. The primary goal of these initiatives is to cultivate a sense of environmental consciousness among individuals, empowering them to become informed, skilled, and active participants in the stewardship of our natural surroundings. Ultimately, this endeavor seeks to nurture dedicated citizens who can rally both individually and collectively to protect, enhance, and sustain the quality of the environment for the benefit of current and future generations, not only for humanity but for all living beings sharing our planet. To achieve this level of awareness and commitment, individuals must embark on a journey of experiential learning, where they develop perceptual awareness and deepen their understanding of environmental complexities. This involves not only acquiring knowledge related to environmental science but also embracing ethical considerations and honing practical skills necessary for effective action. Hands-on activities play a crucial role in this learning process, as they allow individuals to engage directly with their surroundings, fostering a personal connection to the environment while encouraging investigative approaches to real-world challenges. When designing and implementing educational projects, it is essential to consider various factors that influence a participant's capacity to engage with the material effectively. Elements such as age, prior knowledge, community needs, and resource availability should be evaluated to tailor issues and activities appropriately. Younger learners may benefit from simpler, more interactive projects, while older individuals or those with advanced knowledge might tackle complex issues requiring critical thinking and advanced problem-solving skills. Moreover, a thorough and comprehensive exploration of environmental issues should encompass all facets of our ecosystem. This includes, but is not limited to, air and water quality, the health of plant and animal life, energy consumption, land use, the importance of green spaces, consumer choices, and effective waste management practices. By examining these interconnected components, individuals can appreciate the intricate balance of ecosystems and the multifaceted goals of environmental education, ranging from promoting sustainability and conservation to fostering responsible citizenship and advocacy for environmental justice. In conclusion, empowering individuals through educational projects that blend knowledge with action is fundamental to the success of environmental education. By ensuring that our approach considers the diverse needs and backgrounds of participants, we can enhance engagement and foster a generation of environmentally literate citizens who are equipped to advocate for and contribute to the betterment of our planet. Nature observation and wildlife appreciation activities. \TextTBF 11.2.1 Ecology observations and investigations. Living in an urban environment often means having limited access to nature, which can create a sense of disconnection from the natural world. This disconnect can be remedied by actively engaging in local ecology. The first step is to conduct thorough research to discover nearby natural areas that can serve as opportunities for exploration and observation. The goal is to immerse yourself in local habitats, allowing for hands-on investigation and the ability to witness the ramifications of various environmental actions. While studying rainforests or animal extinction in distant places is certainly important, it often fails to evoke a sense of personal connection. To bridge this gap, begin by surveying your surroundings to identify natural resources in your vicinity. Consider visiting /TextBF community gardens. These spaces often thrive with a variety of plant life and can be a hotbed for local biodiversity. /TextBF protected natural areas and reserves. These places are specifically set aside for the conservation of wildlife and ecosystems, providing a sanctuary for many species. /TextBF local parks and waterfronts. City parks and natural waterfronts can offer surprising opportunities for wildlife observation amidst urban settings. /TextBF NGOs and educational institutions. Organizations dedicated to environmental education often host programs that cultivate interest in nature and may provide useful tools such as microscopes, nets, and collection jars for study. Once you have identified these options, venture into these natural areas with the intent to observe and document. Bring along a journal to jot down your thoughts and experiences, sketch the wildlife you encounter, and identify various forms of flora and fauna. Make visits across different seasons to witness the dynamic changes in nature, enriching your observations. Ask questions that ignite curiosity and drive your scientific inquiries. You may delve into studies involving plant structures, insect behaviors, soil composition, rainfall averages, and species identification, each of which contributes to a deeper understanding of local ecology. /TextBF 1.2.2 Studying birds in the wild. Bird watching represents an engaging and effective method for achieving goals in environmental education. Birds fulfill a crucial role in every ecosystem, serving as both prey and predators, maintaining a balance among insect populations and small mammals. Their activities, such as pollination and seed dispersal, further highlight their integral part in sustaining biodiversity. Since birds are present in nearly every environment, studying them acts as a gateway to fostering an appreciation for broader ecological issues and instilling an understanding of interdependence and adaptation to diverse habitats. The extraordinary diversity in their shapes, colors, calls, and behaviors captivates observers of all ages, inspiring a rich tradition of expression found in poetry, art, literature, and folklore across cultures. Referred to as the avian litmus paper, birds' populations provide critical insights into the health of their ecosystems. Scientists track bird population trends as indicators of environmental well-being, often gaining early warning signs about potential problems impacting humans. Due to their smaller size, birds respond more rapidly to environmental toxins, making them vulnerable indicators of chemical changes in ecosystems. For instance, the ban on DDT was prompted by its detrimental effects on bird populations. Unfortunately, this pesticide remains in use in some countries, posing ongoing threats to migratory bird species journeying there. In the United States, other agricultural chemicals have similarly devastated bird populations, emphasizing the urgent need to highlight these environmental concerns. Moreover, the migratory patterns of birds facilitate teaching on the principle of think globally, act locally. The destruction of habitats, particularly in the rainforests of South and Central America, has dire consequences for countless bird species. An estimated 250 species have perished due to habitat loss in South America alone. Habitat destruction not only contributes to dwindling bird populations, but also results from human activities like pollution and infrastructure developments, including mining and urban expansion. Through the study of birds, we can fundamentally assess the environmental impacts of human actions and advocate for the protection of these essential ecosystems. Participating in bird data collection projects provides a hands-on avenue for individuals to engage with their environment. Citizen science initiatives allow the public to record bird sightings, which are then aggregated into databases used by researchers to identify trends and pressing issues. A few well-known programs exemplify this collective effort. /TextBF, Great Backyard Bird Count, organized by the Audubon Society, participants count bird populations in designated areas on a specific day, contributing valuable data to a century-long tradition of tracking avian trends. /TextBF, Feeder Watch, this initiative empowers participants to observe and report on birds visiting personal feeders, fostering scientific inquiry. The findings are submitted annually, with notable reports published to share insights with the community. /TextBF, Celebrate Urban Birds, targeting urban areas. This program encourages participants, especially children, to engage with local bird life through a variety of hands-on studies and activities. /TextBF, Birds in Forested Landscapes, administered by Cornell University. This project involves citizen scientists in monitoring specific bird species across forested regions, enriching understanding of avian ecology in these vital habitats. Through these initiatives, individuals can cultivate a love for nature, contribute valuable data for scientific inquiry, and foster a conservation ethic that not only benefits birds but extends to all aspects of our shared environment. Establishing and sustaining habitats for wildlife and green spaces. The preservation and creation of green spaces are critical aspects of ecological and wildlife studies. As urban development accelerates and population densities rise, the challenge of maintaining these vital areas becomes increasingly pressing. Green spaces, parks, gardens, and nature reserves offer myriad benefits, making it imperative to safeguard them for current and future generations. One of the foremost reasons for prioritizing green spaces is their profound effect on psychological, spiritual, and emotional well-being. These natural sanctuaries offer residents the opportunity to engage in outdoor activities such as hiking, birdwatching, and simply enjoying the tranquility of the natural world. Parks serve not only as recreational areas but also as essential habitats supporting diverse plant and animal species. For instance, during migration, birds undertake long-distance journeys and require safe havens to rest and refuel. The encroachment of urbanization has led to the destruction of their natural habitats, which makes the careful preservation of small green areas particularly crucial for such wildlife. Moreover, the significance of green spaces extends to more than just wildlife. They play a vital role in ecological health. Parks and reserves primarily consist of trees and vegetation that absorb carbon dioxide, filter harmful pollutants, and produce oxygen, elements fundamentally necessary for human survival. These green areas also function as natural sponges, absorbing water to prevent runoff and mitigatively cooling urban locales, thereby reducing energy consumption for air conditioning in hotter climates. Despite their importance, green spaces face several threats that must be addressed. The demands of economic development often push for the conversion of green areas into residential or commercial spaces. Recreational activities, such as sports and hiking, can lead to soil compaction, litter accumulation, erosion, and increased flooding risks. A chronic lack of funding for the maintenance and improvement of existing green spaces can exacerbate these issues. In light of these challenges, individuals and communities can take proactive steps to safeguard their local environments. Here are some engaging activities to consider. 1/TextBF, create a garden. Establishing a community garden or transforming your backyard, schoolyard, or even a rooftop space into a green oasis can foster a greater appreciation for nature. Aim to incorporate native plants that attract local wildlife, such as birds and butterflies. This endeavor offers valuable lessons in horticulture, as you explore the specific requirements of these plants, build bird feeders, and cultivate a thriving habitat. The more diverse the garden, the more opportunities you'll have for observing various animal species. 2/TextBF Engage in local cleanup initiatives, partner with local organizations to plant trees, clean up litter, or conduct wildlife inventories in nearby green spaces. Consider efforts to enhance these areas for specific species, such as making them more inviting for birds or butterflies. Organizing cleanup events in parks, public spaces, or waterways can yield impressive results. Document the findings, whether by weight, volume, or type of waste collected, and share your experiences through social media or community newsletters. 3/TextBF Conduct an inventory of green spaces, assess and map the green spaces available in your community. Determine the ratio of green space and trees per capita to understand the accessibility of these areas for residents. This data can help advocate for the preservation and enhancement of local parks and natural reserves. 4/TextBF Participate in field trips. Join local ecological groups on field trips to notable environmental sites. This can include natural landscapes, nature preserves, waste management facilities, and even sites of illegal dumping. Prepare for these excursions by researching what to expect, adhering to necessary safety guidelines, and actively taking notes during the visits. Engage with guides and staff to deepen your understanding of the issues facing these environments and consider ways to collaborate with these organizations for advocacy or restoration efforts. Finally, broaden your knowledge and skill set by exploring online resources focused on green space preservation and habitat restoration. Education is a powerful tool in fostering a sense of stewardship for the environment, and every engagement, big or small, can contribute to the greater goal of conserving our planet's green spaces for diverse wildlife and community wellness. Water quality and conservation strategies. In today's world, cities and nations alike grapple with critical challenges surrounding groundwater depletion, water quality deterioration, and increasing pollution levels. The following sections outline various activities aimed at promoting research, investigation, and proactive measures in addressing these pressing issues. Watershed preservation and protection. Consider the origins of your drinking water. What measures are in place to safeguard the watershed from pollution and urban development? It is essential to explore the costs associated with building filtration systems and understand how these systems might influence water pricing. Effective watershed management is not only crucial for maintaining water quality but is also an essential investment in public health. Water quality evaluation. To ensure safe drinking water, environmental agencies undertake rigorous testing to detect the presence of microbes, inorganic substances, pesticides, herbicides, organic chemicals, and potential radioactive elements. Delve into how these procedures are implemented in your locality. Moreover, investigate the production and testing processes for bottled water, as public awareness of water quality standards is vital in promoting healthier consumption choices. Lead contamination awareness. Lead contamination remains a significant concern, particularly in aging infrastructures where plumbing may introduce lead through solder, fixtures, and pipes. Residents of older buildings are often more susceptible to lead exposure. An effective means to mitigate this risk is to procure a lead testing kit, enabling individuals to analyze their water supply and take necessary actions to ensure safety. Pollution sources in waterways and aquifers. Point sources. Identifying the point sources of pollution is crucial for effective remediation. Factories often discharge heavy metals and harmful chemicals, while agricultural runoff includes fertilizers and pesticides that contaminate nearby waterways. Additionally, animal waste from farms contributes significantly to the pollution landscape. Investigate the major threats to water quality in your community and explore educational initiatives aimed at mitigating these dangers. Consider spearheading a campaign focused on pollution reduction in your area. Non-point sources. Conversely, non-point source pollution stems from more diffuse origins, often becoming evident during periods of heavy rainfall. This type of pollution includes overflow from sewers and runoff from urban surfaces that carry pollutants into water bodies. Engage your community in discussions about these hidden threats and work together to find solutions, including campaigns to raise awareness about proper waste disposal and the impacts of individual actions. The fluoride debate. The addition of fluoride to drinking water has sparked considerable debate. Proponents argue for its dental health benefits, while critics highlight potential dangers, including dental fluorosis and concerns regarding systemic exposure. Investigate the current status of water fluoridation in India and delve into the nuances of this ongoing controversy. Water conservation and drought mitigation. With only 2% of the world's water being suitable for drinking, efficient water management is paramount as we face potential drought. Groundwater sources replenish slowly, and disrupting natural reservoirs through climate fluctuations only exacerbates the problem. Research and implement effective conservation practices within your household, such as shorter showers, mindful faucet use, and a shift towards a more plant-based diet. Assess the educational programs within your community that promote water-saving habits, and consider initiating new ones if absent. Rainwater management solutions. In regions of India where monsoonal downpours are common, water harvesting techniques can play a vital role in managing uneven water distribution throughout the year. Explore practical methods for capturing rainwater, such as directing it from rooftops into storage barrels or creating rain gardens that allow for natural infiltration into the ground. Analyze community-specific water supply concerns and tailor rainwater harvesting solutions to address these unique challenges. Impacts of seafood consumption. Water quality directly affects seafood, as toxins can accumulate within aquatic organisms, posing risks upon consumption. Additionally, overfishing and hazardous fishing practices threaten both marine biodiversity and ecological balance. Conduct thorough research on the ramifications of these issues within the Indian context to promote sustainable practices. Examination of sewage treatment facilities. Sewage treatment plants are crucial for managing human waste and safeguarding public health. However, they also raise concerns about gas emissions, sludge disposal, and nitrogen-rich wastewater. Investigate local wastewater treatment methods and engage in discussions surrounding community concerns related to these facilities. Conservation of waterways. Preserving the natural health of rivers, lakes, wetlands, and oceans is essential for ecological balance and recreational enjoyment. Investigate local initiatives aimed at revitalizing these habitats, particularly in regions like the river Ganga, which faces significant anthropogenic pressures. Identify threats that these waterways face from development and overuse, advocating for responsible stewardship of these vital resources. Facilitating access to waterfront areas. Access to waterfronts for recreational purposes is often limited, yet crucial for enhancing community well-being. Explore local development plans to determine whether revitalization efforts consider public access to these natural areas. Encouraging inclusive development can enhance recreational opportunities and promote environmental stewardship. Water rights and bottled water industry. The bottled water industry raises complex issues concerning aquifer rights, often prioritizing corporate profit over community needs. investigate how this trend affects water accessibility in India, including the potential conflicts arising from corporate actions, and engage in conversations around sustainable water rights management. Climate change impacts on water resources. Amidst growing concerns about climate change, rising global temperatures are triggering significant alterations in water availability. Coastal regions in India may face increased risks due to rising sea levels, threatening livelihoods and natural ecosystems. Additionally, disappearing Himalayan glaciers will drastically affect river flows, leading to extreme flooding or scarcity. Research these shifts and their implications within your community, involving local populations in dialogue about historical changes in water flow. Exploring local adaptation action. Framing scenarios for potential impacts of climate change can help communities prepare for future environmental shifts. Consider resources like Clean Air Cool Planet to gain insights into impactful adaptation strategies tailored to local contexts. Promoting the health of water and wildlife. Organizations focused on water conservation, such as the National Audubon Society and Greenpeace, actively seek to protect aquatic ecosystems and the wildlife they harbor. Their international efforts highlight the interconnectedness of water health and human well-being. Investigate whether similar initiatives are underway in India, identifying organizations and communities working to promote local aquatic conservation. In summary, meeting the challenges posed by water quality and conservation requires collective efforts, informed decision-making, and community engagement. By embracing these research activities and initiatives, individuals can play a pivotal role in fostering a sustainable future for India's water resources. Engage with local efforts, spread awareness, and strive to implement effective conservation practices in your daily life. Environmental health and science. Toxins manifest in various forms within our environment, primarily as a consequence of the production and consumption of manufactured goods. As urbanized societies embrace modern convenience, there remains a growing consensus that many contemporary health issues are intrinsically tied to this consumer-centric lifestyle. Across the globe, nations grapple with the health ramifications attributed to these environmental toxins, illuminating an urgent need for research and advocacy. /TextBF, Air pollution and its consequences. One of the most pervasive toxins affecting public health is air pollution, notably diesel particulate matter. This toxic byproduct from diesel engines is firmly linked to severe respiratory conditions, such as asthma, and has been implicated in increasing instances of cancer, cardiopulmonary diseases, and premature mortality. The inhalation of these pollutants compromises lung function not only in adults but also severely impacts the vulnerable populations, including children and the elderly. /TextBF, pesticides and their health implications. The widespread use of pesticides has raised significant concerns regarding their associated health risks. Research indicates that exposure to these chemicals correlates with a range of maladies, including cancers, reproductive health issues, neurological disorders, and various digestive ailments. The link between pesticide exposure and the exacerbation of asthma symptoms cannot be overlooked, posing a particularly grave threat to children and agricultural workers. /TextBF, lead poisoning as a silent epidemic. Lead, a heavy metal often found in paint, plumbing, and contaminated soil, poses a serious public health dilemma. Lead poisoning has documented consequences on physical and cognitive development in children, impacting memory, attention span, and learning capabilities. The repercussions extend into adulthood, where it is linked to chronic health conditions including kidney disease, hypertension, and various cancers. /TextBF, mercury toxicity. Mercury, prevalent in many household items such as thermometers and fluorescent light bulbs, presents a dire risk due to its toxicological properties. released through industrial processes and waste disposal negligence. Mercury accumulation in waterways threatens aquatic ecosystems and human health alike. Importantly, vulnerable groups, including women of childbearing age and children, are advised against consuming certain fish species known to harbor high levels of mercury, underscoring the need for public education and regulatory actions. /TBF, the dangers of chlorinated chemicals. Chlorine-based chemicals represent a class of toxins that merit urgent examination. Linked to a host of health concerns, ranging from fertility issues and hormonal disruptions to various cancers, these compounds enter our bodies and ecosystems through their entire life cycle, from production to disposal. Dioxins, a particularly harmful category produced during the creation and incineration of chlorine-based chemicals, persist in the environment and bioaccumulate in the food chain, accumulating in the fatty tissues of living organisms, including humans. /TBF, the health hazards of processed diets. The modern inclination towards processed and fast foods, laden with unhealthy fats, sugars, salts, and chemical additives, has been associated with alarming health trends. The rise in obesity, diabetes, and cardiovascular diseases correlates with these dietary habits, necessitating a re-evaluation of nutritional education and food policies, especially as developing countries increasingly adopt Western dietary patterns. /TBF, cigarettes and secondhand smoke. Cigarette smoking remains a leading cause of preventable diseases, including respiratory illnesses and various cancers. Particularly concerning is the impact of secondhand smoke on non-smokers, especially children, who are far more susceptible to these health risks. Encouraging responsible marketing and stringent regulations around tobacco products, especially targeting youth, is critical in combating this public health crisis. /TBF, substance abuse and public health. The intersection of substance abuse and health outcomes presents another area of concern. Drugs and alcohol are linked to significant health detriments, including birth defects, addiction, and various chronic diseases, including liver cirrhosis and cancer. Addressing these issues requires comprehensive education and support systems to mitigate risks. /TBF, ecological indicators, animals and toxins. The interplay between animals and environmental toxins forms a crucial area of research. Scientists utilize wildlife population studies to assess the impact of toxins on greater ecological and human health. Historical analyses reveal how substances like DDT had devastating effects on avian populations, ultimately bringing to light the interconnectedness of ecosystem health and human safety. The decline in wildlife populations often serves as an early warning signal for potential human health crises. /TBF, environmental justice and health disparities. Lastly, the discourse on environmental toxins cannot ignore the implications of social equity. Marginalized communities, often with limited resources and education, tend to be disproportionately situated near pollutant sources ranging from industrial sites to transport corridors. These socio-environmental injustices exacerbate public health problems as vulnerable populations encounter compounded exposure to toxins. Children, whose developing bodies and systems cannot efficiently detoxify, face heightened risks compared to adults. To better understand and mitigate the threats posed by environmental toxins, extensive research, public awareness campaigns, and policy reform are essential. Valuable information can be accessed through organizations like the Natural Resources Defense Council and Greenpeace, which provide resources dedicated to health and environmental topics. By empowering individuals with knowledge and advocating for healthier environments, we can progress towards a future where public health and environmental sustainability coexist harmoniously. Environmental health and disease-related initiatives. Carbon dioxide, CO $_to $$ stands as one of the most concerning greenhouse gases, GHGs, due to the vast quantities it is emitted into the atmosphere. Significant sources of CO $$to $$ include the exhaust released by gas and diesel engines, the operation of power plants that rely on coal or oil, and the widespread deforestation that reduces the number of trees capable of absorbing CO $$to $$. While plants play a vital role in mitigating this gas by carrying out photosynthesis to absorb CO $$to $$ from the environment, the overwhelming contributions from anthropogenic activities far exceed the natural processes that would typically regulate atmospheric CO $$to $$ levels. To explore the unique properties of carbon dioxide, you can conduct an engaging experiment at home or in a classroom setting. Combine a common household acid, such as vinegar, with baking soda in an acid-resistant container, either made of glass or plastic. The resulting reaction will produce CO $$to $$ gas, which, due to its greater density than air, can be directed down a slope. This provides a fascinating demonstration. Set up several lit candles along the slope, and as the CO $$to $$ pours over them, they will extinguish as the gas flows, showcasing its invisible yet tangible nature. An alternative approach is to use calcium carbonate, found in limestone, combined with hydrochloric acid, HCl, to achieve a similar reaction. However, always exercise caution and adhere to safety protocols, particularly when handling potent acids like HCl. Further understanding the properties of CO $$to $$ involves exploring its molecular weight, which is approximately 44 g-mol, in comparison to air, which averages about 29 g-mol. A closer examination of CO $$to $$ applications reveals its vital roles. It is utilized in fire extinguishers for its smothering capabilities and is also transformed into dry ice, a popular substance used for refrigeration and effects in theatrical productions. A practical exercise would be writing out the balanced chemical equation to produce CO $$to $$ from baking soda, sodium bicarbonate, and hydrochloric acid, an essential chemical reaction that can further deepen your comprehension of this greenhouse gas. In addition to studying CO $$to $$ it is imperative to audit the use of various chemicals in our homes and institutions. Conducting thorough surveys or assessments of all chemical substances utilized can illuminate their ingredients and potential health impacts. This inquiry can expand to include analysis of food items and testing the quality of air and water, offering a more comprehensive understanding of environmental health. Armed with knowledge, you can advocate for adopting alternative cleaning methods and healthier food sources that reduce harmful exposures in our communities. Recognizing the critical importance of respiratory health, measuring lung capacity can also be an insightful activity. Utilizing simple devices, students can assess their lung capacity and compare it with individuals who have asthma, instilling valuable awareness about respiratory function and health impacts caused by environmental factors. Community engagement is paramount in combating pollution. Mapping pollution sources in local neighborhoods can be a proactive strategy. Individuals can identify areas with high levels of toxins and pollutants, including heavy traffic zones and residences of those severely affected by asthma. This mapping exercise not only raises awareness but also lays the groundwork for lobbying local authorities to address these environmental concerns effectively. By working together, communities can push for changes that enhance air quality and overall environmental health, fostering a cleaner and safer environment for all. Waste management. As nations accelerate their industrial development, the byproduct of this progress often manifests in the form of waste that resists natural decomposition. This challenge creates a multitude of pressing issues, including the formation of toxic landfills, escalating health hazards, and pervasive air and water pollution stemming from incineration processes. Additionally, improper disposal methods not only threaten the well-being of human populations but also endanger wildlife that inadvertently ingests hazardous materials, all while imposing a significant financial burden on communities struggling to efficiently manage their waste. To tackle these growing concerns, countries around the globe are adopting three fundamental principles that redirect our approach to waste management: reducing waste generation, recycling materials, and reusing items. Although these concepts are interconnected, a focused examination of each provides clarity and facilitates a deeper understanding of their roles in promoting sustainable practices. 1/TBF Waste reduction. This principle entails seeking methods to minimize the volume of waste produced, largely through conscious choices such as purchasing fewer items, opting for products with less packaging, and exploring alternative means that help curtail waste creation. In this paradigm, the emphasis is on a proactive stance that encourages individuals and businesses alike to be mindful of their consumption habits and waste output, fostering an environment where waste creation is actively discouraged. 2/TBF Recycling. Recycling focuses on the transformation of discarded items into new products, enabling materials such as paper, metals, plastics, and glass to be reprocessed and reused. With increasing awareness about environmental sustainability, diverse items, ranging from crayons to printer cartridges and toothbrushes, are finding second lives through recycling initiatives. Local communities often have different recycling capabilities, and schools can encourage students to engage in research to discover what materials are being recycled in their neighborhoods and globally. 3/TBF Reuse. This approach advocates for the repeated use of products that might otherwise be discarded. By donating unwanted items or refashioning them for new purposes, individuals can play an active role in prolonging the life cycle of goods. Thrift stores and donation centers serve as critical outlets for redistributing these items, ensuring that they benefit others rather than contributing to the growing waste problem. To actively participate in waste management discussions and practices, consider the following activities. /TBF Community Waste Management Investigation. Examine your city's waste management system. What processes are in place for handling trash? Is waste sent to landfills, incinerated, or recycled? Investigate whether your local community engages in pre- or post-disposal recycling practices and gather insights into how industries manage their waste. It's crucial to understand the regulations surrounding waste disposal and evaluate compliance among companies. Additionally, explore the impact of industrial e-waste being dismantled in India. This research can unveil important connections within global waste management networks. /TBF Composting. This age-old practice returns plant waste to the earth as it decomposes naturally, enriching soil quality and reducing the burden of urban waste. Research whether composting is practiced in your community, among homes, gardens, schools, or businesses. Given that approximately 60% of urban waste is compostable, initiating such a program could dramatically alleviate waste management challenges. If possible, start your own compost pile and seek local resources for guidance and support, ensuring compliance with legal and community standards. /TBF Quantity-based user fees. This innovative concept charges individuals based on the waste they generate, encouraging responsible disposal and instilling a greater sense of accountability. Assess whether this practice is in effect in your area, especially within the context of Indian waste management strategies. /TBF Extended Producer Responsibility, EPR. EPR shifts the burden of waste management back to manufacturers, holding them accountable for the life cycle of their products, including after disposal. This is particularly vital in the electronics sector, where take-back programs facilitate the recycling of components. As e-waste from industrialized nations increasingly finds its way to India for processing, researching this area can provide vital insights into the nation's role in global waste management cycles. In your personal life, commit to developing strategies for waste reduction at home. Encourage your family and friends to consume mindfully and reduce unnecessary purchases. Optimize paper usage by printing on both sides, and always consider the eventual disposal of items prior to acquisitions. Strive for a zero-waste lifestyle and align yourself with organizations that champion this ethos. NGOs in India are at the forefront of advocating for zero-waste initiatives in urban and rural settings, and it's worthwhile to explore whether your community has refurbishing centers, recycling plants, and demolition sites to support sustainable practices. If you no longer need certain items, don't hesitate to donate them to those facilities, contributing positively to reducing local waste. By engaging in these activities and understanding the intricacies of waste management, you can empower yourself and others to foster a cleaner, healthier environment for all. Additional initiatives, projects, and resources for eco-friendly and sustainable living. 1.7.1 Additional activities. In pursuit of a greener, more sustainable lifestyle, consider a range of practical activities that can enhance your understanding of environmental issues and promote responsible living. Here are some suggestions. /TextTBF, examine food ingredients, dive into the world of nutrition by studying the chemicals present in everyday foods. Research the ingredient labels of your favorite brands to uncover their health effects. With this knowledge, create a strategic plan to modify your diet, focusing on healthier, organic alternatives that also support sustainable practices. /TextTBF, curate a green business directory, create a map or a list within your community that highlights green businesses and product sources. This directory should point residents to locations where they can purchase eco-friendly, organic, and recycled products or engage in environmentally beneficial activities. By making this information accessible, you empower your community to make more sustainable choices. /TextTBF, conduct environmental surveys, engage with local schools and businesses to assess their environmental practices. Create a comprehensive survey to gather data and subsequently present green recommendations that enhance sustainability efforts within your community. This initiative not only raises awareness but also fosters a collective commitment to environmental responsibility. /TextTBF, measure your ecological footprint, utilize available online tools such as www.myfootprint.org to calculate your ecological footprint. This exercise provides valuable insights into how much land and water are necessary for your lifestyle and the waste you produce. In many developed regions, the ecological footprint often exceeds the planet's capacity. Understanding this discrepancy urges individuals to rethink their consumption habits and adopt more sustainable practices. /TextTBF, research legislative progress. Since the inception of Earth Day in the 1970s, significant strides have been made in environmental policy. Investigate historical environmental laws and assess current legislation under discussion in your country. Engaging in the democratic process and contributing to public discourse on these matters can influence positive change. /TextTBF, identify environmental concerns, conduct a thorough assessment of pressing environmental concerns using multiple methodologies. Begin individually by listing your concerns and then ranking them by importance. In small groups, share findings and discuss commonalities to create a focused, prioritized list indicative of collective concerns. \TextTBF, visual storytelling on environmental issues. Harness your creativity to produce a visual series, slideshows, or films that spotlight relevant environmental topics. For instance, document a community cleanup effort or capture images that portray pollution and ecological degradation. This storytelling approach can be compelling, raising awareness among audiences about crucial issues. \TextTBF, compile environmental news, gather recent news articles, documentaries, and reports from various media sources about environmental issues. Engage in discussions to analyze differing perspectives and evaluate if the materials present a particular agenda or narrative bias. This critical examination enhances media literacy and awareness of environmental reporting. \TextTBF, survey community awareness on environmental issues. Choose a specific environmental issue impacting your area and draft a neutral questionnaire to gauge public awareness and opinions. Distribute this survey among diverse demographic groups to gain insights into the community's understanding and perceptions compared to factual information. \TextTBF, explore green product alternatives. Identify businesses and initiatives in India dedicated to developing alternative energy sources and eco-friendly consumer products. From organic foods to cleaning supplies, much effort is being made to provide environmentally friendly options. Support local fair trade and sustainable businesses to maintain their viability against mass-produced alternatives. \TextTBF, stay alert to greenwashing. Understand that not all businesses marketing themselves as green are genuinely dedicated to environmental sustainability. Investigate and differentiate between companies truly committed to sustainable practices and those engaging in greenwashing, projects that aim to mislead consumers regarding their environmental efforts. Analyzing practices of well-known corporations can reveal shifting trends in accountability. \TextTBF, get involved with environmental organizations. A multitude of organizations are committed to fostering consumer awareness about sustainable practices. Research and engage with these organizations, sharing their insights with friends and family. The active promotion of sustainability can bolster collective efforts toward responsible living. \TextTBF, research local environmental leaders, draw inspiration from individuals advocating for a just, sustainable world. Look into local leaders who are taking action and explore ways to support their initiatives. \TextTBF, investigate sustainable energy options. With energy consumption being a significant contributor to environmental problems, explore advances in sustainable energy. Technologies like solar, wind, geothermal, and hydropower are increasingly vital. Research their applications within your community and identify opportunities for greater integration of renewable energy solutions. \TextTBF, examine the rise of green architecture. Investigate advancements in green building practices, which focus on sustainability and energy efficiency. Consider the initiatives by organizations such as the Energy and Resources Institute in India. Understanding these developments can spark interest in advocating for environmentally friendly infrastructure. \TextTBF, address population growth and its impacts. A growing population translates to increasing environmental pressures. Research demographic trends and understand how population dynamics affect sustainability efforts both in India and globally, critically examining policies that address this issue. \TextTBF, explore ethical investment opportunities. Look into how financial institutions are aligning with environmental and social governance (ESG) standards. There are various funds that screen for environmentally responsible practices, enabling consumers to align their investments with their values. \TextTBF, engage in activism. Study the history of environmental activism in India, whether through significant events like the Bhopal disaster or grassroots movements. Recognizing and participating in such activism, ranging from letter-writing campaigns to demonstrations, can amplify awareness and drive change. /TextBF acknowledge the unique challenges of impoverished communities, understand that the poorest populations often bear the brunt of environmental degradation. Examine the intersection of poverty, resource depletion, and climate change, while considering how access to education and sustainable products can be improved. /TextBF analyze energy efficiency of household products, delve into practical comparisons, such as the costs and benefits of different types of light bulbs. By calculating the overall lifetime energy costs and efficiency of products, you promote informed decision-making among consumers, facilitating a shift toward more environmentally friendly options. By engaging in these activities, you can significantly contribute to the promotion of sustainable living and environmental stewardship within your community, creating a healthier planet for future generations. Expanded initiatives. 1.7.2.1 Solar Cooker Project. In many regions around the globe, cooking is traditionally done over smoky wood fires. This practice typically relies on fuels that are not only challenging to gather but also contribute significantly to deforestation, leading to environmental degradation. Even in areas where wood might be relatively available, the collection process often depletes local resources that take years to regenerate. Moreover, those who rely on these fires are subject to the harmful effects of smoke, which can irritate the eyes and compromise lung health for both young and elderly individuals alike. Interestingly, many of these regions enjoy prolonged periods of abundant sunshine, a natural resource that can be harnessed effectively for cooking purposes using solar energy. To tap into this renewable potential, one can embark on the simple yet impactful project of building a solar cooker. Think of the solar cooker as an enclosed space, strategically oriented to capture sunlight, with a baking dish placed inside to facilitate cooking. The key to its operation lies in concentrating the sunlight through reflection and maintaining the heat within the cooker. A basic and affordable solar cooker can be constructed using a cardboard box, where the flaps are painted white to reflect sunlight, complete with a transparent cover to allow solar radiation to enter and insulation to help trap heat. A sturdy rack is essential for holding the cooking dish in place. Creativity plays a crucial role in this endeavor. For instance, one might nest one box inside another for enhanced insulation, upgrade to a wooden box for durability, or utilize aluminum foil to create reflective surfaces, while old rugs can serve as an insulative layer. A notable highlight of this method is the absence of flames, which eliminates the risk of burning food, allowing it to cook unattended. However, it is essential to note that cooking times with a solar cooker may extend significantly compared to traditional cooking methods that utilize an open fire. To maximize the benefits of your solar cooker, set specific goals for what you want to achieve. Challenge yourself to heat a liter of water to a predetermined temperature or even bring it to a boil to make tea. Prepare rice and assess the time difference compared to cooking over a flame. Experiment with a beloved dal recipe and compare its taste to that prepared using conventional methods. Bake some roti and evaluate the differences in taste and texture. As you venture into these experiences, contemplate the following questions to deepen your understanding of solar cooking. If the cooker is primarily made of cardboard, is there any risk of it catching fire? Which type of cooking dish yields the best results in terms of material, thickness, and color? How critical is it to track the sun's position? What amount of sunshine is deemed sufficient for optimal cooking? Does food prepared in a solar cooker differ in taste compared to traditional methods? How does the quantity of food affect cooking time? For example, Does cooking 1 cup of rice take twice as long as half a cup? Is it feasible for the cooker to heat contaminated water sufficiently to render it safe for consumption? In various regions of India, what seasonal periods are most conducive for utilizing a solar cooker? Are there periods when solar cooking would not be effective at all? How much sunlight is necessary? Particularly in rural settings, what barriers exist that might hinder the wider adoption of solar cookers? Are there potential applications and benefits of solar cookers in urban environments? Lastly, evaluate the potential fuel savings over a week, month, or year. What implications do those savings have for both time and economic expenditure? Given that conventional fuels release CO2, a greenhouse gas, what impact could widespread use of solar cookers have on reducing greenhouse gas emissions? 1.7.2 Carbon sequestration by trees. To better understand the vital role trees play in carbon sequestration, begin by selecting a tree in your locality that you can observe and measure. Start by measuring both the diameter and height of the tree. While precise measurements are not critical, it's important to estimate how much the diameter of the trunk has increased over the course of a year. Using this data, you can calculate the volume of wood added to the tree. To do this, treat the trunk of the tree as a straight cylinder and calculate its volume before and after the diameter increase. The difference will help you find the increase in volume. Remember to keep your units consistent throughout your calculations. Next, convert this volume into mass. The mass of water provides a useful point of reference. 1 kilogram corresponds to a volume of 1000 cubic centimeters, which is equivalent to 0.001 cubic meter. The specific gravity of wood is approximately 0.8, meaning it is about 8/10 as dense as water. This measurement does vary depending on the type of wood, but it serves as a useful approximation for our calculations. After establishing the volume, calculate the mass of the dry wood added by the tree. On average, wood has about 50% moisture content, again an approximation that can vary. To figure out the weight of carbon stored in the increase you calculated, consider that wood's chemical composition can be represented by the formula C6H10O5, which is predominantly cellulose. Analyze the fractional contribution of carbon in this molecular formula. With knowledge that carbon dioxide, CO2, is approximately 3.7 times heavier than carbon, 44 atomic mass units for CO2 and 12 for carbon, you can now ascertain the mass of CO2 that has been sequestered from the atmosphere by a single tree. The process through which trees capture atmospheric carbon dioxide and convert it into biomass is known as carbon sequestration and is crucial for mitigating climate change impacts. 1.7.2.3 Carbon dioxide generated from a vehicle. Surprisingly, many individuals are unaware of the substantial amount of carbon dioxide, CO2, emitted by motor vehicles. How much CO2 do you think a typical vehicle produces in a year? Perhaps 1/10 of the vehicle's weight? The following calculations will help you arrive at a more accurate estimate. Gasoline, primarily composed of hydrocarbons, complex compounds formed predominantly from hydrogen and carbon, combusts to release mainly CO2 and water vapor. While there are minor emissions of byproducts like carbon monoxide, they constitute a negligible part of the exhaust weight and can be omitted from our focus for this specific calculation. However, their presence is significant in the context of environmental pollution, as even minimal quantities can pose health risks. For simplicity, let's consider gasoline as being composed exclusively of isooctane, C8H18, a common hydrocarbon used to standardize fuel octane ratings. 1/TBF, balanced equation. First, you will need to write a balanced chemical equation representing the combustion of isooctane when it reacts with oxygen, O2, to yield CO2 and H2O. 2. TBF, molecular weight, determine the molar mass of 1 mole of isooctane and calculate the CO2 produced from burning that specific amount. 3. TBF, annual consumption, estimate the annual fuel consumption of a motor vehicle based on the premise that it travels 15,000 kilometers in 1 year at a fuel efficiency of 1 liter for every 20 kilometers. 4. TBF, weight of fuel, calculate the total weight of isooctane consumed in a year, utilizing the fact that a liter of gasoline weighs approximately 0.69 kilograms, and apply the weight ratio from step 2 to ascertain the CO2 emissions. 5. TBF, comparison, compare the calculated CO2 emissions to the typical weight of a vehicle, which is around 1 ton. Finally, reflect on your findings. Is the calculated weight of CO2 produced by a vehicle more or less than you anticipated? Does this calculation align with your expectations, or do you find elements that could be adjusted to enhance accuracy? Given the role of CO2 in global warming, ponder whether a single vehicle operating for 1 year could make a meaningful contribution to climate change, provoking thoughtful consideration of our transportation choices and their broader environmental impacts. Alternative resources for sustainable living and eco-friendly practices. /TBF 11.7.3.1 General Resources for Sustainability. In today's environmentally conscious world, numerous organizations and resources are dedicated to promoting sustainable lifestyles and green living. One such resource is /TBF, Care to Make a Difference, www.care2.com and www.ecologyfund.com, which offers a comprehensive collection of links to websites focused on purchasing green products as well as valuable insights into various environmental issues, making it easier for consumers to make informed decisions. /TBF, Co-op America, www.greenamericatoday.org, serves as a national membership organization that champions sustainability through educational initiatives and thorough research. By addressing critical topics such as social investing, renewable energy, deforestation, and sweet shops, this organization plays a pivotal role in raising public awareness about environmental and social responsibility. It publishes the National Green Pages and maintains multiple informative websites. /TBF, Dump Scorecard, www.scorecard.org, offers a unique tool for individuals to enter their zip codes, enabling them to uncover a detailed list of companies in their area and the amount of toxic waste they have released into the environment. This resource empowers consumers to understand their local pollution levels and advocate for healthier environments. For those seeking a deeper understanding of contemporary environmental challenges, /TBF, eMagazine, www.emagazine.com, produces an educational platform replete with articles covering the latest environmental issues and initiatives, bridging the gap between awareness and action. /TBF, Earth's 9/11, www.1800cleanup.org, provides extensive, location-specific information about environmentally friendly living. Users can explore numerous ways to reduce their ecological footprint based on their local zip codes. An organization dedicated to promoting sustainable living is /TBF, New Dream, www.newdream.org. This group focuses on reducing consumption and caring for the environment, with a vision of creating quality job opportunities and enhancing overall life satisfaction for communities. The /TBF, National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, www.noaa.gov, offers timely information regarding weather patterns, climate fluctuations, and natural phenomena in the United States, thereby informing individuals about the environmental changes occurring around them. /TBF, Responsible Shopper, www.responsibleshopper.org provides a platform that directs consumers to retailers that prioritize sustainability in their products, fostering a conscientious purchasing culture. For educators and those interested in teaching others, /TextTBF, teaching about climate change, www.greenteacher.com, presents lesson plans aimed at imparting knowledge about climate change, making environmental education accessible and engaging for all. Organizations like the /TextTBF, World Wildlife Fund, www.worldwildlife.org, offer various opportunities for public involvement, from conservation efforts to wildlife protection campaigns, thereby empowering individuals to actively contribute to global sustainability. /TextTBF, Global Green USA, www.globalgreen.org, operates as an international network dedicated to greening the world through advocacy and environmental initiatives, fostering cooperation across borders. Lastly, the /TextTBF, Apollo Alliance, www.apollolians.org, is a coalition focused on building sustainable energy networks and creating green jobs, underscoring the link between environmental action and economic opportunity. /TextTBF 11.7.3.2 Food Initiatives. In the realm of food, organizations are stepping up to advocate for sustainable practices. /TextTBF, Just Food, www.justfood.org, is dedicated to promoting equitable and nutritious food systems in New York City. It connects upstate organic farmers with city residents through community-supported agriculture (CSA) programs, allowing participants to purchase shares for the growing season and pick up fresh produce weekly. This model not only supports local agriculture but also encourages community engagement and awareness. Similar initiatives have sprung up worldwide, inspiring others to cultivate a farm-to-table culture. The /TextTBF, Farm Animal Reform Movement, www.farmusa.org, advocates for plant-based diets, aiming to alleviate the suffering of animals in factory farming environments and mitigate the pollution stemming from such practices. This movement highlights the health implications of diet-related issues, including rates of chronic diseases like cancer and obesity, and sponsors events like the /TextTBF, Great American Meat Out, every 20th March to promote meatless lifestyles. /TextTBF, Heifer Project, www.heifer.org, represents a philanthropic approach to sustainability by fundraising to provide livestock, trees, bees, and other valuable resources to families in developing nations. By becoming owners of these assets, families gain sustainable sources of income while enriching their local ecosystems. For those looking to spark conversations around food sourcing, /TextTBF, Earth Dinner, www.earthdinner.org, offers creative activities to engage dinner party guests in discussions about sustainable eating habits. /TextTBF, Sustainable Table, www.sustainabletable.org, assists individuals in discovering healthier dietary options, emphasizing the importance of conscious food choices in health and environmental impact. The /TextTBF, Slow Food Movement, www.slowfood.com, advocates for a deliberate approach to food consumption, encouraging people to appreciate traditional cooking methods and local ingredients as an antidote to the fast food culture that permeates modern society. /TextTBF 11.7.3.3 Energy Conservation. When it comes to energy conservation, initiatives abound to educate and empower individuals. The /TextTBF, Alliance to Save Energy, www.sa.org, provides invaluable resources aimed at teaching individuals how to conserve energy, thereby benefiting both their wallets and the planet. One of their notable programs, /TextBF Green Schools is designed for K-12 institutions and focuses on creating energy awareness while reducing costs. /TextBF Get Energy Smart www.getenergysmart.org is New York State's initiative, equipping residents with the necessary tools to improve home energy efficiency. By offering resources and guidance, this program promotes energy conservation at a community level. Through /TextBF Solar Cooking, www.solarcooking.org, individuals learn to harness the sun's energy to cook meals, a crucial skill in regions lacking access to electricity. This practice not only fosters sustainable cooking habits but also encourages resourcefulness. /TextBF 11.7.3.4 Consumer Products and Services. In the sphere of consumer goods, various organizations emphasize the importance of intentional purchasing. /TextBF Alternative Gifts www.altgifts.org provides a unique shopping experience where gifts are donations made in the recipient's name to non-profits and community development projects. This approach not only diminishes consumption but redirects generosity toward those in genuine need. /TextBF Amazing Recycled Products www.amazingrecycledproducts.com showcases an extensive catalog of innovative items made from recycled materials, demonstrating that sustainable choices can align with quality and creativity. /TextBF Ecomall www.ecomall.com acts as a marketplace for sustainably produced goods, making it easier for consumers to select environmentally friendly options. Another resource, /TextBF Red Jellyfish www.redjellyfish.com similarly serves as an online platform for purchasing sustainably made products, providing consumers diverse choices that reflect their values. In India, /TextBF Shop for Change http://shopforchange.in emerges as a vital source for obtaining sustainably made and fair trade products, enabling consumers to support ethical practices while shopping. By leveraging these resources and organizations, individuals can actively participate in fostering a more sustainable and equitable world, ultimately contributing to a brighter future for generations to come. Indian and International Case Studies. Introduction. In today's fast-paced and technologically advanced world, modern society's reliance on a diverse array of chemicals and plastics has become strikingly evident. These materials are ingrained in our everyday activities, playing crucial roles in everything from agricultural practices, where fertilizers and pesticides are essential for enhancing crop yields, to our daily interactions with electronic devices like cell phones and computers that have revolutionized communication and information access. Even our very homes are constructed with the pervasive use of plastics and synthetic materials, highlighting the inescapable presence of chemicals in our lives. However, this dependence comes at a significant cost. The improper disposal of waste generated by the chemical and plastic industries poses serious environmental threats, leading to the degradation of land and the contamination of groundwater resources in various regions around the globe. Such pollution not only compromises ecological balance but threatens public health and biodiversity, creating hazardous environments that can linger for decades. The ramifications of contaminated sites are particularly devastating for disadvantaged communities, exacerbating existing social inequalities. Poor populations often lack the resources necessary to escape or remediate polluted areas, thus trapping them in a cycle of health risks and economic hardship. As a result, the proactive prevention of such contamination emerges as a critical strategy for effective hazardous waste management. Addressing the challenges posed by hazardous waste requires a multifaceted approach. Implementing proper recycling methods, through systematic treatment and disposal within engineered facilities, plays a vital role in mitigating the risks associated with hazardous waste sites. Such facilities are designed to manage waste safely and sustainably, minimizing environmental impact and safeguarding public health. Moreover, the significance of good governance cannot be overstated. Effective regulatory frameworks are essential to enforcing principles such as the polluter pays, which holds corporations accountable for the environmental damage they cause. This ensures that the financial burden of cleanup and remediation does not fall on the communities that have already suffered from pollution. A robust legal system is equally important, as it empowers affected individuals and communities to seek justice and compensation for damages incurred due to negligence and malfeasance. In conclusion, while the benefits of chemicals and plastics are integral to our modern way of life, it is imperative to balance these advantages with responsible management and governance. By prioritizing the prevention of contamination, advancing effective waste management practices, and holding polluters accountable, we can work towards a more sustainable future that protects both the environment and vulnerable populations from the adverse effects of pollution. Love Canal, the birth of a hazardous waste site cleanup. In 1980, the United States Congress enacted the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act, CERCLA, fundamentally reshaping the landscape of environmental regulation and accountability. This landmark legislation was designed to address the urgent need for investigating hazardous waste sites across the nation. It outlined a framework for identifying parties responsible for environmental contamination, enabling the government to initiate lawsuits aimed at recovering funds requisite for cleanup efforts. The Act also established a crucial mechanism to oversee the cleanup of polluted sites, ultimately aiming to mitigate further environmental degradation. To underpin these initiatives, a special tax levied on the oil and chemical industries helped to create a federal fund, commonly referred to as the Superfund, dedicated to cleaning contaminated sites where no responsible parties could be found. One of the most notable and tragic examples of hazardous waste mismanagement in the United States is the Love Canal incident, situated within the city of Niagara Falls, New York. The neighborhood was originally conceived in the early 1900s as a promising development to house workers employed in the nearby industries, with its growth significantly fueled by the abundant and affordable electricity generated from the Niagara Falls. However, by the late 1970s, Love Canal transformed into a glaring national scandal. Investigations unveiled that this seemingly idyllic community had been built atop vast quantities of toxic waste, carelessly disposed of by the former landowner, thus endangering the health and safety of its residents. Bryan 2004. The negligence rested primarily with Hooker Chemical Company, which had buried hazardous chemical waste in the Love Canal area. After closing the disposal site in the 1960s, Hooker capped it with clay and soil, then sold the land to the city of Niagara Falls for the nominal price of $1. They did disclose the presence of hazardous materials during the transaction. However, this disclosure was not recorded in the property deed, thereby obscuring critical information from subsequent developers and residents. As new homes were constructed, the toxic chemicals, such as polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, benzene, and dioxin, gradually seeped into the soil and groundwater. By 1978, alarming health repercussions emerged among residents, with an uptick in leukemia cases attributed to the chemical exposure. A comprehensive investigation conducted by the New York State Department of Environmental Protection, alongside the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, revealed that the concentrations of benzene and dioxin in the soil had surged to a staggering 100 times above normal levels in that area. Bryan 2004. In the wake of these findings, Occidental Petroleum, the corporation that had acquired Hooker Chemicals, faced a flood of legal challenges. More than 640 lawsuits were filed against Occidental, seeking to recover nearly $14 billion in damages for the affected families. Recognizing the imminent health risks posed to its citizens, governmental authorities evacuated 239 families from Love Canal in 1978, with an additional 900 families relocating between 1979 and 1980 to prevent further health complications. The U.S. government undertook a significant mobilization of resources, expending approximately $50 million on the cleanup efforts. By 1999, the site was deemed rehabilitated, utilizing advanced methods like geomembranes and a fresh soil cover, paving the way for some families to return to their homes. Nevertheless, not all areas of the site were deemed safe for habitation, leading to permanent fencing of certain sections. In a move toward resolution, Occidental settled the numerous claims in 1995, agreeing to pay out more than $129 million in damages to affected families. The Love Canal crisis not only served as a catalyst for legislative change but also spotlighted the broader issue of hazardous waste management in the United States. Out of the approximately 1,200 sites catalogued on the EPA's National Priorities List, numerous have undergone successful cleanup operations, while others are actively being remediated. Addressing soil and water contamination from these hazardous waste sites is a massive financial undertaking, with billions of dollars allocated for such efforts. While some of these costs have been absorbed by U.S. taxpayers, a significant portion has been recouped from the polluting entities through the application of the polluter pays principle. Additionally, the continued taxation of oil and chemical companies provides a crucial funding source for various cleanup operations, reinforcing the commitment to protecting public health and the environment. Alang Shipyard. Every day one ship, every day one did. This haunting phrase encapsulates the stark realities associated with the Alang Shipyard, located in Bhavnagar, Gujarat, on the southern edge of the Gulf of Khambat, Kambay. The shipyard, known for its extensive shipbreaking activities, is a paradoxical sight. It stands as both a major source of employment for thousands and a focal point of environmental concerns. Responsible for approximately 50% of the world's total ship recycling, Alang plays a crucial role in dismantling outdated vessels, providing livelihoods to tens of thousands of migrant workers primarily hailing from the states of Odisha, Uttar Pradesh, and Bihar. These workers endure harsh living conditions in makeshift housing near the shipyard, diligently sending remittances back to their families in rural areas. The shipbreaking process at Alang is notably time-consuming, often extending over several months for larger vessels. Historically, such activities took place in well-equipped shipyards situated in Europe, North America, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan, where the use of cranes and specialized docks was prevalent. However, the shift to Alang can be attributed to significantly lower labor costs and minimal environmental and safety regulations. Shipowners looking to maximize their returns found it advantageous to sell aging vessels to Indian scrap dealers, effectively turning their obsolete assets into cash while providing income opportunities to workers at Alang. Along a 10-kilometer stretch of coastline, over 170 plots are designated for shipbreaking, although they do not operate at full capacity year-round. The cyclical nature of the shipbreaking business means that activity aligns closely with the fluctuations in the global economy. Paradoxically, periods of economic downturn present the most lucrative opportunities for Alang's shipbreakers, as dormant ships become financial burdens to their owners. The scrapping process itself is deceptively straightforward. Ships are deliberately grounded on the beach during high tide, with workers methodically stripping away various components. As the tide recedes and the hull is made lighter, the dismantling continues, eventually reducing the ship to little more than scrap metal. However, this description belies the intricacy of the operation, which demands a high level of skill, safety awareness, coordination, and specialized equipment. While salvaged fixtures may often receive significant media attention, the real value of the ship lies in the iron and steel of its hull, which can be sold and recast. However, even under the best practices, the process inevitably leads to waste and spillage, contaminating the surrounding sand and water. Among the hidden dangers of shipbreaking are various hazardous materials that can be uncovered within vessels, such as residual fuel oil, various lubricants, polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, used as electrical insulators, and the ever-controversial asbestos insulation. The safety risks of the job are compounded by the height of beached ships, often comparable to multi-story buildings. The potential for fatal falls, the risk of heavy objects breaking free and injuring workers below, as well as the threats of burns and explosions, loom large. Tragically, lives have been lost, following a catastrophic explosion that claimed the lives of over a dozen workers. Safety standards were reevaluated and tightened regarding the management of flammable materials prior to cutting operations. Compounding these challenges, the nearest fully equipped hospital is situated 50 kilometers away in Bhavnagar, leaving injured workers with limited access to timely medical care. The environmental ramifications of the shipyard have attracted considerable scrutiny from various advocacy groups, particularly from organizations such as Greenpeace. In 2002, activists infiltrated the Alang shipyard under the guise of buyers to document unsafe working conditions and the toxic waste generated by shipbreaking. Their findings, which poignantly illustrated the environmentally hazardous practices at the yard, fueled protests and led to significantly restricted access to the site. Despite these criticisms, the Gujarat Maritime Board, GMB, emphasizes the vital economic contributions of the shipyard. Beyond the direct employment provided to thousands, the shipyard's activities have stimulated local economic growth. The road leading to Alang is dotted with businesses that manufacture ship fittings and furniture, while industries such as the Gujarat rolling mills rely heavily on the availability of scrapped materials for their operations. Furthermore, the GMB levies fees based on the tonnage of ships processed, contributing to broader financial benefits. Supporters of the shipbreaking industry argue that the workers are not coerced into employment at Alang, rather, they choose to work there due to the limited economic prospects in their home states. This perspective aligns with local resistance to returning the French aircraft carrier Clemenceau, which was deemed unfit for Alang due to its hazardous contents. Critics fear that imposing stringent regulations on shipbreaking might drive the industry towards nations such as Indonesia, Pakistan, or Bangladesh, potentially leaving Alang's shores barren and forsaken, save for the rising tides. Since its inception in 1983, Alang has witnessed the dismantling of thousands of ships. However, 3 specific vessels have garnered heightened attention, not only due to their size and toxic payloads but also their contentious legal histories and international ramifications. One of these vessels, the Clemenceau, is believed to have harbored around 45 tons of asbestos when it arrived off the coast of Alang. Following intense international outcry regarding the perils of asbestos exposure, then French President Jacques Chirac ordered its recall in 2006, mandating its asbestos removal at a French port. Asbestos has long been acknowledged as a serious health risk, particularly when its fibers are inhaled or absorbed into the lungs, leading to debilitating conditions such as asbestosis, where the lung tissue becomes chronically damaged, as well as mesothelioma, a grim form of cancer with a notably lengthy development period. The severity of these health risks is exacerbated for individuals who smoke, as the combined effects of smoking and asbestos exposure create a synergistic danger that significantly heightens the risk of severe respiratory illnesses. Following the Clemenceau, attention shifted to the Blue Lady, a 46,000-ton ship launched in 1960 as the SS France. Later renaming it the SS Norway, this luxury liner was eventually beached at Alang in August 2006. Reports suggested that the Blue Lady contained 900 tons of hazardous materials, which included asbestos and the radioactive isotope americium-241. Legal proceedings followed, but by September 2007, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of commencing salvage operations. The third notable vessel, the SS Oceanic, originated in the United States as the Independence, launched back in 1950, and was subsequently owned by Norwegian Cruise Lines before being sold in 2008. When it was brought to Alang in April 2008, environmental objections were raised, albeit to a lesser extent compared to the Clemenceau and the Blue Lady. Documents indicated presence of an estimated 250 tons of asbestos alongside approximately 210 tons of polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, compounds noted for their effectiveness as insulators in electrical applications but equally notorious for their toxicity to both humans and aquatic life. These three ships have thus far drawn the lion's share of public and media interest, overshadowing the myriad other ships that enter the Alang shipyard, many of which pose their own unique environmental hazards. Having commenced operations only 1 year prior to the infamous Bhopal disaster and 3 years before the Chernobyl disaster, the Alang shipyard remains a complex mix of human endeavor and environmental challenge. As international frameworks like the Basel Convention have emerged to prohibit the cross-border movement of hazardous wastes, it is hoped that diligent monitoring and effective implementation of regulations will safeguard against future incidents of this nature, ultimately mitigating the risks associated with operations like those at Alang. Bhopal gas disaster. Among the many significant environmental disasters that have occurred worldwide, the Bhopal gas leak stands out as a particularly tragic and notorious incident. Even decades after that fateful day, the events and repercussions of this catastrophe continue to shape legal, humanitarian, and environmental discussions. The Bhopal disaster is emblematic of corporate negligence and the far-reaching consequences of industrial accidents, reverberating through the lives of victims and their families to this very day. The facts surrounding the tragedy are unmistakable and grim. On the early morning of 3rd December 1984, a catastrophic chemical leak from the Union Carbide India Limited (USIL) plant in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, resulted in the immediate deaths of thousands, with countless others suffering severe injuries or long-term health issues. The facility produced the pesticide carbaryl, commercially known as Savine, which utilized methyl isocyanate, MIC, as a critical precursor. The incident was initiated by an accidental release of this highly toxic compound, leading to an unparalleled humanitarian crisis. The chemical process for synthesizing carbaryl involves complex reactions, with methyl isocyanate playing a pivotal role. The reaction necessitates precise conditions, and water inadvertently entering an MIC storage tank triggered an uncontrollable exothermic reaction. This led to a rapid increase in temperature, producing a toxic gas that escaped the plant. Due to its density being greater than that of air, the lethal gas settled in low-lying areas, primarily impacting the impoverished communities situated in the vicinity of the facility. The tragedy was exacerbated by a multitude of systemic failures. Essential safety features were either malfunctioning or deliberately disabled, undermining the plant's ability to contain the catastrophic release. The absence or ineffectiveness of warning systems left both plant workers and nearby residents oblivious to the impending danger until escape was nearly impossible. The combination of inadequate training for personnel, insufficient staffing levels, flawed plant design, and a lack of robust safety protocols all significantly contributed to the disaster. While the plant had been inactive at the time of the leak, complacency prevailed, leading to a dangerous disregard for safety regulations. MIC, a substance notoriously delicate and dangerous, must be stored under specific controlled conditions, ideally close to freezing temperatures. Ignoring recommended practices by maintaining substantial quantities of mic during non-operational hours was a known violation. If robust emergency response systems had been in place, the consequences of the gas leak could have been mitigated. At the plant, operator misjudgment while managing other equipment or failure of corroded piping and valves likely allowed water to permeate into the mic storage tank. In an attempt to evade accountability, USIL even hinted at the possibility of employee sabotage, a claim that remains dubious at best. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that even if sabotage had truly occurred, it wouldn't have led to such devastation had proper safety measures been adhered to, and if there hadn't been a substantial stockpile of mic during the plant's downtime. Compounding the mismanagement were environmental conditions at the time of the escape. The leak occurred at night, obscuring visibility and contributing to the chaos as terrified individuals struggled to determine the source of the toxic cloud or the safest escape routes. The heavier-than-air mic spread rapidly into nearby slums, resulting in horrific outcomes. Tragically, children and the elderly bore the brunt of the exposure, often succumbing while taller adults managed to escape. Determining the precise amount of mic that escaped into the atmosphere remains difficult, but credible estimates suggest that as much as 45 tons may have been released. The toxicity of mic is lethal even in minuscule doses, and thus the scale of the tragedy becomes starkly evident. 2 additional mic storage tanks remained on site, but these were ultimately repurposed into usable pesticide to prevent further calamity. Despite the sobering statistics, an official immediate death toll of 2,259 escalated to 3,787 confirmed fatalities by the government. Other estimates suggest that around 8,000 succumbed initially, with many more perishing from gas-related illnesses in the years that followed. In a government affidavit released in 2006, an astonishing 558,125 injuries were recorded, encompassing temporary and long-term disabilities. More than 30 years later, Bhopal's landscape remains marked by the shadows of the past. Survivors continue to suffer, illnesses linked to the gas exposure persist, and concerns about contaminated groundwater loom large. Financial compensations from both the government and settlement agreements have proven inadequate, often failing to reach a significant number of afflicted individuals. The abandoned Union Carbide plant stands as a haunting symbol of negligence, its dilapidated structures a continual source of contamination, while efforts by Dow Chemical, who acquired Union Carbide, and governmental agencies to rectify the situation have been disappointingly inadequate. Initially, the Bhopal plant boasted state-of-the-art equipment, meticulous procedures, and thorough training programs. There was a collective optimism surrounding the operation, with the Indian government endorsing the technology as a boon for agricultural productivity, Union Carbide anticipating profitable expansion, and local laborers hopeful for job security with fair wages. However, as time elapsed, oversight deteriorated, and the benefits of innovation and growth insidiously gave way to neglect and perilous oversight. While a thorough account of the Bhopal gas tragedy and its far-reaching aftermath could fill volumes of text, it is essential that the core human suffering inherent in the disaster is not lost in the details. Though the plant was conceived with the best intentions and was initially built with rigorous regulatory supervision, the gradual erosion of those intentions and the alarming decline in oversight culminated in an irreparable disaster that continues to haunt the community and serve as a somber lesson in industrial safety and accountability. Chernobyl nuclear accident in Ukraine. The Chernobyl incident stands as one of the most catastrophic nuclear accidents in history, forever altering the landscape of nuclear energy safety and regulatory practices. Located upstream from Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, the disaster unfolded on 26 April 1986 at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, then part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, Ukrainian SSR. On the day of the disaster, the world remained blissfully unaware, as no immediate announcement was made. Only upon the detection of radiation in Sweden, approximately 36 hours later, was the Soviet government compelled to admit that a significant accident had occurred. The release of radioactive materials during the Chernobyl disaster was staggering, surpassing the combined output of the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki during World War II. Unlike the instantaneous destruction caused by those bombs, the chemical fire in Chernobyl's damaged reactor continued to emit deadly radiation for days, resulting in widespread fallout that initially affected Ukraine and Belarus before reaching Western Europe and, eventually, the global community. It is estimated that roughly 60% of the fallout landed in Belarus, a region that, at the time, was also part of the Soviet Union. The radiation spread erratically, carried by wind patterns and later deposited by rain in a patchwork distribution. Unlike a bomb, which releases its energy instantaneously, consequently devastating nearby populations and infrastructures, the effects of the Chernobyl incident have been prolonged and insidious. Survivors of the blast suffered not only immediate health ramifications but also faced a heightened risk of radiation-induced illnesses, including various types of cancer, that could manifest over years or decades. A nuclear reactor operates under principles akin to those of a bomb, utilizing fissionable material, typically uranium-235, that must remain at a critical mass. However, the operational paradigm of a nuclear reactor diverges significantly, as it is engineered to produce energy steadily and safely, rather than in violent outbursts. Essential to this stable production of energy is the moderation of neutrons that instigate fission. Common moderators include hydrogen and oxygen in water, as well as graphite, a form of carbon. The choice of graphite in Chernobyl was particularly pivotal, as its combustibility contributed to the severity of the disaster when fires emerged. In the early morning hours of 26 April 1986, operators were conducting a safety test on Reactor 4, which was nearing the end of its fuel cycle and operating at diminished capacity. Although the inherent dangers of the reactor's conditions were known to its designers and military supervisors, the safety systems were inexplicably deactivated as part of the test protocol. A critical procedural error occurred when control rods, which were essential for regulating the nuclear reaction, were mistakenly removed. This led to an uncontrolled increase in temperature within the reactor core, culminating in a catastrophic overheating sequence. The aftermath of these miscalculations resulted in a rapid series of failures within the reactor. As operators grappled with their lack of understanding of the unfolding crisis, they were unable to reinstate the control rods, allowing the overheating to escalate out of control. This resulted in a series of explosions, first a steam explosion, followed by a ferocious hydrogen explosion that dislodged the reactor's massive lid, unleashing enormous quantities of radiation into the atmosphere. The graphite fire intensified, further exacerbating the radioactive discharge and igniting secondary fires. The hazardous conditions resulting from the high radiation levels intertwined with the existing fire complicated firefighting efforts, transforming them into perilous endeavors. Without suitable ground access to combat the raging fire, emergency responders resorted to aerial methods, dropping sand and other materials in hopes of smothering the blaze. The reactor continued to burn until 5 May 1986, with additional flare-ups occurring later that month. Aerial reconnaissance missions unwittingly exposed pilots and firefighters to dangerous radiation levels, resulting in many developing acute radiation sickness. A 2005 international assessment reported a death toll of 57 individuals attributed to immediate effects of the disaster, though this number solely accounts for plant personnel and emergency responders. several children subsequently developed thyroid cancer as a delayed consequence of their exposure. Unfortunately, the drawn-out evacuation of nearby Pripyat led to unnecessary radiation exposure for many residents. While the occurrence of such accidents is inherently unforeseen, measures exist to mitigate risks to both humans and the environment. Proper reactor design, adherence to safety protocols, operator training, and proactive evacuation plans could have significantly reduced the chance of disaster. However, these precautions were glaringly neglected in the case of Chernobyl, exacerbating the situation through operational errors, confusion, and a lack of transparency from authorities. In the years since the disaster, and despite the high levels of lingering radiation, engineers have managed to encase the remains of Reactor 4 in concrete, forming a containment structure referred to as the sarcophagus. However, decades later, the stability of this structure remains uncertain, and the associated evacuation zone continues to be off-limits for permanent habitation, maintained as a buffer zone extending 30 kilometers from the site. The abandoned towns of Chernobyl and Pripyat, which had housed approximately 50,000 residents, including families of the reactor's operators, remain ghost towns, their deserted buildings and decaying infrastructure a haunting reminder of the catastrophe. Pripyat, situated merely 3 kilometers from the epicenter of the explosion, serves only as a grim tourist destination for day trippers from Kiev. As the fallout spread, awareness of the disaster grew throughout Europe, leading to widespread public panic and apprehension. Citizens began to shun locally produced crops, particularly leafy greens and fruits, driven more by fear than by solid evidence of radiation contamination. The invisible nature of radiation, only detectable with specialized equipment, amplified public anxiety. The Soviet government's reluctance to disseminate timely and complete information further fueled uncertainty and trepidation in the affected regions. Official death toll estimates vary widely, ranging from fewer than 100 to thousands, depending on the methodologies used in assessing the long-term health consequences of the disaster. Much of this discrepancy stems from the challenges in accounting for premature deaths resulting from radiation exposure, including cancer, genetic mutations, birth defects, and other health complications. Perhaps the most profound impact lies not only in the physical effects but also in the psychological trauma experienced by affected communities. The economic fallout from the Chernobyl disaster is similarly difficult to quantify. In addition to the immediate loss of the power plants and their ability to generate electricity, long-term costs have accumulated from governmental support for affected populations, loss of agricultural output across Europe, and ongoing restrictions on certain food sources. The desolation of Pripyat and other settlements in the exclusion zone has necessitated the establishment of a new city, Slavutic, to accommodate displaced residents. Cumulatively, the economic ramifications are estimated to reach into the billions, or even hundreds of billions, of dollars, making Chernobyl one of the costliest disasters in history. The full extent of Chernobyl's impact remains elusive. The latent health effects of radiation exposure can take years, or even decades, to surface, presenting challenges for researchers and policymakers tasked with understanding its long-term consequences. Meanwhile, rainwater falling on the site and its periphery continues to drain into the Pripyat River, which feeds into the reservoir of Kiev, the largest urban area in Ukraine. The cycle of radioactive runoff will likely persist as dust from the ravaged landscape drifts in the wind. The exclusion zone, now a desolate wasteland, exists as a site of restricted human access, yet paradoxically offers refuge to wildlife and vegetation unaware of the invisible hazards around them, disconnected from the catastrophic events that have shaped their environment. Controversy surrounding the Narmada Dam. The Sardar Sarovar Dam, a pivotal component of the expansive Narmada Valley project, is a gravity dam strategically situated on the Narmada River, close to Navgam in the state of Gujarat, India. Characterized as the largest dam in the project, its inception dates back to 1979, born out of a visionary development initiative aimed at enhancing irrigation capacities and generating hydroelectric power to meet the burgeoning energy demands of the region. Initially, the project garnered substantial financial backing from the World Bank, which offered its support during the early stages of planning. However, this partnership came to an end in 1994 due to rising concerns about the socio-environmental implications of such large-scale projects. The ramifications of the Narmada River project extend far beyond Gujarat, potentially impacting the entire Narmada River basin. This includes significant water diversions that would affect surrounding states, underscoring the multi-state implications of the project. Officially termed the Narmada Valley Development Project, the initiative is built primarily for its hydroelectric power production capabilities. However, it also serves crucial functions in managing water resources, including flood control, irrigation, and providing drinking water to local communities. As planned, the development encompasses an extensive network of dams. Over 3,000 of various sizes could ultimately be constructed. This ambitious expansion poses a daunting challenge, as it is projected to displace approximately 1.5 million people, compelling them to seek new settlements away from their ancestral lands. The Sardar Sarovar Dam itself, designed with an imposing height of 160 meters, has the potential to submerge more than 37,000 hectares of land, reaching into Madhya Pradesh and inundating both forests and agricultural fields, thereby displacing around 500,000 individuals. In the face of substantial opposition and protests from affected communities and activists, the Indian Supreme Court granted permission for the dam's height to be raised to 121.92 meters. However, this decision came with stringent stipulations aimed at ensuring an accountable rehabilitation process for those displaced by the project. The court directed the respective authorities in Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra, tasked with grievance redressal for Gujarat, that prior to any further construction, they must conduct thorough inspections and affirm that individuals displaced by each incremental increase in dam height, specifically every 5-meter elevation, are adequately rehabilitated. Furthermore, the states must confirm they possess suitable, vacant land ready for the resettlement of these populations. This iterative process is intended to uphold the rights of displaced individuals while ensuring that development objectives are met responsibly and ethically. As the Narmada project unfolds, it continues to evoke significant debate surrounding developmental progress, environmental sustainability, and the rights of marginalized communities, making it a critical case study in the broader discourse on ecology and development in India. All spills and their environmental impact in India. If you drill, beware of the spill. This phrase aptly encapsulates the mindset of oil drilling companies, reminding them of the potential dangers associated with their operations. Spills can occur at various stages of oil extraction, whether at the drilling well, during transport, or while in storage. The consequences can vary significantly. While some spills may only involve a few barrels, others can unleash catastrophic amounts of oil, akin to the scale of a large tanker incident. For oil and shipping enterprises, the ramifications of spills are dire. Beyond the immediate financial loss incurred from a wrecked ship and its cargo, spills can tarnish reputations and invite lawsuits, exacerbating the financial and operational challenges. When oil escapes into the environment, it interacts with wind and waves in complex ways. Though some components of oil evaporate, a substantial amount forms a thin, toxic sheen on the water's surface, entrapping marine life and leading to the formation of scattered tar balls. The visual impact of oil spills is often chilling. Pictures of oil-drenched seabirds and marine turtles send a stark message about the environmental devastation. One striking example dates back to 28 July 2003, when the Tasman Spirit ran aground near Karachi, Pakistan. The incident resulted in a staggering 12,000 tons of oil spilling into the Arabian Sea, damaging 16 kilometers of pristine coastline. Smaller spills have also plagued regions like the Bombay High Coast of Maharashtra. The Atlantic Empress spill stands as a testament to the colossal potential for disaster in maritime oil transport. In July 1979, a high-seas collision between the Atlantic Empress and the Aegean captain near Trinidad and Tobago resulted in the loss of approximately 300,000 tons of oil, marking it as the largest recorded ship-related spill. Fortunately, none of this oil reached the shores, but it highlighted the challenge of managing such vast quantities in deep water. While the vast majority of oil spills result from accidents, such as a capsized tanker or a ruptured barrel, some are intentionally caused, adding another layer of complexity to the issue. For instance, during the Gulf War in 1991, the Iraqi military deliberately discharged over 1,000 tons of oil into the Persian Gulf as part of an effort to cripple the water supply of Gulf nations like Saudi Arabia. This act of environmental sabotage was compounded by the intentional destruction of oil wells in Kuwait, resulting in immense devastation, including blackened skies from burning wells. Accidental oil spills can vary dramatically in their consequences. Among the worst in Asia occurred in Uzbekistan in March 1992, when a blowout in the Mingbulak oilfield led to flames that burned for 2 months and resulted in the capture of around 2 million barrels of unburnt oil in containment ponds, an amount sufficient to fill a large oil tanker. The infamous Deepwater Horizon incident in April 2010 serves as a harsh reminder of the risks associated with deep-sea drilling. As a well spiraled out of control in the deep waters of the Gulf of Mexico, the floating platform exploded, leading to a catastrophic spill that has been described as the largest marine oil disaster in history. For approximately 12 weeks, more than 40 tons of crude oil gushed into the ocean each week, affecting an area that could stretch between 6,500 and 24,000 square kilometers, depending on prevailing winds and ocean currents. At the center of this disaster was BP, formerly British Petroleum, which faced intense scrutiny for its catastrophic mishandling of the crisis. Initially downplaying the significance of the spill, the company's leadership struggled to address public concern. Alarmingly, the blowout preventer, a critical safety device designed to stop an uncontrolled flow of oil, proved faulty and had not been adequately tested. The emergency response was marred by repeated failures. The initial attempts to stanch the leak included activating the blowout preventer, which did not work, followed by efforts to pump drilling fluid into the well, and the installation of a large containment dome, all of which proved ineffective. After more than 3 months of relentless spillage, a secondary containment cap finally stemmed the flow, requiring the construction of 2 relief wells that would reach depths of 5,500 meters, costing upwards of $100 million each. The scale of the operation necessitated numerous resources, including ships, underwater vehicles, helicopters, and airplanes, culminating in costs amounting to several $billion. In the aftermath, BP committed to compensating those affected by the disaster. However, estimating the total economic loss proved intractable, as the ramifications extended far beyond the valuable crude oil lost. Fisheries were decimated, coastal communities suffered, beaches became off-limits, and the public's perception of safety was permanently altered, impacting tourism. The environmental toll manifested starkly through images of oiled birds and turtles, illustrating the harsh reality of ecological destruction. Petroleum remains a favored resource due to its combustibility, yet its inherent dangers, including toxicity when spilled, cannot be understated. Crowding technology to its limits often leads to unforeseen accidents, as vividly illustrated by the Deepwater Horizon incident. The aftermath of such tragedies serves as a sobering reminder The consequences of drilling extend far beyond the wellhead, invariably intertwining human activity with the delicate fabric of our ecosystem.